exciting.
We are live. I think we're live. 1 minute late. Apologies to everybody who is sitting there in the green room waiting for this to kick off. Let's go, says Claire. She's a good friend of ours and one of the coordinators on Car4Ukraine, and she's kicking our butts there in the comment already. Thank you, Claire. Here we are. This is the first 12-hour marathon live stream on Silicon Curtain for the aid of Car4Ukraine, and I am joined by my delectable co-host, Mr. Jonathan M.S. Pierce.
Howdy, folks, and I am co-streaming this as well on ATP Geopolitics, so we'll have 24 hours worth of content that looks remarkably similar, but hey-ho. I'm very happy that you've asked me to help out with this. It's going to be, I assume, fairly chaotic in terms of
it's going to be absolute chaos. It really is.
And we are essentially going to talk you through 12 hours of content concerning Ukraine. I've got a few things to talk about, but you've got a lot of guests that you've lined up.
There's a lot of guests, and technically there's some order there. So each hour is going to have, or each half-hour segment is going to have different guests. There's going to be some overlap between them. There are going to be some surprise people arriving who didn't fill in the little, schedule form. So it's going to be relatively chaotic, but we do hope to have quite a bit of variety for you. There'll be lots of familiar faces popping up through the day. It might be difficult for some of our Ukrainian friends to join because in districts of Kiev, the lights are out after Russia's strike on energy facilities. So the chaos is not entirely, avoidable, unfortunately, for some people, but let's see how it goes. And the main purpose of this is to generate funds for Car4Ukraine. Their current fundraiser actually is quite close to the total, so we are hoping to smash that total and deliver more trucks. They have other campaigns which we'll also make people aware of. The key for this is both Jonathan and I have been there. We've been to Lviv. We've seen these vehicles get redone. We've seen the steel plates enter into the doors and to protect the sort of legs of the operatives there. We've seen these vehicles when they come back smashed up and hear the stories about how they've saved the lives of the people who are driving them, as well as the great utility while they were still, viable on the front. These vehicles literally are contributing to victory, and they're helping to save Ukrainian lives day in, day out. So I feel a certain desperation, actually, to get as many of these things over to Ukraine as possible, because quite literally every delay costs precious lives of brave and accomplished warriors, which we cannot afford.
That I've just put up a screen to share, unless you had it prepared already, but there is the campaign fundraiser landing page. So if you go to, and you'll have different links, you'll have your own link, I presume. My one's atpgeo.com/donate. That'll take you to my landing page, rather than this is a generic one. So you can see
you don't want to contribute funds to John's page here. You want to contribute to mine. Really? No, it's healthy competition.
Has the fight started? Is this
the fight is on? It's already
ding, ding,
on. Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. Right, let's go for it. Let's do it. So yeah, we each have our own links, obviously.
There we go. That's my link. Just, I control the comments, but that's
he does. Like this is the advantage he conveys. So you'll get taken to this page if you go to the main landing page. I just want to point out one thing that I think is the most important thing here, Jonathan, and that's as we scroll down here, we look at the leaderboard for the autumn harvest trucks, right? And I just want to just looking for.
I don't know what you're looking for there. I mean, I can't see anything I recognise there. Oh, there's Vatnik soup. There's Pecker.
Silicon Cut is not even on the.
I recognise.
Oh, show more. Oh, yeah, there you are.
Oh, there. Yeah.
No, we merely jest. I like it's all going to the same.
It's all the same pot of money. It's the same trucks. It's saving the same people. Well, actually, not necessarily saving the same people, because different trucks are going to different battalions, but they all highly accomplished, brigades and battalions. And ultimately, it does good. And of course, we're looking to smash the campaign. So it doesn't matter who's out ahead. It doesn't matter that Johnny here has 3 times more donations than I do. You know, we'll catch up.
And something to note as well, and this is pretty important, if you give money to us directly, so say through YouTube, and then say, can you put this to the campaign, that's the most inefficient way of doing it. So please, if you can, go directly to the campaign to give donations to that, because otherwise people take cuts and, you know, and whatnot. So it's much better if you go straight to Car4Ukraine.
Yeah, I don't want to be handling any money here. I want complete transparency. Car4Ukraine plus our other friends at Jigger's Port are 2 of the most transparent, most effective charities in Ukraine. They have extraordinary transparency systems showing all the incoming and all the outgoing. They set the benchmark for what you know, a Ukrainian civic society organization is doing, and they send the proof. I mean, the proof is that these vehicles go out every single Friday. They send out 3, 5, 7 vehicles without fail every single week, and they film it all. And as I said, they've got the receipts for everything. So this is why we've partnered with them. They're both extremely effective. They've got a fantastic network. They've got a garage or a major workshop in Lviv, which does these vehicles up with extraordinary professionals. And of course, they seek out the most effective battalions. Here we go. This is the Black Raven, the ones I'm spotting. That's a beautiful patch, by the way. I'm lucky enough to have one of those. Not only do they have the best branding, they are also some of the most effective warriors in Ukraine and part of the critical unmanned systems forces.
So as with sort of NAFO, Car4Ukraine have their own. If you donate this amount of money, then you can get the patches, collectible pins. I've got a whole bunch of these pins from my own previous donations and whatnot. So, for example, there is one of the drone pins. In fact, if you make the screen go away and bring it back to myself, not that I would wish my face on anyone, but you can get these sort of pins that have. There are different. I think that vehicle's upside down, but you get the point. There you go. That pin. You get different pins that represent different uses for these vehicles, whether they are used for medevacs or for drone teams, or you know, for putting one of my vehicles in one of our first campaigns was used for a multiple launch rocket system. So they put like 3 or 4 tubes on the back, and actually we got a video of that having been built, and it's pretty incredible. And it was used as a kind of MLRS thing. So I've got my patch, so I've got patches up there on the bookshelf, as you can see, but here, just to show you patches you can get, because a few of these are from, this one here is from Car4Ukraine. That's from Car4Ukraine. That's from Car4Ukraine. So there are plenty of patches you can get, so on and so forth.
He's so bloody organized, isn't he? Gee, look at that.
Yeah.
What a professional.
Yeah. As you can see, this is a really professionally decked out man cave of chaos here.
No, I have to say a shout out to Jenny as well, because Jenny very kindly, we had a whole palaver to get.
I like falafels.
Yeah, I like falafel. Yeah, we had a whole palaver to get a flag from the 93rd Brigade from Lviv to Kiev, just to get them in the hands of our dear friend Jenny, who's brought them back with her. And I'm just waiting for Mr. Posty to arrive and knock on the door to hear that they've arrived here. So at some point today, we'll see a nice flag sort of draped in the background here. So yeah, just waiting for that.
I have a Car4Ukraine flag here. But can I just say that's signed by Ivan and the peeps at the warehouse. And in fact, I've got 2 Car4Ukraine t-shirts, which I can't believe I haven't forethought this out enough. I'm going to go and get changed. I might just, one of my sons is ill at home today. I might just text him and say, can you bring down my t-shirt?
Bring up the t-shirt.
Because really we have to stay live, I'll get changed live.
If we get 10,000 of donations, Johnny here will strip in front of the camera.
That ain't happening. Not even for 10. Oh no, that's unfair. Like I can't not do that for 10,000. No. Anyway, stop that.
Anyway,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah. We're not doing that. We're not get demonetized and banned and all the rest of it for
no one
pornographic material.
No one.
10,000 for Johnny not to strip off. There we go. That's it.
That's
the deal, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I get a flag out. No, well, let's dive into the topics, because I'm just drafting the script at the moment for one of my news episodes, and I'm going to be calling energy
You
wars, because
script
what was said.
things? You
I script
script
things. I do
things? Who
script.
does
I do
that? I
script
don't have
things.
time
I
to
know, you know.
script. Sorry.
I find that if I just bumble on, I'm not saying you bumble on, but if I were to bumble on,
yes, you are.
it takes me hours of edits to get rid of all the fumbles and brain
Fumbles are
farts.
in. I'm all about the fumbles. Although that
fumbles
sounds
and brain
weird.
farts. No, yeah, scripting kind of works for me. Although, as people have said, I've got this. I haven't set it up yet, but I've got an auto cue, and I think when you script, it looks much better if you can do an auto cue, so it looks kind of authentic. That's coming when I finally get my act together. But let's talk about energy, because friends of ours are in Kiev right now. The lights are off, the heating's off, the ability to cook is off, because energy infrastructure has been hit. It's been said that 50% of Ukraine's gas production capability has been knocked out in the last week or so.
Actually.
60%. I mean, yes, they can potentially import some gas. It is expensive. It makes things more expensive. It makes their war effort less resilient. But it is just a taster of things to come. Winter hasn't even kicked in properly yet. And clearly Russia is going for the jugular. But this time round, Ukraine has the ability to strike back. And it's already shown that it can take out thermal power plant in Belgorod, done that twice now. And last night, I think they took out a manufacturing and research facility that actually creates parts for the Russian energy sector and nuclear sector. So this seems to me that we're going to have an extraordinary level of energy attrition through this winter.
My psyche, morale, outlook for this war goes up and down like a yo-yo, and there are some weeks, days, weeks, I don't think any more than that, where I'm like, yeah, this is good. I think Ukraine are in the driving seat here, and it's all looking fairly bleak for Russia. And then there are other weeks where I'm like, oh, this is all terrible for Ukraine, and Russia's in the ascendancy. And actually, right now, I'm in a bit of a low for Ukraine, even though that there are many reasons to be quite hopeful, but it's dependent upon strike capabilities and capacity. And at the moment, I think there's an asymmetry whereby Russia has the advantage. You want to show my screen again?
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
This is Euromaidan Press reporting on DTEC, who is they are an energy company, saying that Russia has destroyed 60% of Ukraine's gas production in targeted strikes as the heating season approaches, likely forcing Kiev to spend 1.9 billion euros on energy imports. So it's a double whammy. Not only are they not producing their own energy and gas, but they are then having to pay 1.9 billion euros extra to buy gas in from Europe. That's 1.9 billion euros they can't spend on weapons. Yep. That is insanely bad. And so there's going to be, you can take that down now, there's going to be an incredibly difficult winter, I think, for Ukraine. And that is very bad news. So there's this asymmetry whereby Russia can strike anything they want to because they don't appear to adhere to the laws of war, and they don't mind hitting civilians, energy, whatever it is. In fact, Andriy Sybiha, the foreign minister, this morning said this is looking like genocide, which is the depriving of a mass population of energy in order to kind of get rid of that population, which is seemingly what they're doing. And
I mean, propagandists have been talking about this. I don't know whether you necessarily follow the utterances of propagandists, but the genocidal propagandists, including Simonyan's vile husband, who fortunately has gone to a place where hopefully she will be joining him soon. They've been talking about this since the very start. They've been talking about erasing the Ukrainian population, depriving them of heat, making life non-viable in Ukrainian cities. From day one, they've been spewing this kind of garbage. So they're just acting on an intent which has already been there. What do you think, Jonathan?
So I think Well, we know the Russians' intentions, right? And that they are the worst intentions for Ukraine. We know what Putin thinks from his 2020 essay and from all these propagandists who say some of the most horrific things about Ukraine. So I have no compunction in saying that Russia are genocidal. And in fact, I think they should be labeled that way in the same way that Israel have by UN affiliated reporting groups. So I think the same should be done to Russia so that no one is under any illusions about what they're doing. But I also think that from a military point of view, they have an advantage at the moment in that they can strike. So first of all, Ukraine is a smaller country and Russia is a bigger country. And so the bigger country means that all their stuff is spread out much more widely, and a smaller country is more concentrated. And if Russia can send 500 drones and 30 missiles in on a regular basis into Ukraine, they can more easily take out all sorts of stuff. Then we are hearing that they have intelligence sharing from China. They're now receiving satellite imagery and reconnaissance assistance from China. They have missiles that are better and longer, at least at the moment, than the Ukrainians, and they have drones that appear to be more effective than the Ukrainian drones, or at least they have more of them so that they can become more effective. And this asymmetry is an absolute challenge for Ukraine. It is, I think, worse than people think at the moment. And this winter period is going to be tougher than it's previously been because they're getting that intelligence assistance, so they can attack more successfully. And also they've adapted their drones, both in the techniques, the tactics, and the technology, so that the drones themselves can do more damage more efficiently and more effectively. And the same for the missiles as well, as terminal phase of the ballistic missiles is now apparently improved. And so all of this together means that this is not an easy period for Ukraine. And unless they destroy Yelabuga, then Ukraine are in trouble. So for me, I've been saying this, my audience will know for days and days and days, I keep going on that the number one target for Ukraine is Yelabuga. And I'll add to it before passing back to you, and I'll add to that in that Europe and NATO need to explicitly be helping Ukraine to destroy Yelabuga. So
could you describe what that is for those in the audience who aren't sure what that actually is? Why is it important? What is it?
So Yelabuga is a manufacturing facility that has grown and grown and grown, and it's where they started making the Shahid drones under license in Russia, and they've now improved the original Iranian Shahid drones, and they're making them in Yelabuga in the Republic of Tatarstan, which is some 1,300 odd kilometers away from Ukraine, which means it's difficult to hit. And say you send 30 drones to blow that up, 2 might get through. And what now the problem is Yelabuga is not just this one factory, it's actually the Yelabuga Special Economic Zone, and it's actually got a Chinese name as well. This is how much China is helping, is that you've got this huge setup. And if you see the satellite imagery now, and if you see the videos that the Russians themselves have released from inside the Yelabuga warehouses, it is phenomenally big. And so in order to destroy Russia's ability to send these 500 drones in on often a nightly basis, you need to destroy not just a small factory, but an entire economic zone. And NATO could do that. And NATO would do that. If Russia went to war with NATO, that'd be one of the first places that would go. And
so Tomahawks within range. If Tomahawks have 2,500 kilometer range, that surely would bring that within the right target distance, and they have, one would assume, the warhead capacity to do some serious damage, plus speed to evade air defense.
Yes, yeah. So I think there was no coincidence that we heard that the US were going to help with satellite imagery in targeting deep inside Russia, help the Ukrainians. So that kind of came out of nowhere. Like, no one seemed to be asking for that, and I assumed that I actually assumed that they had that already. But I think they've had assistance to strike to shallow depths within Russia, say Kursk and Belgorod. But when it goes out deeper into Russia, the Americans weren't particularly helping. So maybe they're going on like Google Earth satellite imagery and trying to pinpoint GPSs through that, or what, I don't know. But they've got assistance from the UK and French satellites, I presume. But Americans are really key here. So about a week ago, the Americans announced that they're going to help starting doing that. Well, it's an interesting coincidence that this is around the same time they're talking about Tomahawks going, and the extended range Tomahawks can do 2,600. I think the shorter range ones are 1,600. So I think they would still be able to reach But also, this is at the same time that they're starting to receive something called ERAM, which are these extended range munitions that are sort of cruise missiles that can go to 460 kilometer range. So they wouldn't be able to reach Yelabuga, but they're starting to get 3,350 of these have been bought for Ukraine through the US, and they're starting to get them from October onwards. So I think there are lots of things that are being joined up here, and we might be hopeful that they will be able to take out Yelabuga. But the time frame is important. Yelabuga needs to be taken out tomorrow. Like, and if you're getting Tomahawks in now, they might have talked about this after they've already put it in place, so they could turn up sooner than you think. That often happens. But if they haven't, they need training on the Tomahawks. They need to fix the pylons to the planes. They should be able to be fixed to the F-16s without too much problem. But, you know, there's a lot of stuff that needs to go into the kind of logistics side of things before that you can start using these. And you can imagine that might be like 4 or 5 months away. Well, 4 or 5 months is too late. They need to take out
losing some of its best pilots as well in you know, trying to shoot down Shaheeds and so on. And as you say, the tactics Russia's deployed, it means that the rate at which, especially the sort of ballistics are being shot down, has gone down dramatically. I think from 37% sort of strike rate down to, was it 6.7% reported last week?
Yeah, for the ballistics. And now I think there are probably quite a lot of variables in there, but one of the claims is that the terminal phase of these ballistics has been adapted so that it can move and evade some of the strikes that would happen in the last kind of stage.
You can do random movements which make it more difficult to track. They also come in over the target and then drop down, if you think you know, kamikaze kind of style. It's the same with drones. They seem to have introduced a lot of different drone techniques and a lot of use of decoys to attrit air defense before sending in the so they're learning, unfortunately, and they're learning far too fast, and we're allowing it to happen.
The EU has announced, I think Viggo says this in my live chat, the EU has announced that they're going to help Ukraine with emergency energy, you know, funding and whatnot. But the problem is this is just a sticking plaster. This is your plaster on a wound where, like, you want to stop the wound from happening, and the only way you stop the wound from happening is, I mean, it's in all allies' best interests in terms of you won't need to fund Ukraine's reconstruction nearly half as much if you allow Yelabuga to be blown up. The only reason people are scared is obviously, you know, NATO and the EU getting involved in an actual kinetic war with Russia in some way. But I really do think that something has to be done. You've got someone in your chat saying, I think the Tomahawks talk is play for the gallery. It would take a year to implement. If the US really wanted to support, they would provide JASSMs that could be fitted on F-16s day one. There is a lot of talk about JASSMs, so these other sort of cruise missiles that can be used. I don't know the range of those. I'll have to just do a quick Google of that. But there are options, but I just really think all allies need to be helping out with taking out Yelabuga. It is the #1 priority. 370 kilometers. So JASSMs wouldn't be able to hit that 1,000 kilometers for the extended range variant, which again wouldn't be able to hit Yelabuga. So
yeah, not far enough on those. That's I mean, there are plenty of targets in the way, but as you say, maybe of less strategic importance. Certainly, you know, a lot more refined fuel targets potentially within range, and that is having effect. Well, we'll come to the energy war, the energy crisis a little bit later. But Ukraine is not incapable of striking back. You know, maybe they don't have exactly the equipment to go after everything, but they are in a far better position this year than any other winter to actually strike back and have an impact. Now, before you answer that, I'm going to add our dear friend, Mr. Philip Ittner, to the screen.
Phil.
Gentlemen, lovely to see you both.
Hello.
Good to see you, Phil.
And the lights are on in your part of Kiev. We were...
Well, no, actually, serendipity leaned in my favor. I'm actually in Lviv. I came to Lviv because I work with another aid organization that has just opened up 5 state-of-the-art new pediatric ORs, operating rooms, at a children's hospital here in Lviv. So I missed last night's attack. I am told by a neighbor that they still have power, but I don't know if I'm going to return to a defrosted refrigerator or not. Yeah, no, I just happened. I happened to be here instead, and I'm saying this with a bit of a skip in my step and a bit lighthearted, but I also did just spend the morning with children who have suffered severe burns, lost limbs, all because of Russia's attacks, and most notably recently here in Lviv, where they got hit really bad about 5 days ago. So, I joke about lucking out on missing electricity at my apartment in Kiev, but Lviv, as lovely as it is, has been a pretty heavy morning, I can tell you that.
I think there's an element whereby some of us who pay very close attention to the war, I report on it every single day and do my hits and losses videos. It's one of the first ones I do in the morning, and it just gives you a summary of everything that's happened overnight and all the things that have been blown up and all the people killed and all this kind of stuff on a daily basis. But quite often, because Ukraine is so good at OPSEC, we don't hear about Russia's successes. And I think that can lead us to believe that Ukraine are doing better than they actually are. And it was really interesting hearing the Secretary of Defense in the UK, John Healey, the other day in the interview with the Rest is Politics podcast. Just as a throwaway comment, he said, last week I was in, I don't know where it was, Lviv, but last week I think it was, and I was visiting a drone factory, and it had been struck 5 times this year. And then it just went on to carry on. And I was like, that little nugget of information is a very important data point. So just one drone factory has been targeted, has been hit 5 times this year. Well, how many drone factories are there? How many energy facilities are there? How big is the Ukrainian industrial military complex? Russia is hammering it every night, and we do not hear about it because Ukraine do a good job with operational security for morale reasons and etc. But rest assured, we aren't seeing, in my opinion, we aren't seeing the level of drones and missiles that we were expecting to see at this point this year, given what they were saying about FP2s, FP1s, FP5s, and all these other things, and Lyutis. Like, I've hardly seen any Lyutis recently. Why? Possibly because the Lyuti factory has been blown up. I don't know, but you start thinking Russia have probably had a much greater success in striking Ukraine than many of us realize. I mean, Phil, you might have a better idea being there, but anyway, that's my logic.
Yeah, and look, thank God that you're doing that. I decided I think I kind of. Jonathan, you probably bookmark, or you're in the middle of what you're doing is kind of day of kind of events, and Jonathan, you're doing kind of more in depth, and then I'm on the further extent where I just do a one day a week kind of hour-long interview kind of thing. So all of these that range of a spectrum I think is important, but you're absolutely right. I think living in Ukraine, it certainly doesn't feel like like air defense. Air defense has gone down. The Russian missiles and drones are getting through far more regularly than they did, say, 8 months ago, 10 months ago, maybe. So when you're living in Kiev or even here in Lviv, it doesn't feel like we're that everything is tickety-boo. And then I talk to my friends who are out in Kharkiv, or my colleagues who are out in Kramatorsk, and this is far from a done deal. This is far from an inevitability. I still am optimistic. I still think that Russia's strategic goals and aims are not within their reach. I don't think
totally
they can.
I think it's impossible.
That's why we need to get the damn trucks. Everyone.
That's why we need to get the damn trucks. That's right. If you haven't donated, get the damn trucks now. And then also, in addition to that, when the damn trucks are coming, load them up with tourniquets and chest bandages for suction and all the rest of it. Get everything that we can possibly manage to get over here. But the cars are the most important.
Problem. Yeah, if
therein
anyone's
lies the
coming over
problem.
with vehicles, definitely therein lies the problem there. The paperwork doesn't allow you to import any other aid in these vehicles. If these vehicles are being turned into, over to battalions, etc. I think we found out to our cost that you can't actually have any aid there because it's a different type of paperwork. But if anyone is coming in and bringing a vehicle into Ukraine and going to be departing with that vehicle, make sure it's absolutely stuffed with aid, that you've got the requisite paperwork, you've got permissions, you know where it's going, etc. Make sure it's good quality. We don't want any cheap Chinese crap, because that just either, these days it doesn't kill people because the medics know too well not to use it, but make sure it's really good accredited materials that say, would be approved by, say, British Army or a NATO force. And that, as Phil says, that's going to make a huge difference. And if you haven't driven over to Ukraine, drive to Lviv, take a vehicle, drive over, get some crap, drive it over. It's
there you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, look, I want to step. I'm sorry, I am a little bit fatigued because this morning was quite emotional. But I do want to jump back to what we were starting to speak about there. I do not think that Russia's strategic goals are obtainable, and I will say that, and I have said this before, and I think we've talked about this before. Is, look, there are two things above all else that Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin must achieve, and that is they must change the government in Kiev to one that is favorable to Moscow. And they must regain control of the northern coast of the Black Sea. And in order to do that, they must take Odessa. I have been to Odessa many, many times during this war. It is a fortress city. It will cost, and also they'll have to go through Kherson or Zaporizhia or Dnipro. They'll have to cross the river somewhere to be able to then flank down onto Odessa, which means they're going to have to go through another city. And God only knows how long it will take them, at what kind of cost it will also expend from the Russians. And I just don't think they can do it. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Having seen it, it's a huge city and it will fight fiercely. Many are sort of, native speakers of Russian there, but no one tells the Odessans what to do and what to think. That would be a vicious fight. And it's a huge, sprawling city. You can imagine a Stalingrad scenario, block by block, brick by brick, street by street. Russia doesn't have the population to do that, to take it. But they can try and annihilate it from a distance, which of course is their aim. But again,
you would be their aim, much like Kherson. Jonathan, forgive me if I'm repeating myself here, but I've told this story many times. But I still think it's valuable to relate as often as I can. The first time I went to Odessa after the full-scale invasion began, I was sat at a cafe, and every street sign was covered in black plastic garbage, bag wrapping to obscure the names of the cities, so that anybody who wasn't from Odessa would find it difficult to maneuver around. And I was sat at my cafe having my lunch, and I said, there. I was having my lunch, and I just offhandedly said to my waitress, why do you guys have those? Because, they're flimsy ways of protecting. Just knock down the signpost. Why put up the plastic bags? Because they can just tear down the plastic bags. And my waitress leaned over to me and in a very conspiratorial voice said, yes, but then they will have to get out of their armored vehicles. And that is when we can kill them. And I just thought to myself, we're looking at little old ladies with Molotov cocktails, chucking these things at these Russian soldiers who are climbing out of their BMPs to rip off plastic bags on signposts. That's the mentality in Odessa, and it's only gotten worse. The destruction and the damage at the Church of the Transcendence. I think that was the breaking point for Odessans. I know that a lot of people at the very beginning of the war were like, well, Odessans are kind of their own beast. They are Russian speakers, and how's this going to fall? And there is this kind of like connection to Russian Empire because it was a major Russian imperial port. That's gone. That's gone 100%. Odessans despise Russians right now. If I had any sympathy in my heart for Russian soldiers, any Russian soldiers it tries to take Odessa is going to find themselves in an absolute nightmare. And so they cannot achieve their strategic goals.
I know we've got a new guest, but can I just add a point to that, Philip, which is that the way I think is more accurate to see the war is that no side can win this war. It's about which side loses the least worst, if you see what I mean. So like no one comes out of this war better, right? So that, everyone is losing something. Russia's losing oodles of people, oodles of material. They're losing kudos from around the world, political capital. They're losing income from hydrocarbons. They're absolutely screwed economically, right? They are losing this. Ukraine is losing land at the moment. They're losing people. They're losing material. They're losing an economy. Their economy is screwed as well. So, I don't know that winning is the right word to use here, but it's this game of who can last out the most. It's a game of chicken, but I don't want to I know
let's
some
bear
of
in
my
mind
viewers...
the First World War, Jonathan. I mean, you couldn't say that in 1918 the Germans had definitively lost on the battlefield. They still mounted campaigns, etc. They're lost because their ability to sustain the war economically collapsed. Yeah. And their political will to keep going collapsed along with that. Similarly with the Russian force, the Russian forces took ridiculous casualties, but they lost again because essentially it just lost any credibility and the armies started defecting in droves. Now, we're going to introduce Cormac in a minute, but the little point I make, listening to one of my favorite dissident Russian language commentators, Michael Naki, he was commenting that actually the big unreported story of the war at the moment is that the defections from the army on the Russian side are enormous. They are absolutely huge. People just sort of running away, throwing weapons, trying to get the hell away. He also pointed out that, again, not coverage for OPSEC, but there is a problem on the Ukrainian side with people fleeing the horror as well. But on the Russian side, it's turning into a hemorrhage. Let's introduce Cormac. Let's do an official introduction here. Cormac, would like to say a couple of words about yourself. And we didn't ask Phil to do the same. So if you could both introduce yourselves and just a couple of words of introduction.
Jonathan, hello.
You go first.
It's delighted. It's delighted. Sorry, I've just jumped off a podcast I've been on for an hour and a half, straight onto yours. It's fantastic to join you. And Phil, hello. How are you? A few words on me. Former British diplomat. Spent most of my career in professional communications, public relations, government communications for the last 2 decades of my career. Most importantly, I guess, between 2016 and 2018, I was sent to Ukraine as a senior British diplomat to be embedded in Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs as strategic communication advisor to the foreign minister, then Pavlo Klimkin, with an aim to helping them improve and restructure the ministry's communication, not just in Kyiv, but across the world. That turned into more than I ever dreamed or expected. Short story, fell in love with the country, made friends for life. My education moved on to a higher level than I could ever achieve with a doctorate or a PhD or anything else, having been a student of history all my life. I learned to see the world and Russia in particular through Ukrainian eyes. Came back at the end of 2018, came back in 2018. I've maintained those friendships. I was out there in 21 and my friends asked me if I would, just before the full-scale invasion, my friends asked me if I would get myself on TV and radio to talk about them. So I think, Jonathan, I've said I've put about 400 TV, radio interviews and podcasts, such as with yourself, over the last 3.5 years, simply to do what I can, pro bono, importantly, to what I can do to help my friends in Ukraine, but not just to help my friends in Ukraine, because conversation I've just been having with another chap is the hardest fact for us to get to land with people in the cosseted, soft West is that I used to say this wolf will come to our door. This wolf is at our door. It's blowing our door down.
Scratching, even
Oh,
scratching.
he's inside the house. He's inside the house.
He's inside the house, and I've kind of moved my and Ukraine isn't asking us for a single boot on the ground. Alexei Reznikov in 2021 December said, he was the last Minister of Defense of Ukraine. He said, we don't need your boots on the ground. Just give us the weapons we need. We'll do our own fighting. Well, I said, arm Ukraine to the teeth and sanction Russia back to the Stone Age. We still haven't bloody well done that properly. And it's not too late. We're probably drinking in the Last Chance Saloon in the soft, cosseted West. But, it's not too late. If we do finally give Ukraine everything she needs and really put the boot on Russia's neck in terms of the sanctions, I believe Ukraine, and I will use the word win, actually. We come back to discuss that. I think Ukraine can, at great cost, but Ukraine can win this war, for not just for themselves, for all of us. So that's me. What I do, I do from the heart.
I think it's really important that you mentioned there both aspects to this, because I said for a long time, I said one of the single most important things that was happening in this war to support Ukraine was Janet Yellen in the Treasury Department in the United States. And I think it was kind of underemphasized how important that was in hurting Russia. And I think you're starting to see that big time now. And obviously with the EU and UK and Canada and Japan and Australia and New Zealand, there is an economic net, I think, that is closing around them. But I think the US Treasury Department and the ability they have to enforce sanctions, and the fact that since January 21st, I think Trump could have taken his supporters with him. They would have just followed him in supporting Ukraine to the hilt. They weren't going to die on that hill. They weren't ideologically opposed to helping Ukraine. They want USA. They want to chant USA, 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 which is to say that we are the best, we're the biggest, no one messes with us. And there's no better way for Trump to have established that by whacking massive sanctions on Russia from the January the 21st and continuing to help out with weaponry. So absolutely, those two things need to happen. And I'm fairly sure military success on the battlefield is contingent upon, I think, economic success back inside Russia for the West.
Can I make one? Can I just come back to you with one point? I read a piece of research only 2 days ago, and it's a few weeks old. It came out of Harvard, looking at support for Ukraine across the United States.
It's gone back up.
It's running at 60-70%. But you know what's really interesting? Across all facets of support, arming them, sanctions, everything, humanitarian aid, the Republican voters are more supportive than Democratic voters.
And that's
hopefully, hopefully this message is getting through to Donald Trump. But this is, look, Jonathan, I will send through the research to you after this, and you can distribute it among colleagues. It was really
I'll bring it up here. I've got it. Yeah. I've got it here. But what was interesting about that is that I think that shows that Republican supporters will follow Trump. As soon as he started doing this change of positioning on Ukraine, which I think itself was contingent upon getting proper information from both NATO partners, EU, when he had all the EU in the White House,
listening to his own bloody intelligence services,
and that too. So what was really interesting is that Zelensky recently let the cat out the bag, where he said that I saw these maps inside the White House that the Russians have basically given them, and it's like, these are bollocks. And it's just like, what weird position we are in when the Trump White House is receiving their military intelligence from the enemy, from the adversary, and then it takes for Zelensky and NATO to go into the White House and say, actually, this is what's going on. And then it was at the UN summit where he sent that message. It was like, oh, it turns out I've just found out what's really going on the front lines. And I've just found out that Russia's in economic trouble. It's like, what the hell? Like, how can I, as a YouTuber on the south coast of the UK, have a better grasp of what's going on in a freaking war than you, the president of the United States? I mean,
but there's another layer to
well,
this.
as the only American present, present, and I will allow me to do a little bit of my bio, and I'll maneuver all of these things as best I can as a kind of veteran broadcaster. I will try to make a narrative of this and touch upon some of these points here. Firstly, Jonathan, I do think that you're right to question about who can win. Winning and losing may not be the question. Victory and loss may be the question, because a loss for Russia will shatter the image of their sense of self as empire. So that's one. Secondly, again, as the only American in the room, and also a veteran journalist who has spent a lot of time with military intelligence, with proper American intelligence, the relationship between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump should be disturbing to all of us, and it will ebb and flow with the wind, I believe, because I do firmly believe, from sources that I have inside military intelligence in particular, 2016 was well dodgy, and he knows it. Trump knows it, and so I don't know what this relationship is between those two men. I think it has evolved. I don't think it is what it was in 2016, but I don't think it. I do not think he is Trump is an independent actor. I think there is some sort of influence or compromise, or maybe just like-mindedness, which is why he is as stupid as looking at maps given to him by the Russians and taking them as legit. And it does disturb me, as somebody who's not a supporter of the current administration, that he would go out and say, I've just learned. You're the bloody president of the United States. You are the commander-in-chief. It is your job and responsibility. So this kind of, fecklessness and this inability to develop his own thing is disturbing.
So whereas Russian intelligence may have shared these maps, they may also have shared them with Vladimir Putin, who may have been told that they're false and a form of psyop. He may not, because we also know that the Russian system, the messenger gets shot. You don't want to give bad news to the Tsar. Putin seems to have a delusionally optimistic view of how this war is going. There is the possibility that these false maps, these exaggerations, these fakes are what's being told to Putin as well. So that's an interesting layer.
Absolutely possible.
Honestly, for years, this has fascinated me, which is like, I can't, but so going back to the idea that we all seem to know what's going on in a war more than the president of the United States. Well, actually, I wrote an article like a couple of weeks after the start of the war for Only Sky that was like, how do I know more about how Ukraine would have reacted to being invaded than Putin? Right. So we know genuinely that the Russians were expecting this to be a special military operation. I maintain that this started as a special military operation and it accidentally became a war for the Russians, where they had parade uniforms with the Rosgvardia. They had rations for only 5 days. They had plans that were captured that showed that this was going to be a very short thing. They were literally expecting to be welcomed with open arms and bunches of flowers by local Ukrainians, and the exact opposite happened. And how can you cock that up so much? So I think the question of how much Putin knows, how much he's being fed, because he doesn't have access to, he doesn't use the internet because he thinks it's a CIA thing. He doesn't have a smartphone. So he gets handed, there are people who curate the information that he gets, and he has no way of really vetoing that. So I'm wondering how much he's a victim to the people around him. And I think maybe we'll find out in years after the war. Can you share my screen, by the way, Jonathan, because it shows what Cormac was talking about.
To wind this back also to my a little bit of my bio, just so people know my bona fides. I was a broadcast journalist for about 30 years for some of the more larger news organizations, primarily CBS News and 60 Minutes. I was a producer and a radio reporter in the 90s for CBS in Moscow, and I saw the rise. And this goes back to Jonathan, what you were saying just now. I saw the rise of Putin, and I saw the circle around him and the people that rose, that brought him up to power. And so, yes, absolutely, I think it's entirely possible that he was, completely insulated. I was in also, I continued to cover the former Soviet Union when I wasn't being like Baghdad deputy bureau chief, which is where I met all these American intelligence officials. I was in Georgia as well, and that went, if I can say, tits up for the Russians as well. We knew, we had intelligence in Tbilisi that he wanted to cross the bridge. I saw Georgian sappers in 2008 mining the very last industrial bridge before you got into the Georgian capital. Okay. This was no joke. They really, Saakashvili will tell you the same. They really thought that, like Ukraine, they would just roll in. And there were a number of variables that happened, again, drawing on some of my American intelligence connections, that pressure was put on Putin not to cross that bridge. And that's why he stayed in Abkhazia, took Gori and little bits of Abkhazia and Ossetia.
As opposed to Biden, who basically said, this is what we're not going to do, not imposing an actual defined cost if, they went into Ukraine. So completely
that's right.
Wrong.
Yeah, you can criticize Bush on a lot of different things, but on the Georgian 2008 war, he got on the phone to the Kremlin and said, "You are not. If you do, by the way, all those contracts that we have with you, putting our bases in, Tajikistan or other places, and paying you off to support our war in Afghanistan, that's done. That's finished." So there was, say what you want about Bush, he did stop. I think, it's my personal opinion, and I'm drawing upon my various sources in my 30 years of covering the region, that was something that the Bush White House did correctly. Whereas you're right, the Biden administration, but then also the Obama administration in 2014.
Well, both of them, yes. Even worse in some ways. Yeah, I mean, but
in 2014, even worse.
Not going to do. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you had actually put your back into it in 2014, we wouldn't be where we are now.
And so it's all about caution over nukes essentially, and nuclear saber rattling. So this is basically the only. They're a one-trick pony, I think, Russia, and you can understand why, because it works and it keeps working, which is, well, you don't want to mess with us because we've got nukes. By the way, you also think we've got a very strong army, but in reality, that's shown to be...
We're slightly crazy and unpredictable, and we got nukes, yeah.
But basically, the whole, that's what explained the Biden administration, Jake Sullivan, and you can understand, like, if you get that wrong, right? I do have some sympathy for Jake Sullivan and the peeps in the Biden administration who were very cautious about this, because if you get it wrong, it's the biggest mistake that you can possibly make, which is nuclear war, right? So, like, if you're going to be careful about anything in the world ever, it's going to be calculations over whether a nuclear war will take place or not. So there is that. However, we were putting red lines after red lines in place. Putin didn't put red lines in place. We self-imposed red lines, and then we're like, oh, we can't cross them. Why? Because we wrote them into position. So it's just really frustrating that everything we were all doing.
The policy,
and there was some domestic American politics involved there as well, because I think that also the Biden administration was definitely afraid. And of course, hindsight is 2020, and all the rest of it. We still got Trump, but I think Biden and Sullivan were also calculating for a domestic audience that if they had done something to escalate the Russians, even if it wasn't a limited nuclear exchange or whatever, if the Russians had responded to an overreach by the White House, I really do think that Biden and Sullivan were thinking that it's just going to open the door for a Republican, a massive victory. Which, of course, at the end of the day, happened anyhow. But I think that was a consideration.
But I also think,
which is shameful.
Yeah, can I get in? Because Jonathan, I'm going to have to.
You're going to have to pop off. So let's give you the chance to say something.
Yeah, I'm going to have to leave at 1 o'clock. If it's helpful, I'm very happy. You're going till midnight, aren't you?
We certainly are, yes.
So would you like me to pop back in when I
would love for you to pop back in.
Right,
I think
will
you've got
do that.
Important things to say.
Right. Okay, there's two things I want to say. And sorry, because it's on my iPhone and I can't see names. Could you two gentlemen just please remind me of your name?
Phil and Jonathan.
Philip,
I'm Jonathan as well. So I would suggest
I've got you. That's great. I knew Philip, but I just
JP, just call me JP, because then Jonathan thinks JF and
no,
JP.
It does get tricky. We get two Jonathans.
You're beside each other on my screen, so it's grand, Jonathan and Philip. So look, just two thoughts on what has been said. The first one is on the idea of winning and that no one is winning. Well, there's a couple of things. I think this war is not about winning; it's about survival. And I think one of the things we know, and I've said many times, the thing that Putin fears most is the Russian people, because all Russian czars have ultimately fallen to the Russian people. And certainly my view, if this war is to be shown to be a failure, which it already is, and it's just about if we can enable Ukraine to drive the last nails into the coffin, Putin, I believe, will not survive. But equally, and I always quote this, Jonathan has probably heard me many times saying it, in the very early days and weeks of the war, I spoke to a very good friend of mine, the senior Ukrainian ambassador, and he said to me, and other people have said it, I don't know whether Alexei was the first to say it or not, he's too modest to claim that he was, but I'll never forget him saying to me, it was the first time I heard it, he said, Cormac, it's very simple. If Russia stops fighting, there will be no war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no Ukraine. Now, Putin has told us this. I mean, we have been, how much clearer? We go back to his essay in the summer of 2021 on the historical relationship between Ukrainians and Russians, or whatever he called the bullshit. And he's told us that Ukraine is not a real country. And we know that there were massive death lists of people, and I know many of the people that were on those lists who were just going to be rounded up and exterminated. And we know that they thought we would either, if people can't be converted, then they will be wiped out. And we know that this war has been genocidal. So I believe Ukraine can win, but survival. And by the way, where Trump was a while ago, not just freezing on the current lines, not just freezing, but actually giving that critical 25% of the Donbass, which is critical, highly fortified and critical to the defense of the rest of Ukraine. That would have been a massive victory for Putin. It would have been a victory that he could have sold to his people, having total control over the media as he does. And we know, everyone in this room today knows, that they would have simply used that to lick their wounds and refuel and rearm and come back for the rest later. That would have been a victory. So, victory for Ukraine is going to be survival. But we need to see what that survival is. Very interesting that Donald Trump came out 2 weeks ago now on his Truth Social and said that he believed that Ukraine could actually take back all the land that they had lost, right back to 2014, including Crimea. Well, I'm not a military man. I have the background that I have. Maybe I have maybe I have innocent, childish belief in my Ukrainian friends, but I have recorded from the very earliest days when I was asked what I thought about Ukraine and what I thought could be done. And I have always maintained that if we gave her what she needed, if we armed her to the teeth, and if we sanctioned Russia back to the Stone Age, that Ukraine would do the job without us having to spill our blood. That's the first thing I wanted to say. So, yeah, I think actually there must be a victory. And the Second World War was at a huge cost to all of us on the Allied side, but we had victory at the end. And I remind you of Churchill's words. The second thing is really just a question to leave you with. And, you know, I hear what you're saying about and yes, I wouldn't be in that position of Sullivan and Biden and the huge weight that they had on their shoulders. But I think, you know, it's been said, and I've said it, that Biden, with the aid of Sullivan, looked at what Ukraine needed, gave them half, gave it to them slowly, and gave it to them with handcuffs on.
Agreed.
And also, not just that, but you know, restricted Europe from doing more. The Brits were the first ones to break the logjam with modern battle tanks in February 23, when we gave them 14 Challengers initially, but it broke the logjam. It broke the logjam for the German Leopards to follow, and also the Americans. You gave, I think, 22. When I'm coming to that next, America then gave pledged 22 Challengers. Storm Shadow was the next of the three things that they needed: the long range artillery. Now, the Brits, because I went on a BBC News channel to talk about the significance of it, but they were never allowed to use it behind Russia's borders to hit elements of the logistics chain. Why? Britain, I am very well informed, would have been willing to do that, and France would have been willing to do it, because elements of the guidance system were produced in America, and America had a block on that. What's Ukraine gone and done? They've gone and produced their own cruise missile with a range 10 times that of Storm Shadow or Scalp, and a warhead over twice that of Storm Shadow and Scalp. Not as stealthy, but they're working at ways around that. Let's see if they get Tomahawks. My final question, and then I am going to go because I've got to go out. My final question, maybe to chew over a little bit when I've gone. Why back, and you know, you may have a more detailed view of Wesley Clark from his time as Supreme Allied Commander of NATO than I did. Why did Wesley Clark say at a security conference in Kyiv in the summer of 2022, he said three things which I noted and pushed out on social media at the time? He said three things. He said, give Ukraine every single weapon that they need, including F-16s and A-10s at the time.
Warthogs.
The Warthog.
The Warthog.
Close air support.
Yeah. He said, give Putin no off-ramp. And finally, what he said was, do not be intimidated by Putin's nuclear threats. I was out in The Hague last August. Very good friend of mine is chargé d'affaires out there, and currently I think he's in the driving seat because they're without an ambassador. And we went out for the day, and we were up in Scheveningen, and we were walking along the beach and having a few beers. And he said that the MFA, the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this was over 12 months ago now, had counted 120 times that Russia had rattled the nuclear saber.
Yeah.
That's what bullies do.
It's just what they do all the time.
And what cowards do, what supine cowards do, is they back down. They say, no, please don't hit me. You can have my lunch money.
Yeah. So, Cormac, I know you're going to go, but can you ask one question? So you talked about the survival of Ukraine. I find there's a really interesting dynamic whereby I think that the war in Ukraine is existential for Putin in a way it's not for Zelensky. So if Ukraine don't prevail in the war, and I think the worst case scenario is, say, they'll lose Donbass. I don't think they can even lose up to Odessa now. I don't think that's physically possible. So the worst case scenario for Ukraine in the war is that Zelensky walks away and he probably has a house in, I don't know, Verona or something, right? Whereas if Russia lose the war, then that is the end of Putin. Kind of like you said, like, I think Putin's existential future is connected to the outcome of the war in a way that Zelensky isn't. And therefore, my question would be, like, do you think that has affected and will affect the decision-making of Putin? Because there's also almost what I used to call the Putin paradox, which is the better Ukraine do, the more likely it is Putin does something nuts because he's existentially connected to the war.
Well, none of us can know that, can we?
No.
And I can only, I can only lean on. I'll start by leaning on my own judgment and my own instinct from what experience I have. But I will lean more heavily on the words of much bigger, more experienced men and women than myself. I think of Lee Turner, actually, who was Britain's ambassador to Ukraine before my time. My ambassador was Judith Goff, who replaced Lee, but I was introduced to Lee at the time I went out as somebody who was there who could give me some advice, and we've kind of kept in touch. And I listen to Lee whenever he's pulled on the radio or the television. Is a really good commentator on this. And Lee has been asked this question. Lee is undoubtedly better qualified than myself, and Lee has always said, the caveat is one can never tell, but I don't think we believe. I think China has told Putin that he can't. I think he has been told underneath the radar by NATO, by the West, by the coalition of the willing, whatever. Don't do it because the asymmetric response will be worse than you can ever imagine.
That's the only thing China have been consistent on.
So we can't know, but we can't allow Putin to take advantage of the fact that we don't know and keep bullying us and keep intimidating us, because ultimately, and I don't really accept it. Yes, Zelensky can go off and live in a villa in Verona or wherever he wants to do, because it's a democracy and the Ukrainian people are not going to kill him. I think the Ukrainian people, Zelensky has earned his spurs on this. For whatever faults he may have, he has earned his spurs. It's not
dictators don't get to retire.
Yeah. No. It's not existential for Zelensky. It is existential for the Ukrainian people, and it's existential for us in the West and our way of life. So, there is a calculus there about the nuclear threats. I think at the end of the day, what I've learned in my life is when you need to make a decision, you've got to weigh up all the available information and make the decision. But you've got to make a bloody decision. And it's clear to me that the decision we have to make here is to face down the bully. We've spent 3.5 years not bloody well doing it. And, the thing that I said to the previous chap I was talking to, the hardest thing to get across is, 2 reasons we need to support Ukraine, because genocide has been carried out in a European country in 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. We're still saying it. But most people don't care. They care about their standard of living and everything else. So we've got to get across to people that this, as I said before, the wolf is at the door. The wolf is actually starting to sniff around our house. It's our money and guns today, or our daughters
looking for the.
But we still have that chance, Jonathan. Money and guns today, or daughters and sons tomorrow. Which one do you want? Because it's going to be cheaper today than it is going to be tomorrow to face down to Putin. We're still going to have to face down the same guy. So why don't we do it today when it's not going to be as painful?
Guys, and he's inside our body politic. I know you got to go, Cormac. Before you go, and at the risk of taking advantage of Silicon Curtain's hospitality here, you all of you fine gentlemen have an open invitation to come on the edge anytime you'd like. So before you go, Cormac, I'd like to invite you to come on the show sometime. Sorry.
I think
I will respond to what you just said there.
Yeah, I think we're in. I think we're in touch, but if not, I'll basically make sure that
It's
we
all
have
good.
each other's contact
It's all
details
good.
through Jonathan. Jonathan, I promise
Yes.
you're doing this till midnight. Yeah,
we're doing it till midnight. These guys have brilliant channels. It's been live streamed there as well, so definitely appear on their
Good.
channels. But
And
rejoin us later when I'll be a little more jaded.
I presume I can as well. I'll. You can lean on
click
me.
on the link
maybe.
and jump back in. Hop back
Same
in.
with
whenever.
the work.
I will definitely see you later. Jonathan, Philip, an absolute. Jonathan, nice to meet you. And
Yeah, I'd
Philip,
love to have you on mine as well. Good chat.
Philip, we've riffed together before, and it was a great.
We should do it
pleasure,
again.
man. And it's
We should do it again.
We definitely will, buddy.
A rising tide lifts all boats.
Slava Ukraine.
See you later.
Героям
Slava.
Slava.
There's a couple of interesting points there. I mean, when we were talking about body
Yes,
politic and Biden, I think Russia, we tend to look at Vatniks, at the obvious voices, the Tucker Carlsons, all this kind of stuff. But it also seemed to me that what Russia has effectively done is place its assets or inject its narratives into the circle of geopolitical experts, ones who particularly had influence on Sullivan and the Biden regime, but have had influence on previous administrations as well. So this is a multi-layered strategy. And we always think, we're smart because we see the obvious, Vatnik voices and well, I spotted that one, so I'm clever. But we don't know what we don't know. We don't spot the ones we don't spot. And we've just had this breaking scandal in the UK. You've previously been in mainstream media in UK and Europe. And it absolutely shocks me. I put an episode out tonight on Nathan Gill. This is someone very close to Nigel Farage, who has been in various roles in all three of his pop-up populist, party projects.
Do you want to share my screen?
Yeah, I'll show you a screen. The guy who's absolutely, I would say, intrinsic to the project, close to the project. He has been convicted, and he'll be sentenced later, almost certainly a custodial sentence, for taking bribes to ask or to inject Russian narratives into the European Parliament. That, to my mind, is treachery to the country. He is a traitor to the country. If this was a wartime situation, he would be classed as someone like Lord Haw-Haw, taking the money of our main adversary. And this is someone very close to the Farage projects, plural. This is the problem. And I'd love to hear your view here, Phil, because the BBC are basically avoiding this story like the plague. Someone asked a question, or someone tried to bring it up in question time, and the host wouldn't have it, wouldn't go near it. What we're seeing is wholesale appeasement of essentially a extreme right-wing party, one of whose close operatives has been shown to be totally in the pocket of the Kremlin regime. This is disturbing times.
This
very disturbing
article is incredible, by the way. Peter Duke, sorry, before Phil goes on, just for anyone that has an interest in really how deep this problem is and how much of a poor excuse that people like Zia Youssef are giving by saying, didn't know him, he was a nascent party, blah, blah, blah. Nathan Gill was at the heart of Reform UK, and he is embroiled in Russian bribery, and this should be national scandal. But last night at BBC Question Time, Zach Polanski from the Green Party tried to bring this up, and I think we've got a position where the BBC is trying to appease Reform to get their Reform voters back supporting the BBC. That's something, it's a whole network of funky things going on. But anyway, that's the article that people should read.
And Peter was on the channel just this week. I mean, that needs to be seen by a lot more people, but Peter was very eloquent, very passionate and energetic on this topic. It's a great accompaniment to this article.
I want to speak to him,
But Phil, what's going on?
I was
failure.
Yeah, utter failure. I was actually for many years a primary contract journalist on Sky News's foreign desk, and I was out there on the night of Brexit, the Brexit vote as well, and was there for the entire run out there. I still contend we don't know the full infiltration by the GRU in the Brexit referendum. Additionally, in my other, my other nationality as an American, I'm a dual national. I'm a Brit, believe it or not, but I'm also, I know, with my accent, I'm an American, primarily born and raised. And I again reach back into my decades of working in and with working in and around the military and security and intelligence. And I had in 2018, I had a lunch with a source that I had in U.S. military intelligence. And this source and I, over very good Mexican burritos and margaritas, had a chat about the 2016 election. And he, as spies, and he is a spy, are wont to do, they will not say something directly. They tend to circle around a topic, or they will lead you down a path, but you have to walk down that path yourself. They're never going to actually tell you what the deal is. But this one time, and maybe it was the margaritas, I was sat with this high-ranking Army intelligence officer, and he said to me, "We know the Russians were inside our entire body politic, but obviously the Trump election." And he pointed out one thing in particular to me that he wanted me to know. He said, "Do you remember that on this date that there was a planned announcement with the signed signatures?" Fantastic, Jonathan. Wonderful flag. That there was a press conference called with representatives and the leadership of every single American intelligence and defense body. This was unprecedented, okay? And it was a letter signed by all of them saying, because the White House wouldn't say it, the Obama administration was terrified of being seen to be influencing the election. But these military and intelligence officers had gathered together with this letter saying, the Russians are inside our election. They are leaning on the election for Trump. This is a national emergency. Okay? They called this press conference, and this is from the horse's mouth. I heard this directly from U.S. intelligence. They're all stacked together. The press is all there. About 20 minutes before they're supposed to go and make this press conference announcing this letter, all the agencies start packing up their camera equipment. And my friend turns to my source, turns to these guys and says, "What are you doing? We're about to have this historic announcement." And they said, we're breaking away. We're not doing this. Maybe we'll touch on it, but we're not going to cover it live because the TMZ video came out. And if you don't remember what that is, and I don't know, Jonathan, if I can swear or not,
Access
but
Hollywood.
that was the TMZ ad released the Access Hollywood tape of him saying, "Grab him by the you know what," and it absolutely derailed the news cycle. And my friend's point was that was done purposefully. That was orchestrated. That somebody somewhere in one of those organizations or in another organization or in the corporate overlord, it was decided to drop that on the day that every single defense and intelligence body in the U.S., structure was going to say the Russians are inside there. So to the point of, the wolf is at the door. The wolf is not at the door. The wolf has woven himself into the house. He is throwing his money around. He is creating compromise. I mean, the point that people are not afraid of this because they're comfortable, even though they're 1,000 kilometers away, sitting in Germany or they're whatever. If we're past that now, and it's our job, gentlemen, I contend, to raise awareness of all this. So there is my diatribe done.
We have a new guest as well.
The wolf is in sheep's clothing, I would say.
There you go. That's well said. Well said.
And covered and throwing around a lot of oil money.
Let's get our lovely new guest to introduce himself.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I think it's my first time on Silicon Curtain. I recognize ATP Geopolitics, of course. We first met last September during that great convoy with Greg Terry. But yes, if you guys don't know me, those who are watching, my name's Stefan Bear. I've been to Ukraine 6 times. I currently live in Kyiv, working on joining the Ukrainian army, and I help lead the 50 States for Ukraine initiative.
Woo. Do you want to?
And you have electricity.
And I have electricity and hot water. Around half the city lost power last night.
No, I know. I normally live in Kiev. I'm currently in Lviv. I'm wondering if I'm going to return to a defrosted refrigerator or not.
Well, I've been telling all my friends they can come shower here if they need a hot shower. So it's like we all look after each other here.
Indeed.
Just as you were coming on, as everyone can see, the flag arrived. This has come via Lviv to Kiev, and through a friend of ours who's managed to then. The British Post a little bit sluggish, but it got here eventually. And then the same package. Well, hey, 50 states.
Yeah, since we're showing off merch right now.
Brilliant. We're showing off merch here. That's a nice package.
I will explain this more later. I cut you off. Go ahead.
And you're part of Car4Ukraine as well. So, we're open-minded here, and actually all campaigns under Car4Ukraine are fair game today. And with that, I should remind the audience, it's a bit sluggish here. We have not seen many donations. So please take a little break.
Okay. Do you want to show my screen?
Yeah, let's show your screen.
It's got the cut. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just to complement what you're saying. But I also think that there might be a lag. So if I go into Autumn Harvest, I'm going to go into my one, but obviously there are other great YouTubers involved in this, such as the awesome Silicon Curtain. If it is the 10th today, and I don't think the total is reflecting what has been given. I'll have a look at yours in a second, but just to let you know that today I have had all of these from the 10th. So Simon Tyrrell. So we've got, 11 euros, 53 euros, 10 euros, 5 euros, 50 euros, Margaret de Velden. Thank you. Car4Ukraine, 50 euros, 16 euros, 11 euros, Chelsea Win, 21 euros, 10 euros, 46 from AJ Simo, 20 from Daniel Smith, Rob Cook, who I interviewed the other day on Digital ID, 200 euros, another 210 euros, 21 euros. So those are all from today. So I don't know if there is a lag between that going on the donor wall and it hitting here, or maybe that is incorporated into the total. I don't know, but sorry, I'll look at yours next, but you carry on talking.
There's a bit of a delay sometimes between the donor box and the website page. That's also been the case on our page. So sometimes you have to give it an hour or so to update.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I can see on my donor wall. Yeah, I think my donor wall hasn't moved by an awful lot there. So this is a little verbal, kick up the backside to the audience there.
Just a couple in there. Get him in as Kelskas. That's very generous. And Brian Pendle.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
but
you have
we've got to
maybe the
get more
patch.
going here.
Do you have the autumn harvest patch maybe that you could show some of the donors as a little, we'd say a friendly wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the donors in the US?
So you've got, that's the autumn harvest patch, and there's also a Black Raven patch for your one. I'm not raising for Black Raven on mine, so there's options, and there's also all the pins which I've shown you guys previously, pins like these, all of those sort of pins and patches.
This is a very special badge, by the way. I've got one of these, and it's beautifully sort of indented. It's beautifully made with fine detail. It's actually, I think it's probably one of the best patches I've got, and I've got a couple of hundred now, and that is definitely in the top 5.
Ooh, Jonathan.
patch like that one. So that's actually the previous one. That was a summer one we did, and that one too. So you get patches like that, and Car4Ukraine have loads of stuff. So go and help them out.
This gives me like an idea I've talked about with some people before as like kind of like a publicity stunt. So here's the idea. You get a person to get a suit that's completely made out of Velcro right on the outside. And this guy enters Ukraine, and people can slap a patch on the suit, and he like would start in Lviv. He would be part of the convoy, be with Car4Ukraine. He would donate vehicles to units, and the goal would be how many patches could this guy collect within like a week. And you can make a whole like follow this guy's journey across Ukraine collecting patches all over his body, right?
You are that guy. You are that guy. I don't know why you're sitting here talking to us. You should be out there dressing Velcro, getting patched up.
I can't present to ask myself. I have to let other people nominate me. So thank you for doing that.
Or my friend Alex, who maybe he's not joining us today because he's got other things on, but he often goes to these events dressed as a shark. If anyone recalls the unfortunate Russian tourist
yes.
gobbled by a shark, and that
really
gets a lot of attention. I mean, what you need is a Velcro shark. I think that would get a lot of attention there.
Actually, I guess it's now a good time to speak to Stefan as he's here about what drew you to Ukraine. For the audience that don't know you, talk us through how you've ended up living in Kyiv and what your journey's been.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I have to like rewind all the way back to 2022, but I suppose like a lot of people, I wasn't terribly closely involved with what was going on in Eastern Europe, and I was actually one of the Americans who had more of the perspective of a lot of the problems in the world are kind of the US's fault, and if we just stayed away a little bit, we didn't get involved as much, things might just work out for the better. And then me, like many people in February 2022, realized that was completely wrong. And I've always been interested in history and geopolitics. And my logic in this whole topic has been very simple from the very beginning, which is that Russia has declared war, not just on Ukraine and the West, but, the entire world order that we built since, 1945, which is that countries are not supposed to completely conquer other countries anymore that are members of the UN. Yes, we've had civil wars, we've had conflicts. There's been things kind of done with plausible deniability under the table, but the understanding has more or less been no one gets to completely annex another country anymore. And the huge problem today is that if Russia succeeds, we're going to go right back to the world we had in 1939, except everyone now is going to have nuclear weapons, because now we have a world with nukes and every country will have learned the lesson. The only way to truly protect yourself from a larger neighbor is to get your own nuclear weapons. So I've never really seen this as like a Ukraine problem. I've really seen this as a whole world problem. I don't think humanity would have a very good chance of a future in a world where Russia is allowed to keep anything in Ukraine. So that's always been my logic, driving me to view this as a very existential conflict to the entire world. And then by volunteering and being involved in Ukraine, by getting to know the Ukrainian culture and the Ukrainian people, I just, how can you not support after engaging with them? Like I remember like it was yesterday seeing the one Ukrainian woman tell a Russian paratrooper, "You put these sunflower seeds in your pocket, so when you die, some people will grow." And I just thought, if I was that soldier, I would have just surrendered right there.
Son, baby. Yeah.
Like, wow, that's cold. Or I remember once there was an Al Jazeera journalist commenting somewhere in Eastern Ukraine, saying the people here are panicking. They're so scared. Everyone's trying to get their cash out. She's next to this like line of just Ukrainians calmly waiting in line, trying to get money out of an ATM. They cut the commercial break, and then they get back on camera. And then the journalist looks a little bit abashed and says, "I have just been lectured by some people who are asking me why I'm trying to panic everybody."
Nice.
And pretty much ever since then, I was like, how can I help? So I started with, watching updates on YouTube, donating to both the 69th Sniffing Brigade and Car4Ukraine. Then when politics started to get especially stupid in the United States, because support for Ukraine used to be a pretty bipartisan topic, it kind of really pissed me off, because I thought my naive original assumption was that the war would last maybe 6 months and then the economic might of the West would crush Russia, but that obviously didn't happen. So I thought I just have to do more myself. So I started volunteering as a driver in the Help 99 convoys. And then after my third trip, I thought, I feel like I can do more. I'd like to join the army. So it's pretty much been trying to prepare and train myself for that ever since then. So I finally arrived in country June this year. And I just signed my contract to join my unit on Monday, so I should be shipping out the training now.
That's incredible.
Well done, you. Well done, you.
That's no small thing. Like, we can sit here and say, well done, but actually, that is the ultimate step. It almost makes me a bit emotional, and on behalf of you, but like the fact that someone would go, that's the most you can push yourself to do. I mean, I can talk about, oh, well done, I've helped do a campaign for some trucks, or I've helped disseminate news. Now, that's not to belittle that. I think that's incredibly important. That's why I still continue to do it. But I haven't taken, I can't take the ultimate step because I've got MS and I have struggles stepping, actually. But just what I'm trying to say is, well done, mate.
Thank you.
Andreas, did you say your ship? Sorry, did you say your ship? You're actually going to be deployed. You're heading out next week.
So I'm basically on
not revealing any OPSEC.
Yeah. So the most I can say is that I am on call to go to basic training very soon, and I will get that call sometime soon.
If I can catch you before you leave, when I get back to Kiev, I'd love to have you come into the studio and chat to me about your decision-making process. Jonathan French, I'm going to come back a little bit later, but I don't want, because I can be a Liberty gibbet and get on my soapbox, and I want Andreas to have his time here. So I'm gonna hop off, but I'd like to say one last thing before I leave, which is reflective of what Andreas just said there. I have said for many, many years that when the Cold War ended, we in the West, in our hubris, thought that it would be our system that would go east. Liberal democracy, capitalism, representative government. Sadly, what has happened, in my impression, is that some of the corruption and the system, the poisonous system that existed in late stage Soviet and also Russian Empire, that came seeping into our systems in the West. You see it in Paris, you see it in London. Just go to Knightsbridge and walk down Knightsbridge. You will hear Russian. And of course, it's also in New York with I don't know how many properties that were rented out by Russian oligarchs to the Trump Corporation. So thank you, gentlemen, for the time. I will hop back on a little bit later. Andreas, I'd love to see you in Kiev, and I am really glad to see that you have electricity. So I'll pop back on in a couple hours. I think I'm slated. So, and I even overstayed. All right. Bye-bye, guys, for now.
Okay.
And donate, for God's sakes, donate. What are you guys doing?
Get the flipping truck.
Get those flipping trucks. All right, I'll be back later.
See you later.
I forgot to plug my own thing while I was talking about my autobiography. If I can do that really quick. So while I was doing all of this and I've been training to join the Army, my brother and I were trying to find ways to get Americans more involved in the grassroots initiatives to support Ukraine. So yeah, this is more or less what we came up with. So we call it 50 States for Ukraine. The idea is fairly simple. We want to send
share the screen.
Here we go.
Oh, sure.
Well, we got the link and the screen. There we go.
Fantastic. And the patch that I'm floating in front of the camera. Yes.
That is a cool patch as well.
Yeah, the idea is that we want to send 1,000 vehicles ultimately to the front line. So when the material support is very important, we're told by the Army that every vehicle can save between 20 and 40 lives. So just doing the math, you're looking at a minimum of 20,000 lives saved, which is not a small amount. And the other is actually to fight disinformation. So when I did the Help 99 convoy, something I noticed is that by going to Ukraine myself and meeting Ukrainian soldiers, it kind of just does something to your motivation and your connection to the issue. And when I started sharing all my media and my pictures back home, I kind of noticed I kind of became the go-to person when people had questions about this topic, people who weren't necessarily in one camp or another, or people who were a little skeptical. And what I realized is that people who go to Ukraine often become like an unbiased source of information for people in the US, which is really important because the media landscape in the US is very politicized. and people won't necessarily trust what they hear on TV, but they do still trust their neighbors. And if they see that one of their neighbors goes to Ukraine, you're going to get that person-to-person update about what it's actually like there. So the idea is by sending 1,000 trucks to Ukraine, we can get thousands of Americans to come to Ukraine, deliver those trucks, and then spread the message about what's actually happening over there, and then causing a political shift in our own country. So that's the idea in a nutshell. We're live in approximately, I think, 16 states right now. And the idea is like every state launches its own fundraiser to fundraise for a truck. So for example, we have the Delaware Battalion here, which is based on the state quarter, where we have the Utah Battalion, which we're going to be delivering their truck very soon. And I think probably my favorite one is the Texas patch because it's Texas shaped. So you got to love that.
That's a super cool patch there. I like that. Collect them all. I think that's the
exactly. This Arizona.
God, you've got them all. They're looking nice.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, I require that they send a couple to me, so like I have almost all of them. But yeah, most of our states are on Car4Ukraine. We do have 2 on Help 99 right now, but the majority are with Car4Ukraine, and the main campaign page is also on Car4Ukraine. So I would tell people absolutely support Autumn Harvest, but also if you're American, consider also supporting 50 states for Ukraine. And that's my point.
Absolutely. And we're delighted to support that. Every vehicle saves lives. Wherever it comes from, it's going to make a difference. But I also have to beat Mr. Pierce. So there's the link. And I'm still quite far behind. Let's see during the day if we can sort of catch up with that and get the fund closed out. The particular unit, the 93rd Brigade, need 2 trucks. And as just been mentioned, it's going to save extraordinary amounts of life, but also talent. I mean, these are people with incredible battle experience and expertise that Ukraine cannot afford to lose. So we're not just saving lives, we're saving their ability to fight back, their resilience to keep the Russian horde at bay. And they're not just doing it for themselves, they're helping to keep Russia at bay from Europe, because if Ukraine hadn't done this, it's almost impossible to conceive of what world we've been in right now. But it's entirely impossible. It's entirely possible that Moldova, certainly, and Ukraine would be under the Russian yoke. That tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people would have been executed in basements and courtyards, and we'd never know anything about it. Ukrainian culture would be burned and erased. This isn't just speculation. This is absolutely what would have happened. And the Ukrainians that remained would now be being brainwashed and marshaled into a Russian army to invade Europe. We can have no doubt about this. Trump likes to back a winner, absolutely. If in this alternative world scenario, Russia had won in Ukraine, we may well see the US looking at Europe as a fait accompli, writing it off as something they can't do anything about. Let's just, let Putin have its way with Europe. It is Ukrainian resilience that has changed that narrative, changed that tone. I know there are some fantastic people working behind the scenes, Joseph Lindsley, Stephen Moore, and others doing phenomenal work behind the scenes to change the narrative in the Republican Party, to penetrate the magosphere with some reality, with some pro-Ukraine messaging. But the fact remains, they're only able to get these messages across because Ukraine has shown that it can win. It has shown it's got extraordinary innovation and ingenuity, and it refuses to be crushed and erased. Without that will to fight from Ukrainians, none of this would be possible.
I completely agree with that. I could say a few things to back that up. I would kind of describe it like all of Ukraine would be reflective of the situation in the occupied territories in Ukraine right now. We know about Bucha because the Russians lost, but I asked people, think about all of the Buchas that we don't even know about yet, that we will discover once we win this war. And I would say Europe would be pretty much how Western Ukraine is right now, where they are under fairly daily attack, and all of these hybrid war tactics we're seeing from the Kremlin would be a much more brazen. We would be seeing more attacks, it would be horrible. And yes, you're absolutely right that Ukraine has held the line for us. Russia can't be a successful empire without the Ukrainians. The Soviet Union was built on Ukrainian ingenuity and industriousness, and without Ukraine, Russia truly is just a shadow of its former self, and it will not. I'm not trying to downplay the threat, saying Russia is no threat to Europe, but I'm saying Russia cannot reclaim what it used to be without Ukraine.
Yeah. I just have to leave and then come back straight away because I need to just do some bit of
rearrange your flag.
No, under the bonnet stuff here. No. I'm going to do some technical stuff here. But yeah. So if I disappear, that's why.
Yeah, that's not a euphemism for anything there. All right, he's gone. So this is tricky, isn't it? Because you're not going to be conscripted into the Ukrainian army, so you get to choose to an extent what skill set you can deploy and when and where you go. I mean, if it's not a secret or something you don't want to discuss, I mean, what's your sense here about those who choose to fight for Ukraine, and possibly including yourself, about the options that are available to go and
yeah. I mean, it really depends on the person. A fact that a lot of people don't know about is that a large majority of the foreign volunteers now are actually coming from South America. So when I was signing my contract, not signing my contract, going to get my background check done, I was the only U.S. guy there. Everyone else was either from Colombia and Chile, and I got to brush up on my Spanish for a bit. And I would imagine a few people were ideologically motivated. A lot of them were just looking for a way to earn more money, to secure a better life for themselves. But there's also many ideologically driven recruits. I've met many in Ukraine.
This is a really interesting topic, a very important topic, because I keep tabs on this sort of activity and report on it in my daily videos. But there's another asymmetry here where Russia has an advantage in that they are willing to just pay money for people to come from any disadvantaged area of the world in a way that I don't think Ukraine is. So they are getting some people like that, but Russia are very aggressively going for that. And there are so many advantages for Russia. So first of all, like, their own citizens don't die, right? And that's the same for Ukraine. But from Russia's point of view, right, they don't want a kickback from their own population if this war goes south, if too many people are coming back in body bags. That's already happened. So they don't want more of that. So get foreigners in. They don't have to pay them compensation. They don't have to pay their families compensation if they get injured or if they die. No one's going to be upset inside Russia if these people die. So and then if you're paying Russians this amount of money, and actually the signing on fees have gone through the roof, and although they don't often actually pay what they promised to pay the Russians, there's even less chance they're going to pay that to these foreign people, and actually it's going to be less than what they pay the Russians. And so having foreign fighters has all of these benefits. It conveys all of these benefits to Russia, and that is an advantage that Russia has over Ukraine, because they are trying to now recruit foreigners. So the Foreign Legion had a bad rap for good reason, International Legion, sorry, earlier on in the war. Then you're now seeing each core kind of element be able to recruit international units within their own setup, which is very different. And so you get very good command and very good training, then taking on foreign people and looking after them a lot better and having better command. And so, yeah, there are elements where Ukraine is trying to play catch up, but I just don't think they're on the same level as what the Russians are able to do, because the Russians don't give a crap about these people dying. They're just able to offer disadvantaged people around the world a bit of cash. They come and join in and they get sent to the front line, and they just seem to be. And I mean, there are 7 billion people on Earth. Just think how many disadvantaged people around the world will be willing to just earn that kind of money to fight on the front lines.
But I've got to ask, how effective are they? I mean, the point that was made to me recently was that actually Ukraine now actively discourages, because, you might get people with former military experience. You might get people who can actually be trained up relatively quickly, who are sort of super smart and capable. but actually war also attracts, let's face it, some nutters, some real proper nutters. Ukraine does not want incapable, inexperienced nutters in its ranks, because that is going to put its own soldiers at a disadvantage. We've heard, really quite horrific stories, but stories where Ukrainian units, if they thought there are foreigners who are going to be an extreme liability, who've been foisted upon them, they put them into a hot spot, or they just let them attrit away, so they're no longer going to damage the fighting capability of those who have more experience. It's harsh, but Ukraine wants a professionalized military that's effective. The fact that Russia's willing to send all these untrained bodies into the meat grinder is horrific on a humane level. I don't think strategically it really is going to move the dial too much. What do you think, Stefan?
I mean, I would agree. So, I mean, I get, for me, it's important. I want to paint as accurate of a picture as possible, because if someone decides to join the military in Ukraine because of what I have to say, I just want to make sure they understand the whole entire picture. But, I would actually say my own process of joining the army is reflective of how human life is more prioritized in Ukraine than in Russia. So I got here in late June, and it was over a 3-month process before me saying I want to start this process to being able to sign my contract. So there is a fair amount of bureaucracy involved that you have to get through. But I would also argue that that's a good thing. That's reflective of a process that's been trying to be improved since the chaos in the beginning, because they don't want a bunch of foreigners getting thrown to the front line and just being killed, and also giving Ukraine a bad reputation. It's like, we want to use these people effectively. And again, the Ukrainian side values human life much more. So now we have more of a bureaucracy issue to work through. But for me, I felt like this was to kind of protect me from myself, maybe, and people from maybe sometimes reckless tendencies just to march off to the front line right away. And in the unit I was looking to join, what the best feeling I ever got from it was them saying, Stephanie, Ukrainian's not so good. We're not sure if this is going to be such a great fit for you. Maybe a different unit. They didn't tell me everything I wanted to hear just to get me to sign a contract. They were quite honest with me. And so for me, this has been, I feel like I can't say the exact unit I'm joining, right, for their own security, but I felt like they've always tried to also keep my own best interests at heart as well.
That's a really nice inference there that you've made. I like that. That's some good thinking. What are you what sort of soldiering are you hoping to do?
So I can say basically I'm going to be involved with unmanned systems, basically, operating somewhere in the east. And I would have to get permission to tell you more than that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's all we need to know. Yeah, that's fine. Just I was wondering whether it's going to be sort of infantry, logistics, or drones. Obviously, drones is a pretty major aspect of the war. But yeah, no, congratulations, well done. And I just it would be great to see Ukraine really concentrate on trying to recruit as many foreigners as possible, as long as there's a certain level of, like Jonathan was saying, you don't want anyone to join like the issues they had at the beginning. So if they can overcome that and put decent systems in place, they need boots on the ground. It's just really, really important.
I would also say, it also really depends with what part of the Ukrainian military you're talking about. So I tell people, look, there is a reason why Azov themselves don't have a manpower shortage, even though they're one of the hardest units to join. And it's because their standards are incredibly high. They have a huge amount of camaraderie, and people feel like they're going to have a decent chance to survive if they join that unit, because they're going to have teammates who are looking after themselves. And I think that's a lesson for the entire Ukrainian military, being like the units that do the most to protect their guys tend to have the best recruitment results. And I think that's also a lesson for international recruiting. It's like, hey, don't necessarily put all the foreigners in a foreign unit. Mix them in with the Ukrainian units, find translators for them, get them to learn Ukrainian. And also it kind of resolves what I call like an incentives problem, because whenever you have a casualty from a Ukrainian soldier, there is a political cost to that, because that Ukrainian soldier has family members, teammates who are all Ukrainian, who all have representation in the Rada. and there's an intense political pressure to minimize casualties as much as possible. When you're a foreigner, you don't have that exact same built-in protections, feedback system. And that's why I think it's a better idea to try to integrate them as much as possible instead of keeping them separate.
And what you're saying, by the way, is reflected in the polling as well, that suggests that that's exactly why people don't want to join up from Ukraine, is that they're worried about, there's this disparity between units. They want to make sure they're looked after, they're getting the training, they're getting the equipment, and this fear that they're not going to get those things if they join this particular group. And this is why then Ukraine's introduced things like you can choose what group, you can choose what kind of unit you can join as well from a Ukrainian point of view, as much as anything else. And so there is this element of trying to attract people in by giving pathways that are more attractive to them.
I think that competition is actively encouraged, isn't it? And actually, maybe the army needs more of that rather than less. And we need to be learning the lesson of that, where you get almost, I'd say, market dynamics. It seems to be helping to drive the ecosystem of innovation. So the government will give more money to units that are proven to better deploy technology, drones, etc., and have a higher, let's say, kill rate or a higher value rate of Russian equipment that's taken out. The individual manufacturers that develop drones innovations will get more funds and more support if their technology is proven to be more reliable and effective at, taking out orcs. That those market mechanisms are actually essential, it seems, because having been to Brave One, it seems that the technology is moving at such a furious pace. You cannot use old, cumbersome methodologies for building units, training units, and sort of commissioning weapons, the procurement processes. You have to introduce mechanisms that work in near real time to tell you what's effective and what isn't. Now, I'm not saying Ukraine is quite there, but certainly they've got a lot further than perhaps any other NATO, well, not perhaps, definitely any other NATO country, to make that link between innovation, rewarding innovators, whether it be in the ranks of the military or manufacturers, and doing it on a near real-time basis. It's it's an extraordinary innovation, and there's still plenty more of that to come.
Yeah, I think the gamification of the kind of Brave One thing, where points win prizes and the best operating unmanned systems forces units get more points, and also the strategizing involved in messing around with the point values, as Robert Brovdi, Magyar does, where he says, right, actually we want to concentrate on drone operators, so we're going to raise the point value of drone operators, and the more drone operators you evidence getting killed, then the more points you get and the better kit you can get. This is a gamification. This is like key performance indicators that you get, like you talk about in sort of, not in marketing, but in just general industry. Like, I can think of no more important place to have motivational techniques used than in war. Like it's more important in war. Like there's some reaction you might have to like this gamification or this kind of performance management of soldiers. You might think, this is war. Why do you have that? That's an industry thing. No, there's no more important place to have motivation of soldiers to do the very best they can do than when it's a life and death situation, not just for them, but for the people they're protecting. And so, it is fascinating to see that someone that you came from outside of the military sphere, Robert Brovdi, Magyar, has come in and brought a kind of what he's learned from business and brought that into the armed forces, and it is very successful, and that's really unsurprising, but also good to see him innovate.
But also suggests to me that the cycle of innovation, where you have a piece of equipment, a drone that was, say, made 6 weeks ago, is now no longer effective perhaps on any part of the front, and you're looking at every 6 week cycle of needing to tweak and change and update hardware and software in an integrated flow. Unless you have a feedback mechanism that is extremely reactive, you're not going to be able to integrate any component there, whether it's your troops or your innovation cycles, updating your data, getting funds to the people that count. Even sort of printing and manufacturing can't take place on a space of months and years. you have to be able to take an order and manufacture and bring that up to a certain scale within days of that spec being approved. It's not something I think the Western militaries are really grappled at all with. Stefan?
I think the gamification system, especially with the points, is good, but I think it has its limits. So what I mean by that is, it's very good for high-performing units like Magyar's Birds or some of the unmanned systems forces units. But quite often, I talk to many soldiers, some of which have been in the Pokrovsk sector, and the issue there is that the Russians are always shifting around units from say Sumy down to Kherson, then towards Pokrovsk, and so sometimes what you see happen is that 1 month out of the year, you have a unit that's doing quite well because their opponents don't have the proper drone equipment to fight back. And then the next month, one of the best Russian Rubicon units might show up, and suddenly it's the Ukrainian units that are being outranged and their points drop way down. And then because of this gamification system, they now get penalized and they get even less equipment. Because they're not able to perform as effectively against the Russians. And then what's interesting is that this can kind of exacerbate, I think, the recruiting problem, because everyone wants to join Azov because Azov has all the best equipment because they keep getting the best results. But you have other units that have very few trucks. No one wants to join those. And you kind of have this interesting then dilemma where some units have not enough spaces available because they get all the good stuff. And then you have other units who they really need to recruit people. And that's ironically where some of the help should be flowing. And so I think they need to balance it maybe a little more.
It's
they
funny
don't want to create new problems.
It's funny you should say that. I made exactly this comment right when I first heard about it, which is that it would snowball effect a move to the extremes, whereby the best ones do really, really well and then do better and better because then they get more and more kit. And the worst ones then find themselves actually not doing very well at all. Now, if that's purely based on skill, then that's fair enough. And you're like, right, you need to then disband and then be subsumed into a better group so they'll teach you how to be better. But if it's not, if it's to do with, well, actually, they moved Rubicon into the area and that's screwing us over, then that's a little bit unfair. So yeah, there are, as with everything in life, it's complicated.
Yeah. I would also say it's that Ukraine is fighting a war. And I would say not just against Russians, but also the old Soviet influence within Ukraine that's still affecting its own military. And it's reforming a military is very hard just in peacetime. Now, good luck doing that like during war. So it's there are issues, of course, but that doesn't mean it isn't improving. And they are improving. Like I hope I don't give people the impression that things are really bad. Like no. There are problems, but things are getting better. I thought actually Georgie at Ukraine Matters made a really, really good video about this topic I think like it was maybe a month ago, where he talked about the biggest problem the Ukrainian military are the professional idiots, and it's a matter of getting rid of them. And he said it wasn't even the manpower problem, it was the professional idiots problem. And he talked about how it was getting better. And based on what I've seen with what little experience I have, I would mostly agree with that.
Interesting stuff. So you're obviously going to be looking to join, let's assume, I mean, you've now said it, unmanned systems forces. Do you have any and of course there are many jobs you can do within that. It doesn't necessarily mean operator and so on and so forth. So but I was just wondering, have you had any experience of operating drones? Are you knowledgeable about drones in any way?
Yeah, so when I decided to join last September, I tried to train myself as much as possible, and one of those things was getting the program liftoff and using a simulator to fly drones as much as possible. So I think at this point I probably accumulated something like 300 or 400 hours in a flight simulator where you fly all different kinds of manners of drones. There's also fixed wing simulators you can practice with, but they're not nearly as entertaining. I would actually say flying fixed wing can get kind of boring after a while, because if you're a good pilot, it should be steady most of the time. But also there's a whole new world opening up now with the unmanned ground vehicles, and this unit I'm joining does all of them, does everything. So there's a lot of different applications for it. You can do reconnaissance, you can do strike drones, you can do interceptions where you're trying to knock out enemy reconnaissance drones. There's the ground drones now. So like you were asking, you can say you do drones, but that can mean so many different things.
Yeah.
It's only getting
Yeah.
better.
It's funny. I remember earlier on in the war speaking with Peter, it might have been on a back channel, JR, who helps out with the channel and whatnot, talking about, like, I think he was asking what are the good drone. I think we were speaking to someone who was involved with drones, and yeah, you can get these on Steam or whatever, these drone simulator games, or I don't know if game's the right word, but drone simulators. It's just amazing. We can simulate so much of. I suppose that would be pretty easy to do, because you just have all these variables that are quite easy to mimic in an electronic way. So I guess that's probably some really good training that you've had.
Yeah, and I took some we call it CLS, Combat Lifesaver Training. I took 2 courses, two in the Czech Republic, and the second was a 5-day course where you actually do full-on scenario training, where you learn the entire march pause algorithm, and then you have to then recreate real scenarios where a pilot crashes somewhere. You have to infill with a team. You have to rescue the pilot, do the whole medical procedure, and exfil him. And I knew the instructor by this point. He knew what I was trying to do. And so on the second last day of these drills, he pulls me aside and says, Stefan, you're going to harass them as a drone pilot while they're doing these operations. And I said, oh, lovely. Okay, so I got to take my Mavic drone that I brought with me, and I got to pretend like I was flying an FPV drone. And I quickly realized that made me the most unpopular person in the whole course, because everyone knew it was me flying that drone.
Brilliant. So, and are they the people you signed a contract with, are they aware? Did they ask you to do training as well, that online sort of training and whatnot, or the simulation training, or is that just something you did anyway? And
no, it's something I mostly did myself. So I wasn't sure which unit I wanted to join at the very beginning, but I just imagined that I was probably going to do something with drones. When I made my announcement on LinkedIn, I had a lot of people reach out to me, and one of the biggest recommendations I got was learn the medical things, because it's one of the most important things you can do for yourself and also for your teammates. Yeah, and it was kind of like I announced my decision. There was a lot of people who reached out to me, who helped me along the way. And I'd also like to emphasize that this is not just me. I've had dozens of people who've given me advice, guidance, training. So like what you're hearing and seeing, this is not just one person. There's an entire community supporting me that's made this possible.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
And here we have
boom,
the one. I've got a bit of echo going.
You do.
Hello, guys. It's been 7 minutes. I'm sitting here for 7 minutes and just to trying to make you notice me, but it happened.
Finally.
Good to see you all. Live long and prosper.
I think you sound like, and I sound like.
We've got a double.
I'm going to come out and come in.
Double sound or something?
Yeah, we got an echo going on.
Huh. Is it because of me?
It started. I think when you joined.
Well, let me try to change the mic. Maybe it's this problem. Okay. How the hell?
Can I?
Is it the same?
Just trying to figure out whether yeah.
Give me a second. It might be me.
No, it's what shouldn't be you.
It shouldn't be me.
As in you are fine. I can't hear you. Double up, I can hear me.
I hear everyone just fine.
Oh.
Just one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Definitely getting echoes.
Okay, let me try to change the mic. What about now? Is it still echoing?
Yeah, that's fixed it.
Fixed it.
There we go. It was Rick all along. We have our culprit.
Hell. That's why we left him down there, just like festering. We didn't. We knew he'd mess everything up.
I just
Rick, don't feel bad. I was waiting for 15 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. Okay.
By the
So-
way, that shouldn't happen now. But so the reason I went out and came back in earlier, Jonathan, is
Yes.
because you made me an admin for this. Because before I couldn't change things,
yes.
and I knew I had to go out and come back in. So I went out, came back in, and now I can bring people into the chat, and
there we
I can
go.
bring my screen. I can bring comments up, which means if you want to go for a wee or go, have your lunch, you can do that, and I can
That's
take
a
over. and
great
still do
idea.
things.
Yeah. So I won't do that until the Sprog comes home, but so I'm good for a few hours. I wanted to show this off as well, because not only did the
Hi, Rick.
flag arrive while we were on air, but my latest in merch, because I'm looking for Ukrainian charity to sort of set up a merch store on the channel. And I found a company, they're US based, but they're run by Ukrainians, and they've got a great distribution network. So I've just got a set of sample T-shirts to come through. This is the beautiful,
It's got
Ukrainian
wheat in as
symbol
well.
with
That's
wheat
cool.
intermixed with there. That's lovely. We got this one, which has got a nice kind of, it's a heart, but with little, plants and wheat of blue and gold. We got this one. You can't fully see it here, but basically it's Operation Spiderweb. It's a spiderweb dropping these little drones out of the spiderweb, which is cool. And we got this one, which is a map of Ukraine with Vyshyvanka styles for each region. So we're gonna.
Can you show the Donetsk Oblast closer, please? I want to see it for a second.
Is it?
No, the other way. The other way. This. Oh yeah, it looks like Donetsk Oblast, Vyshyvanka, indeed. These roses, I think
they've got it right. Yeah, roses in there. So this is quite an interesting idea. So we partnered with these guys. They give a percentage to charity, and I basically said I think it's around 20% of the turnover to charity. And I said, well, look, if we set up a merch store and we push this on the channel, could we get 20% of the Silicon Curtain specific shop to go to Car4Ukraine? So that's something to explore. If this works, Jonathan, I'll give you the details there, because this could be another nice little way to get funds for the trucks.
Yeah. And just to let people know, you might notice that when I do my videos, I use Microsoft Edge, right? And the reason I started using Edge rather than Chrome is because when I was doing mapping some time back, my old laptops used to stutter because Chrome is very hungry with how much computing power it takes up. And I did some research, and like Edge is actually more efficient for drawing on computers. So that's when I started using Edge. And it turns out that Microsoft have these things called Microsoft Rewards. And what they try and get you to do is search using Bing, which I don't particularly like, right? But if you search using Bing, you generate these points. And Jiggers Poor, which is a great charity from Lviv, they are actually registered with Microsoft Bing. And so every month, more my points that I accrue from doing all my Bing searches, then turn into money that goes to Jiggers Poor. And
cool.
So anyway, that's something you can do through Microsoft if you use Microsoft Edge rather than Chrome.
I mean, ordinarily, I wouldn't plug anything Bill Gates had any hand in, but you go
I don't know.
away
These days, I look at Alphabet and I look at Meta and I look at them all, and I think they're all complete bastards.
Bill Gates, who was the one who perhaps is least obsequious to Trump, but then he's not got an active role in Microsoft. He came out last week and he derided Sweden for spending money on defense as opposed to civilian programs. I mean, completely tone deaf. Bill, have you not seen the news recently? Do you know what's going on? Russia is invading Europe. So
I did like it though. Did you see that where you had the meal at the White House or wherever it was, where they had all the tech people there? You had Tim Cook from Apple, and you had Mark Zuckerberg sitting next to Trump, and they went round, and everyone had to be just like they have the cabinet meeting. He went round, and everyone had to say how wonderful Trump was, and he got to Bill Gates, and he was so beautifully precise, but obviously didn't want to say anything. He said, "Well, thank you for bringing us together. This is a great bunch of people." And then that was it. It was like gave the absolute minimum. And Trump was like, "Oh, thank you, Bill, for saying that."
Well, I say sold his soul least of them all, but still, that's not saying.
And then
much.
Mark Zuckerberg was asked by Trump, "Oh, what are you going to invest in the UK, in the US?" And he went, so I'm going to. So it's going to look something. So it'll be $600 billion that we'll invest in the US." And then he was called hot mic after that. I reported this hot mic mic, he was caught saying to Trump, so he went to the side, it's like, I didn't know you were going to ask me that, so I just made up that number. I hope that was okay. And it's like, this shows you. So Trump keeps saying that everyone's investing, like, he's getting $17 trillion of investment. And like, people are just talking bollocks to him. Like Tim Cook is like, oh, we're going to invest, because he did this in Trump 1.0. It's like, we're going to invest $600 billion in the US. He's like, no, we're not. But as long as Trump can then go and say that to everyone, and then Zuckerberg just copied that number. He's like, $600 billion, and then said,
$800 billion. Why not?
Yeah. It's like, yeah, why not? It's like, I've just plucked a number out of my ass, and it means absolutely nothing. I hope that was okay.
Trump bucks. Yeah.
I mean, Rick, you must be looking at this thinking that Ukraine is the last sane place on the flipping planet.
Yeah, guys. You know, you Brits are not as flipping crazy as Americans, right?
I would agree with that.
Goober.
Bear in mind, we've got Mr. Stefan here, who is a fine representative of his nation.
Yeah, I know. This is why guys, we actually spent like 3 months streaming almost every week with Stefan, sometimes 3 times a week. He was a guest on my streams 3 times a week on coffee shop streams, the ones that you visited yourself.
Yeah.
So we were grinding together for funds, for Ukrainian army on those streams. And that's what I come here to do. I am here to encourage people to donate to the campaign of Silicon Curtain and ATP Geopolitics. I think you guys have your two links,
Car4Ukraine. There, again, to emphasize, we don't want the funds coming to us because it's a right hassle, and we want complete transparency. This is going to our wonderful colleagues in Lviv who have an incredible network. It's on the screen there. So it's Car4Ukraine campaign. They have an incredible garage in Lviv. They have a network of people who can transport these vehicles, buy them, source them at the cheapest possible price, get the best vehicles that aren't going to kind of break down or cause further issues. They source them from the UK. These are actually around half the cost of vehicles sourced in Europe, because there's been some very effective, as we know, fundraisers, and Sniffing Braid is brilliant and does amazing work. But there are fewer of these vehicles now in Europe. The price has gone up. There are still a lot of these ex-farm vehicles and stuff in Britain, about half the cost overall. They go to Lviv, and then they're in touch with extraordinary battalions where they know these are going to be effective. So the money goes directly to Ivan and team in Lviv, who are doing a superb job. So that's why we partner with them.
The money gets spent in Ukraine.
Yeah, money. So fund is located in Ukraine, and money is being spent in Ukraine.
Exactly.
I actually really like Car4Ukraine's principles and how they're based. But what I wanted to ask you guys, do you have a plan for today? Are you closing, let's say, ATP Geopolitics fundraiser first, and then going for yours, or how it goes here?
Well,
all of the above.
All of the above. I mean, essentially, I would say that actually Jonathan has an incredibly committed and loyal audience. He's way ahead of the leaderboard, and I don't know what your overall target is there, Jonathan, but I think you're
22,000.
22. Okay, so you've still got a way.
Two trucks.
I'm way off my target as well, because I aimed for 2 trucks as well. I've got the same target as Jonathan. I've got a long gap to make up. So I would like to close that distance today.
I think the Silicon Curtains campaign should be the priority today. I think it's logical, since Jonathan Pierce is already much closer to the goal than you are. You at least need to be boosted to his level, so to 15,000. It would be awesome to raise 9,000 euros today for your campaign, and ideally close it, but at least get you to the level where ATP Geopolitics campaign is. Do you agree with that, Jonathan Pierce? Do you agree with me?
I mean, it pains me to say so, Rick, but it's two sides of a square. So it's all about, donating to the same cause. So, absolutely either or. For me, give to Silicon Curtain, get Silicon Curtain up to a respectable ATP Geopolitics level. And then
at least I can, ideally, we'd overtake Mr. Pierce, but his audience are very effective, and I think your format is actually more attuned to people giving, because you're giving live commentary. There's the energy, the passion, the in the moment thing, And I think your audience is incredibly loyal. They're less likely to stumble across your videos. You've got that core, highly energized audience.
Yeah.
Whereas my audience isn't necessarily attuned to fundraisers and giving. And I think you have to train your audience to do that, don't you? You have to really train them to why this is important. I mean, Rick, you get extraordinary results from your audience. And again, what's your thoughts on training the audience to give?
Training the audience to give. Wow. So first of all, you're right. The format here, the live interaction, the live where you can just ask live, like, guys, let's see, we still have only $500 left to raise to close this campaign. Let's do it right now. And people are getting hyped. They understand it in the moment. And yes, I totally agree that it's harder for JF on the Silicon Curtain to get it with the pre-recorded interviews, where you don't discuss usually the fundraising itself, right? Because on my stream,
no, it's you mention it maybe in the intro, and then maybe have an insert, and then at the end. But of course, it looks a little bit more like an advert. It's a pre-recorded, so you don't get any of that live buzz. You don't get any commentary.
Yeah, and you see, it. Unfortunately, I think this is why it doesn't work this way. This is because also discussing why fundraising for Ukrainian army is important. It also helps to encourage people to donate more or faster. It can be different, but of course we with our live streams are in, how do you say that? You actually also do live streams lately, right?
I do more of them now. We've got ideally I do a weekly one with Jonathan there, if he'd have me. I'm doing one now with a guy called Yuri Rashkin. Now he is Moscow born, but he's a Democrat politician in the US. He's fiercely not just anti-Putin but anti-imperialism, and he's an interesting voice. Oh, he wants Russia deconstructed down to its tiniest
what to tell
little
me
elements,
about Russians. You know what to tell me about Russians, so I wouldn't feel like
yeah, I know. Which I've got to make excuses like he is, and I would never use the word good Russian or bad Russian because that's a horrible idea. But he is a very he's American, of course. Now he left when he was 12, and I always have this impression as well that if you're a Russian Jew, it's like you're a Jew first and a Russian second, whereas that wouldn't necessarily be the same in Britain because they were very much marginalized, and you never knew when you're going to be turned upon. So he's an American citizen, and he's fiercely pro-Ukrainian. He's actually been to Ukraine during the full-scale war and does fundraisers as well. So that's the kind of Russian that we like. We like Russians who are serving in the Ukrainian army, not who are signing up to the bullshit hollow opposition. I've just been a Twitter spat today with some academics who are from the Russian studies thing, defending Navalny. And how could you say horrible things about Yulia and they're doing such a good job, and Vladimir Karamazov? And it's like, look at what they're saying. They want sanctions lifted. They are not good Russians. They are not useful Russians. They're just getting in the way, and they need to shut their effing mouths until this war is over and Russia is defeated.
This is fighting talk. We're getting into rant territory. My viewers have been talking about ranting, how they need a rant from me.
That's
but
what
they're getting
I bring
it from you.
Here.
Rick energy is infecting all of us.
Yeah. So guys, I just wanted to say that I'm here for the next only 42 minutes. So let's talk about something Ukrainian while I'm here, since I'm a Ukrainian.
Well, first of all, the lights are on. You've got the lights on, you've got power. And we know that there was a huge
so
hits
for
last
different
night.
It was huge attack tonight. I actually was lucky to not hear that many explosions, and they were not too loud during the night. But my friends, some of the friends in Kyiv in different districts, they were saying me it was so loud, and they went to the shelter. For example, Katerina Kosetska, she is a conductress, and she is building the FPV drones for Ukrainian army at her home, and she works for such an organization, Ukrainian one, Social Drone. Maybe you heard about that one. So they build drones for the army and provide them for free. I'm not here to advertise that organization. I actually didn't ever work with it or partnered. Just wanted to say that she's an amazing human being. And hey, did he decide to go have a lunch right now? I mean, he dropped off without saying anything, but I think it doesn't mean that he will have lunch. But I wanted to say that she told me in the night, it was like 2 a.m., that the explosions here are super loud, and how she asked me what about our district. So in our district we have electricity, but we don't have water. We already have it. So the water was absent for, well, until what? About an hour ago we had the water back, so it was gone for about 13 hours, something like this, maybe a bit more. But I think it's only the beginning, because Russians, like all the signs are showing that this winter is going to be much harder than the winter of 2022, the hardest one we got, and the summer of 2024 was also pretty hard. But in winters it's always harder because you need heating. In summer, you have the natural heating. The summer that we got huge power outages was super hot, and it was not a problem. We were missing air conditioning instead. So unfortunately, I think, in my opinion, this winter is going to be the hardest. But I'm optimistic because, first of all, it's not going to break Ukrainian spirit. The winter of 2022 and summer of 2024 actually proved that we Ukrainians are getting just even more mobilized, more united, and we are just uniting against Russians in this. They are not breaking us apart. They instead uniting us when they are trying to destroy our electricity infrastructure, water infrastructure now, and also heating infrastructure, because they are aiming for all of those. So gas is playing a big role in heating in Ukraine. So as you could see in Shostka in Chernihiv Oblast, where they destroyed the gas supply, was it a week ago? And I think the whole town was just preparing food on a fire in their yards. So they were just using not the fireplace, how do you call it, campfire, right? Something like this. So they were just starting campfires all over the neighborhood, and they were cooking food like this. So we will get through this. I am sure that no matter how hard this winter will be, we will manage to get through. We will learn to deal with not having a water, because we actually dealt with not having electricity already. Most of the Ukrainians already have EcoFlows or other type of power stations, other brands of power stations in our homes, and I think we will deal with any shortage. If it's going to be a water shortage, there are definitely places here in Kyiv where you can take water. We will be probably bringing water in different bottles, big bottles, small bottles. We have the popular 19-liter bottles here in Kyiv, in Ukraine, I mean. So we would be bringing water from wherever we're going to find it. It's not a problem. It's going to be uncomfortable at first, but then we're gonna get used to it, and it's not gonna be giving us that much discomfort. Last thing I wanted to mention before you comment on that, because I would like to hear your comment on that, guys. But I wanted to say that it's not gonna be only us this winter, because if Russians go like all in, we will go all in to destroy their comfort. We will definitely attack their power plants.
I was going to ask you that, because this is the first winter where Ukraine has not just the capability to hit back, but it doesn't necessarily have allies leaning over and saying, oh no, you can't do that, you can't do that.
Yeah, so this is why I'm optimistic, because we're not going to be the only ones who will suffer this winter. The Russians will suffer big time, and the only problem is to reach Moscow. And they have so many air defense systems near Moscow, in Moscow Oblast, the region, that it's going to be really hard to damage their infrastructure there. But why I think that Moscow is in particular important, because, hey, nice cup. Moscow is...
NAFO.
42nd Epistemology Battalion. Yeah, your NATO truck campaign first batch. That's a pretty awesome one. 50 states for Ukraine. Hey, I have signed. They signed. Okay, not they. He signed it to me. Stefan, maybe I should call you they. How do you prefer it? What is your pronouns?
You can use the user defaults.
User defaults. Okay, so. That's probably a man. So he signed it to me for me. Look at this, guys. On one side, it's his signature here. On the other side, it's Goober. That's a call sign of Stefan. That that he has chosen himself. But let me finish with the Russians and their infrastructure. So why I think it's in particular important to damage the infrastructure of Moscow and Moscow Oblast is because Russians doesn't really care about the peripherals. If something is being damaged on the peripherals, Russians will just ignore it. Most of the Russians, most of the country will ignore it. But when it starts happening in Moscow, some problems are happening there, then the whole Russia will be damaged and gonna be getting closer to finally maybe some potential civil war or something. Of course, it's not that easy, and we'll see. Maybe it will unite them too, just like it united Ukrainians.
It won't, though. We know it won't, because when drones were sent over Rublyovka, which is the district where all the apparatchiks and propagandists and whatnot live, Russians were celebrating, right? Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, Fubakar and this Navalny campaign against corruption has done nothing compared to sending a couple of drones into Rublyovka and hitting a few of the sort of katyrji or whatever you call it, the large mansions that these, corrupt, thieving scumbags built for themselves. So no, dividing Russians is going to be easy if you can hit the right kind of button.
Yeah, okay. We've talked about this a little bit before, right at the top of the of the 12 hours, but I guess we're going to certainly have to repeat ourselves because people are going to be joining in. But so we talked a little bit about this, Rick, but I'm a little bit more pessimistic. So I am worried about Ukraine because although you're quite right in saying, and that's a really interesting idea, that actually from a civilian point of view, there's enough spirit there, there's enough togetherness there, there's enough camaraderie and community for people to overcome these strikes. But I am worried about the impact on industry that striking power plants will have, because like Ukraine needs to produce the crap out of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles and drones, and they need to outproduce Russia. And Russia, the other issue is that Russia's a much bigger country, and if they are unleashed, if the Ukrainians are allowed to hit energy production facilities, then that's actually more challenging for the Ukrainians than it is for the Russians. They're much more spread out in Russia. And there's also a really interesting moral discussion we can have about whether that's actually right. Because I think there's the understanding that Russia does do that, and Russia's been doing that to Ukraine. And there are some arguments to suggest that hitting energy infrastructure is within the bounds of international military law.
War crime, right?
Yeah. And then there are other people that say that actually it's a war crime. And if you start trying to stop an entire population from accessing energy, then that is genocide. And so if Ukraine start doing that back to Russia, then that's an interesting moral issue, because even though Russia have done it to Ukraine, this is in philosophy called the two quoque fallacy, which it doesn't make it right. If you can't just say, well, you've done that too. It's wrong that Russia is doing it, so it doesn't make it like less wrong that Ukraine do it back. So there are moral. I mean, I don't have a problem with it personally, but there are
dual use argument. If you were to hit plants that demonstrably power
and that
munitions factories,
that's where it's kind of allowed in the military legal framework. But if you start like for example, Russia apparently just want to stop Ukraine just having power just completely, and that's when it starts to get into the clearly much more of a moral issue. But yeah, so I'm the key for me is that Ukraine, and this is why you're starting to see. I talked about this with Philipna earlier, where I was saying, look, Russia have definitely had success in hitting Ukrainian military-industrial complex, and I think drone and missile production has been hit because we're expecting to see loads of missile and drones being used, and there have been some. For sure. But not to the amount. So you're starting to see like Denmark is saying, right, we can co-produce this stuff. Other countries saying you can co-produce because it's safer. It gets built outside of Ukraine, shipped into Ukraine. So hopefully, but then, you know, this isn't immediate because Ukraine need to be hitting Russia now big time. Zelensky talked it big yesterday. He said, look, we're going to hit back big time. But I don't know that it is happening, is going to happen.
How safe is it though? With if that was to scale up significantly, you would see these literally hundreds of drone sightings over European facilities. They're going to start dropping ordnance. You know, if this becomes a serious problem, outsourcing missile production, you will see Russia starting to drop ordnance on European objectives.
They wouldn't, because then that is war. Then you would.
No, I don't say wouldn't. Don't say wouldn't. This is my prediction. This may well happen within weeks or months. Within weeks or months, we could see this.
But the problem. Imagine you're Putin, right? So we're thinking about what we would do if we were Putin. Putin's got to play this very fine line. I've talked about this.
Find the nearest high tower and jump.
Well, so Putin has to play it very carefully. That if he overreaches, then he unifies the West against him, and he unifies allies against him. So he needs to be like harsh enough against Ukraine, but not overdoing it. And if he starts for example, the flying of those Russian planes in Estonian airspace recently, I think was strategically stupid from Russia, because all you're going to do is give the EU and NATO permission to unify and then start doing things like those 19 drones going into Poland. I think was stupid. Like, it was strategically stupid, because now you've had the EU and NATO said, right, we are hardening up. We are going to give permission to shoot down stuff within Europe and NATO airspace. And that wasn't the case before. He has pushed the envelope to a negative point. So if he does start dropping ordnance on manufacturing facilities in Europe, Europe will respond, and that, like, he will lose in a war against NATO. Like, it's taking nukes out. Like, NATO defeats Russia within weeks. Like, I'm fairly sure of that. Russia aren't the army that people that say they are. And you look at what's happened in Ukraine. If NATO's full air force was pitted against, like, Yellow would not exist within a week, right? And so, like, I don't think Russia would do that. And so I think that those places are safe. There might be sabotage. Like they might try and do things under the radar where you have a causal ambiguity, right? But if it's openly them dropping ordnance on a manufacturing facility, that's suicidal for them. That's my
position. I think though, a point that considers that, you know, Putin's not exactly a smart player. I mean, this is the same dictator who, you know, quadrupled NATO's border with Russia, right?
He's made a lot of errors, and he's misread his adversaries.
And he's obliterated Russia's entire military stockpiles built up during the entire Cold War. So, I mean, I agree with you that it was quite stupid, but he still might do it.
No. So, okay, here's right. We kind of talked about this earlier before you came on with Philipna and Cormac as well. Cormac McCarthy, is it? No, he's an author.
Cormac Smith.
Cormac Smith. So Putin is rational, but like with rationality is dependent on your garbage in, garbage out. So like it depends on your knowledge. Putin's knowledge of Ukraine was evidently erroneous. That's why he invaded Ukraine. His knowledge about his own armed forces, I suggest, was erroneous. Like, he doesn't have an accurate understanding of what his armed forces are capable of and how good they are and how much corruption there has actually been to degrade their whatever, right? And he didn't understand Ukraine. He didn't think they would fight back, and they did. So he made arguably rational decisions. I mean, at least from his point of view of a narcissist.
I'd also agree with that. He's sort of 50% right on the West as well, because he predicted, based on our past behaviors, that we would not lift a finger to defend Ukraine, that we would not implement really any sanctions that were meaningful. So he was basing that on a rational analysis of our past appeasement and weakness.
Inductive reasoning,
And he was 50% right, because we haven't been particularly good. But we have been a lot more active than he believed we would, based on past evidence. So again, it's you know, even when he has good information, he can't necessarily imagine a scenario where people behave outside of that framework of information. But Rick, we've only got you for a bit. I mean, what's your thoughts here? I mean, you just want to kick Russia out of your sovereign territories, or does Ukraine want to go further? Does it want to see a complete collapse of Putin's regime as the only way to secure Ukraine's future?
Yeah, that's what I said before. This is the only way, but why? I need to explain why. While Russia exists as empire, it will just have to keep attacking other countries, and we are the first country for them to attack, because Ukraine is, for them, the priority, because Ukraine has a lot of resource, both minerals, people, and they always were eager to occupy Ukraine first and use our resources, especially the human resource. Just imagine how powerful they would be to attack NATO countries if they would have the Ukrainian army on their side. Yes, completely. It's not really possible, I guess, but in this world sometimes things seem impossible, and they can still happen. So what I wanted to say is that the only way to stop this madness is for Russia to disintegrate. And we get back to the good Russians, you know, and the most important question that they should respond with a solid yes if they think that the only way to stop this these invasions and genocide that Russians are committing is to for Russia to disintegrate. So if they say, I don't know, it's not that certain, then you see an imperialist in front of yourself, and you know that that person would also like directly or indirectly will definitely contribute to invading your country again, or this time. So you shouldn't trust that person. You should never promote that person, and you should better ignore that person, because Russian imperialists, they are irrelevant. You cannot get engaged into talking to them, because then you will give them a room to talk. You will give them a stage, you will give them a microphone, and this will not benefit you. It just will benefit Russian imperialism. That's the problem. And you see, if we let Russia, let's say, freeze this war, if Trump would succeed and Russia really wanted to freeze this hot stage of war, this will not mean the end of the war itself, because this war has been going for centuries. That's the problem. And it's just always getting back into the cold stage, then getting hot again. And just like it went back to the cold stage, for 8 years, since 2015 until 2022, right? It's even 7 years, I would say. It was frozen. But what happened next? In 2022, the unpunished evil came back with a twice, this time it was more than twice, with a huge aggression, with much bigger aggression than we had in 2014. So guys, as you can see on the screen right now, Silicon Curtain is still under 7,000, but ATP Geopolitics reached 16,000 euros raised, 16,061 euros. So thank you for your donations. And since I'm a professional fundraiser, I would encourage you encourage you to donate right now, because we're here gathered not to just do blah blah blah. Blah 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 is interesting, but our main focus should be on supporting Ukrainian army, and without the equipment that we provide them with, and in this case the trucks, and I think trucks is the most valuable equipment on the front line right now, because without them the logistics cannot be done. Small logistics, because big logistics is easiest, like it's spotted easier, right? It was Robert Jonassar. Thank you so much, Robert Jonassar. He keeps donating to so many campaigns. He's an absolute legend, and he's getting so many patches for other people. He doesn't need anything for himself. He usually comes into our Discord and says, hey guys, I have 3 patches from this campaign now. Who wants them? So just
what
imagine.
What a legend.
And coming back to Russia, right? So until it stays an empire, we have no chance to not be attacked again. So for us, of course, we need to have capabilities to go further, right? But for us, even deoccupying our own territory would be enough to come to the borders of 1991. But these days, we would have the power of the whole NATO to do that. That's the problem. And NATO doesn't want to fight for us. And as we know, the bigger contributor to NATO militarily and financially is United States. And until the United States won't realize that the only way to get the real peace, and in this case Donald Trump, because unfortunately in the United States Donald Trump is making most of the decisions right now, and it's not that much influence that anyone in the United States can get to influence him. So this is why until Trump doesn't realize that the only way for him to see a real peace, he's such a peacemaker and unifier, and he knows he needs to make peace all over the world, and for that he will have to disintegrate Russia, and he will have to stop its imperialism. And to stop it, you need to only disintegrate it, so they won't even have anything. Moscovians will always have anything to long for, they will always have this sentiment, just like Putin has the sentiment for the broken Soviet Union to rebuild it again. Russians, Moscovians, when Russia disintegrates, and I'm not saying if Russia will disintegrate, they started this process in 2022, and it's inevitable right now. Their economy is already suffering badly, and the only way to save that economy would be to stop this war, or at least freeze it. But they decided to go all in, and they decided that they will conquer Ukraine and then the rest of the Europe after a pause that they will definitely want to take after conquering us. But they won't get it. They will never conquer us. I'm certain. And I talk to many soldiers. I have pretty many friends now among soldiers, and their battle spirit is still high. Of course, the war is transforming, and it's getting, first of all, more deadly, and secondly, now everyone could engage into the gunfight. If pilots in 2023, 2024 were safely sitting in the rear, now they are being constantly engaging with, they are being constantly attacked by Russian infantry, who is soaking in through the front line that is now not a solid one, but all in holes, and you can easily get through and get to the closest rear, like 3, 5, 10 kilometers. We've all seen the Bropilla operation, 50-kilometer breakthrough, and it was not really noticed because that breakthrough is it's not like a big mechanized column of their vehicles is breaking through. These days, it's small groups, 1, 2 infantrymen, they really crawl into those positions, in those coats, anti-heating coats. They just crawl and crawl for days. Some 5 kilometers, they may spend a month moving for 5 kilometers, but it works. At some point, they get deep in the rear and they start hunting our drone pilots, electronic warfare operators, and logistics too. So it is a totally different war. I just today heard a story of a soldier. We helped him with a car and some instruments. He's from the 63rd Brigade, and he told me today that he and 2 more soldiers, and there were also 2 service women with them. So it was 3 men and 2 women. They were trying to get to the position, but FPV drones stroked them, and they had to retreat, but he himself went to the position on foot. He minded himself, and he was holding that position for a few days, shooting down Russians. So now it's getting more chaotic, and it's not only because of the lack of the cohesion or the lack of planning, good planning. It's because Russian FPV drones are making a big problem in the rear, and to really organize a solid defense is now a big challenge. So that's what I hear from soldiers, and I'm not, making any things up. I'm not an expert. I just am transferring what. Okay, I'm now being distracted with super chats. AH, 15 euro super chat. Good job, gentlemen. Slava Ukraini. Heroям slava. I used to read them on my streams. This is why I naturally am glued to them with my sight.
I didn't mean to distract you with him. It's like
yeah, I just wanted to make a small conclusion that Jonathan mentioned a morality principle or morality question that could be raised in terms of hitting Russian infrastructure. Jonathan, unfortunately, there's no morality anymore. It's either us or them. We cannot afford to have any humanity for Russians right now, because they want to exterminate all of us, and for us to survive means only, I'm not saying exterminate all of them, because that's not what we want. We just want to eliminate the threat, and the threat is an empire. So to eliminate an imperial threat, we need to disintegrate that empire and make it a set of small national countries.
And this is something I wanted to ask you, Rick, because people will say, but this is against the rules of war, etc., like Jonathan said, but there's a particularly unique problem here, and that is that in the Russian population, you have almost a historical aberration. You have a population that is so disengaged from politics, that has not just no influence, but no desire really to involve itself in politics as a mass. And therefore, they're looking out for their own personal privilege, their own personal position in society. Whether you're poor or rich or intermediary, people are so disengaged that they're focused on what's in front of them, whether it be their own individual interest, their family interest, or whatever. So you will not get through to them by delivering political messages. You will not get through to them by hitting, necessarily the regime, because they have no influence. They have no agency with that at all. The only way to influence them is to impact their individual comfort, their individual privilege. And that unfortunately means hitting their power, stopping them flying, going on holiday, conducting business. There's no other way to get through. Otherwise, they are radically divorced from the reality of this war. They have no feeling of sense of responsibility, no empathy either. I mean, Rick, what? And Jonathan,
can I just say two things? So, first one is about the kind of moral thing. I've made with my audience, I've made this distinction very often. There's a difference between morality and legality. So we can make a moral distinction we can make a moral evaluation of, say, hitting Russian energy infrastructure, and it can still be illegal. As in, like, the wars of law are codified, right? And large-scale destruction of civilian infrastructure is, in terms of legality, not legal, right? Okay, but we can still say, but I still think it's a good thing that the Ukraine strike at Russia's energy infrastructure, because they've been doing it to Ukraine, and actually Ukraine needs to do that to bring about an end to the war, and that will hopefully more quickly bring about the end to the war, even though it is technically illegal, right? So there's an important distinction. The reason why I brought up the moral argument, my worry would be, and I don't know this would happen, my worry would be that if Ukraine starts hitting Russian civilian infrastructure like that, even though Russians have done that to the Ukrainians, then you could have bad faith actors and also the general public start to say, why should we keep supporting Ukraine? Why are we giving military aid to Ukraine and financial aid to Ukraine if they're breaking international law? Do you know what I mean? So there's that aspect, which I think is an interesting discussion to have. But talking about, you earlier on, Jonathan, said that Russians were happy that, the Siloviki or whatever were having their stuff struck. I am worried that the most common reaction to Ukraine hitting Russia's civilian infrastructure is that they would actually naturally, as I think most people would, irrespective of what you think about your leadership, you're most likely to unify against the common enemy, and the common enemy is Ukraine. Whether you actually think the war is a good idea or not, if Ukrainians start harming Russian infrastructure, then you're more likely to get a solidification of the support for Putin's war aims, and more likely to have people that will then are then more likely to sign up to fight for the war. And this is like a no-win situation. I don't think you're likely to get people go, oh my God, the war's come to us. Damn it, we need to get rid of Putin. I think it's more likely the war's come to us. Oh, screw those holes type thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I think that sucks, but I think that's the reality.
I mean, I would. Rick, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to Jonathan when he speaks about, illegal, something is illegal to do during the war, especially if we're talking about the aggressor. I want to remind you, Jonathan, what was done to Germany in order to defeat it during the World War II, because Russia.
I agree, but that's precisely why the Geneva Conventions came back. They didn't exist. I don't think, if am I correct in saying it was after World War II, the international legal framework for war was created.
I think it was after World War One. I think it was after World War One. Yeah,
right.
And I think we make a distinction between mass bombing of Dresden, which I think is really on the borderline of what is humanely acceptable, and destroying fuel reserves, because fuel, as we know, that has happened in the occupied territories, fuel has a dual civilian military use. We know that when it becomes scarce, Russians will prioritize the military over civilians every time. So theoretically, every reserve of fuel is directly beneficial to the military. So I think there are certain things which are almost they might technically say, okay, it's iffy, but actually no. If you look at the reality of it, fuel supplies, energy supplies are going to have a direct impact on the ability to wage war. Rick, back to you.
So you want me to what? Give my opinion on destroying their fuel depot, or fuel production?
Have you got any thoughts on what the Russian people's reaction would be? I'd be interested to see if you guys agree with me that actually it's more likely.
If the lights went out in Moscow, let's say all districts in Moscow lost heating and power, just as Kiev has today, when winter is biting, what would people think?
I unfortunately lack the knowledge of what was happening during the revolution in 1917 in Russia, 1917, 1919, because I think we could find many hints there, and we could predict how they would react, what will happen. But the hope is, of course, that they will start their Holodny bunty. Remember, it's the hungry rebellions.
Riots, riots, aren't they?
Riots,
as opposed to an organized political thing. But the irony, I think, is that Russia had far more political engagement, especially amongst the working class and the middle class, than it does now. I mean, that's the huge irony, is that the politics has been eradicated from the population over decades of communism and then Putinism. But there's a story by Evgeny Zamyatin, I think it was, called Peshora, which means cave, and he's describing living in an apartment in a metropolis of St. Petersburg, living as if you were a Stone Age caveman, with no fuel, no food, no power. It's just quite evocative of that period.
Mm-hmm.
Can I also chime in here? Sorry, Rick, go ahead.
No. You should say something, Stefan, because I was babbling for almost an hour here, and I didn't give you the chance to speak, so please.
I mean, I'm going to actually think I'm going to disagree with Jonathan about this whole worry about Russians unifying even more, because I think the primary difference is that when Ukrainians are having their cities bombed and energy infrastructure bombed, the reason why they do not rise up against the government is because they understand that if they do that, that means Russian occupation and the complete destruction of their future. And they know it's not their own government's fault that they're being bombed. It's basically is that what's much worse than having no power is Russian rule. Whereas in Moscow, if they stop this war, the war just stops. Nobody is trying to invade Russia and take over Moscow. Like that's when Germany invaded the Soviet Union, the people unified because they understood what their future would look like under the Nazis. You can have you can have a limited campaign against Russia's energy infrastructure, but it's just that there isn't a massive Ukrainian invasion into Russia, and the Russian people understand that if the war ends, then the attacks on their own energy infrastructure will stop. And I think you will have similar conditions to what Rick was describing in 1917, where Russia voluntarily entered World War I. They didn't really have to, and then they ended the war and gave up a significant amount of territory because the people on Moscow then understood, if we end this war, it's not existential for us. And I think there's a certain amount of elite people. There are a certain number of elites in Moscow who are educated enough to understand what's happening, but they're morally enough not to care about it. And it's
that's an important distinction.
Yeah, and if you knock out their material comfort, then that's the important pillar that supports Putin.
Yeah, so I guess what I was talking about with the general public who are maybe below the information threshold, where they're more enthralled to the state, and it's not, what I'm saying is not to stop Ukraine doing that. I still think Ukraine should actually do these things. I just think I was just playing around with the idea that we automatically would think, because we project ourselves onto other people, so we project our knowledge of the war onto Russian people's knowledge and thoughts and moral evaluations of the war, and we would think, well, if Ukraine bombed the crap out of Russia, then of course the Russians would stand up and go, well, this war should be bad, this war should stop. Come on, Putin, you need to stop this war because it's and I was like, I'm questioning that, because I just think that they would
not how it works at all. No.
Yeah, I think in the main they would intuitively rally behind a flag, which is a very well-known concept, but actually I think possibly is more important. I think this is a really good point, Stefan. Is more important what the movers and shakers in Russia would think and do. So it's more important what the oligarchs and the Siloviki would think.
This is a fantastic phrase. So I've just been transcribing interviews from 2022, and one of the guests, I can't remember who it was, and it's recently been echoed by John Cipher as well, former head of CIA station Moscow. He described Russia as, it's not a nation, but it has nationalism. It's nationalistic without being a nation. So all the assumptions about how a nation state and its citizens react to these circumstances does not apply. He also made the point that the Tsars, for decades, tried to thrash into Russians the idea of uniting as a nation to create that identity, and it didn't work. Even, ironically, under communism, they tried for decades to create this sense of a kind of nation-state identity, or a supranation under the communist ideology, and that didn't work either. So it's not a nation in the sense that we are, and its reactions will not be the same at all.
I think if I can just say one more thing, I think that's a great point, Jonathan. And I think the best way to describe Russia, it's a much more repressive version of what like the Austro-Hungarian Empire was, because that was also, it's a multi-ethnic empire with the majority of the population and wealth concentrated in two cities, St. Petersburg and Moscow. So I think that's a really great point.
I've had Russians as well talk to me, and and you ask them, "Oh, where are you from?" And when they find out you speak Russian, they'll have a little cheeky smile, and they might say something. This isn't in the current situation because I don't have tons of friends. Then they'll give a little cheeky smile and say, "Well, actually, I'm a Mordvin, or I'm a somebody else or somebody else." These little nationalities that no one's ever heard of, but actually are quite substantial territories. So there is the possibility, that bunches of Russians will revert to or try to create a new layer of identity when the Russian imperial one falls apart. Now I'm going to add a fabulous human being to the stage here, who you'll recognize.
Goodness.
It is Mr. Sean Pinner.
Sean Pinner.
Also, we'll have to head out in just a few minutes, but nice to meet you, Sean.
Hello,
You're
Sean.
muted there, Sean, I think.
No, he's excited so much into voluntary.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Now we can hear your
Yeah,
dulcet
sorry, I'm a
tones.
bit early. I'm a bit novice at all this YouTubing and all these podcasts. So still novice.
This is chaos today, Sean. This isn't the normal, tight ship that I run here. This is just this is glorious chaos today.
Sorry,
It's good to meet you all. I've just been listening.
Funny
Guys,
that Jonathan talked about a tight
There's
ship.
one more guest here. Let him
Oh.
in.
Let's go. Let's go. Who else have we got? We got.
So he won't be sitting here for 10 or 15 minutes. Like
And I will
me and
kick.
Stefan.
I will kick myself out if that's okay. So.
Bye,
Stefan, what a
was happy to see
pleasure.
you.
I'm so glad you could join us.
Stefan,
And,
please join me on my channel at some point if that's okay with you.
I will. I will. I will reach out to you somehow. Yes.
Reach, baby, reach.
Yes.
Bye, Stefan.
speak soon.
Guys, I also need to go, so I will just say that it's nice to meet you, Sean and Kristaps. And I wanted to, ask you once again, guys, to donate, because let me check, actually. Did I do a good job or a bad one today?
You're the master at this, and
not a bad job. We had 3 more hundred euros at Silicon Curtains just in the last few. Hey, wait.
Yeah, a few more hundred for Silicon
a
there.
few more.
That's
209 euros from Linda.
That's good.
Absolutely fantastic donation there.
Yeah, Linda S. I think that's
Is that
one
Linda
of
S
the
from
rollers.
Australia?
Yeah.
What a legend.
Thank you, Linda. So, guys, if you don't mind, I don't want to draw any funds from your fundraiser today. So, please, no one donate to my PayPal today. Okay, please. I just want to show you what we have on the raffle this week. This is a patch that is not an official one, but it has a story. So, maybe you recognize this unit, guys. Anyone?
Oh, it's frozen a bit there.
You're
Frozen.
frozen. All we can there
Oh,
we
no,
go.
we can see that now. Oh, that looks...
Nice shape.
Okay, so it's Special Operation Forces of Ukraine.
Ooh,
SSO. So their official one looks like this, but you cannot raffle it. It's not allowed. So the official one was at some point transformed by one of the servicemen of the Special Operation Forces of one of the unit into this, and he was wearing this one in the battle. So I never had anything like this before on the raffle, and I am, pretty honored to have it here. So guys, on Sunday we will raffle it somewhere at midnight from Sunday to Monday, and only on Sunday you are allowed to send donations and buy the tickets with your donations for this patch, for the raffle of this patch. One ticket is $10. You can buy as many of them as you want. And today you focus on closing Silicon Curtains and ATP Geopolitics fundraisers, because these guys are doing a great job in, first of all, advocating for Ukraine, and secondly, raising money for these trucks non-stop and just keep going and going, campaign after campaign. They're joining Car4Ukraine, and I thank you for this, guys, because, as a Ukrainian who also raise funds, I know that I'm not alone, and I have team members like you who can, who can support other units, those that I cannot support, because it's impossible to help everyone. This is why it's better to have a backup, and you guys are being my backup, I'm being your backup. We sometimes don't even know about this, but we all are pieces of the very important puzzle that is called Ukrainian defense, and with those cars we actually give them the additional chance to survive, because without cars, the chances to survive are much smaller. So everyone who is donating today or any other day, you gotta know that you are providing an additional chance to soldiers to survive. So thank you for all the donations and all the attention, because people who cannot donate, who don't have the means, and that's totally okay. I've been there. I've been there in my life many times. And it's important to share the links. It's important to ask your friends and family members, maybe even your enemies, to donate to these fundraisers, okay? And just build a network and try to make your own contribution bigger than just your own. Try to connect other people. Try to make it a movement, just like Stefan Baer does. Damn, that guy was very clever to start a whole network and building 50 teams of 50 states for Ukraine. That's his initiative. 50 states for Ukraine. So his goal is 1,000 trucks. It's an ambitious goal, but he is not raising it himself. He's building at least 50 teams, because the United States has also some territories, not only the states. And it's going to be more teams. And those teams are going to be grinding themselves. So it's a very clever move that I really am, getting my hat off to Stefan. So thank you for having me here, guys, today. It was a pleasure. Always happy to chat with you, and I would love to do more rant together, Jonathan. And Jonathan,
and I'd love to come on to your channel a lot more and help out. In fact, we'll see you in Kiev in November when we'll join the studio.
Looking forward to it.
We'll do another monster fundraiser, but face to face, which would be cool.
Let's do it. Okay, guys.
Thanks, Rick. I really appreciate your expertise there and drumming up the support. You are a legend in your own underwear. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Live long, prosper, and donate. And I say lately, and the sun will rise over the free Donbass.
Yes.
I like that.
Nice one, brother.
Yes.
Nice one, brother.
And when the Ukrainian sun rises, the Russian sun will set, as Joko Dudayev said, something along those lines.
Yep. Okay, guys. Peace.
Cheers, Rick. Thanks so much for coming on.
Take care, Rick.
Bye.
Bye.
Now we should get Sean and Kristaps to introduce themselves. Just give them the chance to say a couple of words for those who aren't familiar with them, who are in the audience today. Sean, over to you.
I'm talking to you from Dnipro. I live in Ukraine. I've lived here since 2018. My family are Ukrainian. I was projected by Russia after the battle for Mariupol. I was a Marine. I was part of the 36th Brigade who fought in Mariupol in the opening days of the invasion and was captured and held in captivity for several months. I was released in a bizarre twist of fate in a deal brokered by President Zelensky and the Saudi prince and Roman Abramovich, of all people. As a West Ham fan, that's really hard to swallow. So I was bailed out by a former Chelsea owner and swapped for Viktor Medvedchuk and 55 Russians. When I received a death penalty, I was looking at obviously that. So I was quite obviously eager to get exchanged. So and that's really our campaign now. I raise money for charity. I started my own YouTube channel quite recently, which is something alien to me. I spent my whole life moving away from that media because I was in the military for 13 years. And now I sort of understand the value of that. I've got a following on social media and Twitter now because of I guess I'm an activist now. Somebody asked me if I was political, and I was saying, well, yeah, I am now, I guess, because I can speak with some convictions about living in Ukraine and being in Ukrainian military and being in the Russian prison system. Well, it's a system, but, it's nothing we're sort of familiar with. So, and that's where I'm at currently at the moment. I've written a book about my exploits.
It's a good book. Everyone should buy it now.
Tremendous book. It really is.
It's almost as good as all the books I've written. But that aside, you should definitely buy this one. I listened to it on audiobook. I thought it's excellent. So you should. And it's got a new cover. Is this a second edition?
So it's a paperback cover, and there's obviously the hardback cover has got me on the front of it. I think I'll spread the bets probably, and it's just been looking like it's going to be made into a film. So we're
Oh,
It's
wow.
very
Really?
interesting time, at the moment. So
Do you
we
get
did
to
talk
choose who
No,
plays you? You know,
I keep
Russell
winding up.
Crowe or
I keep winding up Aidan Haslin and said we're going to get Danny DeVito to play him.
Do you know what I did? I did have. I approached the makers of the film and I said, look, I will offer myself to play Sean if you want. I do have MS. I'm not.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
waive
not
your
able.
usual
But
fee.
you know,
yeah.
they turned me down. They said, look, we really, because you're almost perfect, but they just said I was too good looking, and it was just like I was a bit gutted because I thought that was my
You
film.
could play
break.
John Sweeney. We'll stick a little orange beanie on your head. And you could do that.
You could play John Harding, actually. It'd be good John Harding, I think.
Yeah. Let's get Chris Taps to introduce himself.
Yeah, hello. First of all,
Hey.
wow, nice to see another Hammers fan here. Come on, you
Oh,
islands.
go ahead. That's two of us then.
Yep.
Give it-
I'm from Latvia. Currently, I am in Ludza, Latvia, 22 kilometers from the Russian border. So, in case something happens, it's going to
Oh,
be
lucky
right
you!
over.
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
I'm
you can
a-
almost
I'm a-
spit on them from there.
I'm a journalist. I've also been to reporting from Ukraine a couple of times. I run the Eastern Border podcast, and now I've also started my own YouTube channel. I'm a historian by education, and I've also written for Foreign Policy magazine, literally explaining the Russian prison culture and why, for example, Institute for Study of War, well, when Prigozhin was alive, they just tend to ignore everything that he said in this fenya, this slang of the culture, which meant that they made some bad decisions. But yeah, I've been active and trying to explain how it was like to live in the Soviet Union since 2013. I accidentally started the genre of podcasting in my whole country. And then people just started asking questions. I moved on, and now I'm now working on my PhD about this whole prison culture thing and its impact on the Russian society and culture and all this stuff. So yeah, and I live literally in the middle of nowhere in the deep swamp, literally next to the Russian border. But yeah, I've been a couple of times to like, I think it was 4 times that I went to Ukraine. Last time I was there was just before I got married, and I went there just before the liberation of Kherson. That was my last trip there, but it's going to happen next year. Just that my wife is saying that I should probably, get our house in order, and as we just got married, that's why we're here. I'm very, very much participating into all this autumn harvest action. As you can see, if you've been clicking the Eastern Border thing, yeah, that's my people, which I'm very happy for. Recently, I've been, I'm not used to being in front of camera. So I mostly did everything in audio. I just recently started doing things on YouTube, so I might be a bit awkward here in case of whatever. But very much nice to be here and take a look at everything that's going on here. Yeah,
Absolutely fantastic to have you here. And we all have a
Eastern
common
border, so-
enemy, don't we?
So just to give an update, sorry, 8,667. So that's your one, the Eastern Border.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's phenomenal. Silicon Curtain almost nudging into the 7,000s. Thank you so much to those who have supported ATP Geopolitics.
I hope that the Silicon Curtain gets everything in order. I'm going to support you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's very generous. But yeah, if we can top out as many of these campaigns as possible and hit the overall pot. I know in particular the brigade that I'm fundraising for, the 93rd, extraordinary effective group of warriors, and the lack of vehicle, if it's making their survivability and effectiveness less, then I feel a certain sort of desperation to get this done. Sean, I mean, how important are these vehicles? You'll know from firsthand experience and from being obviously in Dnipro, which is it's been hit hard the last couple of months. And how important is this kind of equipment and getting it to Ukraine?
I mean, it's extremely important. We donated our own car. My wife donated her car of 15 years to the military. We didn't take a penny for it. We just donated and bought a new one. I mean, it is really important. I mean, they come in. They're always constantly the drone. You've seen the drone. I've heard you talk about the drone problem. It's advanced so much since even when I was fighting in Mariupol in the last 2 or 3 years. And we were talking about this the other day, how, the drones were attacking individual vehicles at the start, and now they're attacking individuals. It's like, it's moved on from just attacking vehicles and certain key Russian,
Targets.
Equipment targets. So that's the word I'm looking for. Targets. So it's now attacking, individual people, which is just shows you how many more drones there are. So Going back to what you said, they're vitally important. I mean, there are some areas on the front lines you can't actually get to with a 4x4. You know, it's a very difficult terrain, especially this time of year as it starts to move into winter where, you know, some parts you get snow, sleet, ice, 4 feet of snow, -30. You know, it's exceptionally cold and important. We use our vehicles to CASEVAC people from the front lines, their ambulances, their vans, and so they're essentially, you know, extremely important for a good, solid 4x4 truck to obviously work with the troops on the ground.
And the irony of Medvedchuk, just to go a little bit of a sort of, quite a serious tangent here. You were swapped for one of the Kremlin's most significant assets in Ukraine, a Ukrainian oligarch, but who is very much aligned with the Kremlin and Putin. But in the UK, one of Nigel Farage's former associates, who they now pretend had nothing to do with their parties and they don't even know him, which of course is ludicrous because there's plenty of photographic evidence. And this guy was in all three of the pop-up populist parties. He's just been convicted and most likely will get a custodial sentence for directly working with Medvedchuk and taking money, bribes, as it's been classed here, to shill for the Kremlin and inject their narratives into the European Parliament. So there's a curious kind of connection there with you being swapped. I just thought I'd sort of highlight that.
Well, I mean, it's something we talk, and your other guest on now, who I follow on his podcast actually, and listen to that quite regularly.
Not
we'll
Mr.
Talk
Pierce.
about it more. No, not Mr. Pierce.
Oh, not Mr. Pierce, obviously not.
Eastern Borders.
There we go.
But I do listen to Mr. Pierce too. I don't want to push somebody, you know. I don't want to push their team, but we do talk. I listen to all of you, to be fair. So, oh my God, you've got to play the PC game already.
No, there's a healthy competition going on here, Shawnee. It's not my usual kind of, you know.
I do. I mean, I talk about it now. I just talked about it with Midas, that's the American outlet, where they filmed me off camera having a rant. They put it on, you know, I think it's 5.9 million viewers in America.
Nice. That's a really good
Trump.
reach, mate.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's really good footage of me just going to town on. It's deeper than that. It's not just Farage, the Russian money. It's tenant media. It's you know, Rumble. It's the advertising that RT Russia Today does on the X platform. It's who owns these platforms that pushes out the Russia Today content. They're the ones that are obviously anti-Ukrainian. And then you realize you dig a bit deeper, it's about money. And then you dig a bit deeper and it's all Trump's cronies who are. And then who's that? Nigel Farage is the greatest Trump admirer, the copycat king, the guy who's like the British version of MAGA. You know, it's all linked to money and advertising revenues. And that's where it starts to get messy and sticky.
And usually Steve Bannon has his grubby little hands in it somewhere along the line as well.
I don't want to get myself sued, but I don't.
It's not just
don't get us sued. Don't get us sued. Please, I don't have legal cover.
See, the thing is, it's not just the obvious candidates, because you might know that we had to expel Dodge from Latvia due to other things, and that was because, well, they were warned a bunch of times that talking about our boys in the trenches when they're recovering to Russian troops kind of looks really bad, and they made a bunch of errors all along, and basically we tried not to expel them very, 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 very hard, but then in court they not only didn't take a translator, an interpreter for them, they just chose to speak in Latvian court in pure Russian. And at that point we were like, we don't want to expel you because you're opposition journalists, but please could you show just a tiny bit of respect for Latvian law? And they were like, nope.
Well, that's the old Russian liberal imperialist, isn't it? And the Ukrainian phrase that Russian liberalism ends at the Ukrainian border. Well, it clearly ends at the Baltic border as well.
Here's something that Sean was kind of referencing. So this is X, owned by Elon Musk. So when you start up a new profile on X, it suggests you follow people. But it's not particularly random here. I don't think so. The 3 suggestions for this new account: 1, SpaceX. Okay, I can understand that from his point of view. Mario Norfal, who is a real disingenuous right-wing influencer that I think is not good. And then RT. Literally a banned, Russian state disinformation peddler is what is algorithmically, purposefully suggested for you if you start up a new profile on X. That tells you all you need to know about Elon Musk. In my
can I just jump in there on that? I push that because I solely pick a lot on Russia Today because. And this is where, I'm not against free speech or other media or different views, but I am against people who were sitting in front of me who were with the FSB, with the guys who were torturing me, electrocuting me. And it was RT and FSB, the FSB were working in conjunction with each other. I wouldn't have been like this if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. And the trial by public opinion I had long before I ever got to a Russian courtroom was really solely geared up to portray me as a Nazi, a mercenary, and a terrorist. And Russia Today were a key instruments in that. The truth is, I never left the country I had legal status in. I'm married to a Ukrainian. I'd been there some years before. I'd never invaded a foreign country to topple the democratically elected government. And yet they still portrayed me as a mercenary, a Nazi, and a terrorist all over their media long before I even got to a so-called trial. So that's where that sits really uncomfortably. And I learned that there is a Russian judiciary system, but it's all the statements are taken under duress. You get an electrocuted, starved, beaten. You're taken away to deal with the propaganda, and the very people they're smiling and joking with are the guys that are beating you up in the black site and torturing you in the black site. Tell me when to stop. But I do get on my soapbox when we talk about RT because I watch them every day on social media, going into the living rooms of America and portraying. What's the latest one I did? I did one. Peterson, I can't remember his name, but he's there on the front lines in the occupied territories, broadcasting that into the homes of American living rooms. Yet he didn't mention Mariupol, the slaughter of over 25,000 people that are witnessed, the children, the women, the Nazi-style filtration camps. So, he didn't mention that. He was just like, poor Russians, they're on the front, they're doing it. And I just like, oh my God, I've got to do something about this. And that's where YouTube came in. That's where social media came in. This is where I'm just like, this is crazy.
Is that OAN guy that you were talking about?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And they're not a news organization. I mean, like unfortunately, the Russian Orthodox Church as well, which is deeply embedded with the army and is also used and has been used on occasion to tell people or persuade people who've actually deserted from the Russian army, persuaded them to go back into the meat grinder. They are not a spiritual organization, and RT is not a media organization. It is an extension of the FSB and the GRU. It's an extension of the intelligence services. That's pure and simple.
It is. Sorry, I'll let you.
The thing is that they have a very strange relationship with truth. That especially when it comes to the justice system and everything. It's because, for starters, the whole idea that Russia acts like a normal country is, in my opinion, flawed, because you have to look at it from a religious experience. And I'm not joking here. It's just that in Russia, if you think about it, when Putin says that, everyone else is gonna, just die, but he'll go to heaven, yeah, you should take that seriously. It's just the same as he uses all the slang and everything. If you remember, they called themselves the Third Rome, but now remember how the Second Rome worked with Byzantium, where the emperor was the head of the church. He wants to build the Third Rome. Not only Russia is not a modern nation state, it doesn't want to be a modern nation state. It wants to be the Third Rome in every possible sense, including the religious one. So, and I've been looking through all these, I call them vatniks, the very much fanatical people who support Putin for ideological reasons, right? And they all basically treat it as Russia being divine. It's a divine entity through which their czar is some sort of holy object. They funnel it all through that idea. That's the one aspect why they're not obsessed with actual truth and facts, because they already view the world from this skewed skewed viewpoint. And secondly, with the Russian justice system, well, I'm a historian. I've studied Soviet history. Currently, the conviction rate, if you get to court, how likely you are to get convicted of your crime and be declared guilty, yeah, that's higher than Stalin's era. In Stalin's era, there was a larger percentage of people who are deemed not guilty than now. In Stalin's era, it was 98%. Right now, it's 99.2%. Yeah,
I can believe that.
It's just that weird. And at the same time, recently they have a bunch of problems because, well, for starters, the people who are fanatical on that side, they somehow separate the Russian government and what's going on with all their corruption from their idealized state of Russia as a divine empire over there, which is some sort of absolute good, and then they have massive question marks, profit somehow, and that's a weird aspect of all of this situation. It's just that it's not like, it's RT is pushing this in a very interesting way, but it's to the point where even the people who are on their side, right, they're not viewed as genuine assets. So if you're looking at all these people who right now are on this pro-Putin side in the United States and other parts of the world, well, yeah, they're not seen as valuable agents. They'll be thrown out at the very first opportunity. As soon as some sort of local governor will be able to sell them out once this whole thing gets messed over, and like as soon as someone will find out a way how to sell these people who are now receiving Kremlin's money out to get himself off of prison, that's going to happen instantly. They're going to be first to go.
I mean, the Third Rome is a fascinating idea, and just a quick sort of take on that. I mean, a friend of mine, Konstantin, talked about that. Now, we have Dugin and others talk a lot about the Third Rome, but we have to look at it and say, well, they're looking at Rome in a particular way, just as they looked at the British Empire in a particular way, a mixture of envy and loathing at the same time, and a sense that that's a peer competitor and whatever like that. We have to understand.
I can talk a lot about this because they still to this day, because I watch Maxim Kalashnikov, who's a friend of Gitkin's, and he has all sorts of crazy friends there, and I like the best of them is Yurievich, the person who runs military first aid courses for people. He has a massive organization, and he continues to blame London for all the dirty tricks and blames you for everything. The evil
I
find this really interesting. Actually,
I'll just quickly get this little point in before I forget, because I'm old and when they look at these imperial constructs, when they look at Rome, they're not taking the mechanisms that made Rome great or Britain great. They're not looking at all aspects of it. And Rome, of course, the pioneer of mass rule of law and mass, all sorts of sort of political entities there. It's not just about brute force and power and control, but that's the bit that Russia's looking at. When they describe themselves as the Third Rome, they're not looking at the entirety of the mechanism. They're just looking at the outward, crude aspects of power and control. That's just, I want to inject that in there. Same with the British Empire. They don't want to copy all the fiddly bits about banning slavery and the fiddly bits about, democracy and institutions and fair play and all the other bits and bobs that sort of coincidentally exist at the same time. Jonathan.
I literally forgotten what I was going to say.
That's because you're bloody old as well, isn't it?
Well, no, it's my MS. Like I really struggle with.
You had to throw that in there. Make me feel like
I can't take the piss out of me.
Make me feel like a piece of shit.
You bastard! You've been so disableist. Oh my god! What? Chris Steps was talking about something, and there was what was it going to be? What were you talking about? Anyway, I had something amazing to
British
say.
Empire. We sort of
for some reason the hatred of British Empire.
That was it. I've remembered. Thank you. So I find it fascinating that Russia still really hates the UK to the point where when things happen, it's like this was a British fault. And sometimes it is. Like sometimes we've helped a little bit with naval drones or something like that. And you think, yeah, okay, we might have played a little part in that. But very often they're like, oh, the British have done this. And the Russians, and I almost said this earlier, like the Russians have this view of themselves. So, when you've met Russian I don't know if you guys have been on holiday much, say in Europe, but the Russians have got a bad rep, kind of like how the British used to have a rep in like the Mediterranean or whatever, in Turkey. Russians on holiday are seen as this, they think they own everything and blah, blah, blah. And they've generally got really bad rep. And so I was going to ask earlier, do you think Putin's got this sense of Russian superiority that is kind of almost ingrained into the Russian public through decades of state-controlled television and narratives put into them? But actually, does he believe that himself, that actually we are generally greater than really we are?
I think he does. I think he does. I have an answer to this, and you have to blame Alexander Solzhenitsyn for this. He literally got this idea from late Solzhenitsyn, who was very much into this idea of this imperial czar. He was against the Soviet Union, yes, but he was very much pro-Russian imperialism. He was very much supportive of this idea that Russia needs a strong czar, and that about this Russian exceptionalism. And he actually told this to Putin. He was a deep admirer of Putin in the later days, and he endorsed him massively. So I think that at least if he doesn't believe it, then he understands how acting that way certainly can benefit him in the long run, and in total can pull his interests together. Because when we're talking about what Putin genuinely believes, well, that's a whole different topic, much harder than just we have to look at this from the perspective of both what benefits him and what he believes, and what he believes because he can't do otherwise if he is to take on this role. It's a complex matter, which is why, again, I'm trying to do a PhD on this whole matter. So
I think it's connected. So this idea that Russia is this great state is possibly kind of from that period of the Cold War, and the idea that Russia still keeps blaming the UK. Like, I love it as a Brit, where I've seen the decline of the British Empire type thing. Our standing in the world isn't like, and I could talk to you about Brexit, and I could talk to you about the history of the UK, but we aren't like the powers we once were. Although our intelligence services are pretty effective, and they punch well above their weight, and there are many ways that the UK punches above its weight, even economically to some degree still. But I don't think we're the same nation that Russia still thinks we are, and Putin still thinks we are, and we keep getting blamed. It's like, oh, the British did this. It's like, yeah, I'd love to say that we were responsible for that, but I don't think we are. And I think there's this like sense of reality that is still in the Cold War, where Russia still thinks they're up here, and they still think Britain's up here. And actually, that's like 60 years away, mate.
I'm sitting here biting my lip. Sorry, I didn't mean. I was sitting here biting my lip because I was interviewed by them. I was literally stunned. It was like, you're MI6. No, I'm not. I'm a Starship Matros in the Ukrainian military. And they were like, no, you're James Bond. No. And I started to realize a lot of the gear I had was quite Gucci gear. It was putting me to another level. A lot of things that Ukrainian soldiers probably couldn't afford. But there's absolute fear of the fact that I was James Bond, an SAS. What are you doing here? Your British military intelligence, all the way through my capture was to the point where I was being assessed by a psychiatric woman a nurse who was looking into my sanity before I went to trial, who was telling me what it was like to live in the UK, to telling me, how we, what was, asking stupid questions like, what was your, how do you feel about working for a black person? And I'd be like, what? I said, I'm from central London. I mean, I'm like, my last boss was Indian. I don't know. I knew exactly what she was doing, but this was all going towards like portraying me as this Nazi. They'd already predetermined, even through their evaluation of me, what they thought I was before I'd even got to trial, before I'd even opened my mouth, that I was this Nazi, oversexed, liberal James Bond from the UK, who was just captured in Mariupol and who's a mercenary Nazi and a terrorist. And they're just solely pushing that agenda of that we are this Anglo-Saxons, they called us, and how Russia win the war. And that was just going at me 24 hours a day.
Yeah, interesting. Just on that level. Sorry,
it's a kind of cosplay version of the 19th century, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because Russia isn't the power it was then either.
But their excuse is that they are not the powerhouse they used to be. They're not run by these very competently, again, good czar, bad boyars all the time, and then they'll conquer Ukraine question mark, profit, all the problems go away miraculously, instantly. That's that idea. And this imperialism, it shines everywhere, because that's what I do. That's what I do for a living. I read through all these people. And today I would like to, by the way, if possible, I'd like to bring you out an interesting quote, because I find it very relevant to this conversation. And what's going on here is that I read a channel by Vladimir Kvachkov. He wrote the Manifesto of the Russian World, which I have translated, and I have to figure out how to squeeze that into my political science degree, because he wrote the whole new manifesto, which currently is much more active amongst the people who are these, who lead these various fighting groups. He was very popular among the fighters of Espanyol. Before that, got destroyed and all this stuff. And here, for example, is what he says about the future of Russia, which is to show how they think about their own empire and restoration of this. And this was just posted. This is just posted about today, because this is his post where he memorizes the great events in history from the past. Quote, on September 29th/October the 10th, by the new style, 1710, Russian troops liberated the ancient Russian city of Reval, now Tallinn, from the Swedes. But this was not its first name. The ancient Russian name of the city was Kolyvan. It was first mentioned under this name in Russian chronicles in 1223, when Prince Yaroslav came from his brother in Novgorod with his entire domain and went to Kolyvan and conquered the entire land of the Chud. It was known by this name many times in Russian sources until the 18th century. The first time it was mentioned in other historical documents under the name Kolyvan was in a work by an Arab geographer written in 1154. The name of the city of Kolyvan is used in letters from Queen Elizabeth of England, addressed to Tsar Fyodor Ivanovich in 1587 and in 1589. You're British people, which is why I like to bring this up, because, again, I have no idea what she wrote in the letters, as well as to Boris Godunov. Kolyvan comes from two Russian words, kola, fence, and the name Ivan. That's Ivan's fence. And now the oldest part of present-day Tallinn bears the Slavic name Vyshegorod. The second liberation of Kolyvan is coming. Yeah, these are.
It's a steaming pile of nonsense. I mean, all of it.
Of course, it is. But but this is what's going on because this isn't read by Putin's propaganda machine, because no one on that side of the front really, if something is shown on Solovyov, that's meant from Moscow, Petersburg population who don't know anything about this. This is for the real soldiers of the war, which is what their next plans are. At the same time, they complain that Zelensky is a terrorist because he now wants to cut off Belgorod and Kursk from electricity, disregarding the fact that they've been trying to freeze Kiev for all these years now, and everything, and that they literally just sanity and coherent thought doesn't go well with these people. They just want to find someone to blame, and that's the next part of the plan.
I mean, don't mention that Belgorod was a ethnically Ukrainian-speaking area, and
it's fun. Like, one thing that I would like to mention here, which I've mentioned in other interviews, is the fact that Russian imperialism and the fact that they consider Ukrainians to be the same as Russians kind of saved the Baltics in a way during the Soviet era. It's because, well, when they tried to Russify us, and we're a much smaller people, like Latvia is slightly below 2 million people. Estonia is even smaller. When they tried to Russify us, they sent a bunch of Belarusians and Ukrainians in as well. My wife's family comes from my wife's family. They're Poles who lived around Belarusian borders. So when these people were sent in to Russify us, well, the Russians were quite scared, because Belarusians and Ukrainians, they actually learned our language, and because of Russian chauvinism, they made more Russian chauvinistic mistakes. It's errors piled up on errors. But even here, even when they try to justify this, even here they refer to the British, the Queen Elizabeth letter somewhere sent over there in documents which they have never read, because yet again, they don't speak in English. I'm now working on an episode where I'm going to explore where they get their sources about life in the West and especially the United States and Great Britain, because they must get their sources somewhere. But then I found out that I guess they rely on translations from sites worse than whatever Alex Jones is posting. It's a field of research that I'm going through, and that's why. Look, if what I'm saying sounds like a bit of a disjointed mess, it's because, well, I'm reading through this disjointed mess and trying to make some coherent sense of it and turning into some academical paper. This is why I moved here, because at least it's quiet here and I don't go as insane as I probably would.
So just a quick reminder, we're here to buy trucks, essentially, but to also have some great conversations along the way. But we need to get these trucks. I'm particularly crowdsourcing here for the 93rd Brigade, a fantastically effective unit. Right, we've just broken through the 7,000. We got to make it up to the 8, 9, 10. this is the target. We want to sort of break through, catch up with Mr. Johnny Pierce, although you're also racing ahead there. So that's it's a moving target.
Take that, Fink. But anyway, sorry. I mean, this is really good that everyone's contributing to a wonderful cause for all of us, including Silicon Kern and Eastern Border.
So insincere, it really is. But talking into declaring war, I'm gonna harp back because I've got a little episode sort of going live in parallel with this. Really, the Russian assets and agents, not just in the British political ecosystem and the media and so on, and a sort of normalization that's going on that may not even be influenced by Russia at all, but also in the European Union. We hear views that only the tip of the iceberg has been touched when you have Tenet Media, which you mentioned earlier, and others. We're aware now of some of these influence operations, but this really is just the tip of the iceberg, it seems to me. And there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of will to properly tackle this. Is this different in the Baltics? Is this different in Ukraine? Because, of course, Ukraine has realized that these assets and agents are an existential risk to survival, and it must be the case in the Baltic countries as well.
Oh, well, it's been rough for us. We have banned a lot of people who are spreading fake news. We also have a really strong press laws because I'm a member of Latvian Journalists Association, which also is you have to be a member of some journalist association to even get accreditation to work in Ukraine, which a bunch of media who are often quoted as very reliable aren't, such, by the way, as Medusa. Medusa are not members of Latvian Journalists Association, even though they've been here for years. And they're not as reliable as a lot of people tend to think because they have their own shady things. But also there are some people who make a website called Baltic News Network, which are closely related with Piotr Aven, and their trade association, which they claim to be a part of, is the British one. Of course, they're not members of it. Again, we're trying to deal with this stuff, but someone posting in Austria, claiming to be Latvian media, it's a lot of effort here. But at least right now we're doing pretty well, and especially here in the border regions over here, there's the regions where the most Russians live, and we've taken on a policy where right now a lot of people here in my area say that even if they're Russian speakers, because again this region has always been the most multicultural of all the Baltics. Oh, sorry, it's my electricity here. I still haven't fixed it, so if this flickers, then sorry about that one. It's just that over here people have a saying that Riga is far away, but Moscow is further still. They have no interest in this Russian domination. So over here, at least people are taking this whole thing seriously. Because again,
haven't you? Sorry to interrupt, but haven't you? Not you personally, but Latvian government has introduced rules about speaking Latvian language now, not the Russian language. And Russian diaspora communities have to pass or jump through certain hoops in order to basically in order not to show themselves willing to integrate more and not willing to just sit in their own kind of Russianness. And actually you've sent some back, or at least you haven't renewed visas on.
We're trying to, but sending old 70-year-old ladies back is a bad look all over the place. We've sent a few people back, but a lot of them integrate. But over here, I'm not gonna, my neighbor passed the exam, but is not like he's gonna do much Latvian talk everyday life. And over here, there's been a big split here since previously Russians like to miss everyone. Everyone who used to use Russian as their everyday language here, they were bunched up in this Russianness. And now if you speak with a Belarusian person or Ukrainian person and call them a Russian, then that's a big deal. That's a massive difference. And also the younger generations who are 25 and below, well, they no longer speak Russian here. I was born in 1989. I'm 36 now, and I'm one of the very last generations over here who actually speaks fluent Russian and reads it. I'm coming from a Latvian family. In my childhood, if you were Latvian, then you automatically sort of learned Russian because it was forced down on you for a while. Right now, it's just that, it's a complex situation. And of course, in the 90s, our politicians also mangled integration policies by a lot, and I've criticized that on my podcast. It could have been much better. We could have done a much better job with integration with everyone here, but we didn't. And now it's on my generation to deal with the consequences, obviously. So it is what it is. But over here, currently, people are people are trying to find their own national identities and not just, if previously, before the war started, pre-2022, they were happy to be just mushed in with Russians. Even then, like starting 2014, it was like less and less, but still. Then right now, well, everyone's trying to integrate as much as possible, and there's a lot of programs going on here. Because again, we already, as soon as the whole conflict started, over here, everyone understood that, yeah, if we hadn't joined the EU or NATO, then we'd be in Ukraine's place right now. That's a very much a common understanding here.
The Baltics are one of the biggest arguments for NATO's success as a defensive alliance. They have not been attacked by Russia, but goodness, you can imagine they would have been. Can I just change the subject just for a very brief moment? Donald Trump didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize today, and that, I don't know,
it's a tragedy, Jonathan.
It's
a farce.
I, for one, am writing to my MP to try and get this overturned, because how ridiculous it is. Anyway, honestly, this is how cult-like the Republican Party has become in the United States. So Donald Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. That's why I'm introducing a resolution today that will honor him with the Nobel Peace Prize. So you've got like Republican lawmakers that are going to introduce a resolution that gives him the Nobel Peace Prize from, I don't know, just from the American point of view, something made up.
Doesn't that defeat the object of the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, what
to a point?
What defeats the object? I did a video on this morning. My first video was on this topic, and like the idea that you give you could remotely consider giving an award to someone that is based on a moral evaluation of who they are, and that they have done some moral good for the world, to someone who is going around saying, I deserve this, I should get this. Like in moral philosophy, there's this idea that if you're truly going to be moral and do a moral act, you should do it silently. You shouldn't really talk about it, because then it's all about you rather than all about the act. Like and I'm an atheist, right? But in the Bible, Jesus said, if you're going to pray, do it quietly over there. Don't shout about how wonderful you are at praying. Oh, check me out, I'm freaking praying. Like, it's virtue signaling. So the idea that you have a guy running around saying, I deserve this award for being awesome, for being really kind, right? Essentially, that's what you can boil it down to. I deserve this for being really kind. This is me. It's all about me. I think that automatically invalidates you from getting a Nobel Peace Prize.
I should have been the lead striker for West Ham. It never happened.
Yeah, of course.
And there's other people that thought I shouldn't, because my football was pretty bad. But it's along the same lines, It's like
ridiculous.
I'm now going to put in a resolution that everybody should say I should be a striker for West Ham. I'm sure West Ham would have something to say about that.
Only if I can be the goalkeeper.
Yeah, mate, you're in. We'll put a resolution in for that.
Nice.
It's ridiculous that you can be so narcissistic and then get really I don't know. It's just everything annoys me about politics going on at the moment in the United States. But the idea that you should consider him for that award, and then the idea that you could have people that are so inside the cult that they have to virtue signal their own kind of allegiance to the cult by saying we should have a resolution that he does actually get the Nobel Peace Prize, and just whatever.
I love that. I'm just watching these little clips that come up. They're hilarious. I put something on my Twitter feed the other day, or the X feed the other day, and somebody said the only thing he's invaded is Portland, Oregon.
So like, have you seen
Have
you seen what's been going on there? Like, while you guys have been talking, I've been seeing the phenomenon that is. Do you guys know about the Portland frog?
Oh yeah, I saw.
Right. So have you seen the Portland frog? So the best one is that I've got to find it, where the Portland frog is advancing and the military are retreating, and then he starts twerking at the. I'm going to find it to you, but anyway, now there are all sorts of people turning up with the Portland frog costumes, and now you're getting like even more costumes. So the idea that Portland is burning to the ground, right, when the reality is you got a bunch of liberal hippies like twerking in inflatable suits, like it's just
it's
love
the correct way to fight this garbage.
Yeah,
though,
yeah,
isn't it?
I love that.
Absolutely the right way. Don't get violent. Don't protest. Just fight it with mascots and
I love it.
frogs. And that's the way you have to fight the stupidity, and then it's going to backfire on Trump sooner or later.
Here's one. I've got to. Oh no, it's not that one yet. That's caught it at the end. Here it is. Right, you've got to watch this. This is good. This is how it should be. So you have let's full screen this. You have.
I love this.
You got everyone else like retreating as a Portland frog, but it's what he does at the blue, assuming it's a he. It's what this frog does at the line here. It's just like when he's like, yeah, you've got back. Yeah. It's just the best.
That's brilliant. It's along the lines of the Pikachu, isn't it? At the Georgian riots. And I think that's the way to fight. You just turn up in mascots and they just look a bunch of idiots, don't they, at the end of the day?
Why they're retreating? It's like, this guy's unhinged. Oh, this is scary.
And of course, the theory is what Trump is trying to do there. I know this isn't to do with Ukraine, but what Trump is trying to do there is foment a riot. He's like, he's inventing a riot that doesn't exist, and there's a discussion to be had over whether he really knows that nothing's going on in Portland, and actually he's part of this, or whether he's being fed stuff about the 2020 BLM riots in Portland, where he's seeing footage of stuff that happened 5 years ago and thinking that's happening now. But either way, he's saying Portland is burning down, no shops shops aren't open, they're boarding up their windows with plywood, and it's like, the reality is you got a bunch of frogs twerking, and just like, it is so. But what he wants is to send the army in to then create a riot so that then he can institute martial law, and then you can imagine that there's going to be no elections in the midterms or something like that. Like, it's far more cynical than we're giving.
I said the same thing on that Midas Touch clip.
Midas Touch,
It's something exactly similar to that. I said the guy Trump just walked into a door. How the hell does he know, if he doesn't know what's going on in his own country? How the hell does he know what's going on in Ukraine? And you could tell.
I made this argument yesterday. Yeah,
who he's sent. I mean, Steve Shitkoff. He just turned up and he had no diplomatic experience whatsoever. Clearly inept. A whole meeting in Alaska was possibly, I don't know, allegedly arranged through a mistake. And you've got other guys who show up who have had no political experience with Russia. I went on as much to say in February, did a video, put it out there saying, don't hold too much optimism. You only have to spend 5 minutes in Ukraine to know that the Americans have turned up and they have not got a clue what's going on. And I said that in February. Don't have too much optimism for peace, because it just ain't going to happen. And look at where we are now. He's backed out, walked away. It's all gone to...
Well, Steve, like the idea that Steve Witkoff turns up to Moscow on his own to have a meeting with Putin and all of his cronies, doesn't have a translator. So he didn't even get an embassy translator. So he turns up not being able to speak Russian. Then they give him a translator who now we know it was a kind of Russian FSB woman. And you're like, and then are we surprised that he comes out and regurgitates Russian talking points to Tucker Carlson? It's like, this is absolute insanity.
It is insanity. I bang my head against a bit wall, because like I said, I've never been political. My audience has grown solely because I've become more of an activist, more vocal. I'm not tied to anything now. I'm not, as Ukraine, the latest sort of said, I'm not really tied to the military, so I can be more vocal on both sides. But I am a Ukrainian patriot. I do believe in sovereignty and freedom. They don't do everything right, and I'm quite quick to jump on that too. When
country does.
Debate, no, they don't. But that's why we're different, because you only have to see what Russia Today pushes out on X platform, which I try and send out to my audience to show them, look what's coming out daily. And that's reaching out to the Southern Hemisphere, pumping it out. They are Trump this, anti-Trump, anti-Britain. Britain's caused the war. NATO's the problem. NATO expand. And that's going out 50 times a day on X. And that's being promoted on their platform. So he's winning over that. So and now I've watched my wife lose her job because USA aid has been pulled. That's all the local projects, humanitarian projects. That's all the American soft power gone. Who do you think that benefits? Russia. That's the first thing Elon did when he came in, was take out all the humanitarian aid and stop all the projects. Those projects are holding those frontline areas together. They are the fabric, the stitching holding those together. Those frontline areas need that income from those USAID humanitarian projects that happen. They can stay, they can get an income, they can work on local projects to develop and fix Ukraine, demining through to first aid, through to whatever your talents are. You're able to stay in those really war-torn areas and get an income. First thing Elon did was pull it out. Now you're putting pressure on people. Now they're moving away from those, trying to find work. Projects are cancelled. So I've watched this firsthand, and now you're losing that, even that soft power that America had here, where you've got Ukrainians close to the front lines going, they've got no confidence in the American administration, none at all. Not because they're not thankful for what they have got, but when you hear, like you said, Trump regurgitating Kremlin narratives, I'd practically suggested, even saying that Zelensky's the problem and caused the war. Oh. And then he's lying. I get furious. I mean, that's enough to drive me onto the internet. And Jake Rose said, just get a camera and do it. And I just went, fuck it. I'm going to do it. I have no media experience whatsoever.
I'm famous for doing, not famous, like my audience know that I will rant on a regular basis, and it's not performative. I can't help myself. Sometimes it comes out of nowhere. I'm just reporting something, then it goes on to something else, and then I'm like, and this is what, and I can feel myself getting worked up, and the anger just like, I had to check myself, because I'm like, I remember what Darth Vader said. And I don't want to be going over to the dark side. Anger leads to so on and so forth. But it just, I just get so frustrated that we are living in a time period where either over stupidity or over ignorance or over actually evilness seems to be prevalent in politics, and I'm seeing, although we talk a lot about Trump and his administration, actually there are elements of this in the UK. Sorry, not in the UK. Well, there is actually with Reform UK, but there's elements of this around Europe, and I'm really, really worried about the future of democracy, given the prevalence of the of support for Russia, which you would think surely you can't support Russia, but no, it is something that is happening. I think, like, here's an example, right? I was going to talk about this at some point today, but the 3 AfD lawmakers, so these are German on the far right politics there, but they are gaining in popularity, particularly in the East. 3 AfD lawmakers from Saxony-Anhalt attended Putin's 73rd birthday celebration at the Russian embassy in Berlin, organized by the pro-Kremlin magazine Compact. The event praised Putin as a patriot, and AfD leaders later said the MPs acted independently. It's like, so it's just ridiculous. Like,
it is ridiculous. I've listened to you rant about. I've just finished this 12 point. I've listened to Jonathan rant about this thing about the big one I go is free speech.
Yeah.
So it's incitement, but if you challenge it, it's I'm entitled to my free speech. That isn't free speech. Like the woman, the Ukrainian who fled to America to avoid the war and was killed on the subway. And we watch Russians and American YouTubers using that image to blame the Democrats for her death.
Yeah.
And I thought that was disgusting. I thought that was absolutely. And somebody said to me on the reply back, well, it's free speech. We can do that. I said, that's not free speech. Where's her free speech? Where is her?
It's like, you're fine. Okay, but it's fine to no. I would go down the route of that's fine. You can say that, but then don't start getting hypocritical. So in the UK, we've just had like Gary Neville, who's a former footballer, England footballer, came out and said something about flags and angry white men and blah blah blah. And you had the people that spent 6 months arguing that we should be able to say what we like, free speech, free speech, free speech. Gary Neville says something they don't like, and then suddenly they're like, there's a massive poll to get him. To get him sacked from Sky Sports. And you're like, hang on, like 6 months ago, you were just telling me that we should all be allowed to say what we like. But it turns out free speech only works for you. That it only allows you to say what you like. But as soon as someone else says something that you don't like, you want them sacked from there.
Stone him.
That's the cancel culture you were whinging about. You are part of it. You are the biggest yeah, whatever. I'm sorry.
Well, look. Also, you do have to acknowledge that Gary Neville, as a Man United fan, there are some problems with that already. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, let's not laugh at Man United. They're beyond laughable right now, especially after I watched their game with Grimsby.
So there's only one football club for anyone that really cares, and that's Pompey. So and everything else is irrelevant. So all of you lot can go and do one.
Who, Jonathan? Who?
Portsmouth Football Club. Pompey. Play up. Pompey. Play. No, we're not. Okay.
No,
Anyway,
biggest
for our international audience here that have absolutely no interest in English football, tough luck.
Soccer to those Americans.
Well, Phil's joining me, and Phil, I don't know if Phil's a football fan or not, but if he's not, then we'll sit this one out on the reserves bench.
I just wanted to quickly add to what Pierce says about the frustrations and all this stuff. Well, I've learned to manage. I've learned to manage this because I have seen so much of their insanity that I have just somehow absorbed this, and I deal with this by being extremely snarky. That's the only way that I can do this. I have started making extremely snarky jokes on my show because, well, some people state that I should be a bit more cold and professional. But these are the subject matters. If you care about them, you can't really. Then it sort of becomes sanitized, and then it seems a bit less real in a sense, because if the other side gets to weaponize all sorts of emotions and anger and just spew out lies without anything rational, then you have to fight back somehow. Yeah. And also one thing that I've noticed is that I deal with those trolls I've banned from Twitter since 2023 because of Russian trolls and mods and everything. However, on other social media platforms, I'm not Russian trolls don't attack me at all because, I read Russian and I read their Vatnik Telegram channels where they gather all this stuff. So then I just, I don't argue with them. I just post their own links, what their media says, often contradicting themselves, and then they sort of go away. So that's how I'm safe. That's how you can fight back against them. I feel.
I did something similar earlier, where some Western academic got the hump on Twitter because I was calling Yulia Navalny useless and suggesting they pipe down until their country is defeated, and then they can do what the hell they like. But no, I took exception to that. And how dare I say it? That they're useless and inconsequential and whatever. I say all I have to quote is one of their own countrymen, Mark Fagan, who says exactly the same. Said the same in a recent interview that I did with him. I haven't yet published. He basically says they're not worth. They're about as useful as a chocolate teapot. They are not going to move the dial on anything. Only Ukrainian victory is going to move the dial on anything or trigger any kind of political change or reassessment within Russia itself. The Russian opposition are not in a position to do that, and they don't have the capability to do that. They also know that if they were to go and fully advocate for Russian decolonization, no Russian would ever vote for them either. So it's in Russian, what would you call it? Zamknutый kруг. It's like a closed circle. They're stuck in a position, but that's why we don't have to take them, even vaguely seriously. And they're calling for things that would actively harm. I think the point you took exception to, as I said, if we followed through on what Yulia Navalny was saying and Kara-Murza, then essentially that would lead to the eradication of more Ukrainians. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? No, you just follow the logical conclusions. If you lift sanctions against ordinary, innocent Russians, you are directly benefiting the Russian war machine. That leads to the erasure of Ukraine. It's a logical conclusion to make. Whether the person who supports Navalny wants to raise Ukrainians or not, I'm sure they don't. But that's the logical outcome of what they're arguing for. So.
Yeah, it's a pity we lost Nemtsov. I mean, I had my issues with him, but it would have been better than what we have now.
That's why he was killed,
Yeah,
that's exactly why he was killed.
Just for the audience's sake, do you want to let people know who Boris Nemtsov was?
Boris Nemtsov was one of the young reformers of the 90s. He advocated for liberal democracy. He was very anti-Chechen war. For example, he was one of his issues, and I say this from in a Russian electorate position, is he was Jewish, He had some personal foibles, and again, not completely devoid of his own, Russian imperialism mentality. But in the end, yes, he was assassinated just off of Red Square, just on the bridge leading to the Kremlin, with his Ukrainian girlfriend, as a matter of fact. She wasn't killed; she was a witness to it. Again, a lot of where would Russia? What road would Russia have gone down if Alexander Levin had survived? Putin is such a Putin, both a product of Russia and a obvious milestone transitional character in whatever Russia is going to be after they lose this war. What if it had been Nemtsov? What if it had been Levin? What if it had been, there are several others?
I mean, one thing we can be sure of is almost anyone who got near power would have signed up to some concept of an imperial Russia, whether it is, on the territory of what's recognized as the Russian Federation, or whether it encompasses the wider former USSR. There's a lot of commonality there. Or
they could have done a CIS, but a CIS with a very large stick, and have a bunch of Belaruses out there.
Yeah, but Putin is probably, for those who say, but what if someone worse than Putin came along? Putin is frankly the worst of the worst, and not just because of his brutality and because of his stupid ideas. He is the worst of the worst because he's a man with no intelligence. Well, he's intelligent in that, he's relatively fluent when he speaks. He's got a big team, and he's not unintelligent, but he's unimaginative. He doesn't have any ideas of his own. All the ideas he's got are stolen from the worst ideas of Russian imperialism of the past. The
dictatorship of law. Remember that?
The dictatorship of law. The dregs of Russian thought, not even stitched together in any coherent fashion. You've got a pastiche of Soviet iconography, Tsarist iconography. It's all stitched together in an absolutely incoherent fashion. Yeah, he's not intelligent. He's not dynamic. He's someone who, he's the accidental Tsar. He's someone who was placed there because he thought he would protect the Yeltsin family and their ill-gotten loot.
I was there. I saw the rise. Yes, I saw the rise. Yeah, I'm not going to get. I promise I won't get on my, as I want to do on my soapbox too much here. But we got to remember, there are a couple of things we must remember about Putin when he was rising to power. I think we're going to hunt down Chechen warriors and we'll kill them in the outhouse, let's say. Although he didn't use quite the polite toilet. Yeah. Yes, he didn't use the polite term. I don't know if I can swear, but yes, absolutely. Everybody, don't forget to contribute. So we're going to kill them. And can I swear, Jonathan? A little bit, just this once?
Hopefully, just this once. We'll let you get away with it.
All right, just this once. We're going to hunt down Chechens in the shitter. In the shitter. We're gonna kill him he's a thug. The man's a thug. I was working for Canadian television at the apartment building bombings. There is no doubt in my mind, but that was orchestrated by Vladimir Putin. I spoke to neighbors who had reported 2 or 3 days prior to the actual explosion that they found guys putting bags of fertilizer, quote unquote, in the basement of buildings. And when they were confronted, militia showed up, and 15 minutes later, badges were exchanged, and those guys were out of there scot-free. That's the kind of man that Vladimir Putin is. I also saw him, and this speaks to maybe his pettiness and his deep insecurity, is I was in Murmansk when the Kursk went down. And I remember very vividly, him going into the sailors' church. There's a church for sailors in Murmansk, because of course that's the location of the Arctic in the North Sea, the Arctic Sea Fleet, and he was screamed at. He was screamed at because the wives and the mothers of the sailors who were trapped in the Kursk, there was a chance to rescue them using Scottish deep sea rescue vehicles, and Putin didn't allow it for a variety of reasons. But I remember him coming out of that church like a frightened little schoolboy who had just been chastised, and that's who I think he
I have two things I have two things I'd like to add. First of all, well, the specific shitter that you're referring to is not the everyday outhouse. It refers to the specific one in the prison where all the petukhs or apusheny or the offended people live. He's referring straight to that thing. And secondly, about the Ryazan sugar, as it's all known in these parts, I will post in the chat. I made an episode back in 2018 explaining all this in detail. So if everyone wants to check that one out, because that's a massive subject matter about how Putin got to power and what was happening on there. That's an audio form. I haven't put this on YouTube yet, but there's just a link. No ads on that.
That's a great one. I'm also, if anyone's interested in following up, we've got David Satter and Yuri Felishtinsky on my channel talking about this subject, in great depth, and I think Edward Lucas refers to it as well. But Felishtinsky has a very, I would say, front row seat on this, and is there's a lot of detail in there you won't have heard from other places. And of course, David Satter brings an extraordinary moral judgment onto the whole thing with his long sort of political and journalistic career. If you still don't really, if you think you know Putin, you don't know him until you've got to the bottom of these things, because it shows that there's no depths of callousness to which he won't go to save his own skin, to save his own wealth, to save his own inner circle, but primarily his own skin. And that translates into what we're seeing. 1 million Russians are now estimated to have died, not just, wounded, but actually died. Not that we're too upset about that. But there's no limit to this. There's no limit whatsoever. 2, 3, 4, 5 million. There is no number at which he'll stop. But unfortunately, I think through most of this war, in the minds of European policymakers and indeed Washington, they have created a limit in their minds. Oh, well, Putin will stop when the cost reaches this or the cost reaches that. No, there is no human cost for him that will not be too great to save his own skin.
Well, he just doesn't care about the Russian people as such, that he can't even do this because, he comes from the KGB and then he comes from this organized crime branch, right? He has to act like these big top dogs of the Russian organized crime and caring about his own people. Well, that has never really happened inside of Russia. The level of uncaringness and his image and what he does in reality, and what's considered cool and his upper rankings there, that's easily shown by the very simple fact that, for example, imagine if a German chancellor would drive around with a car that's not German, right? Basically Putin had to recently just force everyone to sit in Russian cars, and no, they don't like it. It was considered to be faux pas to drive around if you were some sort of governor of a region or something, or even head of state in Russian cars. That's considered a bad thing. See, the utter disregard for their own people. That's why would you care about them?
But
that's
envy. There's also envy. I mean, this thing about cars is interesting.
It also causes down this he truly does not believe in democracy at all.
No.
He in his eyes, elections everywhere are a sham, complete sham, and he feels this weird thing that he believes that everyone else is scamming in elections and doing all these horrible things, and that there is no real honesty in the world. Yet we're blaming him for the things that we do it. We're doing this ourselves. This is why he sees this is what he sees as hypocrisy of the Western part, and he just refuses to believe that there could be actually real people doing something on their own, showing some real action there. This is why he also doesn't believe in 2000 in Maidan events. That this is why he also doesn't he doesn't believe that there is any protest going on against the dictatorial regime that would be not funded by the CIA or MI6. The evil Anglo-Saxon hand is everywhere.
Because there's no such thing as real organic politics. I mean, there's a very interesting thing, and I'm sure this might sort of trigger some recognition here as well. But I remember getting a tour of a town. Now, this town was quite an interesting one. It's called Verkhotan. It's right up in the far north. And this tour essentially. And there's some, talking to some local people, and they were inordinately proud. I mean, genuinely proud of some German-built buildings in the town, because these things had aged much better than the so-called Khrushchevchiki, the sort of, Khrushchev-era buildings of the 1950s. These buildings were built by German Nazi prisoners of war. So you'd expect people to, I hate the Nazis. No, they're immensely proud that some Germans have been in their town and have built these things. And look at the craftsmanship. They've survived. So there's a mixture of envy and loathing, and it's quite a complex kind of thing.
That Russian mix of self-loathing and insecurity is, I think, a lot of why we are where we are. I mean, look at what like cinema. They made a superhero movie with all these kind of iconic Soviet or Russian emblems as the superhero characters, and they said, "Look, see, we can do it too." And what you want to say is, you are a cheap knockoff imitation of that, and in their heart of hearts, I think they know that, and I think this drives a lot of their motivation.
It's like a rip-off of Temu, isn't it? It's not even a Temu.
Terrible.
It's the Temu
and they
of
know
Temu.
it.
They know it.
They know
I
it.
sat through all those through the prison time, captivity time. They kept having this local radio station on a loop, and the only things they played were Cher and Do You Believe in Life After Love, Boney M, and Chris Rea on the beach. The rest of it was just like Russians singing Western knockoffs, and you're sitting there in the cell going, Is that Ed Sheeran?
I love the
Russian,
I love that.
Not
that
to make light
range,
of your
though.
experience, Sean, but that's
Rea.
a form of oral torture as well, isn't it?
Yeah. And ABBA was the worst. I mean, ABBA just. I went down when I was released.
Of course they did.
Waterloo was just the worst, because that now sets off my PTS dizzles, and you're just sitting there listening to. Just sitting there and listening, and even my wife laughs at me and says, "Do you want me to turn this off?" And I'm like, "Oh my god!" It just takes me back to that moment, where you're just hearing Waterloo 3 times a day. I mean, it was just Makivka radio at its worst, and that was more torture than the torture, to be fair, because that's every day for 3 months listening to Boney M and Chris Rea and the same track on Now 11.
I have a relevant news piece for that, by the way. I have a relevant news piece. They recently uncovered, dedicated a new monument to Felix Dzerzhinsky. I think it was Yekaterinburg or something. And out there, I was watching the video to take a look at what's going on, and they're playing Jesus Christ Superstar in the background, like choo 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 choo. And I was like, what's going on? Did someone mess something up? No. Turns out that recently, a couple of years ago, for some sort of movie, they used the full melody of Jesus Christ Superstar, just modified it to be about Dzerzhinsky. It's about like they put the lyrics on, they put lyrics on how brave Czechists shoot kulaks on the background of Jesus Christ Superstar. So if you Google that one up, so yeah,
I'm just wondering, when Sean's driving down the road with his missus and ABBA comes on, whether he just turns around and says, "Can you get the electrodes out? I want to attach one to my testicles, because quite frankly, it's better than this shit."
One of the headlines when I was exchanged to "Death by ABBA," Brit guy released from captivity, and I was like, well, I didn't quite say it like that, It's like the media just blew it all out of proportion.
Can I just
welcome Jason to the stage while he's
Hey guys.
Jason. Great to see you.
Good to see you all.
Hi, Jason.
How are you guys doing?
Very good, thank you, Jason. Good to speak.
All things considered.
All things considered, yes, it seems like it's could be better.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in Lviv. I'm not in Kiev right now, so I think I can see electric lights. I know my other friends in Kiev have said the electricity is more or less been brought back on. Yes.
Yeah, I'm in Dnipro, and we got smashed last night. We've been up since 12.
Yeah, you did.
4 hours.
I just missed it.
And then ballistics, and they fly right near the house, over the house, and we're on that right flight path, because it's a bloody nightmare.
It's got worse as well, because it looks like they're starting to hit Dnipro with guided glide bombs, I think, for the first time, which is
the second time now is yesterday.
Right.
They used they're throwing a kitchen sink and everything at us now. I think the last one was about 2 months ago, and we just had a warning that the next 48 hours we could expect another big attack. So
actually, that's a good time to say this. I know Jason's just come and joined, but this could be a stimulus to to talk about stuff. So a couple of things. First of all, just to get some breaking news, if you like, a chilling new warning from Kyiv's mayor, former world heavyweight champ Klitschko, says a new attack is predicted and residents must stock up on water, food, first aid kits, warm clothes, and be as pragmatic as possible. So that's a bit of bad news, sort of dooming for what might happen. But interesting ones here. UK has delivered hundreds of air defense missiles to Ukraine 5 months ahead of schedule. The delivery comes amid a strengthening defense partnership. Ukraine's largest drone manufacturer is investing 200 million quid in building 2 factories in Britain. And this one might be for a conversation. Ukraine is coordinating Tomahawk missile transfer details with the US, the foreign ministry has said. Teams are discussing technical aspects, including variants, launch platforms, and configurations. Ministry spokesman Hiori Tiki has reported. So it looks like Tomahawks could be on the agenda. Discuss.
It's the name of my new cat.
Is it? Nice.
I think I've said somebody suggested some names for my cat. It went to 37,000 views. You put a cat on your Instagram and a cat on your X, you've got it sorted. You'd be able to raise so much more money if you had cats.
This is where I've gone wrong.
This is where you've gone wrong, to be fair.
And we've got someone with a bit of fur on his face, but it's not cute. It's Mr. Pierce.
Which can I just say, but again, before Jason just pipes in with whatever he is going to enlighten us with, can I just draw our attention back to the fundraising just really quickly? And can I just say the fur on my face, my friend, is successful, because we're almost at 17,000 euros. ATP Geopolitics, Eastern Border, 8,667, and Silicon Curtain over the 7,000 at 7,195. So keep that going, guys. Thank you so much to all the people who so generously contributed. Follow the links down below. My one's atpgeo.com/donate. Links should be in the descriptions, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to quickly say goodbye to everyone, because, well, I am 22 kilometers from the Russian border, and like my electricity flickered around, and I feel like my web's not doing well, and I have some things to do. I might actually plop in a bit later. For how long do you intend to go? I'm gonna finalize my work here. So sorry that I have to leave quickly. Just that it's gonna be better rather than me just reloading all the time. But
no, it's
nice
great to have you.
Hey,
great to have you on.
Here.
We'll do a full interview at some point, just because I know there's going to a lot to talk about there. So we'll
please do.
And later. And
I will write in the comments if I hear any Russian jets entering our airspace too. You're gonna find it here first. Okay?
Yes.
Bye, folks.
Cheers.
Cheers, Gustav.
Cheers, guys.
Jason. Tomahawks. What? I don't believe anything until I see it happen. What are the chances of them actually being supplied?
It seems that it's very probable, with a high degree of certitude. It seems that it's actually, they're working on other logistics of it, but that part of it's not the question. I think it's actually different elements of it at this point. But I will say, Jonathan, I'll just mention before we start, your name came up in a conversation yesterday in a very pleasant way. I was having lunch with our mutual friend David Satter, and he spoke extremely highly of you. He said, Jonathan's such a good guy. He does such good interviews. I really like Jonathan. I said, I will communicate that to him when I speak tomorrow. So he spoke very highly of you. And then that evening, the very same day, I had dinner with none other than Ilya Ponomarov. And Ilya also sends his warm regards.
Ilya's a fantastic person, and it always makes me feel slightly nervous to feel that Ilya considers me a friend, because Russians have tried to kill him on numerous occasions. But David is an absolute gentleman.
Can I just say, I'm sorry, Jason's got that slightly wrong. Like,
he's talking about
he
me,
probably didn't realize, but he got the Jonathan wrong. Like, they're actually talking about Jonathan MS Pierce, and everyone knows that clearly I'm their friends. I mean, I don't really know them, but I'm definitely
don't know who they are, but yeah. Why not? No, David is a splendid human being, and he was. I think he and Luke Harding vie for the title of this. But who was the first Western journalist debarred from the modern Russian Federation? I think it was Satter who was actually expelled. But I'll have to look at the dates there, because they both sort of claim that.
I think you're right there.
It's funny, I was hanging out with Satter's son last week. He's a journalist for Reuters. But anyways, it doesn't make a difference. But I asked him that exact question, oddly enough. And I said, your dad was the first to get thrown out, or how was it? And as I recall, he said he was the first American to be PNG'd. and I don't know if that means that there's not other journalists that got expelled before, but the first American to be formally PNG'd or expelled permanently from the country because he was living there. So he's expelled and PNG'd both, not just PNG'd.
Yeah, because I think Luke Harding's, permit to report in Russia was revoked. His visa was revoked. I don't know whether he was necessarily given that kind of ban or, foreign agent type designation. I mean, that's changed now. But I mean, both of them do sterling work, and it always sticks with me. Luke Harding's story about how he became aware of the FSB actually following him around, and he'd been out in the countryside. Came back to his flat, which I think was on the 11th or 13th floor in Moscow, to realize that the windows in his son's nursery, which you technically can't really open, it's a safety feature, but that had been disabled. So the window was wide open, quite scary. And there was cigarette butts in an ashtray. None of them smoked, but there was an ashtray and cigarette butts there. So, and also a copy of the Kama Sutra had been placed on his side of the bed with a bookmark on a particular page, like we're listening to everything you do and say.
And isn't it Luke who also kind of intimates that it was that there was kind of a emasculation kind of thing or a sexual component to it of them leaving like a porno on the TV, like a pornographic film, and he would come back and things, or pornographic photographs in the middle of a book or something like that, which obviously betrays their own pathology.
It does. I mean, Peter Pomerantsev talks about Russian imperialism in this very visceral sense. He talks not just about its political mechanics, he talks about the sadomasochism that underpins it as well, the need to control and abuse. I don't want to be triggering here, but Jason studied this. Sean's lived it in close quarters.
I mean, and not to derail things, but I mean, as long as we are talking about journalists who are getting kicked out, I mean, I know many of us have kind of issues with Steve Rosenberg. I mean, I've known Steve for many, many, many years, and I am not. This is not the hill I'm going to die on. I'm not going to make an argument about Steve, but I think it is important for us to still have Western journalists on that side, even if they are vastly, inhibited in what they can do and say. So,
it's
a fine line to walk. It's a fine line to walk.
Not got over their Russophilia. Sorry.
What a complicated life.
Not the hill. Not the hill. I'm not fighting this one.
No, it's a difficult position to be in. I mean, when you deal with the intelligence services of Russia, I've also dealt with them. I was thrown out of Russia in 2009, but it was much later. And that was because I was hired to work with the U.S. government's program. I was working with Boris Nemtsov and Gary Kasparov and other people. And that's why I was thrown out for being a national security risk. But I was also arrested and interrogated for several days in Uzbekistan for espionage. And I was also thrown out of Belarus. Then I got thrown out of another country. But it's neither here nor there. With the Soviet countries, what was interesting about it was it's very similar. Actually, when I was interrogating Uzbekistan, it was people from the Russian FSB who came for the interrogation. It was initially Uzbeks, and then they brought these Russian. I mean, I know the Russians because they have Moscow accents, and they have blonde hair and blue eyes, which is not very common in Uzbekistan. And so, especially if you're trying to get a job in the government services. So they're pretty interesting people. I've had my apartment searched before, and these sorts of things, these sorts of strange incidences, let's call them. It's sort of exciting. But in the case of how this all works, it is sort of interesting.
I didn't find it exciting. I was like, but it's very similar to be honest, because I had the MGB, which is like the Donetsk People's Republic's version of the FSB, who were quite slow and clearly looked like they were being dragged into a job they didn't particularly understand. Burnt out policeman was how I referred to him, from the Sweeney for 30 years. Couldn't remember what they were talking to us about. Clearly no interrogation skills. Didn't understand really remember what they were talking to us about the last interview, the last interrogation. And that's deeply frustrating when you have to go back through all that again with a set of new guys who are stupid. And then you had, like Mr. Smart said, you had absolutely a new generation, absolutely FSB, absolutely clearly had interrogation training. They had nice gear. They weren't wearing rough gear. They were wearing nice watches, nice suits. Clearly, the regional accent changed from what I was used to in the east of Ukraine to a Moscow-style accent. Even one guy spoke perfect English without an accent, which straight away I was like, well, you're not from around here. You were able to pick those guys up and start working. These guys are clearly FSB, even though we only ever heard the word mentioned once after Paul Yuri had been beaten to death in prison. So, it was identical. And the same, because my background is SEER and survival training and resistance training, that was easy to really pick up. And my training hadn't changed from when I did it in the 90s. It was still relevant in 2022 when I was captured by the West. It hadn't changed in 20, 30 years.
And John Sweeney, doesn't he, talks about, in his film and interviews, he talks about the instruments of torment that have been found in numerous, basements and black sites they created in the occupied territories. You got the, the slon or the elephant, which is the sort of gas mask, which they take the filter out and use you to asphyxiate you. And then there's the universal electrodes and all that kind of stuff.
The wind-up telephone. They got the wind-up telephone that they use to get a charge. It's
Tapping, the tapping.
What do they call it? A call to Putin, I think, was the phrase for it, wasn't it?
That is.
Somebody, they asked me what my most frequent question I want to get was it like to be electrocuted? I said, well, actually, it's quite quiet. It's really quiet, actually, because one, you're being electrocuted. Nobody wants to touch you. Philip might have heard this before because he did it in his studio with the miners.
Yes, that's right.
First of all, nobody wants to touch
about that,
didn't we? Electrocuted. And then what happens then is you go up for the bolt of electricity. I was literally standing in my chair and you're strapped to the chair where you can't move. So you stand up. It's dead quiet. All you can hear is as the electrical current goes through and you're using that wind-up tapping that you just referred to. And then when your body relaxes, you just slump down in the chair, you're dribbling, but all your body relaxes. And this is a funny bit because when my body relaxed, I let out this almighty fart. Really seriously big fart. And when they dragged me back to the cell, I was in with two guys like this carrying me back to the cell, and I was such in a bad way, and all I heard one of them was go and they just giggled, and I thought, this has got to be the worst day of my life, just going being dragged back to an interrogation cell. And I didn't really have the next day my legs blew up and I couldn't walk. The capillaries were bleeding through my legs. Literally they'd gone doubled the size. I mean, it was really in a bad way. But I refer to it, and that's generally the most requested question I get is, what was torture like? Everyone's got this macabre, and I said it wasn't great. It was like, but they're interested in how it works, and it wasn't inventive either.
3.5 out of 10.
I get the same sort of thing when people talk to me about combat. What's it like to be in combat? What's it like to, see someone die as a result of combat?
It's starvation was the worst, to be honest. Starvation is with you every day. It changes your mood. It changes your moods, really, from anger to tired. You're constantly looking for food. Food, when it does come, becomes a commodity, a danger with other prisoners. Then you're fighting, which is what they want. They want that friction between other prisoners. They know that. So it's a really dangerous thing, food. But starvation is with you every day, and you're constantly thinking of food. But those interrogations and electric shocks are over quite quickly. You can't train for pain, and there's nothing that can really train for that. But you can mitigate it somewhat, and you have to cling on to those small victories. So generally, it was only a short period, but yeah, I mean, it's very. Don't get me wrong. I say to people that you talk about those days sometimes with a bit of humor because it's a coping mechanism, but it was exceptionally hard time. As Jason would tell you, and from combat.
Black humor is important. But
it's massive,
I live a very, very lucky life. I mean, I occasionally get asked, what's it like to be a YouTuber? What's it like? Oh, it's so difficult. Oh, it's really difficult. God, the things I've had to endure. Sitting there listening to people bang on. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah,
We have to
no,
talk to me
hats
and
off to you
Mr.
guys.
Terry, for
Well,
instance.
that
are
is,
just,
that is,
draws the
as a form of
attention, though.
torture. It is a form of torture.
Mr. Terry has entered
Well,
the room.
I'm gonna hop back off because I have a dinner date to go to here.
I know,
But
Phil, I jump on
I know
and leave
short.
you.
Well, no, I think maybe 6 people will all, and knowing this lot, will all start yammering and talking over one another. So
I will let Jason say more and Greg as well. So Greg, it's great to see you, but my missus just got back. I'll pop on a little later.
now you're making me feel guilty.
And actually,
but Sean,
Jonathan, you need to have a break so I can take over and host. At some point.
Jonathan is leaving right now because Jonathan's leaving right now because he doesn't want me to pull out his Christian tendencies of singing gospel hymns when we're near missile strikes.
We should all hold hands, like on the screen here.
Don't bring out the overt atheist in me already.
Okay, there you go.
But good to
what
see
time
you,
do you think
Greg,
that might be, Jonathan? What time do you think you're going to
want me
rejoin
back?
us?
Because I've got to go to the cinema with my missus tonight and have a meal out. So that was bad timing for her to
it's just up to you whenever you're
on the 12-hour marathon. It's like,
whenever you're back, it's fine.
Well, the age group I'm with here is having a dinner, so I've got to go short. That's my excuse.
You go.
But I'll try and pop back on. I'll try and pop back on. But Sean, before I leave, I did want to touch on one thing you said. I think it's important, and I don't know if you guys want to carry on with this particular theme any further, but I do want to make the point that when you're talking about like using food as a weapon to turn prisoners against one another, it reminds me of the story of Nadia from Pussy Riot, who tells the story of how they would do the exact same thing. That it was very important. Part of their control system within the prison was to pit prisoners against them. So somebody would get extra time in the yard. Someone else would resent that. They would take minutes away from one person's time, or they would give better food to one prisoner to create tension with another prisoner. So I thank you for bringing that up because I think we all just. It exemplifies what we're working with here. So, Jonathan Fink or Jonathan Pierce, after my dinner, perhaps if I haven't had one too many glasses of wine, I'll pop back on. And donate. Everybody donate. Donate. Trucks. All right, gentlemen. All of you are wonderful people, and I'll try and come back on a little later. Do take care,
buddy.
Have a good one.
All right. Always, every day. All right. Take care.
So, Jonathan, if I go for an hour now and then pop back to give you a chance to have a break yourself, how does it UK time? So it's 4:30 now. If I do 5:30 to 6:30, I've got to kind of shoot off at 6:30. Really, does that sound all right?
Well, I'll hold the spot from 5 to 6 because we've got Konstantin Samalov and we've got Yuri Rashkin. No, not everyone's going to be on for that one. That's a sort of little special segment there. But if you wanted to pop on for that or come back later this evening, that's super cool.
Yeah. So other than that, I mean, I'll come back before that happens and get some interaction with Greg. But I will be going probably from sort of 6:30 through to probably gone 10:30. I would have thought. So that's a good 4 hours. I'll be away.
wee bit later. Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay then? You don't need to break now.
We'll sort it. And there's a few people coming on later who may be able to hold the fort.
Greg can hold the fort. I mean,
I'll let Greg and Jason talk now, and I'll hop off too and come back later because I've got my wife said I've got to go for some dinner or something, you know. And...
Sean.
Greg.
We see each other in our group, but this is the first time we've met personally as I'm meeting Mr. Smart for the first time. So thank you, man, for all that you do for Ukraine.
Thank you.
I appreciate
I'll stick around for a bit, but I might shoot then. These two talk and jump.
I appreciate you deeply, man.
Yeah,
love you all. Greg, I'll see you in a minute.
Later, JP.
If you get somebody else, kick me off because I've overstayed my welcome. I don't want to overstay my welcome.
Well, we're going to clear the studio around 5 to do a segment. Then we're all back for this wonderful chaos. Jason, I wanted to dig into the Tomahawks, and probably this is one for Greg as well. There's certainly, I'm a big one in looking into the detail of language, and I know that we need to treat Trump through his actions, not necessarily his words. But it seemed to me that there was a fundamental change in his use of language a couple of weeks back. And around that time, you know, he came to the UK and met the king and so on. There was a fundamental change in the language. He talked about victory for the first time. He talked about a number of things which had never entered the political lexicon of even Biden, let alone Trump. And now we have this potential tomahawk. So I just wanted to ask you guys, am I wrong here in looking at the language and believing that something changed? Because people are constantly saying, oh, no, this is just the same, smoke and mirrors, the same. He'll say this today and something else tomorrow. But I feel something fundamentally has shifted, but can't exactly describe to you what that is or what specifically caused it.
I mean, sorry, if you're going to answer, go for it, colleagues.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll follow you.
So I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, and I've been here for the last couple of weeks, actually, specifically working, well, various things related to Ukraine. I had a number of meetings with people that work with the White House as well as with Congress and with, you know, state and other things like that. And in the course of these meetings, I've come to the conclusion it does seem quite sincere. And there was a fundamental change, and the policy initiatives have changed quite seriously. And it's not limited to just Russia, though. It's more global than that. There's a number of other countries that are affected by this, including India, including Venezuela, and a number of other places. But how it all ties together. One of the most interesting things that my takeaways, and I'm leaving for the airport shortly to go back to Kiev. One of my greatest takeaways from this, though, is essentially that in a very personal level for Trump, he really did believe that Putin somehow would respect him, take him seriously, that he'd be treated as a true colleague or equal. And he didn't feel that he got the reciprocity. He was treated as an inferior. And that was truly something that insulted him. In a personal level, he was offended by that. And it was as simple as that. It's his ego. There's nothing more intellectual. It's simply that. And the funny part about that was where India fits into this. So India, which you guys obviously are familiar with, India and the culture associated with it, is India doesn't like to be told what to do by other countries. You look at the relations with the Soviet Union, look at the relationship with China, especially China. Look at the relationship with the United States. Look at the entire period of the Cold War, I should say. And you see how they have always had this sort of, we're not told what to do. We're in the middle. We do what we wish to do. And so when Donald Trump said, you know, I was the reason there was peace between Pakistan and India, Modi didn't respond very well to that. He didn't like that. He said that was not the case. In fact, I saw Modi 2 days ago on Twitter wrote in Russian, congratulating Vladimir Putin for his birthday. But I didn't hear it there. Either way, this really offended Trump. He really thought he was about to get a Nobel Peace Prize. And he said, this is insane. And I guess what it comes down to, and I'm really just trying to boil down 2 weeks of meetings in a 2-minute explanation, is that Modi really pissed off Trump. Trump then said, okay, I got to punish him. How else can I punish him? And they said, well, you know, they're buying a lot of oil from Russia. And this is a way you could punish both the leaders at the same time. Because if they continue buying the oil, this will give you a pretext to then go after them. And it doesn't look like it's personal in nature, but due to foreign policy. And that seemed okay by Trump. And so today when we're talking about the other things like Tomahawk, as I said, the Tomahawk thing is pretty well decided as far as I can tell. There's other aspects of it that are a little bit more complicated. And I think it's important to note that we concentrate on the Tomahawks. There's other weapon systems as well. That's just the one that's gotten the most press. And I don't think that Tomahawks is really and it's like the F-16s where everyone's going, oh, F-16s. Okay, it's one more weapon system, or it's one more, you know, tool to have. But the reality is that there's much more complicated things that they're discussing, especially with intelligence sharing, not just for the Tomahawks, but for other things as well. That is much more important, I think, to Ukraine's future than these missile systems.
That's fascinating, isn't it?
I completely agree with him, especially when he brings in India. And I would add to that as well, Jason, China, because we've heard from all nations over the last couple of weeks about their absolute defiance at being told what to do. So that's the narrative been coming out of India. That's the narrative that's coming out of China. We will not be dictated by what to do. In fact, the Chinese representative went as far to say as we will not be told when or when we cannot breathe. So I think that is a narrative in the Tomahawk system within itself. For me, it's more about the possibility the words, the support that comes as more like a motivational factor for Ukraine and a wake-up call for Putin, because yesterday at the forum in Latvia, Matthew Whitaker, to confirm what you're saying, says we have many systems that we are looking at potentially getting to Ukraine. You know, he didn't zoom in on the Tomahawk, because the reality is you just do not send a Tomahawk to Ukraine and they're firing it tomorrow. It's a complex system, especially for the ground-based unit, you know, because typically we're firing them from subs or from naval vehicles, but there are ground-based units. I know the UK has it. So there is quite a process. And we got the response that was necessary. I have to go back to Matthew Whitaker yesterday. The use of the term paper tiger, and then the suggestion of the Tomahawk system, and then he went hard last night on the ineptness of the Russian military, striking a chord into, I think, the very center of the Kremlin. And it's key. Now, with that said, and I know, Sean, you know this, but I've spent 16 months on the front with soldiers, and they'll tell you, yeah, there's a lot of paper tigers running around, but they're not all paper tigers. There are some serious soldiers out there, and some serious hardware, and some serious drones. And the worst thing we can do is underestimate them. And Whitaker, to close him out, he did say, listen, I'm not underestimating them, but we need to not underestimate ourselves. So I just think we're all pushing toward ahead. And I can tell you, in addition to the Peace Prize I'm watching right now, and I'll be translating this one later to share, but Putin started to praise Donald Trump today as the one who should have received the Peace Prize. And Donald Trump has already tweeted back to him, thank you, President Putin, for understanding, something of that nature. So, you know, this is what we're in for. We're in for a long war. And
Putin seems to be trying to make friends everywhere he goes. He just had Aliyev over there from Azerbaijan. He's running around trying to shore up support. Yeah, he's had a lot of problems recently, but keep in mind with the Chinese, you know, there's it's a Russian expression, which is called the, what would be in English? Peking's last warning. Последний китайский предупреждение in Russian. And what's interesting about it is that it's an expression the Chinese, when they have their warnings, doesn't really mean anything. The Chinese, you know, they always make these sorts of statements. So let's remember that at the same time, they were up until recently doing negotiations in Stockholm with the United States about tariffs. And I think that they're much more interested in tariffs with the United States. In relative comparison, total trade between China and China and Russia, I want to say it's about 4% of all the trade that China does. In the case of Russia, though, it's about, I think it's about 12-15% of the trade that they do. However, China's trade with the United States is about 4 times more than that. So simply as a trade partner, it's strategically much more important. Likewise, for India, the numbers are similar, though they do less trade with the United States. Now, what's interesting about that is the fact that it's, in both countries' cases, not a major player, Russia. It's not something that's of urgent need for them, but it's something that they both realize that they can leverage in the negotiations with the U.S. Because realistically, oil or whatever it is, sure, it's nice to have it, but at the same time, if we know the Americans really don't want us to buy it, then what can we get out of them in exchange? And I think that's what they're going for at this point, is that they're trying to leverage this. And so I'm not surprised the Chinese would make statements like that, because of course you would. Why wouldn't you? You're trying to get as much as you can as Americans. You're going to say, yes, we're very tempted to keep doing this. We're willing to risk, 16% of our trade, but they're really not. I mean, just look at China versus the West. The trade that China does with the U.S., let's say NATO countries, U.S. And Asian countries as well. So if we add them all together, and I did calculate this a couple years ago, I want to say if you add up Japan, South Korea, blah, 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 it comes to something like 60% of all Chinese trade is with U.S. allies. So really, are they willing to risk that all for the country they do 4% of trade with? I doubt they are. Keep in mind, youth unemployment rate today in China is about 23%. It's actually higher than that, but they changed the definition of unemployment about a year ago, I guess it was. And look at the other problems they have. The banking sector in China has got these massive problems. We see what's happening as well in the housing markets. It's absolutely insane what's going on over there. The numbers coming out of Beijing today are just really gripping. And so when we look at all this, consider all this, are they really willing to toss the dice and have greater instability as a result? And I doubt that they are, because Xi, like any other dictator, is most interested in his own stability, his own well-being, ahead of that of the states, and certainly more than their foreign policy. That seems something that they're quite easy to change their policies on. But China also, historically, I think that if we think about this in just real politics, is that I think what's very wise about the Chinese, and I don't mean to digress so much, but it does go full circle back to what you were just saying. I apologize in a long way of phrasing this, is I think the Chinese, have look at the Russians and they think they're dunces. It's like the kid in class who you all encourage to go do something stupid so everybody will laugh. But you're like, I'm not gonna be the idiot who does that, but I'll let him do it. And we'll all like be laughing as he does it. Then he gets his ass kicked out of class. We're like, oh look, bad luck for him. It's the same thing there. I think that they don't really have any sympathies. And to that point, they have a lot of grievances with Russia. For that matter, look at the intelligence service of Russia, how it perceives the Chinese. It's not very positive. But more to that point, I think that when looking ahead, what's going to happen, the Chinese realize globally they have much greater objectives where they need cooperation with the West than they do with Russia. And I look at specifically in Latin America, look specifically in Africa. There is no way that they gain anything by being tighter with Russia in those instances. They risk far more. And by the way, Donald Trump jumping on this issue of Greenland as well as Panama, it wasn't out of the blue. The fact I was in Panama, I guess it was 2 years ago, and I met with the president's office, president or vice president. It doesn't make a difference. It was one of the two in this one meeting. And what's interesting about it was the degree, and this is well before Trump made his statements, the degree that the Panamanians were terrified of the Chinese trying to take over the canal. That was listed as their top strategic national security concern. Now, keep in mind, they had a president about, a decade ago who built on the Pacific side of the canal, the port there, which they believe that the Chinese are going to use for their own purposes. And they have a ton of Chinese that stayed there after construction or doing of the port near the canal, along the canal. And the Panamanians, and I'm not saying it's true or not true, they're pretty convinced that they're all armed and one day they could just take over the canal if they wish to. So that's like a real serious regional concern. That's not just Donald Trump's, hysteria. So going ahead though, what's this all mean? I think the Chinese are just playing a game. I think the Chinese realize, listen, Panama matters to us because that's all of our trade. What matters to us is also what we're doing in the rest of the world and what we're going to be doing 20 years from now. Russia today, we can use them and drop them tomorrow if we need to. There's no love lost there.
Well, two things there on your analogy with the dunce in the class. You actually spur them on until they're kicked out, and then you say, I had nothing to do with it. And that's basically what happens, and what we're, potentially what you're saying there. I can't speak to Panama, but I can speak to Africa. I've worked in Africa for 15 years, and we have the same type of almost like a hybrid warfare happening in many nations in Africa with the Chinese and the Russians. You have a similar story there where my African friends that I work with in multiple African nations will outright say these guys have a greater intention. They are not friendly and they are wrecking our continent. So it's the same principled story there in Africa.
Totally. I totally agree with you. It's very funny you mentioned that. This was when I was back in college in America. I had for whatever reasons, the Ugandan ambassador and I became friends, and I was driving him one time somewhere in the city, in DC. I grew up in DC, but I was driving him somewhere in the city, and it was a very funny. I asked him, what was the golden epoch of your country's history? And his answer was the Cold War. And I said, really? Why is that? He goes, it was great. Because the Soviets would show up. He said, the Americans are promising us this. And they said, really? Well, we'll give you something better. And then we go to the other side and do the exact same thing. And they build us something else. He goes, it went back and forth, and our country was getting all these free things. It was a wonderful time. But now we're sort of on our own. It's like, that's a very interesting perspective. And he was the ambassador. And he was half teasing, I'm sure. But at the same time, I thought it was very interesting that came to his mind first when he answered my question.
Yeah, it's a big story that the world's kind of sleeping on right now, is the connection with Africa. I try to keep pushing that. Tanzania, gold at record prices right now. Tanzania just reported that they have put out their record amount of gold ever over the last quarter. Also, the first railroad ever being built through Tanzania just completed. And I mean, I've been working in Tanzania specifically for a long time, and the Africans there, my buddies in government, in social, in business, tells us we cannot handle our own rail system. We're working on it. Chinese came in and built it. It's done. Exactly. So, and the thing is, they control it. That's the issue. And the Tanzanians go, it's their rail. It's their rail. So the world's just missing. We're sleeping on it, and it's a big part of this global story here.
I fully agree with you. It's really interesting. I see a lot of parallels in Central Asia, and I spent 4 years, I guess, was living in Central Asia. And what was fascinating was, and I wrote a book about it, was the confluence of different actors in the region. Because the Chinese obviously, look at Kyrgyzstan as an example. Kyrgyzstan obviously borders China, as well as Kazakhstan, as well as Uzbekistan, as well as Tajikistan. Now, what's interesting about that, though, is who's trying to have influence in that country? Who's trying to take over the future? And the objectives are so different and so wildly interesting. So the Chinese, it's very like economic in nature because they understand that that's really what matters. It's what drives everything. So they're buying up, let's say, Kyrgyzstan's 96% mountainous. One gold mine in the country, it produces, I want to say, it's about 13% of GDP. So just imagine like how important these mines are for their country. The Chinese bought up like 95 mining rights in 1 year. And when they're asked finally by the Kyrgyz, so you're going to start doing this right now, start developing this, the Chinese said, no, we're probably going to wait a couple decades, wait for your country to be stable before we do that. And I was like, so incredible. You just bought away the country's future. It's not going to develop without that. But then at the same time, you have the Russians down there. And the Russians are trying to control the political future and things like this. But then you have the other groups that try to have influence in the region. For instance, you have the Islamist groups that are coming there trying to spread Wahhabism. They're not a very positive influence in the region or in the country. But then you also have the Turks, which are, I argue, ultimately, is the Turks were the best influence in the region, or the best we could hope for, because ultimately they are in favor of business. They're moderate Islam. They're interested in integration. They're interested in integrating the Turkic-speaking countries. It's overall a positive. They build a lot of schools. Well, it's also Gulen builds a lot of schools, I should say. But the Turkish government also does have its schools there as well. And they're very interested in seeing the development of the region from different purposes. Whereas the Chinese, it's very exploitive in nature. I don't see anything more than just pure exploitation. And the Russians, I mean, the Russians there, I don't think are a positive influence, but not as bad as the Chinese. The Chinese and the Wahhabists are really bad influences. There's nothing good that's coming out of them at all for the future of that country. And I remember there's a member of parliament I was hanging out with one time at the sauna. And I said, tell me about this highway that the Chinese are building. He's like, yeah, I just inspected it. I was like, really? And how was it? He goes, well, we came there and this Chinese worker fell over as they're doing it. It looked like he had a heart attack. I said, really? What did they do? And he goes, I said, that guy looks like he's having a heart attack. I said, and? Well, they picked him up and threw him down in the ditch so I wouldn't see him anymore.
Mm-hmm. The same exact things happened in Pakistan.
I believe it.
With the new road, the highway they've built connecting China down to Karachi. I've been on it myself, and it's a lot happening, you know. And I know our focus here is on Ukraine and Cars for Ukraine and this marathon
Yes.
to support. But I think it's important that people understand it's a global mess we're in right now. It's all connected.
But it's fascinating for me, the leverage that Russia has. Keep in mind, Russia's got a GDP that's smaller than Italy's. How much global influence do you think Italy has? How much global influence does Russia have? Which one is driving global events and which one's not? And why is that? And the Russians, obviously, I think that the Russians, where I'm, and it's impressive, frankly. Just think about this country that really has not the economic might to have as much force as it does, but it figures out how to leverage it. And sort of this, entire judo principle of using the other people's weaknesses against them, using their inertia against them. And they do that. I think it's strategically much more planned out. Whereas the United States has declining global influence, notwithstanding the fact that it's 24% of global GDP. You would imagine that it would have far more influence in every element possible, but it doesn't. And it's willfully giving it away as well due to its own misadventures.
Well,
But
I would also suggest that a lot of that is due to Russia, even back into the Soviet days. I started working in Moscow in '94, were preparing for this since the 50s and 60s. And with the infiltration into media, with the ability to control the narrative, the propaganda, the messaging that goes out, you can be, it's like the Wizard of Oz. Everybody thinks the wizard is some masterful, powerful deity, godlike. You come down the yellow brick road and you see he's an old man behind a green curtain. That's what we're looking at here. And they know how to play the game. That's it. So
and academia and geopolitics, they have their little client voices scattered all over the place. Whether those individuals quite realize where those narratives are coming from or not, I think many more of them do realize than we perhaps suspect. But that's the bit I think we don't see is the amount of geopolitical experts that was seeded with Russian narratives ahead of this invasion. And it's very, very conscious. Who was I get confused about who says what, but in one of the interviews I transcribed recently was talking about Putin laying the foundations of this invasion in the early 2000s. Immediately he came to power, immediately, using the power of Gazprom in ways that don't make any economic sense to try and bypass the pipelines through Ukraine. But this is a 20-year project to prepare the ground to make sure that this invasion wasn't going to, cripple his economy. Hasn't quite worked that way. I don't think it panned out in the way they planned, not in any sense. But I think this was on Putin's mind for decades, not just the last couple of years to, prop up his ailing geriatric regime.
Well, they play the game well, and it's just a fact. We have to identify it as a fact. I can hear that Jason speaks Russian. I speak Russian. Jonathan, you speak Russian. Sean,
for my sin, I'm making up for that.
Okay, so
we could all flip into it now and really alienate the audience, couldn't we?
So, but here's the deal. Such a disadvantage. Two things I would draw attention to: Americans in a delegation meeting with Russians, they're understanding everything in English before it ever gets to the translation. They're processing. Our guys are sitting there waiting on the translation. There's just levels of preparation that you have to recognize. They know what they're doing. We're looking at, in a couple of weeks, Kirill Dmitriev is going to be meeting with Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. And okay, that's an absolute recipe for disaster right there, because she is so anti-Ukraine. We can document it for hundreds of her posts. Let's be completely honest and transparent here. And she's going to be sitting with Dmitriev. He will play her like they know how to play the game, and we have to beat them at the game. And that's what we all try to do and be a part of that solution.
So, it's I totally 100% agree with you. In the case of the Soviets, I've always been impressed by how much attention they pay to these sorts of details. In the case of like Sergei Lavrov as a foreign minister, or I guess Rubio does speak Spanish, which is an exception. Most of our secretaries of states don't speak foreign languages, but in his case, he obviously does speak, English really, really well, but he always uses an interpreter. French is fantastic. He's known to have great sarcasm when he speaks in French. But what's interesting for me was, at the embassy when he was young, he was a translator of 2 other languages. He was a translator at Divé and Sinhala, I think, are the languages, which are the languages of Sri Lanka. He speaks translator quality those languages. He was interpreting for the ambassador. So think about this versus whoever the God's name we choose for our Secretary of State. But anyways, we have the difference is just night and day. The level of preparation they have versus us. I mean, U.S. diplomats get trained in foreign languages. They go to a post, they can barely order a coffee. It's a little bit embarrassing in comparison. And I think that's where the Russians make a very wise investment, is that it's very disciplined. It's very serious. It's not like us where we're like, oh, good for you. You could order a taxi today. Like that, it doesn't cut it. It's like you either can keep up with it or you get washed out. And so I think it's a very demanding level, which once again is why I think they have a lot of inroads in countries where we do not, or we are losing them. Is that they're much more indigenously connected to the population. And actually, I'm sure you noticed in Africa, I was recently in Latin America quite a bit. And in Latin, you very commonly, when you're speaking to people, taxi drivers, I was listening to like the radio and stuff, and I hear all the time they're quoting Russia Today, for instance. And so I was like, that's interesting. So I started asking people, what do you think about Russia Today? Do you watch it? And their answer was always pretty much like, well, there's Voice of America, so it's good to have both sides. And I was like, it's not really the same. They're a little bit different. But I was sort of surprised. I mean, it was a reasonable thing to say. I mean, I could see their argument, like why that would like make sense, right? But they don't understand what that is. And I thought it's sort of funny, but at the same time, I was like, but how smart that is. If everybody really thinks this is just a neutral alternative or different, one sort of left leaning, one sort of right leaning, but it's really Wall Street Journal and, Washington Post, you read both. No, it's a little bit different than that. It's not exactly like that. But I think that's pretty much the perception that people have.
100%.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
Agree.
And just a little break. Let's just say we're welcoming Konstantin to the channel here. I'm sure some of you will know Konstantin from the interviews that we run on the channel regularly.
Hey.
Hello, Konstantin. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Howdy,
meet you.
friends. How to meet you? Well, I've met most of you virtually. Most of your work. Fantastic to meet you finally. Thank you for having me.
We've got Yuri joining in just a second, and a couple
gonna
of
jump
guys
out.
here. You're
I'll
jumping
speak
out.
to you
You're
later.
going to your
See you
evening
later.
meal,
Nice
aren't
to
you?
meet you all. Nice to meet you, Greg. Yeah,
Sean?
good to meet you.
Hey, Sean, we'll be talking, buddy. Thank you.
I've
Yeah,
got to
see
run
ya.
too. I've got to get to the airport soon.
You got to get to
all.
the
Take
airport
care.
as well. So we got a few,
Jason,
few
nice to
joining and a
meet
few
you. Let's
dropping.
guys
connect in
later.
the future, man. Appreciate you.
Good to see you guys. Take care. Oh, Yuri,
Hey,
привет.
And here we have
Привет. Пока-пока.
Okay.
Baka.
Baka.
Fantastic. Yuri, Konstantin, Greg, 3 fabulous people
Hey,
here
everyone.
in the room.
Hello, Yuri. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Jonathan, you got quite a party here.
It's yeah. I mean, it's not one of those chat lines, not quite that, but I've been going for a few hours. We've had lots of fascinating people popping in and out. And we just lost Yuri. We'll get him back. Last time this happened, it was his cleaner unplugged the Wi-Fi. So hopefully that's not happened this time. We did a live stream and he disappeared, and it was the cleaner had pulled the plug on him quite literally. He's back. Here he is.
I'm back. The button's here, man. You press a button and just sends you right out.
Well,
I thought this is great. It's been a while since there's been a good marathon on. So
this is it, and we've carved out an hour here where I think we're going to tackle some interesting topics. I mean, Greg is another Russian speaking here and very close observer of what's happening there. And I think we were going to talk about things like energy, and we were going to talk about the cannibalization of the Russian economy. So we've got a whole hour to go through this sort of weighty issues, but it's part of a bigger thing. We're raising money for trucks. See it on the screen there. Those trucks get, painted, done up. They get steel plates put in key parts, and they help save lives. They're not a weapon as such, but they do enable people to help them be resilient and be evacuated when required from the front and all this kind of stuff. So it's all about that. But I'm hoping people will be thrilled to see Yuri and Konstantin and Greg in one place at one time. You haven't spoken before, have you? I think you're all. Have you interacted before?
I've watched their stuff and appreciate all of it, but no, this is our first time meeting virtually, personally.
right. Yeah, same here, Konstantin. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you, and Greg, it's very nice to meet you as well. I think this is just Jonathan. Thank you for, I think an important part of this independent media is just to connect people, and kudos to you for doing the fundraiser and for connecting people as well.
There's lots of
honor is
people,
mine.
yeah.
Thank you so much. I've seen your work. I appreciate it very much as well. Big fan since, I don't know, 2017, something like that.
One of your early fans there.
Yes. I saw you first at the Silicon Valley Voice, Mikhail Portnov. Yes, I remember that.
Yes, he has actually become a regular guest. We started to do a stream together now because it seems like we vibe well together. And these days, looking at things with a little bit of humor doesn't hurt. So thank you. And I really appreciate all your work. And Konstantin in particular, I love the fact that you found a way to connect with English-speaking audience. And your expertise and your knowledge of the subject, all of it works together so well that people follow you and listen to you, and you deliver great information. I think it's really wonderful. So thank you.
Trying to do my best. Thank you.
And that's an interesting thing, because I think what attracts people to all three of you is a kind of authenticity, and I think even if people don't agree necessarily with everything you have to say, because that's never going to be the case, I think if you can get them through a certain level of authenticity and show you're open to sort of changing your mind or taking other points of view on board, I think that's one of the critical things. And I think that's what's most powerful, constant about what you do, is that quite clearly over the years you're constantly examining and re-examining points of view, and whether it be historical mythology and so on. You're constantly looking and say, okay, well, this is the information I've got, but is it the best information? Is there something new that can challenge it? That's not an easy process to do, and it might appear, you make it look quite easy, but actually takes a lot of mental effort, a lot of hard work, a lot of research, and it's quite a brave thing to be able to challenge your own preconceptions. I mean, how do you see it?
First of all, it takes a lot of emotions. Hard work, we have all used to hard work. We have all worked hard all our lives, you know. But what's the most important about my work is that obviously it takes all my time. I monitor constantly what's going on in Russia, with Russia. I do not concentrate on military stuff. I'm very far from military. I'm not a military guy. I don't know anything about it, but I'm an economist, and I'm Russian. I lived in Russia for a long time. I spent 20 years working for a large corporation building power plants in Russia, and what I'm seeing, the transformation of my country, that is very personal. That is taking toll on me, because I'm seeing the demise of everything that I lived in, I loved, you know, it was my country, my home. Now I'm kicked out. I take everything that happens there personally. I understand that Russians need to take responsibility and repent for what they've done. I'm not seeing that happening, and I'm trying the best I can to just show how I see things at my angle. And Jonathan, to be honest with you, I don't really care much if some people don't like my point of view or disagree with my point of view, because I'm just speaking my mind and my heart. That's all.
I have kind of a similar approach, because I'm originally from Russia, but I've lived most of my life in the United States, and my identity, really, I consider myself to be an American from Russia. And when I get accused of being inauthentic, as in somebody else's shill, it usually comes in form of, oh, you're a Democrat. Oh, you get money from, I don't know, Soros, State Department, somebody, whoever is supposed to give money to Democrats, supposedly gives money to me. And I explain to people that, you know, I am doing this because I like doing this. Yes, I'm a local elected official. I've been elected to 2 different positions. I've been on city council, and I'm now in county government. But those are actually nonpartisan positions. And in the United States, it doesn't work quite the same way, where I'm not supporting party line because I'm a Democrat, you know, all of that kind of a dynamic. There's a party that reflects my values, and then there's a party that doesn't reflect my values. I pick the party that reflects my values, and that's how it works. So I think dealing with those kinds of educational issues and explaining to people that, really, I just like I'm doing this for likes. I'm doing this for, yes, nice to have viewership, but I also like to do it because in Russian, I really don't even have anyone around me who speaks Russian. So I like being able to speak Russian. That's kind of almost like a lost art form. In spite of all the terrible things that are being done with it these days, Russian language is pretty cool. It's got a lot of variety, and it's got cool sounds in it, and I like to use it. And so it's all me.
And Greg is another. You've lived and worked in Russia, and as I say, we're all.
I'm 53. I started working in Russia first in 1994, so it's 31 years of experience. In '98, started working in Ukraine, and I learned the Russian language. It was a sabachobi tropami, but I learned it, and it was extremely difficult. That one was for you, Yuri, some of the beauty of the Russian language there. And but the reality is it gives me perspective. So what I do after working in Russia for that many years, and then starting in Ukraine, and then really focusing on Ukraine. And now, since the full-scale invasion, you know, my next time over will be my 17th month running aid and helping on the front lines. And I just see my role as one that tries to massage the truth out of the Russian narrative, the Russian language, the the precedents that have been laid down for decades that we are now seeing come to fruition, whether it be the propaganda. But at the same time, I'm also trying to unwind the Ukrainian narrative. I work directly with military. We have a nonprofit there. And you put all of that together, and I'm trying to interpret a language, whether it be Russian or Ukrainian, that most of the world does not know. So it's one thing to read somebody's tweet, and it's another thing to see something, you know, just verbatim, like translated, or you're reading the subtitles. But ladies and gentlemen, reading subtitles or seeing a tweet that's translated by Google, there are so many times you will miss the actual meaning of what is trying to be communicated, and then you will be off in left field because you've went verbatim with what was translated, but it has nothing to do with the statement. So that's what I'm trying to do. And then, of course, you know, like Konstantin said, he's on the economic side, the Russia, he's inside Russia. For me, I'm now a majority of the time, or half the time, inside Ukraine, and a lot of work with the military trying to bring that picture into it as well. So you know, but this is the beauty of it, Jonathan. You see all the different pieces of the puzzle come together here, and you put all of this together, and you can get a complete picture of what's happening.
This is it, and I think it's useful to be able to, in some sense, understand some of the propaganda. So I don't think it's healthy to actually watch the full output, but it is quite useful sometimes to be able to look at various commentary, to look at various, you know, some of the stuff that comes out of Telegram. I mean, my sources, I don't tend to go to primary sources because I just don't have the time, but I'll go to people that I trust. I mean, I quote Michael Naki an awful lot, and Vladimir Milov, which Konstantin and I, you know, talk about, and there's a few others like Partnikov and a few others who are Ukrainians who broadcast in Russian. And actually, it's very useful to get that concentrated information, because listening to Western sources, I'd have to listen to 10, 20 times more material to get that same level. And then you're constantly sifting between the bits that you think are correct and the bits that are, you know, imposing a Western framework onto their analysis. And it's just not the same quality of material and insight. It's just not.
My partner Zhenya and I were under the ballistic missile attack in Odessa that took out the Hotel Bristol a few months ago, and we had just come around the corner when the first missile came in. And then what do? We go to help, of course, but the double tap came. So then we ran behind a building, and then the people were screaming, "Here comes another one." It was a massive attack, if you guys remember that, a couple months ago on the Hotel Bristol, and we're tucked in, trying to stay alive. And my partner Zhenya, this is directed to your statement there, Jonathan, is on the phone, and he says, "We can't move from this spot. Stay right here." And people are running around like crazy. I said, well, he goes, "I will tell you when we can go." I said, "Well, who are you talking to?" He goes, "I'm talking with the air defense commander over Odessa." So you're connected. Like, I'm not waiting for a telegram feed or something. Zhenya's directly on the phone, communicating directly with the military, going, "There's one more coming. The recon drone is still overhead. We can't move." And so it's nice to be able to have sources, but that comes from a lot of investing and time. So Yuri and Konstantin, of course, you know, we had a Russian American and a Russian, but Jonathan, I kudos to you, man, for all the time you're spending inside Ukraine building relationships, because that's ultimately how you get to truth.
Greg, may I add something? I am listening to you right now, and my heart starts bleeding because I've been to Odessa. I spent 1 year in Odessa. I worked for a Russian-Ukrainian company in the past, and I have tons of friends there. And I stayed at Bristol. I didn't know it was hit. I have a lot of personal memories there. You know, it's, well,
I'm sorry to bleed your heart right now. I stayed there also. And Konstantin, if you really want to know the truth that night, it's better for me to tell these stories when Jonathan Pierce isn't on here. But that night, Zhenya and I were scheduled we were going to stay at the Bristol because we stay there quite often. It's in the logistical area where we need to be, where we're working and helping. And we just had a feeling that night, let's say somewhere else. And you go bring a tear to my eye because, man, we could have been killed that night. And we decided to go out and take a walk, and we were staying about half a kilometer from the Bristol. And we were going over that way because we were going over for meetings in that area, and we turned the corner and boom, it exploded right in front of our eyes. And it's a beautiful place, the stairway that goes up the middle of the Bristol, and yeah, it's happening nonstop though, man.
I don't know what to say.
There's nothing to say.
It's
reality.
also strategic, right? It's not just like, okay, it's a nice building, let's take it out. They also would have known, for instance, that the Black Sea Security Conference, all the guests stayed at the Bristol the previous year, and that conference was pretty successful, and it was due to be scheduled for a second time, and everyone was booked to stay at the Bristol. So again, this is a strategic purpose, which is like, here's a conference of movers and shakers and influential people. Right. Well, they wouldn't know whether there's deposit paid down on that by the organizers or not. I think in the end there was. But it's like, it's strategic because let's take out this place. We don't want to take it out when all these, lords and advisors are in there, because that's a diplomatic incident. But let's take it out ahead of time just to demonstrate that we know and disrupt kind of plans. So unfortunately, yeah, there's some logic behind it as well.
You're spot on. That night specifically, the only diplomat that was there was a Norwegian person that works there with Odessa. I think it was Norwegian. It was, but that was a night, just like you said. If it had been another night, you could have had complete delegations there.
They're rebuilding it, and they'll rebuild everything.
Oh yes,
but it is kind of horrific, obviously.
If I can say a couple of words about the news environment, and the news sources, which I think is a really important point, because for me, I mean, honestly, I speak like, let's say, perfect Russian, but I actually never been to Odessa. But I know Bristol. I've heard of Bristol because it's a known building, it's a known hotel, it's a known entity for anybody that's been paying attention. But for me, I'm like, I sit in the middle of nowhere, Wisconsin forests, basically. My town city is 35,000 people. I'm trying to piece together the world that's out there from the sources that I have available. And what I find is that certain sources become less and more trustworthy, and I have to constantly shift around and see if I can, because, for instance, what's going on with Washington Post is one of the more obvious examples where they were more trustworthy, but now they're less trustworthy. But I'm fascinated by how I find Russian propaganda to be more relevant now than it used to be, in a way, for me as a consumer of news, because Russia has such an outsized influence in American politics now that I feel like it's important for me as a news consumer to take in Russian perspective and see what it is that those crazy old people are saying, because it never really, I felt, used to matter so much.
I completely concur. I when I see, and of course Konstantine's inside Russia, but I'm not.
He's not actually. So no.
I'm sorry.
I'd be locked up. I left Russia.
You left. My apologies. Oh, yeah. My apologies.
Can you reveal what country you're in?
Yeah, absolutely. Uzbekistan. Everyone knows that. I speak. I tell it online, and I'm being followed by the Russian secret police. So they know.
Ethnic
I have
Russian,
no problem speaking.
Okay.
Ethnic Russian GRU operating throughout, Central Asia, and
I think they're imported. They're from Moscow. They're members of the Russian embassy. I think that's
exactly,
or some organization that is based here in Uzbekistan. So.
By the way, I've been there, and I love the plov from Uzbekistan.
Oh,
yeah. But regardless, I find myself just like you, Yuri. When I'm looking for the story and or to bring confirmation, I've got my Ukrainian friends and my sources that I trust completely, 100%. But then I find myself just jumping over really quick. I want to see what Tass is saying. I want to see what Ria is saying. I want to see, and it's just interesting. And I use that to try to bring a complete picture to topics that I share.
You're on mute there, Yuri. I think you're.
I ended up, one of the things I started doing lately is because I keep, like, it seems like my occupation now is to be in Ukraine info space, speaking in Russian and explaining to them what American media says about different things and what's happening in America, and kind of, view from here. So it makes sense for me to read a lot of news. So I started reading news and reading articles that I find relevant to me as I'm preparing to appear somewhere. And there's people, that like there's an audience growing for that because Voice of America is gone, because there's fewer sources. And so for me, being, an amateur near volunteer, is like there's so much opportunity out there. There's nothing being covered. You can do so many different things. It's amazing. What a world.
Now, I wanted to turn to a couple of topics around energy as well, because this is shaping up to very much be an energy war this winter, and of course there seems to be more capabilities on both sides. So we won't necessarily touch the military aspect because certainly Yuri, Konstantin, and myself are not sort of military experts on that, but this directly impinges on areas where certainly Konstantin is got his expertise, and that is energy, and coming up to winter, the economics of energy. This seems to me that this is going to be the centerpiece of the war of attrition that we're seeing, and of course Ukraine has far more capabilities to strike. So we got the oil being taken out, we've got fuel shortages. We've got thermal power plant in Belgorod now being hit twice. I think last time we spoke it was hit once, now it's twice. And just last night, I think in Ekaterinburg, a plant that produces energy industry components and nuclear components was hit. So this looks like this really is like hitting the facilities, hitting the logistics, and then hitting the ability to repair the damage of these facilities. This is where it seems to me this is going to shape up, and it's going to be really nasty, isn't it? And we already had Kiev big districts with no electricity this morning, hence a few people couldn't come on the channel. This is the energy war at this point.
Well, it's not just the energy war, but energy is a huge part of the war, and it's becoming a big problem for Russia. And I'm constantly getting news from Russia. I have like 100 news feeds, and I sit and monitor and look at them all the time and analyze and find what's significant. And then once you do that for a very long time, you start distinguishing trends. Okay, connecting dots, connecting some news together, perhaps some news from the past, some news happening now, current ones, and you kind of start seeing the trends. And I'm seeing a few trends, big ones. And not the military trends. Okay, I don't have any expertise on that. But I believe that Russia's fall will come not from Ukraine's in the front lines. It'll come from inside Russia. It'll come from economy shrinking and the political groups fighting more and more with each other for shrinking resources, and it'll just destroy Russian economy or hit it so bad then the country won't be able to function any longer, and then the political shift will happen. And the more I'm looking at the situation, the more I'm seeing it. So there are two big trends right now that among Russian people, not the propaganda, that's different. There are also trends in what propaganda says. But among Russian people, what they're saying, this late summer and fall, there are two big things discussed everywhere. First is skyrocketing prices. A lot of people, well, most are concerned, and a lot are very scared because it comes to the point where people have harder and harder time affording food. And the second trend is this is going to be a very long and cold winter. And it has already started. And the gasoline shortages that are happening all over Russia now, and they're systematic. And the strikes on the heat power plant, electrical power plant in Belgorod, and the Belgorod governor, he just came out a couple of days ago. I'm going to be covering it soon. And actually made an address to the Belgorod residents saying, well, get ready. We have hard times ahead. And that's what I think. I think everyone has very hard times ahead. It was bad enough without strikes. So you got to understand that 3.5 years, less maintenance has been done that's supposed to be done, because fewer men in the power plants, in energy infrastructure, really, not just the power plants. Fewer men, less financing, less money, and foreign equipment is gone. You don't have access to expertise of the manufacturers of the turbine, GE, Siemens. You don't have chief engineers come and look at their equipment, at their turbines. You don't have spare parts. You don't have special tools. Okay, of course, Russians have been able to source some, but not the whole thing that is required. Okay, and at this point, this is winter number 4, and it's getting pretty bad. Okay, and on top of that, you start having the strikes. That's going to put tremendous pressure on those power plants who are still operating. And I think it's going to be a very long and cold winter, and that could be a huge hit to regime. I'm not saying it's going to be a deal breaker, but that's gonna, in Russia, they say, never rock the boat. Okay, that's gonna rock the boat a lot. Будет раскачивать лодку.
And is there a cascade effect for your understanding of how energy grids and systems work? The odd power plant here and there might affect a region like Belgorod, but could there be a point where there is some kind of systematic or cascade effect where you take something out and it has, knock-on effects that are bigger than say, for instance, electricity shortages or knocking out thermal plants for heating systems, these kind of things?
If it is very hard winter and very cold winter, and I have a feeling it will be, because in Russia usually winters.
May I interject,
rotate.
Konstantin? May I interject one thing just so people understand?
Sure.
He's not talking about, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Konstantin, he's not talking about the power systems going out and it's going to be cold. He's speaking about the weather. We're going to have a very difficult winter, which will then cascade into a number of issues that will follow. Is that how, I'm understanding?
Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
I'll add on to that.
Okay,
it's
great.
going to be a long winter. You see, the very harsh winter, very cold winter puts extra pressure on Russian power infrastructure, on substations, on power lines, on the power plants. And last winter was warm, so it means that there are chances this winter is going to be extra cold. Okay, and that's already bad enough. But it's just not so much about not having electricity, Jonathan, as not having heat.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the killer, because you can live in the dark. Most Russians, I don't know the statistics, but I would say over 80% of all Russians, they live in large apartment blocks, and they have central heating, and that heat is generated in large power plants and is supplied via pipelines, heat pipelines. Okay, and if you don't have electricity, you can, granted, your fridge, is off and your food is spoiled, but you're not going to freeze to death. But if you don't have heat, then there's a problem. And yes, there will be cascades, but again, electricity, you can reroute. If one of your big facilities or small, whatever, power plants offline, Russian power grid is designed that way that certain parts of Russia can supply more energy in case a power plant is offline. Okay, so there is a agency called CDU, Центральное диспетчерское управление, that controls the electricity flow throughout Russian regions. Okay, so everything, it's not like the United States, different states are isolated. It's to a certain degree, it's all united. It's a united power grid. And electricity, yes, they can somehow find a solution. With heat, they can't. and that's where the biggest threat is. And then I think that's what's gonna hit hard Russia this coming winter.
Let me ask you a question, all of you. I guess I'd like to know your opinion, because I just had a conversation on my English language channel with Ben Hodges, who I know is a guest of Jonathan's, and I was kind of surprised, to be honest, because the consistent, so Ben Hodges takes a very strong stand that it's not about hitting Moscow. It's about hitting the oil refineries. And to me, I guess that represents a split in, is it more important to make Russian people in Russia really uncomfortable, or is it more important to bleed the regime dry of resources so that they couldn't finance the war? And which one is more relevant and important in order to bring war to an end, in your opinion?
Well, we argued this earlier with
Sorry, I
Jonathan
wasn't
Pierce.
watching. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, no, this is pertinent, because I think we're going to have a different take on it again. And Jonathan Pierce came from 2 points of view. One was that there are certain legal complications here, that technically it's a war crime to hit purely civilian energy infrastructure, technically, but that's putting a very Western framework on. Also, he said, well, hang on a second, won't that unite Russian people? If you hit them hard and freeze them out, they'll start to unite behind the regime. I'm like, you're imposing a very Western framework on that entire thing, which is not necessarily correct in any way, because they're not going to react in the way that a Western electorate would. I quickly say, because I know you guys have got sort of more interesting answers than me, I'd say it has to be both, because where you have people who are so completely divorced from politics, where whatever evil they might participate in that's led by the regime, they can also say, oh, well, we had nothing to do with it. It's not our regime. We have no agency. We have no control. So it's very easy to participate and then divorce yourself and say, oh, no, that wasn't us. The Soviet Union, I mean, the conversations I had, well, what about the USSR and the occupation of Eastern Europe? Oh, that wasn't us. That we didn't do that. That was the Soviet Union. That's gone. So, we're fine.
Constantine was speaking about in terms of that's what Constantine was speaking about in terms of repentance.
But I say you have to degrade the military capability, but you also have to hit the people where it hurts. You have to deny their pleasures and privileges and indeed their essentials of life. Otherwise, they can carry on saying, look, it's not me, Gov. It's nothing to do with me, and I'm not going to take any kind of responsibility for it. But I'll pass over to Constantine, because he knows this far better than I do. And
Russian people keep surprising me, Jonathan. And it almost seems like they are different people from people that I lived around back in Russia. I spent most of my life in Russia. They are so, very good word used, they are so divorced from this situation. They have built informational bubbles, emotional bubbles around them and their families. I've talked to so many Russians, and when I start asking them questions, and nothing radical, I just said, what do you think? And have you heard of that? How do you think that is going to influence your life? They shut me, off. Oh, no. We don't want to talk about, I don't know anything about it. I said, okay, let me tell you. I can explain. I know very well. Oh, no, please stop. Don't. I don't even want to know about that, because it's going to make me feel really bad. It's going to hurt. It's going to, it's going to make me uncomfortable. I've even heard some people say, I'm going to go crazy if I learn all these things. Okay. And they understand that something tragic going on in Ukraine and something tragic is going on in Russia. Because, they understand that future of their children is getting erased right now. They understand that they're taking they're taking away education. Somebody's erasing education system, healthcare system, raising taxes, killing small businesses. Economically, Russia is demising. I use that word and I mean it. Things are really bad. And into the fourth year, this is it. We're seeing the train arrived at the station. That's the dead end. Okay, and the more of that is happening, the more Russians become divorced, because it's scary. It's scary to say, you know what, this is bad, and this is my responsibility. And I am also partially responsible for that. I'm paying taxes. This is my country. I vote for politicians. Unfortunately, not one person understands and realizes that. Okay, they absolutely refuse. Their position is, I have my eyes closed, I have my ears plugged, I don't want to know anything. It's not my fault. I don't make decisions. Decisions are made there. What can I do? And things like that. So if strikes continue, I don't know how to answer your question. I think that only complete breakdown on the Russian state, and we're seeing some parts of it already breaking down. For example, in multiple cities, there are problems with public transportation, and some Russians, I don't know what they're gonna do. They must walk to walk to work. They must walk, on their errands and so forth. Many can't afford food. I just learned that there is 30% deficit in the pension fund of Russian Federation. It means that some old people in Russia won't be getting paid on time, and they're not getting paid now much, just barely enough to survive, not even. And then their pensions will be delayed in the future. Okay, and only when it gets to the point where this is it, not everything barely works, okay? And Russians, that affects their lives directly. That, that informational emotion bubbles, this chaos pokes through and affects them when they go to work and they say, well, you know what, you're laid off because we can't sell any products that we produce. And he or she goes and can't find a job. Teachers, doctors, they get their payments delayed, their salaries delayed. When it gets to that point, then the boat will be rocking, and there's a possibility of changes.
And I think we'd be surprised. I think when people get to the absolute bottom rung of Maslow's kind of hierarchy, when they're at the point, I used to think of this in the 90s, right? And I used to despair that no one would stand up for anything. And the thought occurred to me that only when the last sausage or chunk of cheese has disappeared from the fridge, that's kind of when people, okay, now I actually have to say something. But it's that situation now. Unfortunately, you have to bring people to the point of the absolute necessities of life being fragile before I think anyone would take, albeit the substantial risk for protesting.
Jonathan, I feel that in the battle between the TV and the refrigerator in Russia, TV crushed the refrigerator. There's will be nothing, no sausage in that fridge, hanging out of that fridge, and those people are still going to be listening to the TV and following the directions, and because that's safer.
It's saying, and you're only imagining there's no sausage. You really do have a sausage, but yeah.
Can I add my 5 cents to that? You're right on, Yuri. You understand Russia very well. Currently, propaganda, the TV is winning over the fridge, and most likely, well, I don't see anything happening when people will actually stand up and go protesting. That's so far away that it's not in foreseeable future. My theory is that when the situation gets so bad, that the win will come from the top, because there will be a take on the current regime by a certain group that suffers and that wants more power, that wants changes. that loses money, and I'm not talking about one oligarch or one general, that's going to be a group, because right now there are power group, elite groups in Russia. Okay, and once they do something, then people will see that happening, and they might rise, just like what had happened in the USSR. Remember, the USSR didn't fall because Russian Soviet people stood up and said enough. No, GKChP, and they lost. Those generals who created the coup, they lost, basically. And once Yeltsin started winning, people flocked on the streets. And then even before, some didn't like that event. So only when a certain, perhaps black swan event happens, that can create political change in Russia. But I don't believe that Fridge will actually... Well, Fridge will rock the boat a great deal, and people will be angry, but not to the point where they will, rise.
Russians are incredibly resilient, if nothing else. But I'm wondering whether marrying these two ideas of strikes and Sloviki or elites rising up, or even generals who have huge amounts of money as well, let's face it, is there any, like, okay, I'm sure sanctions are being exhausted in terms of options there, but is there any kind of kinetic strikes that could happen against Russia that would hurt particular people? Do you know, are there any refineries that are owned by oligarchs rather than the state? Is there any, do you see where I'm going? Is there any options militarily?
You're bringing your Western kind of view to it maybe there, because everything reverts to the state to an extent.
Nothing is owned by oligarchs. Nothing is owned oligarchs. I mean, all the oligarchs who, well, the elite groups who own refineries, well, they basically oil is a very small business in Russia, so to speak. There are only like a handful of companies and a few people running it. Okay, Khodorkovsky was one of them, but he was ousted, and his company was stolen, and it became Rosneft, and then there's Lukoil, Bashneft, and Tatarstan, and that's pretty much it. So those oil companies, and they own all refineries. There are no independent refineries. One way or another, they're connected, okay? Because refinery cannot simply, if it's just independent, in Russia, it would not be able to get oil flow. Okay, it would be either bought or stolen, well, annexed, in the previous years. So there are no independent oil refineries owned by the oligarchs, and not too many in Russia in the first place. I think there are around 40, less than 40, something like that.
What hurts them enough then to actually rise up?
Right, like maybe taking the winery from Medvedev in Italy, but that's sanctions,
No one cares about that. No one cares. You said that sanctions have been exhausted. I don't think so. I don't think that sanctions have actually worked well until recently. Look what Macron did with Russian oil tanker. Held it up in France, and this is it. This is a huge, big hit to Russian oil exporting industry. Okay, and a few tankers arrested and started investigated. Then other companies, those companies and those Greek owners, who transport Russian oil, they'll think twice. Okay, it's a big world, and Russia is not the only country. Okay, they have been making big bucks for the past 3.5 years, but there are other customers. There's other oil to ship. I have the answer for you, and this is my opinion. The strikes will not help. Well, they're helping in a way, but they're not going to be the cause of uprising, the cause of shift, of political shift, something happening. Food prices, that's what's going to happen. Increasing food prices will affect people, because the biggest trend right now is rising food prices. It's on everyone's mind right now, okay? And the second is shortage of gas. What are we going to do? We can't pump the gas. We can't fill up our cars, and then it's our life is not the same anymore. It's not as convenient, And again, the shortages of the pumps, they influence prices. So, but the main thing that really causes disturbance inside Russians is food prices, because you can understand most Russians are so poor that they spend most of their money for food. Forget about the middle class; it's been destroyed.
What do
You
they
know,
attribute the
rich
rise
ones-
in? What do they attribute the rise in cost of food to, in their opinion?
It's a good question. It's a good
This is
question.
an especially bad harvest. This is an interesting one we're going to talk about in our discussion next week. This is one of the worst harvests of many, many years. So that's a contributing factor for sure.
And it's not just the harvest, actually. It's not just the crop yields, but also loads of other factors, according to some farmers that I was reading about. Is, you know, the inflation of farm equipment and other, you know, it's rather like in the US in many ways. There's this
And fuel, you
myriad
know,
of-
fuel
yeah, yeah.
prices also
Yes,
feed into
yes, that was-
agricultural
yeah.
prices.
The biggest hit Russian agriculture has taken has been the ban of buying foreign seeds.
Right.
And that's what minus 35% in most of the crops, because all seeds from the Netherlands, the world's leader of genetic modification, you know, they give a lot more yield than regular seeds that you use, and they stopped buying in 2023, and it usually takes 3 years for this genetic engineering to lose potency, and this is year number 3. So this is exactly what we're seeing. And of course, there's a huge two other major factors: less farmers. Look for those farmers in the front lines, probably in Ukrainian land. And factor number 3, expensive money. Russian farmers cannot take out loans any longer. Not at 29%.
Yeah, that was the other one. Yeah.
And there's an interesting one as well, because Jonathan's question actually is fascinating, because it also reflects how I think many European policymakers thinking, as if there's some magic lever that we can pull and we can somehow prompt a Western-style political response in Russia. They're transposing something that doesn't exist and won't work. Having said that, we're seeing this thing, and you've used this phrase for the last 3 years, which is just wait for the moment when resources get scarce and the regime needs to, you know, scrape together what it needs to continue the war and keep it, pay the Siloviki. You're going to see bulldogs fighting under a rug. Well, that moment has come, because we're seeing businesses being taken away forcibly from minigarchs and from these guys who nominally you would have thought had power in the system, or who you're relying on to have a political response. This is now showing that they really have no power, because their businesses are being stolen, stripped of assets, given to regime loyalists, or just, you know, stripped for whatever resource they've got. You've even got people in the so-called hierarchy who thought that they were immune to this. You've got people who are now being wrenched out of their positions, and their little cozy position given to somebody else. So there's something interesting kind of going on there. There's a cannibalistic process going on. That is perhaps more dangerous than...
quite trying to project, though. I was trying to say, like, if I was Zelensky, or if I was his commanders, like, have I exhausted all the ideas, or not even remotely, but are there any options for striking things that could
I would say
outside
the
of the
war
military
machine.
context?
I would say starve the war machine of resources, because then Putin will start to steal that off whoever he can. You know, they'll start to rustle it up from the civilian economy. So starving the war machine has a twofold impact. But Konstantin, what are you noticing about this cannibalistic
Konstantin,
process?
before you answer, while you're thinking with your eyes squinted and that great brain is cycling, I just figured out I hadn't pushed this to my channel. This conversation is so good. So if you're hopping in on my channel as well, we are doing a fundraiser for Cars4Ukraine, which is an organization I 1 million support. They are rock solid. And we also have a phenomenal panel right here with both the Jonathans, Fink and Pierce from Silicon Curtain ATP Geopolitics, as well as great experts, Konstantin and Yuri. It's just so here we go, guys, and back to you, Konstantin.
Although just before you answer, I do have to go to the cinema now. So yes,
you're
great. It's going to get even better now that Pierce is leaving.
This is the quickest like cameo appearance. Hi, bye. But I'd love to interview either of the other guests on here. If you're welcome, if you're wanted to come on to ATP Geopolitics, just let me know. But thank
Let's
you
get
for
in
allowing
touch.
me to.
Yeah.
You're about to be yanked off, aren't you? There, you're about to be pulled off stage by your.
That was
go to the cinema, Jonathan.
Awesome
Go to the
euphemism
cinema.
there that I was. Yeah. Anyway,
don't go there.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
Jonathan, we've spoken a lot. You're a brilliant mind. I agree on 99% of issues with you, not on this one. I think it's not wishful thinking, it's just too idealizing the situation that is going on. You're right. It might happen, and most likely it will happen, but not now. It hasn't started happening. Because look what's happening now. There is a war going on inside Russia for the businesses. As you see, about a year ago, I know that there was a list presented to Prosecutor General of Russia with 750 large companies on the list to be nationalized, basically to be stolen. And they're not stolen and given to the state as an asset. They don't bring value to the state. They're stolen with one purpose: to change ownership. Because this is how it works. State acts according to the law. They very odd laws, okay, but still, there's a court makes a decision. Prosecutor General makes a move. Opens an investigation, gives case to the court. Court makes a decision to annex company, to take it back, to take control of it, and then a few months later, it's either leased or resold to new owners. Okay, so this war has been going on for about 2 years now, and it's intensifying, and we're seeing victims, and sometimes victims, not just money. People don't lose money, they lose lives, they lose freedom. And what you are saying is going to happen when it's not the power agencies, not the siloviki against the businessmen. It's when siloviki against siloviki.
Mm-hmm.
It's when we're going to see the conflicts between them that we know that the end is near. There are a lot of companies in Russia, and there are still a lot of work to be done for the Prosecutor General to annex more and more companies. Okay, and I don't see anyone protesting. I don't see anyone standing up and saying, look, what you've done to Kamenchik or Mashkovich or other businessmen, that was just another news minutes ago. Was another large company stolen. Or Galitsky or Tinkov, that's not right. You got to stop that. I haven't seen that happening. Not even close. Not even not anyone is even thinking about that. So it's not there yet.
I completely concur 100% with Konstantin. I have a lot of friends that live in Russia, and they're located in, of course, the Moscow area, St. Pete area, Nizhny Novgorod. You're talking about that northwestern area, the central area of the Moscow region, really. And we're not even close, guys, to the layered effect that is necessary to bring implosion to Russia. Striking, and as President Zelensky says, rightfully so, the Russian people need to begin to feel what we feel. I completely agree. It's accurate. Ukraine was hit extremely hard last night on the energy grid. And even warnings today from Lviv, from the mayor, we're not going to be able to turn the heating system on now for weeks, and it's going to be cold. So, Ukrainians are feeling it. So, yes, the Russians need to feel it. The economy needs to feel it. But until you have a breakdown of that inner core, we're just going to keep banging against the same wall. And I Everything we're doing is working towards that, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. No way.
So I was
It
going
certainly is not
to
going to
say
happen
that
tomorrow.
as far as strikes, I do. I mean, I agree with both Konstantin and Greg because solid points. But I do feel that Jonathan brings a valid point too, because there's always more targets to strike, and I think it's important to acknowledge that should a Tomahawk hit Lubyanka or Ostankina, we're gonna have some impact. And this is my question for you. Propaganda and like, is it the most important thing? Again, choices for the West to concentrate on providing as much rockets and weaponry to Ukraine as possible, and drone walls and technology and everything, or maybe it's worth spending a couple of bucks to rebuild an anti-Russian propaganda machine.
I was about to say
What-
exactly the same.
define anti-Russian propaganda machine. Define.
Something that will provide people in Russia with information, because we see that this is something that this administration said is really not a good idea. We don't want to influence people to talk about democracy and stuff. Forget it. But
I got the answer to that.
Is an important part of defeating Russia is to give people some information.
I've got the answer, and people aren't going to actually consume information if they don't want to hear it, which is what Konstantin said. So you have to package it up in a way that is consumable, which is like sugaring the pill. And I've been saying this almost from day one, is what we should have done, and you may disagree with this, what we should have done is revived something like Kukli and paid a whole bunch of dissident satirists to create little TikTok versions of Kukli, viciously and scatologically vilifying the Russian leadership and the oligarchs
that would be my next
and the
channel.
propagandists.
Yes.
Yeah, but just go for satire, and you inject information through humor and have a really vicious guerrilla effort, and have some of it really hypersexual, hyper scatological, be absolutely brutal in the way that 18th century British political was brutal, in the way that Viktor Shenderovich was pretty freaking brutal, which is why NTV was bought up and shut down, because Putin hated it. He hated it and loathed it, and he realized the power of vicious satire to get to the truth in a way that no, sanctimonious, moralistic or analytic information will ever hit the target. I don't know, maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but
well, I will tell you this. You're talking about a complete narrative shift inside a controlled state. Let me give you my first example. My first run to the front line in a war zone, I had some dear friends from the state of Georgia who says, Greg, we respect you for doing that. We know your love for Ukraine, and let me send with you a security guy who is an expert, American special ops. He does security for senators, and let him just go with you, because I'm really concerned. You've never been in a war zone like that. And I said, great. And he goes, we're paying for it. We'll send him. We just want to make sure you're okay. So this guy comes with me, supposed to be for 6 weeks. He makes it 3. He leaves because a missile flies over his head and he gets scared. But that's not the point I want to share. We get over in Kramatorsk, and this guy looks at me, an American special ops war veteran who is a security guard for U.S. senators, looks at me and my partner Zhenya and goes, listen, you do realize Russia's right. I say, excuse me? He goes, you do realize there are bio labs here. This nation is horrible. I said, what nation? He goes, Ukraine. I said, then why are you here? He goes, they paid me to come take care of you. I don't care where I go to take care of you. But they're all wrong. You're fighting the wrong battle, man. I said, so you're telling me almost 30 years of experience, I know the culture, the language, the people, and you're going to tell me that you've read some TikTok and I'm wrong, but you're right? He goes, listen, these Ukrainians are evil. Russia's right. And that was an American, man. Okay. So you now try to break that through a Russian society with social media and that type of fortified wall. It's going to take time.
I don't know, because in the Soviet period, people got their reality from anecdotes. Now, that's not necessarily a clean, efficient kind of way of conveying structured news and analysis, but it kind of gets some essential texture of life across. So I'm not sure. I think that has a much better chance of getting through than any
It's
news
going to take
information.
time,
But
though.
Konstantin, am I barking up the wrong tree here? Is this a really bad idea, or has that got legs?
You got to understand, Russia is incredibly informationally closed, but at the same time, it's open. Let me explain. Russians have all the access to any information in Russian language they want. They get access to the same information I do. Every Russian has a cell phone. He can subscribe, or she can subscribe to any Telegram channel. Install VPN, which is not illegal in Russia. I mean, it's difficult. It requires a few steps. It's illegal to advertise VPNs. It's illegal to, do certain actions with them, but it's not illegal to actually have a VPN on your phone. And with VPN, you have access to YouTube, to, I don't know, Facebook, to Twitter, to everything. And there are hundreds, thousands of professional reporters in Russian language who have fled Russia, who left in 2022, 2021. They do wonderful shows. I watch them sometimes. It's all needed for a Russian person to watch and to start thinking. The problem is not in the accessibility to information, or rather not accessibility. The problem is right here. The problem is critical thinking, asking questions. The problem is taking responsibility for their lives. Forget about the country. Russians need to start taking responsibility for their lives. What I'm saying, it's open to all information. Any Russian can get access. Well, most of them can get access to any information in Russian. What I'm saying, it's closed because they're brainwashed. Their minds are closed. Okay, a lot still support Putin.
Should we participate in trying to
propaganda.
clean their minds, or should we just let their minds rot?
Well, let me remind you, Yuri, the best Russian propaganda in Russia and all over the world happened in, was it early August, when Vladimir Putin and about 500 reporters flew to the United States, and it was a red carpet, and it was the American president. Okay, some consider him the most powerful person in the world, greeted Vladimir Putin, shook his hand, and there was a military parade thrown in his honor. He was given royal treatment. American servicemen, paid by American taxpayers, by the way, saluted Vladimir Putin. He was protected by the Secret Service. Russian reporters were given visas to visit the United States. They all work for propaganda. Okay, there's no question about that, so we'll understand. But they were given visas. None of Russians who have fled Russia, 3 million of us, are given visas to visit the United States. No, we're the bad guys to America. But they are the good guys in the Kremlin, okay? So they created all kinds of reports, all kinds of videos reporting from Alaska, and they created this picture perfect for Russians. And Russians were watching.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the major event of the summer. And they were saying, look, Putin was right after all. He won. America is at his knees. At first, they were trying to get to us, strip our sovereignty. But now, look, Donald Trump is giving him royal treatment. Putin has won. Russia has won, okay? So forget about everyone who's saying otherwise. We're seeing it with our own eyes, right in front of us. Putin is in Alaska. He went in there. He was given royal treatment. He came back to Russia. He smiled. He talked a lot about that. He bragged, and Russian propaganda made him a legend for that. He's the Vladimir the Great. Yes. How can we fight that? You tell me.
And man, I love you, dude. Listen, one of the biggest things was he got into the beast. He rode in the car with Donald Trump, and that was
you know what was the next thing? He flew to China for that big summit, and he brought his beast, whatever it's called,
the
whatever.
Auris, yeah.
And then he did the same thing. He grabbed the Indian prime minister, and he got him in. And Russians were like, "What?
Exactly.
Look at our president. That's the new type of diplomacy. That's limousine, like the presidential car diplomacy, the beast diplomacy. And look, our president isn't there. He's right there. Donald Trump, Modi, and Putin, 3 of them, you know?
It's the geopolitical version of James Corden, isn't it?
This is the best propaganda there is, that can be out there, you know? Now, Yuri, tell me how is there a way to fight that?
I think that there's persuasion, which is I teach rhetoric and public speaking, and when it comes to persuasion, there's 3 kinds of persuasion. There's persuasion of things that people know nothing about, and it's relatively easy. So for me to persuade my students about Russia is a piece of cake because I know Russia better than they do. The other kind of persuasion is to tell people something they already agree with. So if I'm going to come in and tell my students that the college should be free, they're going to be like, yes. So that's great. And the hardest kind of persuasion is to come in and tell people something they don't want to hear. And it is difficult, and there's ways to do it. And you have to explain that there's a problem that they're facing, that their current solutions are not solving. But I feel that the second kind of persuasion deserves attention, because people want, even though it's preaching to the choir demands to be preached to. There's a market for people who want to know, who want to have that information. That's part 1. And part 2 is we're losing kind of like the official point of view, because in America, all we have official is now Donald Trump. And there's no other, Voice of America. I keep coming back to that, but I feel like those kinds of institutions, for me, it's a different actually question, because for me, as a freelancer, do I really want to work for like Voice of America? I had opportunity to apply to go there, but I thought, do I want to move to DC and do all of that? Nah, I don't really want to do that. But I feel like there's a place for them. So I just was kind of wondering about your thoughts on that. But yes, it's difficult because Russian people are, it's scary to know the truth. And to some level, we're going to see this in America more and more. And that's going to be part of the challenge here. But there's a lot of people who want to know the truth. When we look at how many people, Donald Trump is president, but there's half the people that voted against him, and their market too. They also want to know. And I really feel that Telegram is just garbage. It's just so much garbage of all different kinds of things that again, this is maybe my American side, but I don't really go to Telegram. I go to like websites that I can see where they're coming from, because Telegram, it's all anonymous. Like we can just kind of surmise who are Z bloggers, who are government, but it could be all written by anybody else. I mean, this is just such an untrustworthy environment. I mean, I know Russia is a jungle, but come on.
Okay, good point. I agree with you on the propaganda, disagree on the Telegram, but let's concentrate on the propaganda. Now, look, you said let's create anti-Russian propaganda machine, right? Well, my point is it's already created. And if you create something out of America, that Russians will not respond to that. And they're not even responding to this news machine. I can't really say it's propaganda, but that's very important news outlets that used to be in Russia, and then they left. ФБК, Khodorkovsky Live, Medusa, Дождь, of course. Out of those 4 outlets, they cover most topics that Russians need to know, and Russians have access to them.
They're junk. They're total junk. They are total.
You think Dozhd is junk?
Absolutely. I look at them as kind of vestiges of imperial thinking, people that got pushed out who would like to be on the inside, but they got kicked out. And so Dorst sits in Amsterdam and wines from there. I'm sorry, rains from there. And Medusa is kind of like, okay, they're, apparently they couldn't exist with, without major support from anybody else. They're kind of, I don't really read them either, but to me, and Khodorkovsky, I mean, talk about a man with an agenda. Geez, he just wants to be president of Russia. So, I mean, like, they're all biased to, and then so I find this very Russian language is such a suspicious space.
I've got another take on that as well. I mean, you've got.
But I'm harsh because
you're quite cynical, of course. But then you've also got Makalnaki, who I think is great information, and you've got Alexander.
Yes, and I think the fact that Makalnaki actively raises money for Ukrainian troops is a very clear and easy to tell sign, because Dorst doesn't do that.
And you've got Alexander Nezvorov, which again, it's very different information, and he is using a propagandistic medium and tone, but it is it's vehemently anti.
Nezvorov is one of us now.
I know, but he paints a very, very dark picture of Russia. But I've asked a couple of people who I know who've been in the West for some time who are Russian. I say, well, these are guys I watch because I find them interesting, right? And they'll say, oh, do you know what? I know what you mean. Like, that information is important, but I don't watch them regularly because it's too dark for me, right? They're in deep opposition to Putin. They know all these things. They know the war's run. They know all of these things, but they just say it's too dark. And it may be correct, but it's too dark for me to consume, and it drags me down. These are guys who've been in the West for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and they're like, I just can't. It's too much. It's too much. I'll listen to Maxim Katz because he gives a much more, a much more gentle critique of reality.
Let me elaborate on that. The media outlets, the big ones that I mentioned, I see them divided into parts. Okay, one part is opinions, another part is news reporting. Opinions, questionable, I agree. Okay, news reporting is great. They find news that are significant, that happen in Russia, and they simply present them. I use this news to do my own analysis. Sometimes I use their shows to do my own analysis, and they point me into the direction. Okay, because Telegram is 60 or 70 different channels, and it's like a non-stop 60 feeds of news coming in, and there are gems out there. There's crap, and I agree with that absolutely, but there are gems, and you really have to know where to look. And the most important thing, critical thinking.
Let's go.
Okay, double checking, fact checking, and analyzing, and I find it very, very valuable resource for me.
That is exactly the phrase I wanted to say. That was going to be my response to this little portion we're talking about here. Is people in general have lost the ability to do critical thinking, critical analysis. This is why we see some of the lunacy. I know we have a Russian American here with Yuri, but I'm an American with a Ukrainian passport as well. In my country, Yuri, your country now, the ability for critical thinking, especially on that far right MAGA world, has departed the building, and we just believe what we were told. It's why I gave the example of the security personnel with me, and he couldn't even believe it, and I've got him there on the front. It's the ability for people to critically think. So if I can look at a feed, whether it be Telegram or whether it be a news source, or I'm even talking on the phone to somebody, I still need the ability to critically analyze that information, filter it, document it, verify it, and then go forward with it. But we are in a lazy, social media driven, especially an era of education is not focused on as much as it was in the past, and that leads us to a large portion of society that just does not use critical analysis whatsoever. And social media takes complete advantage of that. I can give you many examples of seniors here in the United States, and this goes along with the topic, that absolutely believe everything that comes across their Facebook reel. And I'm talking personal relations where so many people are scammed. They believe everything because it was on their reel. So, Konstantin, to your point, critical analysis.
I will add to that. You know, all you've said, put fear on top of that, incredible fear right now, and you will get Russian people. They rather drink vodka because if you are sober, you start asking questions yourself, not anyone else. You start with yourself. You start asking questions. Why the hell? What's going on? Something's wrong. And right now, if you are in Russia and you walk out of your door, you see that a lot of things are wrong right away. And you start asking yourself questions and you start answering, perhaps, you know, and those answers are not, they're hurtful. You know, you start feeling really bad. And it's much easier to grab a vodka and forget about another day.
I love this
everything,
because
you know?
this really means that vodka was the TikTok before TikTok. You know, before TikTok there was vodka. How to stop critical thinking? Just drink something or TikTok. Because in the end, all you have to say is just, "Oh, really?" That's where critical thinking begins. You just have to say, like this TikTok that says the Ukrainians are evil. Just say, "Oh, really?" Like people don't even ask that question. They just accept the information. And Konstantin, back to your point, I think it is very interesting to distinguish reporting and journalism and opinion. And yes, at its best, Dorscht and Meduza provide information, but there is very little assessment of the meaning of the information. And that's where, I guess, that's where we come in.
Well, you do the assessment. You start thinking about that. They give you food for thought, and that's how I find them. Okay.
I think we show people, hopefully, how to ask questions, how to wonder.
Yeah, and don't necessarily believe what we're saying. By all means, challenge us and critique what we're saying, and we will adapt what we think when better information comes along. I think that's
I
critical.
love when people challenge me, and you know, after 3 live streams every week, I do usually 5. After 3 live streams, I turn the live stream chat on, you know, at the second part of any live stream, and people ask me questions. And like I saw one, you know, comment here. Someone said Konstantin right before the start of the war, you know, he was on a snow hill with his son, saying that Russia would never invade Ukraine, and that's, you know, that's true. That's absolutely true. I did that because I never thought. I thought that everyone was saying that Russia would attack Ukraine. It was crazy because that would be shooting in the food of Russia in the first place, shooting in its own food. And then I don't mind uncomfortable questions. There is not one single question that I cannot answer, or at least try to answer. And if you can convince me that I'm wrong, present me facts, and then I believe it, I think about it, then, you know, sometimes I make mistakes. I'm far from perfect. Everyone does. So, you know, that'd be great if someone challenges. Just when they challenge, I like people present reasoning behind challenges, behind questions, you know.
Yeah, and that's a lot of what we have to deal with is, listen, discourse is how we improve. Challenging is how we're improving. The ability to say, you know, I think I was wrong on that one, and this is the new information I now have. The ability to do that makes you a much more credible source. Unfortunately, we do not get a lot of analysis in the challenges. It's emotionalism driven by media that is already based. So it's a challenge to try to hone it down, hone it in, and help people learn, grow, and understand. There's a comment in my chat right now, and I'm a U.S. senior citizen, and I watch seven different sources of info in Russia, Ukraine daily, and I critical think my way to my beliefs, you find that the lies are pretty corny sounding. So Zenith Dawn, it's just an accurate statement there. You have to still use your noodle.
That's it. I got to apologize here. There's some bots in the and trolls in the comments. Some of them
they're the ones
through.
contributing to the fundraiser.
Well, I suspect not. I suspect not. But some of them are coming in from Jonathan's channel that's always live streaming this, and I can't get rid of them because I don't have control over that. So hopefully we'll weed them out a little bit later. But we just ignore what they say because it's really of no particular value whatsoever.
Well, with trolls, what can we do? There are trolls out there. That's it. We just ignore them. I mean, you can't ban every troll.
I've stopped taking them seriously. You know,
it's really kind of a thing that people don't seem to take to heart. But if you're listening and watching this, and you're seeing a troll, you don't like them, you can ban them yourself for yourself.
Yeah.
Take responsibility for your own chat.
Ever since getting annoyed at the very first troll comment, the one that really got for me was apparently it was a lady. I don't know if it was real or not. And she said, I've watched some of your stuff. She said, and honestly, someone with your teeth shouldn't be doing podcasts.
Makes two of us, Jonathan.
That's all right. They're in my chat right. They're in my chat right now, calling me a one-handed nut job. So my mods are taking care of it, and I sprung this on them. And so, really, thank you to all the moderators. Moderation is so important. I don't mind people coming in and giving different opinions or different comments, but if you go personal, then you know that's out of line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, on the other hand, that seems to be the pathway in the United States for social media stardom. You have to accuse, I don't know, a French president wife of being a man, and then you get, now that's the level to break through. Or this Candace Owen character, I think I'm almost interested enough to listen to her because she sounds like she's coming up with the craziest stuff. And in the sphere that we live in now, crazy has like value of its own. Like the you know, you get certain gold coins for being extra crazy. She said that Charlie Kirk came to her in a dream. You know, that's some high level stuff there. I don't think we can compare.
No, and unfortunately, when the example is led by the top, and this is one of the things I'd love to hear your two guys take on this actually, because this is what I try to share on my channel quite a bit. Whether it's the United States or even some other nations, there's often a response that is very, I'm hearing an echo now, but I'm good with it. There's often a response that's very emotional, derogatory, name calling. And I know that's what you're referring to there, Yuri, and it comes straight from the top and then it filters down through the media. I mean, you know, whether you disagree with the governor of California or not, his name is still Governor Newsom. It's not Governor Newscum. And, you know, there should be a sense of respect in leadership, even if you completely disagree 100%. And the Russians are masters of it. They're masters of communicating on these high levels and can look you in the face and say, I hate your guts. We're going to do everything to destroy you, and flatter you at the same time. And that it's a skill. And we've lost that, unfortunately, especially in the United States. It's just disrespect.
I don't know. Konstantin, up to you.
No, I'm what can I add? It's brilliant.
I find that I sometimes have a hard time communicating with people who live like in Russia or in Ukraine because they are so political that their whole language consists of jargon, of different names for different things. And I'm like, what is going on here? Can somebody just name a thing? You're like, what's going on? So I think that exists in all language spaces where we have people who are like nerding out.
But they're not disrespectful.
That's true.
Typically, that's my point. And when you have a segment of society out there and they're listening, okay, well, but
I mean, are you saying I can't call Donald Trump an orange mammoth?
No, you can call him whatever you want. You're not the president of the United States trying to bring peace to the
So
world.
it's the power ratio that you're talking about.
I'm talking about a precedent is set by leadership in the world. And when that precedent, especially coming out of the United States, sets it as we're going to be derogatory. If you don't believe like we believe, you're wrong and you're an idiot. And I'm right about everything. And let's go ahead and reelect me in 2028 and give me a Nobel Peace Prize while you're at it. If that's the rhetoric that you push, then you're going to have a negative response down the line, and it's hard to stop it. And then when you move that to international relations, we're not on the same playing field.
And now you've got Norway potentially dusting off its navy just in case the US investigates, because
Venezuela is
the
in
Orange
real
Mouth
trouble. I tell you what,
didn't get a Nobel Prize. Let's welcome Christine to the stage here. Thank you so much for dialing in from Kiev.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and hi everyone. Christine here from Kyiv.
Hi, Christine.
And I will take this opportunity to bow out because I have to go and recording an interview with the Channel 24 in English. So subscribe to Rashkin Report in English. And Jonathan, thank you to you for this fundraiser, for bringing everybody together. It was a great honor and pleasure to speak with everybody. And I look forward to seeing you in the future. Slava Ukraine.
It's pleasure. Heroям слава.
Heroям слава.
And Yuri will exit the stage any moment now. Christine,
this is fun watching him find the end stream button.
He's gone.
It worked.
Yeah, it's been a tough night, hasn't it? So we're not necessarily gonna. I mean, I don't know how tired or not tired you are, but it's been one of the biggest strikes, hasn't it, of recent times? Just last night. What's the mood?
Still the same, I guess. Still the same. For those who don't know, well, probably nobody knows, but we've been sleeping in the hallway for quite a while now, and so we are used to nights like that. And actually, like, I just closed the door at night when it got too loud, and my son was able to sleep through all of it because we have like a fan, a air humidifier, purifier that makes this like white noise, and so. Yeah, that's how we typically can sleep through most of it. Yeah, today was a loud night, and so I mostly can tell you before I read the news whether those were just drones or drones and missiles, based on the sounds that I hear. Whenever there are drones, they mostly come to Kyiv through the north where we live, and we live pretty up high, so we welcome all those shaheds here in Kyiv. So it's typical that it's loud here, but we just learn to live with it, to adjust to it, and this way we can still live our normal lives. Yeah.
And that's one of the curious dissonances, isn't it? During the day you can go and have a hipster cafe and a nice coffee and a meal, and people go to their jobs, and that's that weird juxtaposition between actually normality in many respects and 21st century normality, and then this absurdity that's kind of going on, this horrific kind of absurdity. Even mobile phones. Now, I don't know if it was, I don't think it was you. I think it was Elena Trego posted recently that she'd been at a conference speaking to some like security experts, people who are living and breathing and watching the war, but they never actually used the air raid app. And they weren't quite sort of really appreciating this dissonance between 21st century technology and convenience and the madness of what you're seeing here, which is, something which is similar to, say, the London Blitz. This weird conjunction of modernity and say primitive brutality.
Yeah, we mostly don't have the air raid alerts, like the app on. I have a notification, but it's like without any sound because it's just too much. And again, they will be too disturbing, especially during the night. So that's how we maintain our sanity, so to speak. And when there are these attacks, so there are a couple of things that I always think. Yeah, so of course I always think, please, I don't know, whatever powers there are, protect us, and hopefully this will not land on us, on our heads, and we'll just keep sleeping. But at the same time, I think that it will not land on us, but it's coming for someone. you know, and it's a very tough thing to face, to deal with, because you don't want it to fall on you, but you know that it will hurt eventually, most likely someone, a family just like mine, just it's in some other part of Kiev. So this is not easy to handle. But on the other hand, we just have to also remember that Russians want us like depressed, you know, they want us feeling miserable, and so we cannot give it to them. We cannot succumb to despair and all of that, and we just have to do what we can do to support the army, to keep working, support the army, and hopefully help finish this war. And this is why I'm here today, right? Because I think it's important to support this initiative and help our defenders, help us, protect us, shield us. That's our duty.
I am Russian. I'm not in Russia. I left after the start of the war, and I don't really know what to say. You know, it really makes me cry. Please forgive us.
You know, I don't hate all Russians. Maybe some people say that they do, some Ukrainians do, but I also know some really genuinely good people who come from Russia. Some of them, like many of them, raise funds for the army, for our army now. Some of them wholeheartedly hope that this regime will fall and Russia will change. So I try not to judge, you know. I sort of followed your work and I know what you're about. So thank you for saying this, and it matters, and it's very important for us to know that people still care about us.
I want you to know, when I came to Tashkent, it was very difficult because basically my country chewed me up and spat me out. And I started getting Russians together, and for a few months, for 3 or 4 months, we were just organizing a support group for people like me in my shoes. But then I felt that that's not enough, and I started reaching out to Ukrainians living in Tashkent. And I started inviting them to our group, and many refused, obviously, but some came. And you know, my goal is to get Ukrainians and Russians on one table, so they can break bread and somehow make amends.
You know, so what I think about all of this, history tells us that we can like, I don't know, come to some kind of a reconciliation after generations, right? After enough time passes. But the first step would have to be what you just did. You apologized, right? I feel like many Russians, they do not realize. And until they realize, until they accept, until they repent, I don't think we can reconcile. But I hope it will come eventually. And of course, there are people who suffered more in this war than I did, right? There are people who lost their loved ones. I'm lucky I haven't. My husband, he's been called up. He's serving, but he's in Kyiv and he's not in the trench. I lost some friends. He lost many people in his brigade, but we haven't lost any family member. And so this is someone who hasn't lost a family member saying this. And I suspect that other Ukrainians who have suffered more might be of a different opinion.
This is what I stand on.
Yes, great.
I think that they have to take responsibility first, realize what's been done, to take responsibility and repent.
Jonathan, we just witnessed something beautiful, man. And I hope that people that are watching this live stream and we'll see it later on replays. You know, I've been since '94 working in Russia and Ukraine, and I know the sentiment on the front lines with soldiers and people that have lost people, and I've lost many, many, many friends. So just a powerful example there. So thank you, Christine, and thank you, Konstantin. That was human. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this is not very upbeat. You know, maybe that was not how the stream was meant to go. But yeah, that's the situation on the ground, and that just, I don't know. I'm just trying to keep things real, and yeah.
You know, situation stopped being upbeat on February 24th, 2022. That was the end of all upbeatment, you know, for, I don't know for how many long now. How much
Yeah, but
longer?
I just mean, you know, like to cope with all of this, we still have to find something to be happy about and something to appreciate. Otherwise, it's just too easy to go down this hole of despair, you know, back to the same thing. And this is why you see Ukrainians smiling a lot, laughing a lot, right? Enjoying their lives, because that's just what you have to do. And humor is a big part of this, making jokes, even about the war. That's just how we cope. That's how we are able to function.
That's it. And there are. I mean, I saw this interesting video. There was Mark Fagan actually on Ostrov Zmini. We actually took a trip to Snake Island, and you know, I think that's interesting. You know, to take that information, to take sort of that version of the truth, but to package it up in really quite an effective way so that you can actually get people to listen to it and pay attention. I think that's quite an art, and we need to use that. Now, not everyone watches Mr. Nevzorov, and he's extremely contentious in many quarters, but he is injecting a certain, you know, useful piece of information sometimes into an audience that, if you weren't doing that, they could be susceptible to Russian, you know, propaganda. I think Partnikov does the same, and this is how he describes it. He says, look, it's not for everyone. I don't expect many Ukrainians to tune in, because that's not, and I don't even really expect ethnic Russians necessarily to tune in, but there's whole space of the ex-Soviet space of Russian speakers that if you don't talk to them, then there's a vacuum there. They're potentially going to fall prey to propaganda materials in Russian language produced by the enemy. So you have to kind of take them on, and you have to fill that space.
Yeah, that's kind of reminiscent of books by Peter Pomerantsev, right?
Yeah.
And what he did, what his main character did in the most recent book. I don't recall the title of the book, but like I read both of those.
They're great books.
Yeah. So it's useful, and in this war, despite all of the technologies involved, right, we can still say that human potential, the people, are still the key resource, and both for Ukrainians and Russians. Of course, Russians have more people, and they are able to pay more to incentivize Russians joining the army, which we are not able to do. And we use technology to somehow compensate for that. But still, people are the biggest asset. And if we can, I don't know, sway the opinion of some part of the population, I think it's worth trying.
Absolutely.
And like working with the minds, right? Working with the minds of people, minds and maybe hearts.
And then there's winter coming up. I mean, this is.
I apologize, Jonathan. Friends, it's becoming too difficult. You know, I've been to Kyiv many times. I spent almost a year in Odessa, Kharkiv, and Zaporizhia. I can't imagine. I'm sorry. I'm becoming too emotional. I gotta bow out. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Well, you've been here for much longer than I could have hoped for. And
I was expecting to be alone here. I don't know what has happened. Why there's such a crowd here?
This is it.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
The whole stream's turned into something of a group dynamic. So we'll go with it. But yeah, Konstantin, you've been with us for almost 2 hours.
Konstantin, thank you, brother.
Thank you so much.
I think we need people who can be bridges, and maybe you're one of those people. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. And we've got a new guest. Do you want to introduce yourself and say a couple of words? Both of you, actually, Christine, you haven't had a proper introduction either. If you could both sort of say a couple of words about yourself for the audience that may not necessarily be aware of your work.
Well, I'm not sure what to tell about myself. I'm an accidental entrepreneur, and then an accidental and unwilling volunteer and fundraiser. I started as just like informing people on LinkedIn about what was happening in Ukraine, and then it turned into fundraisers because I was asked for help by our defenders, and so that's what I've been doing ever since.
And you're a strong voice on key platforms as well, such as LinkedIn and so on. So I think it's super important to be active in the English language space as well, which isn't necessarily, it's not the X, it's not places, but it reaches a significant set of potentially thoughtful people if they're not totally disengaged.
Well, yeah, I find LinkedIn a very powerful platform. I don't have time for more platforms because I have a full-time job and a family, and like everyone else, so it's not easy. I don't have a team helping me with all of this, and so I only do LinkedIn. But I would say that it's very impactful, and the people there, the audience, is smart, educated, and those are for the large part decision makers. Right, and so this is why I feel like it's important to appeal to them and to explain what's happening. And I had some really great feedback from those people.
Fantastic. Now, what about Renegade Chungus? Say a couple of words about yourself.
Hello. I'm Renegade Chungus. I run a small community YouTube channel. We fundraise for Ukrainian soldiers. I've been a part of 2 Car4Ukraine fundraisers, Easter Pasanki, Summer Sunshine campaign. I do a little on-the-ground independent journalism from Sacramento from the Ukrainian perspective. I have a lot of friends there with the Sunflower Society, and we network aid. I had a few Ukrainian friends before the war, but nothing to the point of being like something to say I was part of their community at the time. But I've interjected myself and been adopted by the community here in Northern California. I think the really trigger for me to get into it was the full-scale invasion, of course. I knew about the invasion of the Donbass, but I didn't pay close attention to it. What really caught my eye was the level of brutality coming from the Russian Federation at the beginning of the war. I remember seeing an unguided rocket hit an apartment complex and children crying, and that was it. I was all in. It was a life-changing experience for me. I've dedicated my life to help the Ukrainian people. We covered numerous topics on my YouTube channel, anything from domestic issues. Right now, we're covering the ICE riots or ICE protests, and also immigration issues that happen in the United States on my channel. And I'm not some super philosophic or I'm just a normal guy. So what we do is we go on an adventure ourselves on the channel, learn together, try to educate each other, and support each other, support soldiers on the way, down to the individual soldiers sometimes, depending on the personal relationship and whatnot.
Fantastic. Well, we'll touch upon some US issues in a minute, but I think stick with Ukraine at the moment. I mean, we're coming up to the winter. And last winter, I think, was surprisingly resilient, as it were, and possibly because with air defense, Russia just couldn't. Well, they did break through. They did destroy some thermal plants, etc. But the light stayed on, and the heating generally stayed on, not in all areas, but in the key cities. It feels like you may be gearing up for a tough winter here, but this time it seems Ukraine has the ability to strike back as well. So, what are your feelings going into winter, and your thoughts of Ukraine's capability to punch Russia back?
I'm not sure.
That's for you,
Christine. That's for you. Sorry.
Yeah. So I think we are much better prepared this time around, and nothing helps to get through the cold of winter, like the news of Russian refineries on fire. That warms your heart and soul and body, like nothing else. And so I hope that this continues. I also hope that instead of drones, because predominantly those are drone attacks so far, that we will finally see more flamingos in action. Yeah, we had some strikes now confirmed. They were used flamingos combined with Neptunes, I believe, and it turns out that was back in August, as our president said. And so I just hope we'll see more of that, because the payload is like considerably higher, and that means damages that will be much harder to recover from for the Russian energy sector. And so we want to see more of it. It's really brightens up the mood when you wake up to the news about another hit on a refinery. What can I say? Schadenfreude, yes, is a predominant feeling these days. But yeah, that's just how it is. It's a payback, and we are finally able to give back in kind. And I think it's very important that we have our own weapons. This is something we were supposed to be focusing from the very start. I think we don't have any restrictions on the use of our own weapons, and nobody can tell us that we shouldn't strike this or that, right? And so that's an extremely important development, a crucial development.
That was a key thing we talked about earlier, which is in previous years, one gets the impression that whether it was sort of Biden's team or whether it was people in Berlin or whatever, it's like, now hang a second, talking to Zelensky and Yermak and others, you can't do that, or maybe don't do that, because then you're closing the door to negotiations, etc. I think those delusions about the potential for negotiations have kind of disappeared, and any thought of trying to restrict Ukraine from doing what it needs to do. That's, in some ways, we talked about war fatigue, and actually this is playing in Ukraine's favor, because it's like everyone's so sick of Putin, and they realize that he's not going to stop for anything. There's nothing we can offer him to persuade him to stop, even, promising chunks of Ukrainian land. I think most people now realize that that's not going to work, even though they've been laboring under that delusion for many years that, yeah, just give him Crimea, just give him Donbass, and he'll go away and leave us all alone.
And he'll have more people to for the next time, for the next round. Yeah,
I think we finally figured out that that's not going to work. And even, Trump and certain figures around him have kind of clocked that that's not going to work.
Jonathan,
as well. We have Nick has joined us. Nick, hi.
Let me answer that.
Greg, please.
Well, no, go ahead, Nick. Welcome. And I just want to answer Jonathan's questions while it's hot, because the question was double-sided. And Christine talked about Christine, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Christine talked about the great things we're doing affecting Russia, which needs to continue every day and will. Okay. But the reality is, additionally, it's going to be tough for Ukraine as well. And that's, I love to go at the winter time and it's the hardest times. These Shaheeds, some of these third generation Shaheeds now, they're now running with independent antenna systems and multi-layer camera systems. They're adapting. Now, at the same time, Ukraine is adapting. And we can see over the last week to 2 weeks that, sure, they'll hit anything, any target. It's irrelevant to them, but we have seen an uptick on the focused strikes on thermal power plants, gas lines, gas facilities, electrical producing stations, substations. And I mean, so we need to call the facts the way they are. And Ukraine is getting them up and running quickly. I mean, Kyiv last night, a massive strike, and they're getting it repaired quickly. And Ukraine needs, this is where air defense and drones and stability comes in to allow time to repair. Once again, this is where you come down to the geography of Russia. It's so big. And I think that's why President Zelensky a couple of days ago says, okay, you're going to black us out or attempt to black us out, then we will also black out Kursk and Belgorod. So which Ukraine can black out Kursk and Belgorod without a question. No question. If we can strike refineries at 1,500 kilometers, I promise you we can black out Kursk. It's just, it's right across the border. So it's going to be interesting to see how the repair process, the air defense, the protection, so that Ukraine has the ability and time to keep their critical infrastructure running. And that's what we have to watch.
Well, I think I looked into the energy situation in Ukraine, and repairs have been mostly done.
Yeah,
From the
it's
from the previous
amazing.
damage, and
It's
also
amazing.
the nuclear power reactor, the last one that was just like under repairs, that is coming back online. And so without hits, we could actually even export some energy, but of course we don't know what's coming. And what is also peculiar about these most recent strikes is that Russia is now targeting a railroad, right? And
That's a
like
big one. Good call right there.
locomotives. So trying to take out our logistics apparently. And so we need to come up with a system of probably detecting threats and maybe notifying the train drivers of the danger, so that there has to be some kind of a system, and of course protection, air defense for the railway now, because that's a new target, new tendency that we can see, and also some manufacturing facilities. I remember like foodstuffs. I think a hummus factory has
yeah,
been,
it's so good.
has been
Yeah.
yeah, many have said that it's like their favorite hummus, and so yeah. So they are targeting the railways, so the logistics, the energy, and probably just also trying to inflict economic damage by hitting those production sites.
And then you
Yeah,
tandem more. Great point on the locomotives there, or the engines, whether it's electrical or diesel.
yeah.
Additionally, then what? So so people out there watching understand, then what Russia does is they double down on that. So it's like, I think yesterday or the day before, the narrative started spreading through social networks that, Kyiv, Chernihiv, Sumy lines are down, Ukrosnista, it's over, no passenger trains are going, it's all closed. And, and they had to come back and say, okay, that's not true. We've got some issues. We've fixed them quickly. Trains are running. So they take advantage of everything to sow fear. And that's what we also stand against and fight against.
Yeah, well, but we are better prepared, and even mentally, we are much better prepared for all of this. Like we were told that we should expect a tough winter, and like several days ago, my kid went and charged all of our lamps, all of our lights, power banks, everything, because like winter is coming. If he is like 12 and he knows what to expect from Russians and from this winter, we just have to prepare, and mentally especially, we have to be more resilient. And yeah, if it takes a rough winter, if it takes several cold, even weeks, and blackouts, to withstand, to endure, so we can then win, I think it's worth it. And so we are prepared, and we can get through it. And there are people. We should also remember that our defenders, they're not complaining, right? Their conditions are much tougher than ours, and they are there, and they can't say, "Oh, it got too dangerous here. I better move to a safer region, a safer city, or maybe abroad." They can't do it. They don't have the luxury, and so we don't have the luxury to relax and to complain too much, and we have to toughen up.
And it's cold, and of course it's cold now as well, and getting colder, and month on end. That wrecks people's health. It's not just on the mental nerves. It's physically is going to take its toll. Let's ask Nick to introduce himself, because we haven't interacted before, and I'd love to know a bit more about what you do, and welcome you to the stream.
Thank you so much for coming. I'm delighted for inviting me, and delighted to be here, and delighted to see faces I know. So this is wonderful. My name is Nick Suter. I am the host and executive producer of In Time. It is In Time, not On Time. But we are a news and educational channel. We cover Ukraine a lot. Recently, unfortunately, we've been stuck covering the U.S. a lot, because as a news channel, and what's been going on in the United States is trying to convince people that what's going on in Ukraine affects the rest of the world is very difficult, as I think everybody on this panel knows. If Putin is not going to stop at Ukraine, he has made that crystal clear. He wants to reconstitute all of the former Soviet satellite republics. He is, as far as I can tell, and this analogy gets so overused, it's almost meaningless, but he's essentially the next Hitler. And at least if he's allowed to continue. So convincing people of that is difficult, but then you get what's happening in the US, which affects Ukraine dramatically. What Trump's mood has a great impact on what support the US is going to get, what support the EU is going to get, and how Trump is going to either help or undermine those activities. So we've been focused recently more on the US because of how concerning what's going on over there is. But that's it. We're a news and educational channel. In Time Show, youtube.com/In Time Show. And, we also have Commander Lance McMillan on for downtime. Usually it's just like a fireside chat. We just is swearing okay? Well, I have to avoid. Oh God, Mr. Kidd,
I'm leaving at the top of the hour. It's my son's senior day for football, so that's why I've got my football shirt on and I'm ready to have the festivities.
I put this in the live chat. I'm not sure if you noticed this, but you were asking for a challenge, and so I challenge you to count to 180.
Count to 180 backwards.
Without exceeding it. Yeah. So at any rate, oh dear, now I've forgotten what the occasion was to swear, but oh yeah, we have a Commander Lance McMillan staged the Iraq War out of CENTCOM for the 5th Fleet. Speaking of CENTCOM, CENTCOM is in Qatar. The U.S. has made its first ever deal with another country for that country to have a foreign air base in the United States. It looks like Qatar is going to be having an air base in, I think it's Idaho. That is very concerning for a number of reasons. Not any of the reasons I've seen on Twitter. Everyone's like, oh my God, another 9/11. Qatar had nothing to do with 9/11. They wouldn't go near 9/11 with a 10-foot pole. I'm not concerned about that. I have other concerns. Having said all that, that's Commander Lance McMillan. We do that every Thursday. And Tuesday, we usually do sort of a rundown of the news, and we do breaking news, and we're very proud of the breaking news we do. We work with social media. When oh dear Lord, my brain is still in neutral. When what's his name invaded Russia, the mercenary group.
Prigozhin.
Well, Wagner. Prigozhin. Thank you. We had been covering that for 4 hours before mainstream media. And, we'd get people in saying this isn't real. We're like, no, here are the pictures. This is where he is. We got him. And, so that's what we do. And we're very proud of that. So check us out on In Time Show or In Time Show Official on YouTube.
And I think there's been quite a few comments, people asking, like, can you share all the details of all the people who've been on and the channels and so on? So what we'll probably do is we'll pull a whole list together of everyone who's appeared, their channels, their comms, where they post, so you can get more information, follow them, and so on. We'll pop that on the channel tomorrow when I've had a chance
Jonathan,
to sort of pull that all
let
together.
me go ahead.
Go for it, Greg.
Let me probably go ahead and take this, because in 2 minutes I do have to leave for the game festivities. My son is a senior, and it's dad can't miss this one. So I want to thank everybody from on my channel, all of your channels. Christine, it's nice to meet you. I know everybody else. Renegade, bless you, bro. And Nick, count to 360. Good luck. JP, Jonathan Fink, I love you. JP, I tolerate. And but this was great, and I'll be listening as you go forward. And you guys out there, make sure the link is here in the bottom, that we support Car4Ukraine in this campaign for the Autumn Harvest Silicon Curtain. And we thank all of you. So if you're on my channel, I need to kick it off because I've got to switch this over. So please go over to Silicon Curtain or End Time Independent News. Who's live?
We are not live.
Okay, so please go to Silicon Curtain. So how can I refer that to Silicon Curtain?
Yeah.
I'll figure that out. So
Yeah,
anyway,
you
thank
figure
you,
that out.
everybody. I'm going to try to now push you over there.
It's still streaming on JP's channel, but it's on mine.
And it's
as well.
on ATP Geopolitics. There were some memberships, F-Oink, Adam Rounds, Papa Dutch is in the chat. Picture says 1,000 words if not true. Papa Dutch, Petra Olsen, Swedish non-smoking initiative caring for Ukraine. Dunk on you. Thanks to the mods. F-Oink, he's in here dropping TikTok Gorlika. And Pete Watson, Australian 20, said on JP, Slava Ukrainian proactivists soon be there in Ukraine to do my job. Good for you, Pete Watson. Thank you for that. And Dutchy for a ticket in the new train. Thank all of you guys. And I'll see what I can do now to push you guys over to Silicon Curtain. So thank you.
Well, that's fabulous. Greg, thank you for everything you do. And
my pleasure. Thank all of you. Thank all of
Thank
you.
you.
And Christine,
Thank you.
nice to meet
Good
you.
to meet you.
I'll be in Kyiv in a couple of months and look you up.
Sure.
We'll see you soon, Greg. Love you.
All right. Thank you, brother. I'm going to hang out while I try to flip this over somehow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We'll watch you while you try to find the button, the exit button. That
No,
seems
this
to be
is
the
like
most
looking at Yuri Rashkin trying to end the stream. So I'm gonna figure it out.
How do I get out of here?
Since Greg brought this up, I did want to point something out, which is to switch to then we'll go back, but just to highlight the fundraiser for a minute. So yeah, we're not streaming this on In Time. The reason is In Time doesn't normally do fundraisers where we stick to education and politics and stuff like that for a number of reasons. I personally, on the other hand, will go on to only the ones that I really support, and I'll happily do those. And one of the reasons I'm coming on here, I had heard a story of how difficult it was for one of the units to try to get confirmed to be able to get a car from Ukraine, because they were vetting to make sure that everything was going to the right place. And when I donate to a charity, I always check what percentage is actually going to where it's supposed to go. How much are they vetting the people they're working with? And in this particular case, the unit needed a car that had some of the armor removed. And the reason was because they needed speed, not the armor. And Car4Ukraine actually made those changes, and they add gun mounts, and they do whatever each individual unit needs. So I don't often do fundraisers. Again, In Time doesn't as an organization. I personally don't often do it, and this one was one I was delighted to do because I can't count. I thought I was going to be on for a whole hour. It looks like everybody's just on. So this is great. I'm going to be on. I'm going to have we're all going to have a great time. But I just thought that this was a really good organization that is clearly, they vet the units. They make sure they don't. It's got to be a challenge. You want to get the cars and you want to get everything over there as quickly as possible. Yeah. But the reality is sometimes you have to slow down to make sure that you're doing it right, and to make sure that because if you get the wrong car to the wrong place, it doesn't help. And it's amazing. Most of us are sitting there going, don't they need tanks? Don't they need everybody who's heard and talked about Ukraine understands why we're talking cars and not tanks and not. But having said that, cars is really what they need. So this is a great place for donating and helping out, where it's going to be a help between that and Doctors Without Borders, organizations like that. So I was delighted to be invited. So thank you.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on here, and I'm hoping that all the new faces that we meet here, and I can interact with, and then other people can interact with each other. I think there's going to be quite a bit of that afterwards. So people starting to get each other on their channels and stuff. So it's got a great network effect as well. And that's what I felt, Christy, when I was in January in Kyiv. It kind of reminded me a little bit about Silicon Valley and when I worked there, which is this sense that people who are actually in action, people who are actually trying to get stuff done, there's this hyper networking thing, and people exchanging details and trying to, cutting the nonsense, cutting the sort of the games, and just trying to figure out, well, okay, is this useful? Is this person useful? How can we just get to the action as quick as possible?
Yeah, well, there's actually there's sort of like a very tight community now, like of volunteers. So quite often I meet someone new, and we have like 10 people that we know in common. We don't know each other, but we know many other people, especially when it comes to foreigners. So I feel like it's a very tight community, and everyone knows each other. Like there was an event by John Sweeney last weekend that I attended, and there were many people that I knew there, and there were some new faces, but still, like, we are all connected, and it helps to meet new people and to learn their stories, to learn their skill sets, and where they are from and everything, because then later on you might make connections, right? You're in a conversation with someone else, and it turns out that this person that you just met the other day is a perfect fit for whatever they need, whatever project they are starting in Ukraine. And so I find it very helpful, and that's what I'm trying to do also, to sort of build these bridges between people, between companies, foreigners and Ukrainians, and just to help us understand each other better.
Well, Greg was talking earlier about how I am getting a bit of an echo too myself. I don't know where that's coming. Well, there you go. Thank you. So Greg was talking earlier about how Russia was good at what I'm going to call propaganda. He was talking about how they can flatter while undercutting you at the same time, and it was a skill that we don't have. But propaganda, which is the antithesis of education. Education, the goal is to understand the world better so that we can affect positive change on it. Propaganda is the opposite. It's taking away people's ability to interact with their own world. And I think one of the best tools against propaganda is networks. It's knowing people that you trust, who have common sense, who have an education, who have studied things, and you can say, hey, could you explain Ukraine to me a little bit? Could you explain this topic to me a little bit? Why is this happening in America? And it's somebody that you know and trust. And I think it's going to be sort of grassroots communities and organizations that are going to have the most impact on both fighting against Putin and Russia, and fighting against what certainly looks like a totalitarian regime rising in the United States.
Something important, I think I would like to add that if someone is against Ukraine or not fully on board with helping Ukraine, it's like extremely helpful to have them come to Ukraine and visit the country. Most of the people who come here meet real people, see the situation for themselves. They're just converted, and it just happens pretty much instantaneously. So we have to get more people in Ukraine, and then have those people become our ambassadors, and bring this information back home and explain how it is, because they will be trusted. They are foreigners. They are not biased like me. Of course, what I will always say that everything is great in Ukraine and so on. I'm Ukrainian. I cannot be impartial, right? I'm biased by default, and so I won't be trusted as much as a foreigner who visited Ukraine, saw everything with his or her own eyes, and came back to report on what they've seen.
I had noticed that when Zelensky was in the White House and he invited Vance. And the thing is, I think what you just said is in fact so powerful. The reason Vance didn't want to go is because he knows once he goes, he can't defend his positions anymore. Once he goes and actually sees it, that's why Vance was so hostile to the idea of actually going to Ukraine. But that was the first thing Zelensky said. Have you been there? Do you want to come? And Lindsey Graham, who is well, I'm not going to get into my opinions on Lindsey Graham, but nonetheless, he wasn't that pro-Ukrainian until he went there, and he came back and bye, Greg, have a good one. So, finally, okay. Now I feel like I can. Okay, now that he's gone,
now you can relax. Now we got 4.
Yeah, you're not getting rid of it, Nick. You're not getting rid of me, Nick. I'm like a tick on your back.
Here we go. So, yeah, no, I agree with you very, very strongly. I think for 2 reasons. One, in general, people don't understand what a war zone looks like, both the resiliency and the suffering without going there. And B, the Ukrainian people are more resilient. And this goes back a ways. If you actually look at history, you know, the fiercest Soviet fighters, I mean, to the US, to everyone else, they were Soviet. To the Russians, they were Ukrainian. The Russians understood that they were drawing their best fighters out of Ukraine. There's a reason they had most of their nuclear weapons in Ukraine. And when Ukraine split off from, as the Soviet Union collapsed, it became the third largest nuclear power in the world. Ukraine has always had a resiliency and integrity that has you can see it through history. It's been recognized as Ukraine has struggled to be independent, and I think it's hard to see that and not want to be a part of it.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? And how many experts thought Ukraine would fall? So-called experts, of course, who had no experience of Ukraine whatsoever, but they may have more experience of, you know, Russia's military ecosystem, and they've imbibed all of those narratives and so on, and, you know, not intentionally sort of reproducing that, but essentially echoing either delusion or propaganda. Whereas people who'd actually trained with the Ukrainian army itself from the 2000s onwards had a very different view that no, they'll fight and they'll have a very good chance of not falling. It's a completely sort of different impression from the reality.
I
Yeah,
think
it reminds me of sorry, it reminds me going back to a clip I saw of a little Russian lady who was absolutely berating some of the people online about the old Soviet Union and who the Ukrainian people were, and that the Russians didn't have the capability to make nails without the Ukrainians back in the Soviet Union days, and among other things of pleasing their women and whatnot in the conversation. She was very, very vulgar about it. I don't know what happened to her, but it was a very interesting conversation she was having.
Yeah, what I wanted to say that Ukrainians, we are just very peaceful, you know, and it could be misleading. So we want, for the most part, to just be left alone, left to our own devices, so we can live the way we want. Some friends of mine say that we are a bit like Italians in this sense, that we like to enjoy life, enjoy food, just have a good life, but also take care of your home, right, and arrange everything and take care of everything around you. But if you try to bully us, if you try to conquer us, then we become fierce. Then we just don't tolerate it. Yeah, so we are peaceful until you poke us. And so some people were afraid of poking the Russian bear, but it's actually much more dangerous to poke Ukrainians, I would say.
Don't poke the Yanota or the.
They say like we have this community of like a sort of informal think tank, and they call themselves like honey. What is it? What's
honey
the name?
badgers.
Honey badgers. Yeah. So Ukrainians are like honey badgers. Even if you're a lion, you would not want to go against a honey badger.
Well, and since they've been saying, you know, since Russia invaded, that Russia is the second best army in Ukraine, and now Ukraine has, of course, taken some of Russia's land, making the Russians the second best army in Russia as well. It's really. I was going to say, and so I'll say it. It's got a context I think everybody here is going to understand. It's a joy to watch. It's a joy to see Zelensky taking really a role that Winston Churchill defined. No, but there hadn't been a leader like Churchill before, and now all of a sudden we've got Zelensky. He is a once in a generation kind of leader, and you see him. He doesn't get rattled. He doesn't take it personally, but he doesn't stop. And he is relentless, but he is relentless with grace. And that is something that has served the Ukrainians unbelievably well, but is just something, it's not something, the leaders, I've worked in politics in the US. I was a part of the Obama campaign. I was very proud of Obama. as a leader. I'm very proud to work on that campaign. But Zelensky is something different entirely, and it's a genuine pleasure to watch how they respond to this obviously unbelievable crisis.
Well, I think in this case, to see the real depth of a person and to have their character like in a spotlight, highlighted, you have to see them face major challenges, and that's why you can see who Zelensky is, because he is facing this humongous challenge, right? That is extremely hard to overcome, and the tasks he has to handle every day and the stress. Yeah, and that's why you can see how I don't know the depth of his character and the strength.
That was Martin Luther King Jr. said, the true measure of a man is not where he stands in times of comfort and security, but where he stands in times of trial and tribulation. And if you take a look, if you contrast that to our president in the United States, he only wants to be photographed. He only wants to be seen when he is at the highlight of opulence and comfort. Right, you know, the White House is going to be gilded in gold, and Zelensky doesn't care. He's the suit and tie thing is a genuine issue. The reason it's an issue is because the U.S. is making it an issue, because we care about the pomp and circumstance. He cares about getting things done. He doesn't mind going up and talking on a microphone as bombs are going off around him. Trump will not go on air until the tint of orange is exactly, shade number 72 or whatever it is that he needs. And it's a stark contrast, and you can see why Zelensky is himself is in some ways so offensive to Trump, and Zelensky knows it, doesn't take it personally, and in fact plays into it and just plays right into the ego, plays right and knows what and it's just it's a little, here I am fawning over somebody else's president. Can we borrow your president for a little while, please? Can we just?
Literally,
our country is our country. We need him. Once the war is over, Zelensky could come to the U.S. Would really appreciate it.
To me, he's the closest thing to Captain Jean-Luc Picard in real life. I mean, the diplomacy level of him is just outrageously good. And it's such a freaking reminder. It's really nice to have a reminder that there's men like that in the world that are leaders. Especially being in the United States right now, seeing all the atrocities that are happening, seeing all the human rights violations, alligator Alcatraz being built in the middle of the Floridian swamp with people suffering, being mistreated out there. The lights are never shut off. You know, it costs $450 million to put that facility up. Now they actually were going to close it, but now there is a hold on the order to close it, which they are now going to receive another $609 million on top of that to build more. It's nice to be able to look overseas and say, hey, you know, there's still leaders out there that actually represent something good and aren't just all about money and fame and greed. And, you know, people like Zelensky, that man, you'll never see another man like that in your lifetime. They come once every other lifetime. And yeah, it's really nice to see it. I would love to borrow him here for a bit.
You know, if you ask Ukrainians, we can give you many, many reasons and many things that our president has done wrong. But I guess I won't be going into that here. But at the same time, if you remember the protests when there was this law that was supposed to restrict the independence of our anti-corruption organs, right? The protesters were very clear that this is not about Zelensky, that no one wants him out of the office, because we understand the limitations. We understand some maybe not like some weaknesses, but we also know that right now we have to be united, and we have to stand 100% behind our leader, behind the person who represents our country.
And history is messy, isn't it? I mean, history is terribly messy.
Absolutely,
we forget that Churchill made innumerable catastrophic errors of judgment, but that's almost inevitable. And some of those errors of judgment cost vast amounts in terms of human life. That's not to say that every one of his views was fantastic. You know, if you're in the Indian subcontinent, you're going to have a very different view of him and certain imperial perspectives, which he had. Again, you might not be able to see the positives because of those sort of, you know, negatives, and that's not to say you'd be completely wrong. But it's messy, and individuals are complex, and I think, you know, it's only going to be in the long perspective that people will be able to kind of judge the good from the bad in that sense.
Yeah, well, we just tend to see like only the best and people that we come to perceive as heroes, right? But we are all very complex beings, and we have the shadow side to us, and this has to be acknowledged, and it's normal. That's just how we are. We are not such simple beings.
Yeah.
Well, the human beings are messy. That's a friend of mine teaches psychology at Rutgers. That's his favorite expression. Is human beings are messy. Martin Luther King Jr. Cheated on his wife, and you know, had grown up, was a violent kid growing up as well. So, but it's that also can empower us. Winston Churchill suffered from depression, which you're sitting there going, ostensibly he won World War II. He got a Pulitzer Prize for literature, not a piece. But so the man could write as well. Suffered from depression, which he called the Black Dog. And that expression was so famous that it led to the founding of the Black Dog Institute in Australia, which is one of the leading institutes for research and treatment of depression. And so for people who see the world as either all good or all bad, you can sit there and say, look, Churchill drank a lot, made a lot of mistakes, and still had this hugely positive impact. Zelensky has made mistakes. Everybody makes. Greg Terry makes more mistakes than just about anybody I've ever met, and yet you can still like the man. You know, if he's not watching, it's probably not nearly as funny anymore. I just, what can I say? I love to give him a hard time. It's one of my favorite. You know, if I had realized Greg was on air, I would have joined a lot sooner. Anyways, no, I think that messiness, because we all have that in common, it's actually empowering. It's empowering because, and you had mentioned hope and joy and trying to find, and Ukrainians seem to do that best, or better at least than Americans and many other countries. And I think it's because they've been through so much suffering that they've learned to, what was the oh God, it wasn't Hawthorne, suck on the marrow of life, to actually dig deep and find all of the joy that you can out of life, whether that's your children, your home, and your community. And I think that's easier to do when you recognize the light and the dark of all of those around you as well.
Yeah, very, very powerful. Absolutely.
If I may add here, just something that came to mind. You know, when you think about people who go through the war, like the soldiers on the front lines, you would think that witnessing the war and the death every day, they would become maybe more cruel, and they would perceive death as something like normal. It would be normalized, right? But at the same time, you see them saving all those animals. You see them snuggling up to cats and dogs, because instead of perceiving life and life's loss and death as something normal, they appreciate the life much more for that reason. So it actually has an opposite effect on people, and they want to protect every single life, the smallest life, everything they can do. Just I don't know, a tiny squirrel, a kitten, everything is suddenly more precious.
I have a friend. I have a testimony to that. A friend, one of my friends, personal friends that I met in Sacramento, was from Mariupol during the siege, and he was in Azovstal, and he was fighting the Russians 5 meters away. I mean, really close combat, no radio comms at all, surrounded at night, escaped, and he called it his second birthday. He spent 6 months in captivity with the Russians and was traded back and came to America. And you would think someone who had been through all that trauma and all that war, you would think a different person, but he was the nicest, most gentle man, with great humility, most humble, caring. Handpicked me to be at his baby shower because he could tell I had a big heart too. Just a beautiful human. He actually had to go back. Our immigration system here failed him, which is a bummer for the, it's a really shame we can't make room in the United States for a hero of that caliber. We need men like that here, which is a whole different topic to talk about. But the humility of him, his care for others. I mean, this man made his kid move so I could sit at his table. And he gets standing ovations everywhere he goes. The kid sat next to him, but he made room for me at his table. It was it was really beautiful moments like that that make me think how war does affect people. I guess it could go either way though, but from my experience, what I've seen, it's changed people for the positive as well, as far as their character.
Somebody had asked Stephen, I want to talk about aliens. Not illegal aliens, but aliens from outer space for a minute. So I know it sounds like I'm changing topics. I'm not. Someone had asked Stephen Hawking, why haven't we been visited by aliens? And he had said, well, first of all, if we, it may be that they all obliterated themselves, or it may be that there's lots of life and they choose not to visit for any number of reasons, yada, yada, yada. But he had said this, which was, if they did visit, they'd probably want to conquer us and do all this other thing, because this is what the history is in the world of what happens to indigenous people when other people show up. And Stephen Hawking was a great physicist, but he was not an anthropologist, and I'm going to disagree with him on that very, very strongly, and here's why. The only reason we as a species have evolved to the dominant species on this planet is because of compassion. It's because of our ability to understand and put ourselves in other people's shoes. We also have aggression, which we absolutely needed in order to hunt, in order to maintain our own safety. But as we evolve, compassion becomes more and more important. Without it, as we gain the ability to destroy ourselves, to destroy our neighbors, to destroy everybody, if we don't have compassion as our ruling, and it's not, it can be a choice, but as sort of our ruling instinct that it is a part of who we are, we will destroy ourselves. So I think any species that eventually develops the ability to travel through space and do all of these other things must necessarily have compassion for animals, for each other, must have seen enough suffering to say that is not what we want, and would not come invade Earth and conquer us and so on and so forth. But we are right now at an inflection point where we see people who lack compassion, people who think that the best way to rule is whoever has the biggest stick. And it's those of us who say we have to stand up to that. We have to stand up to that while maintaining our integrity. Well, I mean, the efforts being put into the positive treatments of prisoners of war, Russian prisoners, the Russian prisoners held by Ukraine, is a perfect example of what I mean when I say compassion, and what shows the entire world what we're fighting for. And we either understand that and get on board, or we lose that, in which case I don't know how we as a species continue to thrive.
And one of the challenges, I'll introduce our two fantastic people who've joined in just a second. We've got Zarina and Theo, but I'll quickly respond to that, and then I'll get them to say a little hi and introduce themselves. It seems to me one of the chief problems that we're dealing with here is that the Russian system, the Soviet system before it, and actually all authoritarians and populists, the mechanic they use is to, they play on the empathy people have for people who are like them and share the same values, but they try to other their enemies. They try to eliminate or reduce empathy for those they want to crush or destroy, or move away from the levers of power. And unfortunately, the Soviet Union is one of the most radical psychological machines for destroying human empathy and distrust that history has ever thrown up. And that's perhaps not realized as much as it should be. Let's turn to our two fantastic guests. We'll get them to introduce themselves, and then I'm going to have to take a little short break just because it's been quite a long time on the trot. But we'll have enough people, on the screen to have a robust discussion. I'll take a little 10 minutes out. Theo, you're here first. Say hi. Tell us a little bit about your project, your channel, who you are, your background, and then we'll get to Zarina, who I know a lot of people will recognize.
Hello, wonderful to be here. Thank you very much, John, for inviting me on. So my name's Theo Mullis. I'm a British journalist. I work in the UK and I work in Ukraine when I can get there. I'm a former London police officer, worked in human trafficking, and I resigned to start this project called Dictators v Democrats. And I track the global conflict between democracy and authoritarianism as it's growing and it's accelerating apace. So I have a Substack of the same name with weekly roundups, etc. And I run a podcast called Dictators v Democrats, Why We Fight, where I talk to those who are on the proverbial front lines of struggling for democracy. The latest episode is with Mr. Oleg Magaletsky of the Free Nations Opposed Russia Forum, but I've interviewed everybody from protester against Vucic's regime in Serbia up to General David Petraeus, who I was very, very lucky to get an interview with. That's me.
What was your name again? I'm sorry.
Theo Althorpe Mullis. I put it in the chat. It's got ridiculous spelling.
Zarina, welcome.
Well, hi, Jonathan. Hi, everyone. And my greetings to the audience. I'm always very grateful for people who take time from their busy life to stay with us and to be aware of what's happening in the world, and particularly in Ukraine. And thank you, Jonathan, for this heroic effort. I know there's a very noble goal, and I hope we can reach it. It's very needed. I'm talking to you from Ukraine. And as far as the horrible spelling of the names goes, I probably can win this contest. My name is Zarina Zabriskie, and anybody who can say it right from the start go will get a prize. Truck probably. And I am actually not Ukrainian. My family roots were from Ukraine, but I'm an American journalist, and I've been based in Ukraine since the start of the full-scale invasion, writing for Byline Times, which is a British newspaper. Excellent, by the way, I recommend. Euromaidan Press, that's a Ukrainian newspaper in English, and a number of other publications, including BBC News, my small Californian newspaper and whatnot. Basically, I'm trying to reach the global audience through any way, any means possible. And my last effort was filmmaking. And so I have recently completed a full feature documentary called Kherson Human Safari, because I've been based in Kherson for the last 2 years, and I continue to be based in Kherson. And as it turns out, I'm currently working at the second film, and there will be a trilogy. So that's pretty much about me.
Well, we're going to divert a strand, particularly while we've got you for a few minutes. And I think it's something that everyone's going to want to pile in and actually ask questions about. But you're in Kherson. You actually helped to break this story about the human safari. And it's been very difficult to get narratives to kind of cut through into Western media. But, at the point where you started to cover that, it really did break through and it grabbed some attention. It is, of course, horrific as well. It tells us a lot about the Russian war machine and how it operates and the extreme, I would say, sadistic brutality of it. But you're there in Kherson in what is incredibly dangerous circumstances, covering the human safari. So that's the background. But I'm sure everyone's going to have, some questions to ask. My one, before I duck out just for a few minutes and take a little break, is going to be, is it as intense now as it was? Is it getting worse? And who's left? What persuades somebody to stay in a city that is under so much appalling duress, especially when there was so much optimism when it was liberated?
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, I believe that people have these associations of this happy, liberated Chersonians, and later on, perhaps of the flood, when people were not as happy because they were flooded in a very horrible way. However, the war never stopped, as Jonathan knows, because we've been doing these interviews for quite a while. And as some of you might know, and some of you perhaps don't know, Kherson was the only regional capital occupied by the Russians, and the first large city occupied by the Russians, and it stayed occupied for 9 months and then was liberated without a major battle. The Russians retreated, and they retreated across the Dnieper River. And the peculiarity of the situation is the Dnieper River in this region is only about 1 mile, about a kilometer, sometimes less, wide in this space, meaning that the Russians are very, very close and they can reach the Ukrainian control territory with pretty much anything, including but not limited to artillery, tanks, MLRS, and lately drones. And we're not talking about large Shahid drones because those are targeting the whole country of Ukraine practically every night. We're talking about small commercially made FPV drones, first-person view drones, and these could be roughly broken into kamikaze drones that explode on impact after attacking a civilian or civilian car or any object on the ground. Or they could be most likely Mavic drones, and those drop grenades, explosives. It could be cluster munition, and besides, they do love dropping incendiary munition and set the whole blocks on fire. They also drop anti-infantry mines, so there's a lot of people being injured that way. Basically, there's attack from the skies. And the latest development this summer, because human safari as a phenomena really started to take shape last summer in July. And when Jonathan said I broke the story, that happened to me. It's a very doubtful honor of breaking a horrible story like this, but it just happened so that I was the only foreign journalist based in the city, and the local journalists believe that everybody must know about it because it's happening and it's so horrible and we know about it, and therefore everybody in the world should know it. While in reality, even people in nearby cities of Nikolaev and Odessa have never heard about it, and people didn't believe that it's possible. And it took quite a while to assure my editors that in fact, it's the reality. It was hard to produce good quality photos or videos of drones attacking you because that would be your last photo or video you ever took. But by now, there are so many of them that actually will have such videos and such photos. I have them. And this summer, Russians decided to try, and not just in Kherson region, what we call now a drone siege, trying to cut the only functional route from Kherson to the nearby city of Nikolaev to Ukrainian controlled territory by controlling the skies with drones. And by now, the drones and drone technology are so developed with fiber optics and various types of motherload drones carrying smaller drones and swarm of drones that they actually were almost getting there. But lucky for Kherson, the combination of measures such as anti-drone tunnels, electronic warfare devices, and other measures were able to stop the drone siege, luckily. And so I'm in Odessa in the moment for a conference, but tomorrow I'm driving back to Kherson, and it's quite a crazy journey because you go through a very strange looking tunnel. It's like a hallucination, basically. There are these wooden poles, and they're fishing nets spread all over, and there are a lot of birds being stuck in it because they're flying there and they perish, and then you just go at crazy speeds through this tunnel because the drone still can get underneath the net and attack you. And I will stop here, and I'm not sure about the format, if I'm supposed to keep talking or if anybody's going to ask any questions.
I don't think anyone would object to you still talking, but somebody just changed their settings about a minute ago, and there's an echo again. So I don't know who that was.
It seems like my mic is causing echo, but I just have to leave the space right now because it's almost bedtime for my kid here, and we should get in bed before new heads come in. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you, Zarina, for your important work.
Did you want to remind everyone who you are and where people can find you?
My name is Christine Kharkiv, and I am mostly posting on LinkedIn. And Jonathan said that he will post details tomorrow, how to find us and contact us. So I think I don't have to take the time to do this now. So thank you all for supporting Ukraine, for reporting on Ukraine, for being our voice in the world, and great spending sometimes with you here. And enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you all. Bye.
Good night. Quiet night. Тихой ночи.
Добраніч.
Zarina, you mentioned you had a small California newspaper. Could you tell us a little more about that?
I don't own it, or I don't run it, but I write for a local state newspaper in Fresno. I'm based, or I rather was based. I lived in San Francisco most of my life, and in California, there's a large town, I suppose, city called Fresno, and they have a community alliance newspaper. And about 2 years ago, they asked me to write monthly dispatches for them from different cities in Ukraine, which I have been doing. Unfortunately, now, due to the situation in the United States and funding cuts, they've switched my dispatches, which were going monthly for more than 2 years, now to every 3 or 4 months. They had to cut down significantly on their publication, not just me, not just Ukraine, which is a shame, really, because we were able to reach quite a lot of people in the actually red California. There's such a strange thing because it's somewhat rural. There are a lot of farmers there. And so I was happy that I was able to reach these people and bring them the facts and the reporting from the ground. But I will still be reporting for them, but not as much.
Gotcha. Yeah, the reason I ask is I live I live a few hours north of Fresno in California, so I was very curious about that. I spent a lot of time in Sacramento in the area there, working with the Sunflower Society in Sacramento. So very cool. Thank you. I took the info down.
Right. Well, thank you. And nice to meet everyone. I'm catching up as I just joined the stream. Sorry, it's been a very busy day because I was at a Kherson conference, the development and recovery of Kherson region, which is held in Odessa for obvious reasons. It's way too dangerous. And we had a lot of foreign guests, United Nations and Red Cross and so forth. So it was a whole day conference, and it was a very strange feeling. I am actually in the process of editing a little video report, which I share on my social media, because on the one hand, there are these wonderful international organizations, optimistic, generous, sitting there and talking about how they are going to renovate and rebuild Kherson. And on the other hand, there are people from Kherson and people who live in Kherson like myself who know that at this very moment, the city is being destroyed. There are people being killed and there bodies in the street, and everything is on fire. And it's such you know, it's almost delusional in a way. It was a very jarring feeling, and I had to force myself to make sense of it and find the positive angle to it. So I spoke to a lot of people, and there was actually a good explanation. One ambassador for Khersonian region in Brussels explained that at some point there will be the end of the war, and we believe there will be Ukrainian victory. And at this point, there will be a need to build back and to recover. And European entrepreneurs are so slow that they need time for the concepts to be introduced to them. And so doing it now is actually wise, which made sense when he put it this way. But before he phrased it this way, I couldn't get my head around it. So it was a rough day in a way. But getting back to Kherson, yeah, I left about 4 or 5 days ago because I was invited to speak in Lviv at the Ukrainian media conference. And so, of course, you know, we always say that Lviv is a safe place, but at the time when I was there was a massive attack, a horrific attack on Lviv. So I was just leaving when it was happening. So there's really no safe place. I've been in Odessa for the last 4 days, and every night we have shahid attacks, and the parts of city gets on fire, and in the morning there are a number of areas in Odessa that are cut off from power or gas or whatever. But that cannot be compared to Kherson, which is really hard to put in words or describe just as is, because as one young woman told me in an interview today, life there is not normal, it's not life, and we might not live to see tomorrow. Attacks are every hour, and they are, as I mentioned before, from all kind of weapons, small drones being probably the worst, because when you leave the house, you have to look up to watch out for the drone. You have to look down so you don't step on the mine. You have to look left and right because the cars driving by are afraid of drones and driving like maniacs. And there's a lot of accidents, traffic accidents. And when this happens and the police arrives, the Russian drones arrive too, and they target the police. So yesterday, there was 2, I believe, policemen, traffic police killed, or rather injured heavily by such drones during an accident. One person was killed, a civilian, a maintenance worker working on the water pipes, the previously damaged by artillery. And it's just this vicious circle which never stops. And of course, I didn't forget, but I have not yet mentioned CABs, which are guided aerial bombs, and they differ in size, but they are big. And when they are dropped, everything around shakes, windows breaks. Even if the bomb didn't hit your building, the glass will break. So by now, practically no one has glass in their windows, and Kherson is called the city of wooden windows. We have plywood. I have plywood. My neighbors have plywood. You get used to it in certain ways. You think you're more protected because if that is being broken, that, you know, it's a little bit better than glass, but it is not so, because the parts of plywood are also flying just as shrapnel into the room. And just like everybody else, I had my apartment being damaged by shrapnel flying into the walls and being stuck on the walls. And it just on and on and on. When you tell the story like this, it sounds surreal and like it can't be. And as Jonathan was asking before he left, how is it possible that people are still living under such conditions? Well, there are many reasons, from logistics. People don't have enough money to move, or they have sick relatives and it's impossible to transport them or move them, or they have animals, and Ukrainians are very dedicated to their dogs, cats, and also goats and cows and they will not be moving any of those, and they're staying there with their animals. One old lady at the most dangerous region called Island. It is an island, and the bridge is broken, so you drive there with this huge hole around it with the drones chasing you, and she refuses to leave, and the reason was the pigeons. She feeds the pigeons on the island. It doesn't want to leave them. And of course, a lot of it is just justification. The reason being, it's really their home. It's all that they have. It's all that they know. And they are reluctant to abandon what they have. So it's resistance in many ways. But what I also want to focus on and mention, and that's a big part of my film, and it's a big part of my second film, that despite all these horrors, people are somehow managing not to be miserable and not to stay depressed. There is this rich cultural life, which is, also hard to believe. There are theater shows and premieres in basements, in the bomb shelters. There are poetry readings. There's a new restaurant that opened just during the attempt to establish the drone siege. There was a new restaurant serving Khersonian dishes, Kherson cuisine. Very proud, Their little cafes, they love their coffee. So little cafes pop up here and there all the time with like funny, gimmicky decor. And Kherson is a very athletic city. So they have everything from dance studios and yoga studios to boxing rings, all of them somewhat in secret. You have to know where you're going. Like to go to the theater, you will not be seeing a poster and decided, oh, here you go, or online, I'm going to a theater this Sunday. You will be on the list of theater goers, and people would know you, and you will receive this private invitation. And then that's because if the Russians know that there are gatherings of people for any certain reason, they will target this gathering. So it's very, very dangerous. And obviously, I've been there for so long, and I love the city so much. And I can be going on for a long time, but I'll open it up for questions again.
I saw Theo had a question earlier. I wanted to make sure that, there we go.
I'm just wondering, as a journalist myself, how do you operate as a journalist under such circumstances? And do you find that press badges, etc., are basically impossible to wear?
It's a great question. It's a bit of a dilemma because by rules, by the Ministry of Defense accreditation rules, we are supposed to be wearing not just the press badges, but the helmets and the bulletproof vests with press indicated on them. Also, it's not just the requirement, but also there is a shrapnel flying next to you. This bulletproof vest will come handy. On the other hand, the Russian drone pilots will be delighted to see you wearing that. It will be like Target store in the States, here, shoot here. So you kind of you decide if you go in if you have a permit, you have to have permit for pretty much anywhere you go, special permit. So if I have permit to go work by the river, which is the most dangerous spot, close to Antonievsky Bridge, for example, and it's very, very hard to get the permit to go there because they don't want you to be killed. So it's difficult. But if you go in there, you will be wearing the jacket, otherwise, it's just suicidal. But then you will be covering it with some jackets so they don't see what you're wearing. And you certainly don't want to walk around saying press all over you. 2 years ago, when we just started to work in Kherson and human safari wasn't the case, we would do that and it worked very well. In fact, when people see you wearing this press sign, many of them want to come and talk to you. So that was an advantage, but now it is not. So it's it's difficult. I definitely wear a very small one that the Russians cannot see, but the Ukrainians can see, because when I film, I need to very quickly show them that I'm accredited and have a full right to do that, because this the paranoia there, as you can imagine, is really high. So pretty much everyone is trying to catch you. But I don't have this problem anymore because it's not a very big city, especially in the center. There are not so many people. And after I made this film and interviewed with all the local press, people know me as like, it's Zarina, whatever, like she's okay. So, but I spent 2 years to get to this point. And when our colleagues arrive in, that is a problem.
And why do you think the press badge is such a target for the Russians?
Why is Ukraine target for Russia? I mean, in my experience, and I've been, even before I became a war correspondent here in Ukraine, for 10 years, I've been writing about the Russian propaganda, hybrid warfare, the intentions, and so forth. So I know them well. I also was born in the Soviet Union, and part of my life was spent there. So I know the subject quite well. So my suggestion, do not ever ask why Russians do this or that. Do not try to apply rationale logic to Russians. They it's deception. They look like you do. They are not. They don't have this logic now. I mean, of course, there are some exceptions. I'm generalizing, but what we have now is the state policy. It's lunacy. You do not analyze it. I mean, and also they're terrorists. So they want everybody to be afraid of them, and they want the press to shut up and leave. And they are succeeding because not as many people come, not as many journalists. Journalists, we're not people. Not as many journalists come to Kherson as they to other areas. It's frightful.
Theo, if you have a question, because you're newer here, so I want to make sure if you have any more questions, you go first.
Go ahead.
Well, so I wanted to ask you, because your organization, I think if I recall, you had said you sort of track the rise of dictatorships versus democracies, and between Viktor Orban, between what we've been seeing in Venezuela, between what we've been seeing with Russia expansion, and Donald Trump, who I think, I'm in the U.S., so on some level you have to be a little careful because people think you're politicizing it. And I was like, no, I'm not. It's just, you can just check off the cult of personality, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
It appears to be very much on the rise. It appears like it has been for the last, say, 10 years. So first of all, there's a growing fear in the U.S. So I guess I have two questions. One, what are your thoughts about what's happening in the U.S.? And two, is this trend something that is cyclical? So sometimes, democracy, the arc of justice is long, but the arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice. So we're going to get through it if we just wait it out. And what does that take to try to head back in the direction of democracy? Multi-part question. I do not ask. I never. Listen. I don't ask. I don't use a small word when a diminutive one will work. So there you go.
So the situation in the United States is really very concerning. You've seen over the last even 20 years the entrenchment between two branches of the idea of what America should be. The two political parties, the red and the blue, become so fortified to a certain degree that it seems, from an outside perspective, although I did hold a green card at one point in Long Island, that people identify almost first as a Republican or a Democrat before they're identifying as an American. And that is like a powder keg for the rise of a cult of personality, which is exactly what we have with President Trump. And the way he's governing, sending troops to any city where the local mayor, governor of the state, etc., irritates him under the guise of law and order is exactly what you said earlier, almost straight out of the playbook. I mean, somebody who's written about this extensively as Professor Timothy Snyder, and he describes modern tyranny as terror management. And that's certainly what we saw after the murder of Charlie Kirk. We began to see this murder being being used to justify things like Antifa being declared a terrorist organization, although it's not an organization itself, and more troops being sent to various cities, further repressions, and attacks on freedom of speech through not necessarily the state, but pressure on private organizations. Hence, Mr. Kimmel being suspended, and then a different backlash led to his reinstatement. And as for, is the trend cyclical? No, I don't think it's cyclical. I think history in general leans towards authoritarianism. If you look throughout almost all of human history, democratic free societies tend to do well, but they tend not to last in the long run. And that's because democracy, freedom, etc., they require effort. They require the effort of the entire population and a bit of a consensus on what that looks like. And that's something that the authoritarians, the crinks, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, have cottoned onto. And they realize that democracy existing anywhere in a globally connected world is a threat to them. So they will move to undermine it, and they will move to undermine it if they can't do kinetically, which is exactly what Russia is attempting to do in Ukraine. Then they will do so through other means, through funding of media organizations, through disinformation, misinformation, and through pushing any divide that may exist in the democracy. In democracy, there should be differences. Diversity is a very important thing, but pushing people apart. And at the moment, it is succeeding because our democracies, I do not feel, are built for a globally connected world. Whereas built for a world of the 1950s of flat caps and trade unions, a world we don't really have anymore.
Let me interrupt real quick. So I don't know if Jonathan can hear or not. I don't know if he switched to the audio, but if he can, Phil Eitner is in the green room, and I suspect wants to get in, and I think we'd all like to see him. So if he can hear us, and if he can hear me, maybe he can come back to let Eitner in. If not, Phil, I tried. So that's just out to Jonathan. I think I may have cut you off. If I didn't, I'll say, is social media that difference? Is it the interconnectedness that is the difference?
Social media is certainly, I think, at the forefront of that. And I remember when it I'm old enough now to remember when it first started, and it was seen as this wonderful thing. We're going to democratize the media, and we're going to allow everybody will have a voice. But the problem is, it's so easy to push narratives through, or essentially non-people through bots. You see bot farms in Russia. We had the Internet Research Agency under Prigozhin. You see it in the PRC, Iran, and obviously North Korea. And they've cottoned onto a few sites as forums of the world. X is certainly one, and the fact that it's privately by a pretty unstable billionaire is another problem. And we ought to be seeing, the democracies especially, ought to be seeing things like social media as critical national infrastructure. It's not going away. Pandora's box is open in that regard. So we have to be able to deal with it. And we have to be able to keep it essentially human. I remember interviewing John Sweeney, he's a friend of mine, wonderful British journalist. I'm sure if you don't know him and you're listening, absolutely do look him up in the orange hat and the dancing on tables in bars. But he was proposing that to be on certain social media sites, you ought to be your face. And there are problems with that. Say, okay, what if you're a whistleblower? What if you're speaking from a situation which is dangerous? What if you're an exile, a dissident, etc.? But I think that's something that could be worked around. And if we were to do that, then I think a lot of the problems that we have with narratives being pushed by bot farms could be mitigated to a certain degree.
All right. If there are no objections, what I think I'll do is, just since Jonathan's not here, I'll introduce our two new. You guys made it. Oh, were you going to say something?
Before we do so, and it's great to see Phil, whom I know for a very long time. Hi, Phil. Yeah.
Hello, Zarina. Hello from Lviv.
Oh, you're in Lviv. We just missed each other. I was in Lviv.
I know.
Now someone over here. Well, we'll talk about it. So
we'll talk about it.
Have a great talk. These are great guys. I had fun. Well, fun is probably not the right word, and but that was an interesting concept, Theo. There, that and upsetting too. That history is not framed by our strive for democracy, but the other way around. We'll have to talk about that. But for now, I unfortunately
I saw you were on the schedule. So I wanted to pop in and say hello from Lviv. So I understand if you have to go, but I'd love to have a chat with you always, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would love to have a discussion, but
we'll talk.
The French are very receptive to my documentary. And so yesterday we had the second film show and screening in Paris, and today it's Lyon. So every night I'm doing Q&A on Zoom, of course, answering the questions, which is great. That was the intent, to bring this knowledge to the people, and it's working. So I'm unfortunately and reluctantly, I have to bid goodbye now. So thank you so much.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much.
I'm just glad to have seen your lovely smiling face. Take care. Yeah. And bon voyage. Best of luck. Bon chance.
Bye.
My suspicion is everybody here knows who you are, Phil. But having said that, why don't you introduce yourself now? That if you were coming just to say hi, guess what? You've been You are stuck here.
I've been dragged in. This is now my third appearance on the marathon podcast here, which I don't regret at all. I will openly admit that the group who invited me to Lviv to open 5 pediatric operating rooms had a good night, goodbye dinner, and so some vino was imbibed, and I won't take any I won't take any shame for that, but nevertheless, I'm a journalist who's been covering the former Soviet Union starting in the Yeltsin era. Of course, following through the Putin era. I've been coming to Ukraine since 2001. I'm additionally a war correspondent and a war journalist who was the deputy bureau chief for CBS News in Baghdad, and was one of the first boots on the ground in Afghanistan after 9/11. I was on Maidan in 2014. And so that's, I've since left. I was actually intending to retire, but I've since left, kind of industrial media or news or what have you. And I struck it on my own, and I live in Kiev, and I produce a weekly interview program, hour-long, roughly give or take, interview program that we call On the Edge. And I'm sorry, I don't know who is in the bottom right corner of my screen. Dictators v. Democracy.
Hello.
I'm sorry, have we met before? And I don't mean to be rude. Again, I've had some wine.
Not to worry.
Okay.
I was considering buying a bottle, but I've got to
whenever Phil is rude, he wants to make sure it's deliberate. He does not wish to offend.
Oh, you'll know when I'm being rude. You'll know when I'm being rude. You'll know when I choose to be rude. You will know it. No, I wanted to respond to some of the things that you've been saying there, in particular about American democracy. And my North Star, when I left Moscow and transitioned to doing kind of the global war on terrorism and going to Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya and Syria and Georgia in 2008 and all the rest of it. I struggled with myself, having left Moscow, with the question of whether or not they're right, whether or not the idea of democracy is naive and decadent and self-indulgent, and that yes, obviously human nature leans towards the authoritarian. And then I found a letter from the patron saint of liberal democracy, if we have one, Abraham Lincoln. I'll add others to the pantheon, but Abraham Lincoln. And in 1855, during a period in American history called Bleeding Kansas, which was inevitably leading us towards the Civil War, and pretty much everybody knew it. And they were debating amongst themselves this idea of, basically, with some finesse to it, authoritarianism or liberal democracy. And Lincoln writes to his childhood friend who is a slave owner. And in it, he says to them, "We started our country with the idea that all men are created equal. We now stand at a choice whether or not that is true, or as the know-nothings, which is the MAGA of their era, whether or not it is true that all men are created equal, or whether or not that means all men who are basically white, white and non-Catholic, non-foreign, black." And at the end of this paragraph in the letter, he says, if this side of our character in the American identity ever comes to a place where they do take control of the country, I would rather move to a place like Russia, where they don't pretend to live under the base alloy of hypocrisy and the belief of liberty. And let's just live under autocracy. Give it up. And so the point that Lincoln is making there, I think, and what gave me great solace and why this quote is my North Star, is because, well, what's the alternative then? Moscow. Okay, if America and liberal democracy is decadent and inevitably will fail and is not worth preserving or fighting for, then what do you offer as an alternative? And if what you offer to us as an alternative is simply authoritarian rule, might makes right, then fuck it. Sorry to swear.
Then at least be honest. Then at least be honest about it.
At least go to Russia. And he writes this. By the way, folks, let's not forget, he writes this in 1855. Putin is nowhere to be seen, and neither is NATO. So this goes back a long time, and this mentality within the United States has always existed with us and been contradictory to one another. And we are going through another great phase of this question of, do we actually believe in the tenets of liberal democracy, self-determination, the rule of law, democratic votes, all of these things, or do we abandon that and revert to what the Russians have always done? And so this is nothing new. This argument is nothing new, and I don't know if we, if at this fork in the road, we stand with Lincoln, or if we stand with the Kremlin. So that's my biography and my little diatribe, because I had to respond to what you were saying.
Phil, folks, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can now,
Okay,
Cormac.
fine. Yeah, sorry, I had a bit of trouble getting in earlier on. So for the folks that don't know me, shall I introduce myself very, very quickly?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I've never. Yeah.
Looking at you folks, I'm a bit of a Johnny-come-lately here. I went to Kyiv in 2016 as a British diplomat to serve, to be embedded in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to serve as communication advisor to Pavlo Klimkin who was then Ukraine's foreign minister. Over a 2-year period between 16 and 18, I did that. I worked for, I think, 4 other cabinet ministers, did work with and various other things, and met various people in civil society. Long story short, fell in love with the country, learned so much, and made friends for life. My friends, a few months before the further invasion kicked off, when I was out there last, asked me if I would put myself forward to be a spokesperson on TV, radio, podcasts, whatever, because as they said, they believe that I understood and got Ukraine. I've put somewhere between 300 and 400 radio, TV, and podcasts on them since about January 22. It's one of the things that I do to basically try and support Ukraine and to help my friends out. So that's me. I've done a lot of stuff with Jonathan. Phil and I have been getting to know each other. That's that. Can I just make one comment, Phil, on what you said? And I was very interested recently to read the there's a democracy audit that is carried out each year by the Economist Intelligence Unit. And for 2024, we haven't got 25 yet. 2024, it clearly shows that since about 2020, democracy is in decline. They rate full democracy, flawed democracy, and then we have autocracies effectively. There is less than 10% of the world that they put in full democracy. Spoiler alert, the United States a year ago was not considered a full democracy. It will be very interesting to see how they're rated when they come out with their next report.
Yeah,
I'm sure Trump will tell them how to rate us. Trump will explain it to them. It'll be fine.
He'll sue them before they have the next report out.
Exactly.
It's just, I think it's, in the West, we grow up. My new favorite word is cosseted. We grow up fucking soft. We take freedom for granted. Maybe people like Phil, who have been out in the field, take it less for granted. But, I've a degree in politics. I've been a student of history all my life. My education really started in 2016 at the tender age of 53 when I went out to Kyiv. That's when my education really took off. And I'd been going to what I call the Eastern neighborhood, former communist countries, for 2 years. At that stage, I'd been invited out to speak on government communications because the UK government is considered very much on the civil service level as a best in class there. So I'd started to develop a real interest in the journeys that everybody in the area seemed to be on in terms of trying to get away from autocracy towards democracy. But yeah, I just reflect on the fact that less than 10% of the world actually lives in democracy. And when we come from the West, we take these things for granted. When I went to Ukraine, I started to meet people, and then I started to become friends with people, and some of those people will be friends till the day I die. And I've had many nights just sitting up, talking to people. What was it like to grow up in the Soviet Union? And I heard the family stories of the disappeared and the people that went to the Gulag, and some came back after 20 years and some never came back. So, for me, there isn't a question about whether democracy is right. I've never had to ask myself that question because, quite simply, we live in, of course, democracy is flawed, but, we can have what we have in the United Kingdom or most of Europe or Ireland, where I come from originally, but I've lived in the UK for nearly 40 years. And it's the UK that I've represented abroad, both as a diplomat and as an athlete when I was a younger man. What we have, we don't know we're fucking born. And this is what I try to get across to people all of the time. And if you don't like it, try living in Russia, try living in North Korea, try living in China, try living in Iran, try living in increasingly places like India and other despotic states in South America. So we need to, this doesn't apply obviously to anybody in this room, but I really do believe that, since 1945, like I'm sure all of you, I had 3 granduncles who fought Hitler, all from the same family, by the way, 3 brothers, all survived the war. We have grown up. I was born in '63. We have grown up cosseted, soft. We've had it easy. It's only when I met people better educated than me, more sophisticated than me. This is the other thing in the West. We think that those Eastern Europeans, they're kind of, yeah, they're a bit simple. They're not as sophisticated as us. They're a lot more sophisticated. I found they had a lot more basic human decency than the average person I find in the West. Well, I'm a little bit romantic when it comes to Ukraine, but they're a lot tougher. They grew up a lot harder. And I always say that the difference with Ukrainians and why it was very, very clear in 2016, and it still is, that Ukraine needs her Western allies. But what I have always tried to get across to people is that we need Ukraine. And first and foremost, and this is what I've always struggled to articulate effectively, we need Ukraine for something we have lost. And that is the value of freedom, knowing the price of freedom, having the balls to pay it. We've lost all three of those things, and they're coming back far too slow. Jonathan knows I love my sound bites, and one I've been banging out for over a year and trying when I do interviews. How do I get a message through to people? What I believe is it's not too late. We're drinking in the last chance saloon. We are at war with Russia, but it could get an awful lot better, an awful lot worse. It really is our money and guns today or our daughters and sons tomorrow. It's going to be an awful lot cheaper still, to use my other soundbite, to arm Ukraine to the teeth and sanction Russia back to the Stone Age. We've never done either properly. Since Alexei Reznikov, the last Minister of Defense of Ukraine, said on CNN before Christmas in 2021, it's burned into my memory. He said, we don't need or expect your boots on the ground. Just give us the weapons we need and we will do our own fighting. And I hear this bullshit about Joe Biden and Sullivan and everything else. The truth is they looked at what Ukraine wanted. They gave them half. They gave it slow and they gave it with handcuffs on. And I'm not interested in the excuses. They also stopped the best of us in Europe. And I, as an Irishman, I put the Brits in the very best of us in terms of the support that we have given. We were the first ones to give long-range stuff in Storm Shadow. But of course, part of the guidance, and people who know more than me might correct me, but I believe it's the guidance components were made by the Yanks. So on that basis, America was able to say that they could not be used to strike elements of the logistics chain behind the border. So, well, we all know.
The M-Code 4. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there's almost nothing that Britain makes in the defense sector, especially the high-tech stuff, that doesn't have American parts and therefore isn't subject to American export laws.
I understand this, but I'm making the point of how even...
Yeah. No,
even
and absolutely.
Even the best will in the world, not just Britain, but maybe France, maybe certainly the Netherlands, other countries. We have been held back. Anyway, I just wanted to push in.
Well
It's
said.
my second time. It's my second time in the conversation today. Just wanted to introduce myself. Could I ask everyone, apart from Phil and Jonathan, just to shout out their names so I know who you are?
My name is Nick.
Go ahead.
Nick, that's it. And I'm from the channel In Time.
Okay.
I'm Renegade Chungus from Renegade Chungus YouTube. Live in Northern California. Cover a lot of current events as well as fundraise for Ukraine as much as possible. And a funny note about myself, I was a Republican for about 15 years until the war broke out and I saw the response. And it was very eye-opening to me. So it's been a journey for me as well as my community along the way, learning, meeting new people and learning new things. So it's been a learning curve for me, but what an eye-opener. What an eye-opener for me to see federal guards fighting men in frog costumes in Portland, Oregon, and the real patriot is inside the frog costume jumping around. It's been a really eye-opening year for me and also members of my community. I'm actually checking out right now, guys. Thank you very much for your time. I have other arrangements.
All the best to Northern California. I'm an East Bay boy, partly. So Thanks for
Lovely to
joining
meet you
us.
briefly.
Thanks for
Yeah.
stopping by. I didn't say thanks to Zarina. She popped off while I was taking a break, but I hope that was interesting.
She had another film. She's promoting her film in Lyon, and I think she had to pop off for that. So,
but I hope that was interesting to you guys and the audience. And yeah, Renegade Chunkers, let's catch up again, and let's dive into your story in a bit more detail on a dedicated kind of conversation. Same with Nick there. Before we jump off, I want to draw attention to Car4Ukraine. It's the campaign. We need to drive this further. We want to get the overall campaign. I mean, it'd be great if I catch John appears. It's not going to happen. But what we want to do is, by the end of the day, we want the overall campaign to have met its target. We don't seem to be too far away there. The end goal is 110,000 euros. We're at 94,287. We've already closed more than 10. I think it's more like sort of 15, 20 from what I can tell today. But we will get an update a little bit later. But we can definitely top that out before we finish, and then get those trucks, the target, over to the brigades that need them. But yeah, thanks so much for coming on.
Absolutely, guys. Take care. Good luck on the whole adventure.
Bye-bye,
today.
Renegade. Nice to meet you briefly.
Cheers.
And to your point, Cormac, I wanted to sort of throw this out there, especially as we have so many fantastic, let's say, American voices here. I mean, one thing that frustrated me during the election was the apparent pressure put on Ukraine, not to ask for too much, not to, strike Russian oil facilities. It was just like, go easy, because, we don't want anything that's going to upset. You don't want the orange guy to win. Don't push us too hard, whatever. That seemed to me a completely immoral, but also strategically inept thing.
Supine.
Supine, but it shows weakness. It shows moral weakness. It shows a lack of courage. It shows a lack of principle, a lack of strategy. Inept on many, many levels. But ultimately, that also cost Ukraine a lot. I mean, it has to be said that the ammunition famine cost them a lot, which wasn't directly, the fault of the Democrats, although, the politicking and the ineptness almost certainly played a part. But that just seemed to be, everyone points the finger at Donald Trump, but that seemed to be a moment of absolute moral collapse. And it was on the Democrats there. So this seems to me a systemic weakness, systemic point of moral weakness, rather than just pointing left, pointing right. But I don't know what you guys think.
I would agree. Yeah, please.
I just very briefly. I mean, I can, not to blow my own trumpet, but I went on. I think it was one of my first or second interviews of not 2025, 2024, and I remember saying at the time, I have it recorded somewhere, that regardless of who won the forthcoming election later on that year, that that America was likely lost as a reliable security partner for the foreseeable future. And I think so it has turned out. I really don't think Kamala Harris government Ukraine would have fared any better. We wait to see what Trump's words come to. I mentioned this earlier, Jonathan, when I spoke to you this morning, or early this afternoon. But there was another study out of Harvard University about 2 weeks ago that's showing significant increasing U.S. citizen support across all metrics, from military aid to sanctions, etc., etc. But what's very, very interesting, when it's broken down, I think in every metric, and I don't have the figure in front of me, but they're ranging from the 60 to the 70%. In every metric, if I'm correct, Republicans are showing stronger support now than our Democrat voters. And that I find interesting. And yes, it may well be that such is their slavish following of their glorious leader, that they see Trump doing a U-turn on this. And of course, we believe that America has committed to providing intelligence to aid the strikes on deep targets. We await to see if they get the Tomahawks yet and what else actually comes. We do know that America has completely stopped
donating, and I think they will sell it to Europe to give on to Ukraine. But the other thing, of course, that is hugely notable, Ukraine is far, far less reliant on America than they ever have been. And Europe has stepped up very, very significantly. The figure that I saw recently was that Ukraine is now producing 60% of the munitions that it is using on the front line itself. We know there has been very significant investment in Ukraine's defense industry by European companies. The one thing, as I understand, and I always say I'm not a military man, but I listen to the military men and I speak to them. One friend and colleague of mine, Jonathan, knows exactly who I'm talking about. He's a former colonel in British military intelligence. And we've been on the channel both separately and together on Silicon Curtain. And Philip said to me, Philip Ingram, Philip has explained to me that really the one thing that we simply cannot replace quickly in the West is the intelligence that America supplies. So there seems, from my lay understanding, you're nodding away, Phil, from my lay understanding, the fact that we seem to have commitment to providing intelligence to aid long-range strikes would be significant. But as with the current Middle East peace process, I find most journalists and reporters and newscasters totally fucking incontinent at the moment. Nothing has been delivered. I hear people that I respected saying, "Oh, who could begrudge Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize?" Oh, by the way, I don't know if any of you have picked it up. Vladimir Putin came out a few hours ago and said that the Nobel Committee has now lost all credibility because they didn't give the Peace Prize to Donald Trump, regardless of the fact that their deliberations this year are for 2024. But I just thought that was interesting. I've started following a grubby little site called BRICS. And on X.
Not good for your health. Not good for your health.
I commend it to you. Well, I want to know what the bastards
It'll raise your
saying.
blood pressure to dangerous levels.
I'm so fit you wouldn't believe it. I'm on 16/8 fasting. I'm off drink for the entire month of October, and I've lost 5 pounds in the last week. So, apart from the fact I'm hobbling around on my knee, which is given way again, but otherwise, I'm in rude good health.
I mean, you point out the Vladimir Putin. I'd like to get Nick's view on this. I think it's really important. But if you look at the detail, we're living in an extraordinary topsy-turvy world. The Guterres, the Secretary General of NATO, has just appointed as his head of human rights a Russian sock puppet. So I don't know if you guys have followed that one. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up.
No.
Hey, Hegseth is our Secretary of Defense. So, I mean, once that happened, I'm just sitting there going, wait, he went from Fox News to what?
Co-host, not full host, co-host.
He couldn't even make full host.
Tulsi Gabbard openly says that one of her primary sources of information is RT.
Yeah, but and QAnon. Don't forget QAnon.
Yeah, guys, sorry. I mean, what did you, especially our American friends, what did you make of Hegseth lecturing to 4-star generals and admirals who've served 40 years that they're fat, they can't have beards, and they're going to need to be doing PT every day?
He can't do a pull-up.
I did see the video.
Well, I find Hegseth
it's alternative universe stuff.
Yeah, it's the mirror. It's the dark mirror.
I think
Hegseth is interesting to me because No, I agree with you there, Nick. I find Hegseth interesting, not to get off our primary topic and the primary reason for our discussion, and then that is contribute, click, donate. Now, that's why we're here. But I find Hegseth interesting, if I can kind of step aside from our general conversation about the war in Ukraine and Russia, but I find him interesting as he is the intersection of two worlds that I know quite well, and that is the military and broadcast journalism and corporate news.
Excuse me, did you say journalism? I get the broadcast.
Fair enough.
Actually,
Fair enough.
journalism.
Fair enough. I misspoke. A slip of the tongue. I've been drinking. I told you at the beginning. I've been drinking.
But it is true.
No.
It's entertainment. He comes from the entertainment
It
industry.
is entertainment. It is television posing as news. You're absolutely right there. But I'll just say this as briefly as I possibly can because I can run on. He intersects these two worlds in an interesting way, and I think people should understand it. He left as a major. A major is a rank in the U.S. military when you're at a crossroads. You are either going to become a lifer or you're going to get out with the benefits that you have received as that rank. So you either go in, it's really actually major and lieutenant colonel. And once you pass those ranks, and it is an inflection point, that's when you start looking at stars. You start looking at stars on your shoulder, and you're looking at more influence, more pay, more benefits, all the rest of it. So this is and he got out as a major. Okay, so he must have come to the determination, I don't want to, or I can't cut it, or somebody else said to him, you can't cut it. Secondly, he comes from a place where he is an anchor on a television pretend news entertainment platform, but in a world, and keep in mind that I worked for Fox News. I know that operation. I know how they are structured. And if you are on camera for Fox News, you are fated, you are spoiled, your ego is inflated to massive levels where you walk into the newsroom, you walk into a corporate boardroom or an office, and people will bow down to you and they will tell you you're the best thing since sliced cheese. These two things put in conjunction, and again, I speak from experience because I've spent decades covering the military, and I have worked inside broadcast television, whatever news. And I think that's a dangerous thing to put in a single person, much less a person who is in charge of the most powerful military, not just on the world stage today, but in human history. The capacity of the U.S. military is beyond anything we have ever seen in any of our lifetimes, and it has been put in the hands of not only the man in the Oval, but the head. I refuse to call it the Department of War. It is the Department of Defense. It needs to be ratified by Congress. It can't just be presidential executive order. I refuse to call
Well,
them.
that's another point. Department of War.
Yeah.
You don't rename that unless
Well,
you are
right.
planning a
But
war.
This gentleman has these two backgrounds that connect together to a very dangerous and combustible. Those ingredients are dangerous. So anyhow, Cormac, you asked and I answered.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you very much. Could I ask? Sorry,
Nick,
could
let's
I?
get Nick needs to have a quick word in there because he's bursting to.
I wanted to go on because we were talking about U.S. intelligence, which is going to decline dramatically. Right now, it's good, but it's declining. It's declining rapidly. We know this from the signal chat leaks, all of these other. I mean, just huge. It's incompetence, and they're going to start telling dear leader what he wants to hear. So literally, month to month, our intelligence capabilities are declining. Having said that, the U.S.'s greatest strength is it's also its greatest weakness, which is that we have an ocean on either side. The only two countries that we can even really that are connected to us are allies for now, sort of, and we're huge. We're absolutely huge, and most Europeans, I think, don't understand really the size of this country, which means that we can get away with isolationism and not understanding the importance of being a part of a global community in a way that other countries cannot do and are not. I mean, you're forced to deal with your neighbors if you're in media. Why is the BBC? Why does England own the media? They have to own the media because if they just let anybody broadcast anywhere, those broadcast signals would go into other countries and would violate their laws. So in the US, it's a public media because we are so big and because we don't have other countries that we have to litigate that kind of problem with. So from day one, this is why when World War II was just starting, FDR was smart enough to realize we are already in World War II. We don't think we are. We're sitting back chillaxing. We are in it whether we want to or not. But he couldn't convince Americans of this. He couldn't go to war. So when you had brought up this Kamala Harris, would she be supporting Ukraine or not, and the moral bankruptcy of us having to say, don't ask for too much or else, you know, we might not get Kamala Harris into it. I agree that it's morally bankrupt. I agree that it's actually a sign of a much bigger problem. And the problem is that Americans are soft, and we've reached the conclusion that we were born on third base. We were born in this country that has what Phil described as the strongest military in human history, and we have it not because we worked for it or earned it, but because we're entitled to it. And nobody is going to tell us that we're not entitled to it. And we can get away with that because we have these two oceans, which keep us out of most wars and keep us from having to actually work with and respect our neighbors. So I think that the geography actually plays into the problem far more. And it's a problem that we've had. It's not because it does go back to World War II. It goes back to World War I. It goes back almost to the founding of this country, where it's our own isolationism has been a huge problem.
As a fellow citizen, nobody does myopic better than the Americans.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
A very quick comment from an outsider. My first visit to America was 1984, as a 21-year-old student on my summer vacation. I went and I worked in construction in Miami, and I formed an opinion of America at the time that wasn't very positive. But correct me if I'm wrong. But a statistic from the time, and it's gone up a little bit since then, was only something like 5% of Americans held a passport. This was in 1984. The other thing I noticed only the other day, and this is a marker of how, you know, of how the working class in America have fared in the last 40 years. When I was in the States in 1984, I worked for minimum wage, which was $4 an hour. Minimum wage in the United States for 41 years later is $7.25 an hour.
Yeah.
How can anybody in the United States survive on $7.25 an hour?
Exactly. And
you know, beers, a pint of beer at the Ryder Cup apparently was $19.
We don't do pints, sir. Excuse me. I don't know what this
16. I don't know. 16-ounce cans. Whatever you do.
Thank you. Please speak American.
That hurt my soul.
I was always told that your beer was. I'm going to be a little bit crude, so warning. I was always told that your beer was like doing it in a canoe. I said, "What do you mean?" They said, "It's fucking near water."
I developed a love for pumpkin beer when I was in the States, which is probably a heinous thing to admit. But I can't find it here in Britain.
You're going to get us banned with your potty mouth there, Cormac. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm very.
Well, the Brits drink their beer warm and out of a cask bowl. Give me a break.
That is a slander.
I think we can. All
I am a proud British citizen. Ukrainian beer is fantastic, and you are speaking to somebody in Lviv, where some of the best beer in Ukraine is made. But I will not stand by this argument that the Brits have that their beer is better than ours. But I've heard that canoe my whole bloody life. So
yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, Cormac.
I like
It's
a good
all.
pint
It's all.
I like a good pint of
Ooh.
Guinness.
Now an
I like a good
Irishman.
pint of Guinness.
Now an
Irish, you've earned
Irishman.
the right. You've earned the right
Yep.
to
Yep.
criticize any beer.
I've had a pint at the brewery. There is nothing
Yeah.
finer. Anyhow,
Yeah,
we're well off topic.
I think
Donate,
yeah.
donate. More vehicles for Ukraine. Come on.
Theo wanted to say something, and I wanted to catch
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
I wanted to jump in and agree with you entirely, Cormac. And you can't look at the competition between authoritarianism and democracy without looking at the basic questions and the basic things that a system has to do. And the thing that most people want is to live a reasonable life without interference, but also, are my children going to be better off than me? If I work hard, if I raise my kids right, if I provide for them everything that I can, will they have the opportunity to then grow up to be richer than I, with a better house, a better, all this lovely stuff, and then be able to do the same? And unfortunately, for the last 30-ish years, I would say, perhaps even further, the major democracies have not been able to answer that question positively. And it's only gotten worse. And that has opened the door to an increasing feeling, especially among young people, and I obviously do not subscribe to this, that democracy is not providing them with with a future, democracy as it stands. I mean, YouGov polling was done earlier this year in Europe, asking the question, do you believe in democracy as a political system? France and Spain came out 50% in favor. Poland came out 48%. Germany did a lot better with 75%, but those numbers are still atrocious. And there's a lot of reasons for that, of course, but high on that list, economic. People can't buy a house, can't afford to have the next generation. So they're going to ask those basic questions. Is this working for me? No. And somebody comes along and offers something different, even if it is simplistic, even if it is wrong, then to somebody who is just working their 9 to 5, that can look more and more attractive. And that's a really dangerous trap that we've fallen into in the established democracies. And I don't quite know how we get out of it.
Well, let me add some further depressing details on this, and because some of you guys, will see the analytics of your own channels. So I being a marketeer, I love pouring through the data and seeing what's going on, especially when it comes to the conjunction of support for Ukraine, etc. My demographics are quite nice in that I got a 30% US audience, which is great, and get a lot of comments from people, in the middle of nowhere saying, all my family are MAGA, and I thought I was going crazy, and, I found your channel, and it's helping to stay sane. So that's lovely. But, and the spread of countries is great. It's fine. It's Baltics, Nordics, and the Anglosphere, as they call them, the Proklate Anglo-Saxon, the perfidious Albion and its inheritors. But the average age, or let's get to the demographics. So it's 80% male. That's not that surprising because geopolitics weights towards males anyway. When you get to military type channels and gun related channels, it gets up to 95% male. That's not particularly surprising. It's the average age, which is 65 plus. Now, there's an age gate on mine, so you have to be over 18 to watch it anyway. That's all the standard materials, but basically it's 65 plus. That means a good proportion of the audience are actually considerably older, and not that many. When it gets down to the sort of, the younger demographics, i.e. people below their 40s and earlier, it tails off to almost nothing. This concerns me because you've got a generation of people brought up on newspapers, on long analytical materials, on dealing with facts, on not having instantaneous dopamine hits, on actually putting some time, some headspace into details and weighing and analyzing. What's going to happen when we've all snuffed it? I mean, it seems to me that the generation that's really engaged in the outside world and not their own immediate sort of feelings, opinions, concerns. That's not to say they don't have political views, but that demographic terrifies me.
Zoomers absolutely do engage in politics. The problem that we're having is that people who are pro-democracy are lumped in with the current economic system that is failing them. And it's quite easy then for other actors to come in and say, hey, I've got this different idea. And quite often they're just better at the marketing.
I have to jump in here because again, my North Star being that speed letter and that speed quote, because what the Russians are indeed actually saying to us is almost a response to that, in the sense that, hey, you guys in the West, you are ruled, and you all know it, by corporate oligarchy. And we have slipped into particularly in the hyper capitalist system of the United States. You have corporate oligarchy. You are no different than us. We rule by power and wealth and all of those things. And you all know, they say, that your system is a sham. You profess to believe in all of these things like the rule of law and equal treatment under the rule of law, and that you can work within the system to give the next generation a better life. And you, while you are alive, can have what's going to happen next month because you don't have the way it should work. Is that what's coming next month, so you can plan for it and you can grow. The argument that the autocrats are giving and has seemed to have gained traction is this counter argument of, you have corporate oligarchy, we have oligarchs. Don't worry about what's coming next month, because your entire life is going to be one of slavish obedience to either that oligarchy or to the state. And I think that has found very serious traction, particularly in the United States, but I could also point to the UK. And I am deeply, that I think is something we need to tackle inherently. And one of the reasons why I love being in Ukraine, as risky as it is, and I hear we're going to get pelted tonight, and I suspect we probably will, but the Ukrainians know that this is a lie. They know it damn well. They know that there is actually a difference between living under a totalitarian, authoritarian, oligarchic, whatever you want to call it. There is a difference between that and a liberal democracy. So they have done everything that they possibly can to diminish and demean and say that your system is just as corrupt, just as faulty, just as farcical as ours. The only difference is we admit it.
Can I jump in with my North Star briefly? So absolutely, I agree. Russian propaganda is selling a flavor, or these days is selling a flavor of nihilism. Believe in nothing. None of it matters anyway. But what my North Star is the work of Saint Edith Stein, who was a Jewish convert to Catholicism who was murdered during the Holocaust. And she wrote extensively on empathy, which you brought up earlier. And she describes two states with two German words for person, sort of, the Leib and the Körper. I apologize to any Germans if I've absolutely ruined the pronunciation of those. But
mangled there, beautiful language. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Slight irony.
As an American of German descent.
I think you just said you are a donut, but anyways, please continue.
Yes, you could be Knight Berliner. The Leib is the human being that grows, the soul, the soul, if you want to use that word, that can learn, that loves, that experiences, that suffers, but that is alive. And the Körper is the human object, the meat, the body. And where the difference lies is where you see people. Are they Leib or are they Körper? And you see in Hitler's writing, he refers to people as, or the people as the Körper, das Körper. And when I see ranks upon ranks of young men and women in marching through Tehran or Moscow or Beijing, what I see is ranks and ranks of Körper, of people turned into meat for the entertainment or the enjoyment, the self-aggrandization of a very limited few. And that to me at the core is the difference between a democracy and authoritarianism. In a democracy, the Leib is encouraged. You are given as much space as possible to grow, to become, to be free. And in an authoritarian state, you can have that to a limited degree, but as soon as somebody changes their mind, you become an object to be used, to be abused, to be thrown away in a war, if they so decide. And that, to me, is the really essential difference, is how people are treated, how people are seen and considered. And I really fear that we're losing sight of that, and we're losing sight of the, as you brought up earlier, Phil, the value of empathy. I mean, I served for 7 years in London as a police officer, and empathy was always my North Star. And I left when I began to lose it because I realized I shouldn't do this anymore. There were other reasons as well.
And the Ukrainians remind us of that every single day. I know, Cormac, you want to have something to say, Jonathan, but
yeah, just quickly, this kind of talking about our North Stars, this is new for me, but you made me think. Over 40 years ago, when I did my politics degree, I studied a group called the Frankfurt School, who were a group of German Jewish intellectuals in Germany between the wars. I can't remember, Erich Fromm comes to mind, Theodor Adorno comes to mind, and a few others. But they had, what really impressed me at the time, they had a cultural debate between high culture and low culture. And I remember at the time, and I did a paper for my finals on, comparing what they saw as high and low culture with what we saw as high and low culture. And it was almost like at the time, and this was in the 80s, broadsheet compared to tabloid. It was instant sense gratification was the term that I remember. It was giving people something that they didn't have to work too hard at, that they didn't have to intellectually engage with. History doesn't repeat, but it certainly rhymes. I also, at the time, I was looking at the rise of fascism in Europe between the wars, which are lessons that I remember. And coming back, coming forward nearly 4 decades, one of the first big lessons that I learned in my time in Ukraine, the first trip that I took with the Ukrainians, with the Ukrainian delegation, was out to Helsinki for a meeting called the Friends of Ukraine. And this was a group that was set up after the Maidan Revolution, and it was basically every country in the European Union. It was NATO, it was Canada, it was the United States, and it was these meetings were attended at fairly high level. And in our delegation, I traveled over with a senior diplomat, and we met with Ukraine's ambassador to Finland and a senior colleague of his, and we sat in a delegation of 4, and we were talking about disinformation, because the whole purpose of this group was supposed to be to support Ukraine in the fight against disinformation. Did I experience it as a bit of a talking group? Unfortunately, but that's another story. But in this particular meeting, we had some very interesting people. It was hosted in Finland's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And for me, being a first-time diplomat, it was a massive pinch yourself moment, sitting at a table representing effectively representing 43 million Ukrainians, and then my British colleagues beside me, and sitting around this big table. But we had some great conversations on disinformation, which I had really started studying in 2016 before I went out to Ukraine. And, you know, I'll say to anybody listening in, it's not disinformation, and studying disinformation is not the preserve of those of us sitting in this room. It's all out there in open source. If you want to know about it, Google Gerasimov doctrine, read Peter Pomerantsev, the list goes on and on. It's all out there. There's no secrets. There's no secrets in it. But going back to my lesson was somebody from Finland talked about how and it was the lesson that fact checking doesn't work, rebutting doesn't work. We've all heard the old saying that a lie is around the world 7 times before the truth has its trousers on. You've got to have a strong counter narrative, but also you've got to inoculate your population against the fire hose of falsehoods that we're getting strategically from the Kremlin. And the key point I'm coming to is critical thinking. And for the Finns, the key thing was critical thinking and teaching critical thinking in the schools from the age of about 14 or 15. If I look around me in the UK, we have a population that is devoid of critical thinking, both adults and children, and they are just so vulnerable to the absolute, well, we'll just say fire hose of falsehoods that's put out either from the Kremlin or by Elon Musk or the algorithms or whatever. And, you know, it's back to high culture and low culture. People have short attention spans. They are sold by sound bites. Make America great again. Take back control for Brexit. And there seems to be less and less demand for the substance behind those sound bites. You know, one of the things I do is to coach public speaking and also media training. And we say, look, if you want to get a message across, you use the message sandwich. Yes, you get your soundbite, but then you should put your proof points in, your data in, and prove what you have actually said. And maybe you come around at the end. So I think you can see when I say that Russia lies on an industrial scale, indeed they do, because I've given you several examples with the data. But it seems to be increasingly, whether it's MAGA in the States or whether it was the Brexit campaign, which of course we know Russia was involved in because it was a campaign to weaken not just the UK but Europe, that increasingly the detail just didn't matter. It didn't land with people. People wanted the easy answers to the difficult questions. Therefore, you know, take back control, 350 million for the NHS on the side of a bus, and 70 million Turks will have the right to come and live in the UK if we don't exit the EU. These were the things, and I've studied what Dominic Cummings has gone out and boasted about since, when he talks about how Leave won the referendum, apart from the fact that we know there was Russian money behind it. But I hope I've been precise. I'm saying 2 things: high culture and low culture. It's not new. The only difference between now and the 30s is the amplifier on our music system is so much bigger and the speakers are so much bigger because we have the digital revolution and we have artificial intelligence, and pretty soon we'll have quantum computing, which will put all of that information in the hands of, well, it's a question who's going to be in the hands of.
And a quick addendum, I swear quick, as somebody who knows how the sausage is made, I would add to your point about critical thinking, my addendum would be media consumption. We teach our children how to read. What we really also need to be teaching them is how to consume modern media. So
yeah, I was going to say as well, with the speed and scale of modern media, it's not enough to be a consumer of democracy or a consumer of information. I think this is the point I'm going to throw out to all of you, and how whether this is true or not. I mean, you described Theo, you know, people in a crowd, whether it be a religious or politically inspired, or whether it's in China or North Korea. It's not the same as, say, you know, a nightclub or a crowd doing this or that. But actually, it talks to a similar problem, which is if you are a net consumer of freedom, and you're not actually engaging or adding freedom back into the system, then unfortunately you're all fodder. You're all simply a product that can be marketed to and manipulated. It seems to me that in this age of hyper, the hyper content tools that we've got, where there can no longer be single authoritative, media, unless we're actively engaged in democracy, it will wither and atrophy, and that's the biggest challenge of our times.
Be attacked.
Yeah, I mean, freedom. It's not something you have, right? It's not something you possess. You can't put it on your mantelpiece. It's something you do. You have to go out there. You have to, if you can, practice physical politics. Go out, be involved, and donate. Donate to Cars4Ukraine for a start, and the difficulty that we're facing, and this is something I wanted to ask you, Cormac, is yes, all the news is out there, all the facts are out there, but how can we, even with all the best critical thinking skills in the world, get Jim, who works a 9 to 9, 6 day a week schedule with 2 kids and a mortgage, to give a damn enough, and to be able to cut the wheat from the chaff? Because
look, I mean,
but so are the lies.
Can I make an effort to at least get to your question? Again, I said earlier on, my education started, well, no, it didn't start. I had a great education. I had great parents. I grew up in a great household. I consider myself a student of history and politics all my life. But when I went to Ukraine, my education went to the next level. Because what I very, very quickly started noticing in Ukraine was people talk about freedom all the time. There's that great mural, I don't know if it's still on the Maidan, with the broken chains, and it says, freedom is my religion. And I noticed how people were talking about freedom. They were talking about something that, quite frankly, as a cosseted youngster born in the early 60s, I had taken for granted. Yes, I knew my history. I knew my uncles had fought for it. I knew the history of my own country, how, let's get rabble-rousing. We'd fought against the Brits for 800 years to free ourselves from the et cetera, and the 1916 uprising, and I had the Declaration of Independence inside my front door. I was aware of that, but I'd taken it for, this was something that we now had, and we had forever, and we took it for granted, and everybody that grew up with me. And then I went out to Ukraine, and I met people of maybe even 10 years around my own age, and they started telling me about what it was like to grow up in a word, unfreedom. And one of my friends said to me one day, a senior Ukrainian diplomat, we shared an office, and he said to me one night, he said, man, it's not, he said, you think that it's just the wealth of the EU that we want. It's not. It's what we want to get away from. Now, this man, his father was a colonel in the Soviet army, had fought in Afghanistan. I later met the man, great, Ukrainian patriot and so forth he had. But it was that, everybody talked about freedom. And the final thing I said, when I first met my minister, he was out of the country when I went over, Pavlo Klimkin. When I first met him, we sat down, we had a meeting for an hour and 3/4. And towards the end of the meeting, which was going quite well, he said, is there anything else you want to ask? I said, yes, there is one question I want to ask you, Minister. I ask it of every leader when I meet them at first, whether it's a council leader or a chief executive or a government minister. I have one question that for about 20 years I've always asked leaders. And that's quite simply, what do you want to be famous for? And I said, Minister, what do you want to be famous for? And it's a very exposing question. Sometimes you get boys' own fantasy rubbish, or girls' own fantasy if you're talking to a woman leader, of how they want to see themselves. I've had other people refuse to answer it because they said it was too exposing and it was too personal. Klimkin looked at me and he said, this is a very good question. I need to think about it. And he thought for a while, and he went to deliver a monologue basically for about 10 minutes on freedom. and what freedom meant for him, what freedom meant politically, what freedom meant for his country. And it was like the man opened a window to his soul, and in some ways to the soul of his people. And that was burned into my very soul from my early days in Ukraine, that here were a people that didn't grow up soft and have it easy like I did. They had grown up in unfreedom. They had never got used to unfreedom. And they wanted something better for themselves. They knew the value of freedom. They knew the price of freedom. And as they have been proving since 2014, and as they have really proven since 2022, by God, they're willing to pay the price of freedom. Are we? Do we know the we know the value? Do we know the, do we know the meaning of freedom? Are we willing to pay the price? It seems we're not. So that's
only when you lose it, only when it's almost gone or actually gone, I think, do you realize, oh, hang on a second.
And then it's going to cost us a lot more, Jonathan.
Yes.
And it's going to cost us a lot more.
Of course.
I see we have, yeah.
Let's introduce our lovely guests.
I was just going to say, I see we have two new guests, one of whom is one of my absolute favorite Crimeans in the world, and I'll let her introduce herself. But I think this was also give me an opportunity, because while I have not had a couple of pints, I have had a couple of no piets, and I have a train to catch in the morning. So I will say bid you all adieu. This has been a wonderful day of discussion, and I don't know if it has been said enough, but Jonathan, I hope you know that you are appreciated for the efforts that you have done today and in organizing this. And I just wanted to say thank you for doing that. And of course, the primary reason we are all here is to make sure we get those vehicles. So if you have enjoyed any of the discussion, which I think has been fantastic, I suggest strongly that you show your support and you show your appreciation for the discussion.
And here are some wonderful people who have put stuff in. The recent one, I can't get over that. That's incredible. €500 is absolutely unbelievable. So thank you.
So I am going to take off. I'm going to get some sleep before my train back to Kiev tomorrow. Hopefully we won't get hit too hard tonight. But thank you, everybody. And hello, Nina. Lovely to see you.
Great.
All right.
To see you, Philip, my friend.
Thanks, Philip.
Ta then. All right. All the best.
So it's over to Lena and Kevin. If you can introduce yourselves, say a couple of words of introduction, what you do, etc. That will be hugely appreciated. Kevin disappeared. We're bringing him back in. Oh no, hang on a second. There he is. You're back. If you can, let's have an introduction. Lena, you kick off, and then we'll have a couple of words from Kevin.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hi, Jonathan. Pleasure to be here. And sorry that my sound may not be the best. I'm not home. Today I'm in Czech, presenting the documentary about Ukraine's national minorities. So my name is Lena. I'm from Crimea. I live in Ukraine, and I work in cultural projects related to Crimean and Ukrainian cultures, I'd say. And also I try to share information about Crimea in English in social media or in YouTube. I'm a friend of Rick the Ukrainian, and I'm extremely happy to get to know you guys.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Lena.
Lena.
Lena,
Yes.
and I also don't know the new gentleman.
Hi, yes, my name is Kevin Leach. I'm the founding director of Sabre Training Advisory Group, and been on Jonathan's podcast a couple of times. But what we do at Sabre is we bring ex-NATO instructors to come out here and train Ukrainians, all in the effort to improve the quality of training that's out here and to help with the Ukrainianization and modernization of Ukrainian forces.
And what a splendid job you're doing there too, Kevin.
Hello, Kevin.
Kevin's been kind enough to come to some of the events that we've done on the ground. especially in January, which was great being able to sort of meet up there.
Yeah, I think that was the first time we met in person, wasn't it?
I think it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna get you back out here soon.
And it will be.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
I'll just say one line. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, just for the new folks who I haven't met. Cormac Smith, a former British diplomat, and as such, I served for 2 years as a special communication advisor to Pavlo Klimkin between 16 and 18 when he was Ukraine's foreign minister. I do what I can in terms of media, interviews, podcasts, etc., to support my friends in Ukraine. And I'm a friend of Jonathan's, and I've been on his platform on a number of occasions. That's all I'll say.
All right, I'll go. Given the opportunity, listen, I have never in my life passed up an opportunity to talk about myself. My name is Nick Suter. I am the executive producer and senior host of In Time. We are a news and educational program in the U.S., but we work very hard on global news. We also do breaking news. We cover Prigozhin's romp into Russia and beat most mainstream organizations to it. So I personally think that the silver bullet to we've actually kind of danced around and talked about this issue, but the silver bullet to most of the world's problems is education. It's knowing how to think critically. So I used to teach high school, and we are above all else an educational program. So we'll take a look at how mainstream media is representing news in the U.S. We break it down. We say, here's where we think it's right, here's where we think it's wrong, and here's how we should look at it. So that's my show. It's In Time Show, youtube.com/In Time Show. And I think Jonathan said he would put all of these up. So that's who I am.
Jonathan, if I could just say, I'm going to pop out in the next 10 minutes, but I'm going to come back in and join you probably about 10:30, 11:15. And are you through till midnight? Is that it?
That's right. I think then we'll have a cut off at that point. But we're carrying on until that point.
So if I disappear, I won't interrupt anyone. I've just got to go and get a bit of food.
That's fantastic.
I ought to introduce myself as well. I am Theo Althorpe-Mullis. I'm a British journalist in the United Kingdom, and I go to Ukraine, report from there as well. I run the platform Dictators v Democrats, also on YouTube and on Substack, and a podcast linked to that called Dictators v Democrats, Why We Fight, where I interview the people who are stepping up to defend democracy or fight for it if they don't have it from around the world, and find out their personal story, their human story, their motivations, etc. That's me.
That's fabulous. Right, I just lost my buttons there. While we've got Kevin and Lena on, I'm especially because we haven't interacted before with Lena, and I've done, I think, only one episode actually on Crimean Tatars. And I'm not even sure that, I think that was a Ukrainian expert talking as opposed to Crimean Tatar. But this is an absolutely fascinating topic, and the endless persecution. And of course, the huge myth that somehow the invasion of Ukraine was wrong, but somehow the invasion of Crimea was okay. Somehow that was liberation as opposed to a straight out invasion, a genocide, a brainwashing, and all the usual tools. What's your history? What's your perspective on this? And how can we overturn some of these lazy, pernicious Russian narratives that still have immense power, unfortunately, vis-a-vis Crimea?
That's quite a complex question. I would say someone has already mentioned this idea. Education is the key. And I totally agree here, because each person who read some history books would know that Crimea has not been a Russian land for ages, that Crimean Tatars are not, traitors, collaborators, and they deserve everything that happened to them, or that Ukrainians are mistreating Crimean Tatars, or I don't know what else people say these days about Crimea to make Russian narrative sound louder. I was born there, and I've lived in Crimea up to 2016, so I've seen the occupation, and I definitely can confirm that when Russian military personnel is marching through streets of your city, this is not a peaceful process of deciding that you want to join another country. Yes, and I know people still living in Crimea, and the level of persecutions is insane. Like, Russia is violating human rights and liberties, and that's really a horrible situation over there. So I believe all we can do is share like real Ukrainian voices and support Ukraine, because without free Ukraine, there will be no free Crimea, and without free Crimea, there will be no whole, like, peaceful, harmonic Ukraine.
One of the other pernicious narratives is that somehow history began, and including urban history began, when Russians appeared in Crimea, as if suddenly, it was empty prior to that. There was, there was nothing, maybe some huts or whatever, but there was nothing to speak of, a few little fishing huts or whatever. But actually, there's layers and layers and layers of history. Some of it seems eradicated under occupation to try and get rid of that. Is the process here just about, education, or does it take a particular kind of activism to actively try and demolish these kind of myths?
I would say people who don't know the history of Crimea, they're really excited to hear what actually happened there. And as you said, the myth that Russia started like developing the peninsula is insane. Because like right now I have a postcard with Crimean Palace. It is Bachchisaray Palace, built in, if I'm not mistaken, in 15th century. And there was a modern country in Middle Ages from the mid 15th century to 18th century. They had like really big political influence on Europe that time. And so it makes me really laugh and smile when I hear this myth, because that country even forced Russia to pay money to them. Like, sorry, my English is not the best. I don't recall all the words, but like they had to pay money until 1700 for being like a vassal to them. So I'm really sad that this situation changed like drastically, and this part of history is unknown. It takes yes, as you said, activism, but also I would say open heart, because these people who believe in these narratives, they're not our enemies. They were just heard some information and they believed it. As soon as they hear my point of view and I don't know, some true historical facts, they're like, okay, I didn't know that. So they're open, as well as I'm open to listen to that points and like to discuss them with open mind.
Please to jump
You've gotten
in.
very quiet.
You've gone quiet. You've gone a wee bit quiet there. No.
I can hear you barely.
No, there's something wrong with your mic.
I've
no idea.
There you go.
Back.
Got it.
You're back.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're back. Yeah.
Right. There is another pernicious myth, Kremlin lie about Crimea, and that's one that the Kremlin has succeeded in getting into the minds of Ukraine's Western allies, and that is that getting back Crimea will ultimately be a step too far for Ukraine. And I have spent the last 3.5 years telling anybody that would listen that, having lived among and worked at the heart of the Ukrainian government,
that the Ukrainians would never give up on Crimea. It was Zelensky who said, I think a year ago, maybe more, he said this war started with Crimea and it must end with Crimea. Something even more existential. General Ben Hodges, retired, said, about 2 years ago, he said, so long as Russia holds Crimea, Ukraine will never be completely free or viable. He described Crimea being held by Russia as like a dagger stabbing up into the belly of Russia now, or the belly of Ukraine, rather. So I think we really need to challenge this absolute ingrained story that's in the heads of so many in the West, and so many have told me, is Crimea is always going to be a step too far. Ukraine will never get Crimea back. Ukraine must one day get Crimea back. And, you know, just to finish and just to give a, I guess, a eulogy to one of the most impressive men I have ever met in my life, was a man called Artem Chigos. He was one of the leaders of the Crimean Tatars, and he came to visit the foreign minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I was fortunate. I was given half an hour with him and his wife and his Russian lawyer, actually. And I needed to speak to them through a translator, but he was just one of the most impressive, humble, brave men I have ever come across in my life. But I think that's what I wanted to say. I mean, Artem Chigos made a huge impression on me when I met with him and his wife only a few days after he was released from prison. But we must remove this myth from the heads of Ukraine's friends and allies. Crimea must be taken back. There's the campaign that I took part in, hashtag Crimea is Ukraine. Anytime you're talking about it on social media, use it, because we need to fight very hard for this. I was reminded every single day I came into my office on the 6th floor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When I came out of the lift, I walked straight into a little shrine with the director's chair, and it said, "Free Senstov." It was dedicated to a filmmaker called Oleg Senstov, who was in prison at the time. He has since been released, and indeed I had the great honor to meet him in London. This was before the further invasion, but the whole sense from my time in Ukraine of how existential Crimea was for Ukrainians. In the West, we don't see that. We think that Crimea is a step too far. Ukraine must ultimately, and I don't know when, Crimea must be taken back. I hope to see that Ersh Bridge go any day soon, maybe if we get the Tomahawk.
Yeah. Let me interrupt. I can ask you a question before you go. Let me interrupt and disagree with you. It is true. Crimea is too far so long as Russia exists. This is why the sanctions are so important. Russia will never give it back. So if we do not sanction them completely, you had said earlier, we've never sanctioned them completely. You are 100% correct. And if we do not do that, we cannot win. Correct. We can't win because we can't get Crimea back. So and so that's where the disconnect is. The people who say, the people who say we can't get Crimea back, the reason they're saying that is because they don't realize Russia is the problem, and as long as it's the sanctions, and if you don't understand that, then but of course we can't get Crimea back. But that's so there. That's it. That's what I.
Well, we have a military guy here. I know, Kevin, you're not necessarily a sort of 4-star strategist, etc. But from a military perspective, it's a tough one, isn't it? The idea of taking Crimea by force, and what you'd need in terms of manpower, armor, strategy, training, air power is potentially a tough one.
It's not something where you would go rushing in. You're not going to have that's by that you're not going to achieve anything that way. You need to besiege the place, and in that case, it's doable. But there's lots of externalities when you're cutting off a whole area from any kind of resupply or travel. but you like, were we to try and invade Crimea, that I think probably, certainly in the shape that we're in now, would be suicidal and pointless. But if we were able to capture the isthmus that connects Crimea to the mainland, then, blow up the Kerch Bridge. The Ukrainian Navy already has fire control of the Azov Sea and the Black Sea, so there's no question of Russian resupply via ships. And in that case, you allow in things like water and food. Probably that's going to be handled by the international community. But you say, look, there are no military supplies going in. We will allow disarmed soldiers to leave. We will allow Russian citizens to leave through this, XYZ humanitarian corridor. But any Russian soldier that retains their arms will die. And whether whether it's through whatever means. Anyway, I don't want to get too bloody minded on here.
It's a long haul, though. It's a proper siege. We're talking about a considerable period of time to bring that to effect, I guess.
Oh yeah. Look. I mean, a lot of people call me a pessimist. I'm just out here. We're in this for. I was always saying, like, this war's got 4 to 6 years in it. I think now we're looking at 6 to 10. Just a lot of decisive actions that could have been taken early on weren't. So now we get to deal with the repercussions of that. And I mean, fuck it. Like, it worked for Syria. The Syrians held on, and now Russia has one little base left there. I'm not going to make any comment on the current Syrian government because I don't know anything about them.
And it collapsed suddenly. I know a lot of preparation went into that, but literally 1 minute it seemed impregnable, although behind the scenes probably it's hollowed out, and then the next day it's literally gone and all its vestiges swept away.
There were people that thought the Soviet Union was going to last 1,000 years, and these getting a little philosophical here, but I mean that there are certain systems and there are certain political arrangements that are, I think of them as high artificiality and low artificiality, and most authoritarian systems they require a high amount of artificiality. What I mean by that is they require force to keep people in line and keep people compliant with that system. High artificiality systems are fighting against reality. They're fighting against people's natural inclination to be free. They are fighting against they're fighting against just entropy. And the thing that makes sort of free, what we would think of as free societies, really successful is kind of that, I would say, counter entropic force, that creativity. People are free to start a business. People are free to invent things. People are free to express themselves, create art. Those things are, creation is counter entropic in every way, and so when you stifle creation, you create that fragility and that high artificiality, and then it's just at that point you're just on a countdown. Yeah. Some people think they got a 1,000-year countdown when really it's 80. But
that's the thing with sanctions, isn't it? It's like the arguments for, like, I think people don't have the attention span to necessarily understand the mechanic of sanctions. Like, well, why hasn't it toppled? Why hasn't the economy collapsed? Why hasn't this happened? But what you're doing is making a regime far more brittle. You're taking away some of the options that would have had to build its own resilience, and you're making it extremely brittle. So you can't know the day, the time, the hour, or even the way in which it's going to collapse, but you're making the probability of your enemy crumbling more likely.
It's something. I mean, it reaches back to something you guys were talking about before. I think it's like parallel to a lack of critical thinking is a lack of we'll put it this way: people have a high time preference. People want things now. They want things that are immediate, instant gratification. You don't meet a lot of people that are willing to commit themselves to a generational project anymore, or say you don't meet a lot of people that are willing to plant trees under which the shade of those trees they will never rest, and that's what something like this is. I have a lot of faith in Ukrainians. I believe that many Ukrainians are capable of committing to a generational project. The question is for those of us. I'm not in the West, but those of us from the West and in the West, can we commit to our own generational projects? Do we believe in our values enough to commit? And who knows? We're going to find out.
Jonathan, can I make two very quick points before I jump out, and then I'm going to come back to you for the last half hour. I think just addressing directly what you have just said. When I was out there, I ended up doing an awful lot of work in leadership. Leadership and communication has always been two sides of the same coin for me. And what I saw was how the Soviet legacy, which, 30 years after independence, was still had a very, very firm grip on parts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But I later learned, as I befriended Royal Canadian Mounted Police, working with the police force, Operation Orbital, which was the British project working to train the military, and other people I found that people telling me the exact same stories about how the Soviet legacy was both ossifying and paralyzing people and slowing down and making real decision-making and agile decision-making absolutely impossible. That's the first point that I want to make, and that is one of the journeys that Ukraine is on, is to adapt real leadership where leadership is devolved down and permission is given from the top. I think the reforms that were made in the Ukrainian armed forces, specifically to the NCO section of the army around 2019, were probably very significantly responsible for Ukraine outfighting man for man, unit for unit, the Russians on so many occasions. The NCO section in the Russian army is notoriously corrupt. That's the one thing I want to say about the Soviet legacy and ossification and paralysis. The second point that I wanted to leave you with is, Ukraine can win. And in many ways, Ukraine is starting to win, and Russia certainly is not winning. But Ukraine's greatest weakness at the moment lies in the minds of her Western friends and allies. And that's why I started talking about Crimea just being, Ukraine will never get Crimea back. I accept it will take a long time and it's not going to be a simple land invasion. But we must find a way in the West for our leaders and our people to actually believe that Ukraine can win. Because let me tell you, from the first horrible days of this invasion, I was speaking to friends in Kyiv, and nobody ever told me that they weren't going to win. And I spoke to one friend of mine with parents in their late 70s, and I said, have you got your mother and father out? And he said, man, we're going effing nowhere. Because if we don't stay, who's going to fight? And so many people, so many Ukrainians, when the world had written them off and said Kyiv had fallen in 3 days, and after that I was being told they're going to be overwhelmed and so forth. Ukrainians never told me they couldn't win. But so many people in the West have been telling me for over 3.5 years that there's no way Ukraine can win. Russia is much bigger. They can outlast Ukraine, etc., etc. I'm going to go. Ukraine's greatest weakness lies in the minds of her Western friends and allies. Jonathan, I'll come back and join you in about an hour or so.
Fantastic.
Hey, you boys and girls.
I need to get going too, actually. So,
yeah.
Do you want to talk first, real quick? Because I think she wants to respond to that while it's still hot, and then I'll go. Did you want to?
Go for it.
My name again, Nick Suter, In Time Show, YouTube / In Time Show, and this has been actually, Jonathan, it's the first time I think I've been on a stream with you. I've been on with Greg a lot, and I think we all sort of think the same way and have similar interests. So This has been a delight. It's been a delight meeting you, Theo. Sorry that I'm just getting to know you guys as I'm leaving. I don't do fundraisers a lot, and there's usually a number of personal reasons for that. And if you follow me, you already know we've had this discussion before. My show has only ever done one in 4 years, and we still really try to avoid it. Me personally, I do a couple for if I think the cause is really good. So the fact that I'm here, if anybody knows me, if there's any of our audience here, which we sent the link along, I hope that there is, they'll tell you I pick and choose. And the reasons I chose this one was because they're serious. First of all, it reminds me of there was a episode of The West Wing, an American show that I thought was spectacular, where somebody went to C.J. Craig and said, okay, if I had $1 billion to invest to make the world a better place, who would I give the food to? Where would I send food and this and that? So, oh, no, not food, roads. You need to build roads. You need to build roads in Africa. You need to build roads so that people can get, we've got food. It's the roads. And so people are sitting here saying, where do I send the guns? Where do I send the bullets? Cars. They need to be able to get to the troops, to the places. So when there was an organization that said, we're taking cars seriously, I was just like, okay, these are people who know, either they're just like, hey, let's send cars, or they know what they're doing. And it turns out they know what they're doing. And they armor the cars. They make sure that each car goes to the right unit. The unit gets what they need, not just some random vehicle. It's the custom tailor fit. They take their time. So I was delighted to be asked to come. I've been asked to do a lot of fundraisers, very few I ever say yes to. And to boot, instead of just coming on for a half hour and talking about Trump, I got to stay with all of you guys and have just an awesome time. So thank you all for that. I hope those of you listening will donate. I know they're getting very, very close. You put that spreadsheet up about a half hour ago. So
we're moving it forward. We're getting close to the topping the campaign out, and hopefully we'll get there by the end of the day. You've been here for a good couple of hours. I mean, a tremendous staying power.
I've been delighted. I was when I signed up, I thought I was signing up for an hour, and then just a half hour. I was just like, oh, I want to talk more, man. Getting me to talk is easy. It's getting me to shut up that's the trick. But I'm going to ask one final question before we go. It's slightly off the current topic, but it's relevant to where we've been, and I think will dovetail nicely. I want to ask it primarily of Theo, because it was what he and I had been discussing, but it will appeal, I think, to everybody. You had mentioned that one of the reasons that people talk about regime change and are susceptible to authoritarianism and susceptible to Russian propaganda is because they're told, look how bad it is compared to, you can't give your children better than you had. Having said that, there was a study that came out in 2017 that said that violence across the planet is down from any time in human history in terms of as a percentage of people alive. Mm-hmm. Not only that, but life expectancy is higher than at any time in the 100,000 years that we've been alive. Life expectancy is higher. Now, life expectancy is actually meaningless. The reason it's meaningless is because if you're in jail that entire time, it's not really a good life. So with life expectancy is what kind of freedoms do you have? And with technology and with free governments and with more people on this planet have been freer as a percentage of the population than at any time in history. So with all of these things being true and with so much success, how is it that Russia is able to propagandize and convince people to go for that their lives are terrible, that somehow we're missing what we should be getting? And how does that propaganda work? I will take my answer off the air. Claire, nice to see you, but I got to go.
I'll quickly inject an alternative into that is, how does propaganda convince a current generation of Russians that the Soviet Union was a golden age, when actually it was a terribly shit thing? That's the inverse, but yeah, it's the same answer probably to both questions.
Well, it's all about the narrative.
Thank you so much for being here. It's absolute pleasure. Yeah, he's gone, but that was brilliant. We'll follow up afterwards. Let's say a quick hello to the guys that have joined before we head into the next answers. We've got Claire, who is one of the movers and shakers in Car4Ukraine, and everyone's been kind enough to say, thank you to me for putting this together. Honestly, Claire's done most of the negotiation and donkey work behind the scenes, because I'm literally useless at organizing things in the real world. That's not my talent. I'm not sure what my talent is, but organization is certainly not one of them. And we also have Johnny here as well. I'm delighted to see on the stream. Let's have a couple of words from each of you about yourselves, and then we'll jump back into the to the banter and hopefully fire a few more questions at Kevin and Lena as well.
You go, Johnny.
Hey guys, do you want me to say a few words? Oh, we have Slavi.
Yeah, we got Slavi as well. So let's get everyone to say hi. And
so can I just
Slavi,
say, Johnny only came in at the last minute. I asked him actually days and days and days and days ago, but he posts an email on his YouTube channel, which apparently he doesn't have or something. Anyway, he lost my email. And I only got a message like 5 minutes ago can you send the details to Instagram? And so I did, and so he's here. Johnny's from a channel that's pretty much fairly new, I think, called Young Ukrainians. And I think he has an interesting point of view. So sorry, Oleg, Lena, and Kevin, I'm Claire. I represent the organization. And I'm here to boss Jonathan around as best I can. But let me tell you,
she's the boss.
He's a stubborn hunter. Go, Johnny.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Is that a free? No, I never check. I only get the messages. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Yes, can now.
Okay, perfect. I only check like Instagram. So if you want to get in touch with me, DM me on Instagram and I can respond right away. So yeah, if I'm Ukrainian living in the United States citizen, but I follow everything that goes in Ukraine very closely. I have fun content on YouTube as well. You guys are welcome to check it out at Young Ukrainians on YouTube. And thank you for inviting me. As far as Car4Ukraine goes, I'm very excited about this idea. This is exactly what makes this war and everything in Ukraine so much different than any war in history. And that's something that Russia cannot account for. And this is the volunteer work that's being done by people like Claire, that people who just chip in on the internet. And that throws everything that Russia has been getting ready for, all the any kind of information warfare that Russia is putting. A Car4Ukraine kind of negates everything, and all the volunteer work that's been done. That's what tilted the scales in Ukrainians' favor so far, and that's what allowed Ukraine to survive. So I'm really excited to be a small part of this right now, and thank you guys for organizing this.
Well, thanks for being here as well. And another new face for me as well, Slavi. So say a couple of words about yourself.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, Claire. What a great job doing this marathon. And Jonathan, you hosting for, I don't know how many hours now, 10, 11 hours. It's incredible.
Midday, yeah. It's quite
You guys are rock stars. But I'm Slavi, Ukrainian by birth, American by choice, and forged somewhere between the two. I was born in Kharkiv, a city that learned what resilience sounds like long before the world was listening. Now I live in Los Angeles, and I have a YouTube channel where I explain Russia's invasion of Ukraine to English-speaking viewers, and hoping to reach those who don't really follow the war or understand kind of what's at stake.
absolutely fabulous. And I'm going to say a couple of words for Car4Ukraine, because I know what Claire's going to do. She's going to remind me that I'm not saying the link enough, and I'm not drawing attention to the link and the amazing work. So I'm going to get Claire to talk a little bit about the 93rd of Holodny Yar, the Black Ravens. I had the flag up in the background, but it's fallen down. We'll put it back in a minute. Again, we're not just supporting Car4Ukraine because they're effective. We also know that Car4Ukraine supports the most effective brigades and battalions. They pick the ones that are going to have the greatest impact, and then they identify what these guys' greatest needs is. And often it's vehicles. You know, they've got the drones, they've got various stuff, they've got those boxes ticked, but these guys need these vehicles to get their equipment to and from the front, to evacuate wounded, to increase their chance of survival. And then if they are, unfortunately, as happens all too frequently, if they're hit by some kind of drone, they need to be in a vehicle that is going to protect life and limb. And it's been proven over and over that Car4Ukraine fit these vehicles out in such a way that it improves the survival chances of the crews that use them. There's a little bit of a cherry on the cake. They also have this lovely branding, Bandera Mobil, which annoys the hell out of the Russians. So that's just a little added advantage there. Claire, though, say a couple of words about why this is so important.
So I think the Black Ravens are a really interesting unit. They're part of the 93rd Mechanized, as you said, and they particularly use the Wild Hornets drones, if anybody's familiar with them. They're a strike unit. They've been taking out the Russian ammunition depots in Donetsk. So not only just fighting and killing Russians, but actually improving the outcome for the all the other infantry and drone units that are in Donetsk area. And I think they're an incredibly significant unit to support. They actually need 2 vehicles, and we're hoping to get 2 from this campaign for them. These long distance or into Russia or behind the lines strike units are really, you know, the ones that can change the outcome for everybody and really save lives. And I think there's something really romantic about their flag, if you could pick it up. But can I just ask, Jonathan, there's a moving bundle behind you on a couch or a bed, and it's really spooking me. But is somebody under a blanket?
It is, but we're trying to ignore that because I've, you know, this is let's say slightly selfish of me not to spend time with the small person, but they're playing on his phone in the background. So, but just,
lovely, good on him. I just thought
OPSEC. I don't want his face appearing on the screen, but you know,
might have had a prisoner. But I just wanted to thank everybody for turning up. I think it's been a really interesting marathon. It's been
maybe say a couple of words about Ivan as well, because I've had the privilege of seeing their garage, their facility in Lviv, where they redo these vehicles. They have a bunch of smashed vehicles that get sent back from the front, so we see the impact of kind of what happens, and then we see how they're fitting them out. We've seen how the vehicles are sourced in the UK, what condition they're in, and how they get. Now we've seen the whole end-to-end process. But it really impressed me, you know, the dedication and the professionalism of the crews in Lviv.
Yeah, well, there's not only the crews in Lviv. There's the vehicle buyer in London, who's actually a vice president of an international bank, and he spends all his spare time buying vehicles. He buys, you know, somewhere between 2 and 5 vehicles a week, and he does it, you know, up till midnight and 3 a.m. and he's driving up to Newcastle to pick up a car, then appearing at his day job by 7 a.m. and, you know, incredible effort that he puts in. And then there's the guy with the truck who goes backwards and forwards with 3 vehicles in the back of his truck, and he just goes from London to Lviv and London to Lviv and backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. I think his family are in Poland, so he stops for one night in Poland and then he's back on the road. You know, incredibly hard yards that people put in. And then there's the little guys in the workshop that do the mechanical work, and then somebody else puts the armor on. And then there's the family who do the posters, all the little posters, the red banner, the Bandera Mobil banner, and the donor banners on the cars are all done by a family of at a print shop. And the children of the family, who are about between 11 and 13, come over on Thursday, Friday, and stick the banners on the cars that are going that day, and then they're filmed before they go. So they come after school on the Thursday, and the cars are usually filmed on the Friday for the video of deployment. But it's such a closed group. And then there's Ivan, who gives all his, or Ivan, who gives all his time to this plus his drone job. And he spends weekends with his sister's family packaging up all the patches and gifts that go out to donors, and there's thousands of them, and he does so many packages every month that now when he goes to the post office, the ladies at the post office clear the queue and give him a single desk just to himself and bring him cups of tea because he's got to stamp so many packages. And they love him because they're paid on a concession on the amount of packages they send. So they're really thrilled to have Ivan sending off so many packages. And so it's really very much a team effort in Lviv. It's all volunteers. And, you know, none of these people except for the mechanics get paid. And so it's, you know, it really is a labor of love for Ukraine that they're doing it. And of course, you know, same for us, but we're not so, you know, we're not working quite so hard, I think you'd have to say. The integrity, I think, of, oh, you've gone muted, Jonathan.
Oh yeah, I got a bit of delay on the buttons, so when I think I'm unmuted, I'm not. No, their commitment is extraordinary, and well, I guess it's not so public. They have other civil society and projects they're involved with, which are incredibly important. So that always stuns me, you know, how many people, if someone really is engaged in the whole civic society thing, they're not usually doing just one thing. They're usually doing multiple things, which is incredible.
Yeah, sometimes people come into fundraising and they say, oh, well, I'm going to reach out to the Ukrainian society in my area. This might be a Western person or even a Ukrainian living overseas, and think that most of the money is coming from Ukrainians living overseas. But that's not the case, because the Ukrainians living overseas are already giving as much as they can. Everybody in Ukraine is giving as much as they can. And we as Car4Ukraine really actually avoid Ukrainian donors as much as possible, for the very reason that they're completely maxed out with supporting the family, the group that they know, or the soldier they know, or the unit they know. And they, I just think that most of the money that we're raising is coming from Westerners. It's Europe, it's Scandinavia, it's Australia, it's America, it's Canada, it's countries like that are giving to us. And we actively avoid approaching any Ukrainian supporters because they're just flat out anyway.
The other side of it is transparency as well. And I think, you know, Kevin will be able to attest to this. It's also difficult for foreigners to know who to trust, you know, who is transparent and then who is efficient. It's very difficult to be able to tell this. And, you know, the two charities that really that I've come across, which have that entire transparency, efficiency, impact thing going on, they're both in Lviv. They're Car4Ukraine and a charity that does drones called Jigaspor. And by an interesting coincidence, they didn't know each other. So we were able to actually introduce them to each other. And both have this obsession with transparency. Jigaspor actually built an entire system that is able to watch donations come in real time and expenses go out in real time. It's an extraordinary tool for donor transparency. But not only that, because they're developers in their previous lives, they're able to build it as a kind of exportable unit, and they're offering it to other Ukrainian charities for free, so they could, you know, live up to the same benchmark and the same standards. So I think that idea of sort of competence and freedom breeding almost, you know, and propagating itself is quite a Ukrainian thing, and very, very lovely.
And I think for a long time, Ukraine had a reputation as being corrupt, and certainly in the Russian period, it was corrupted. And there's obviously still elements of that. So people are very nervous about where they should give. And so I think that's why the videos of deployment are so important, and that every car is identified as donated or fundraised by this group. And then you go to the website and you see that Jonathan Fink has raised 11,000 euros, and here's his car going out the door. And and on the car is also a list of the donors that gave to that campaign, so that it's very transparent. It's the cars cost about somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000 in UK or Europe, depending on which sort of car, and we round them up to 11, because after the cost of transporting them across to Lviv, then armoring them and fixing them up mechanically, you've sometimes got to strengthen them up, their suspension and things like that, so they can cope with the roads. And the whole thing costs probably a bit over 10,000 for a pickup and a bit over 11,000 for a van for big drones. And so we round it out as 11, and that gets, then units have a choice. They either get an armored pickup or a big Mercedes style drone van. And I think the accountability and also the verifications that we go through for the units, because a lot of big car donors will give to commanders or senior military people, and they don't actually get to the soldier on the ground, whereas we give directly to individual soldiers. The soldier signs off on the car, not the commander, and then they get to use them right on the front. And it's a much more grassroots approach to it. They're always thrilled to know that at the end of the war, they then become the legal owner of the car because they've signed off on it. So they're hoping that one day they'll get a fabulous car. But some of them. Did you see the recent photo, Jonathan, that I sent you of the burnt out?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
It's quite dramatic that this car is completely destroyed, burnt out, no windscreen, no grille. It's absolutely shattered car, and everybody got out alive because of the armor. And that was under one of those drone netting roads, and there was a hole in the netting, and the drone obviously got in and smashed the car. And then after the guys got out, they came back and they further destroyed the car. So the car photos were quite dramatic, and to think that people got out alive because of the armor. The armor thing is kind of, sorry, I'll turn my phone off. That was Ivan messaging. Going well, guys, he says.
Ivan, where are you?
Yeah, exactly. Come on board, you lazy bum.
It is already obviously late in Ukraine and past curfew, so I don't expect Ivan to join us.
He's got a small child, struggles for sleep.
There's a point I wanted to just make on here that that's really good is that the cars are going to the soldiers. Like the number of stories that we've heard working with our students about commanders just taking things off of their guys is depressing. And so having that accountability in there is incredible, because it's one of those things, like we cannot be like our enemy. There's no pardon me for swearing, there's no point in us fighting this war if we're going to end up just like Russia. And the cultural differences, we got to hold on to them, because the closer we get to Russia, the worse everything is. And I mean, that's one of the things that, in speaking of cultural differences, one of the things which has been totally ignored in the West, because you hear everyone talk about Russian-speaking Ukraine, there's a completely different culture in Crimea. And I think Lena can probably give us a lot more detail on that. on just how different it is. I'm not even gonna. I'll just leave it at that. So, Lena, if you could tell us a little bit about Crimean culture.
Okay, I'll try answering, but sorry if I will be breaking. The internet is awful at the hotel.
You jumping off? Well, what we'll do is, because I know the audience will be interested to hear your story a bit more. Well, let's.
No, it's just the internet.
Jonathan, could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I'd love to do a full interview where we can really dive into your story for the audience. But yeah, I'd love to see if the panel have got any questions for you.
Well, yes, I think Lena was just about to get onto culture.
Yes, the culture. Every culture which is not Russian is being oppressed in Crimea. So we would understand a few years ago, the Crimean Tatars decided to organize a fair of books for children, like written in Crimean Tatar language. And when the propagandist media came to make news about this event, the organizers decided not to let them in because they could, and they did. And because of that, these propagandists called to police and said that there is a bomb inside of this fair, and everyone had to be evacuated, and they stopped the event, and there was a pause, I believe, for 2 or 3 hours, and for a small initiative, it's a big loss of time, of money, of people's attention. And it was hard enough for them to find a place to hold this event because not everyone wanted to rent them, to give them this space. I know that Crimean Tatar classes and schools are being shut down, and the school administration is strongly asking parents not to ask for Ukrainian or Crimean Tatar classes. They put cameras to the mosques, trying to intimidate people, to give them a feeling that they're being watched. If you speak Ukrainian in public, I believe the next day the police will come to you. Really, officially, Russia says it's 3 languages in Crimea, but in reality, no identity except for Russian is safe over there.
And this is something, one of the first people I was privileged to interview on my podcast was Sheikh Said Ismagilov, who spoke about a lot of the same things. And I think one of the messages that Russia puts out, especially to the global south, is that we're not an empire. We have this multicultural confederation with Crimeans, Icarians, Buryats, Nenets, Siberians, and they all have their different cultures, and look how wonderful it is. It's a lie. And how much, something I asked the Prime Minister in exile of Ichkeria, Ahmed Zakayev, and I was like, where can people go to find out about real Chechen culture? And he's like, well, it's quite difficult because over the centuries, so much has been destroyed. We don't have records of our authors anymore. We don't have the art that was made prior to the imperial period. And are you finding with Crimean culture, are you going through a similar sort of struggle?
Oh yes, absolutely. Since the first annexation of Crimea in 1783, Russians started prohibiting education in Crimean Tatar language and oppressing the culture and the language and religion. And many people had to leave, and they, of course, they were valuable for preserving the identity and culture. And the highest point here is deportation of 1944. almost every Crimean Tatar person was deported from Crimea to Central Asia and Russia. And after that, they immediately burned all the books in all the libraries of Crimea in Crimean Tatar language. Like we don't have much things preserved from old days. Some of the materials are available from abroad, for example, Turkey or Azerbaijan, because people used to relocate and they had some, but our language and our culture has been significantly damaged by Soviet Union. Yes, and that is why our language is considered severely endangered according to, and we really need to put a lot of effort not only to develop it but also to preserve. And so, yeah, the situation is not that horrible compared to 1944 nowadays in Crimea, but believe me, no one is feeling that Russia is like trying to develop some ethnic minorities cultures. That's really interesting that they send the representatives of Russia's indigenous peoples to UN Forum for Indigenous Issues, trying and they like these representatives, they are asking everyone to remove sanctions from Russia because their influences indigenous people's lives. Like, really? Yeah, we believe you guys, of course, 100%.
It's the same kind of. Sorry, I just. It's first of all, that's what Russia wants for Ukraine, right? They want to be able to come in, burn all the Ukrainian books, destroy all of the, stop people learning Ukrainian, destroy the history, and then that cynical use of indigenous people. It has not changed from the way the Soviet Union interfaced with the non-aligned movement before. They're just sitting there talking about how they're the champions of the global South, while doing everything they can to annihilate minorities, or I should better to say really sublimate minorities within Russia. It's disgusting. But I did have a question, Lena. It's a small question, but I understand. Do I understand correctly that the Crimean Tatar language is like a Turkic language?
Yes.
So this is just a fun one. Is the Azeri, or are the Azeri and Turkish languages mutually intelligible to Crimean speakers?
Oh yes, the are because we have the same words. I'd say almost. We have slightly different grammatics, but usually I would say Azerbaijani and Turkish-speaking people could understand Crimean Tatars for like 70%, maybe 80%, because my mom, I have this experience by myself. I tried to speak to Turkish people, and we mutually understood each other. And the same situation was to my mom. She spoke to people from Azerbaijan, and they didn't need a translator. But the fun fact here is Crimean Tatar language has also, it is connected to other Turkic languages, like in Central Asia, for example. Uyghur people who are being currently persecuted by China, we also don't need a translator while talking to them. Of course, we won't understand like 100%, especially with people like from Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, but I believe you would catch the general idea of conversation and give a few arguments that would be, I would think, doable.
That's so cool. That's like so my wife is Ukrainian, and we would go to Poland, and Polish people would be able to speak to her, and she would get the gist of what they're saying. Even yes. For me, like I can pick out the odd word, but no, I just that was always something that I was curious about is how close those languages are, because I knew they're all roughly in the same group.
Crimean Tatar language sounds for Turkish people at least as some old clean language, because Turkish was influenced by Arabic and European languages a lot, and when they stumble each other like on the street, they say pardon, And when I was in Turkey, I was like, don't you have your Turkic word for that? So yeah, they really love Crimean language for being so pure, like pure Turkic language. And that's the beauty. And that's, I hope, is the thing that makes them interested in our culture, language, and motivates them to help us, because Ukraine, of course, needs all the attention and help from the world, but also its people as well, because I believe the topic of Crimea is being discussed much less than it used to.
And here's a delicate question. What is the attitude, and this is a very broad question, of Ukrainians to Crimean Tatar culture? Because when we look at the imperial attitude to minorities, which you've touched upon a bit in the Russian Empire, it's very much, well, we'll tolerate you as long as you don't challenge the imperial culture, which is Russian culture. You can have your little, provincial, almost rural agricultural identity, but it can't be, an urban, sophisticated, primary kind of cultural identity. We'll erase that a bit and pretend it never existed. What's the differences there between the way Ukrainians who are actually engaged with the idea of Crimean identity, is it in a sort of non-imperial kind of attitude? I mean, how would you compare the two?
Considering the fact that I used to live in Russia for 4 years, I totally get their attitude as well. But yeah, I'm happy to be in Ukraine and to be among Ukrainians, because they do not have this imperialistic point of view. And actually, it's Ukrainians who got me thinking about my identity. They were the people who told me, don't ever be ashamed of your heritage. You are cool for being who you are, and we are totally supporting you. I haven't heard anything bad or disrespectful from Ukrainians toward Crimean Tatars. Of course, there are some trolls on the internet. I don't believe they're really people. I live in Kyiv, and I visit a lot of places and cultural events, and every person is giving me the feeling that they care, and their hearts ache not only for Crimea as territory, but also Crimea as a place for its indigenous peoples. Like, they really care, because when I was living in Russia and I told them that I'm from Crimea, they asked me, so is the life better nowadays? Are you satisfied with the bridge? And Ukrainians, when they get to know that I'm from Crimea, they say, whoa, where are your parents? Are they there? Like, are they okay? What's happening to your people? And I value that a lot.
Do you like the bridge? I'm sure you prefer the bridge when it's on fire with some rail cars. Yeah. There we go. There we go. How did I know? How did I know you got that pinned on your wall?
But aren't we also desperate for the end of this fucking bridge, this hideous bridge? But I did watch an engineering YouTube on bridges and why this bridge is so difficult to destroy. And he talked about the layers and layers of cement that are in the foundations of the bridge, and how really massive the structure is. It's really almost impossible to destroy it. And so I'm not sure what will become of the bridge. I mean, but it's obviously possible to destroy anything, but it's a very difficult bridge to destroy because it's been built so strongly.
Well, I do believe Ukrainian army will surprise us one day.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, even myself in Australia has been waking up every morning hoping the bridge is gone.
Now, Kevin, you're not going to give away any secrets here, but are you pretty confident militarily that this thing's coming down soon?
I think when the time is right. I think there's a lot of very good strategic thinkers in the Ukrainian military. I think that there is a general plan I hesitate to make any prognosis because of I don't know. I mean, just things happen so fast. But I broadly look. I'll put it this way. I'm here doing what I'm doing because I believe that it's important for my future, for my children when my wife and I have them, and I believe that one day I'll be able to take those kids to every single region of Ukraine and tell them, this is your land. Because we fought for it, because we said no, and that that's a very broad thing. I'm not even addressing the question that you answered, but I believe in the liberation of Ukraine, and I believe that it is going to come in time. But we have to stick with it, because it gets demoralizing sometimes to be down here in the detail, seeing everything kind of up close and having, like, we talked a little bit about corruption before, and there's still it's still a huge problem. Half of Kiev has no light because a transformer station that was reported to have been defended properly with hardened concrete was not. And some son of a bitch is driving around in a new car with the money that was meant for those concrete defenses. Yeah. So it's one of the things that we have to remind ourselves that there's a larger goal, that we're not on, as I mentioned before, this is a generational effort. We are not on a timer. I hope to God that my children don't have to take this challenge on, but frankly, if I have any sons and they're as troublesome as I am, they will, if necessary, take this struggle up, and that's the way that we have to think about this. We have to outlast, and we've seen it done before. Not to go too far astray here, but I mean, the people in Afghanistan basically outlasted two global empires. Well, several global empires, and there's no reason that we can't do that here. I just hope that
it's British twice. I think we had two pops at it and failed.
We had two pops.
Well, yeah. So the British were out there along, and then the second time was with the Americans, and in between you had the Soviets trying, and frankly, I'm sure others that I'm just ignorant of. My knowledge of Afghan history is near to zero. But anyway, the point is that this is something that can be outlasted, but I hope that we're able to crush it sooner. I mean, that's the whole point behind the work we're doing is to make Ukrainian forces as lethal as possible, and to do that by merging what we know works in Western militaries with what Ukrainian forces have learned and developed that works. And I guess I'm just wandering into my own bailiwick here because I'm most comfortable talking about that. But it is something. I mean, I talked about corruption. There's a lot of deficits in training here in Ukraine. Come Back Alive put out they put a tremendous effort into researching and creating a report on the quality of training, the motivation of soldiers in training. I can't say where I was told, kind of like Chatham House rules. It wasn't for attribution, but a foreign attaché with a reason to know told me that 60% of mobilized troops will go AWOL at some point. And certainly some will return, or some will try and go to other units where they feel they're going to be better prepared. I mean, units within 3rd Army Corps or 3rd Assault Brigade itself, Kharkiv, the brigade or the corps, Azov, again, the regiment or the corps.
But that's interesting. That's not your usual AWOL, is it? That's people looking for somewhere where their chance of survival and impact is better. Whereas the press will often just label it as AWOL, and they won't give context.
That's exactly it. I mean, it made the news here a while back. There was an entire company of guys. They got mobilized. They went back to their village, and they said basically, we'll go only if you train us properly. And we've seen all kinds out here. Like I'll tell you,
I met one of them. I met one of them at one of our events. An incredibly impressive warrior who, made an ultimatum and said, "Look, either you let us, fight the way we need to fight because we know it's more effective, or
Yes.
I'll resign my commission," and you lose, this talent.
It's very Ukrainian. Ukrainians are free people, and that even when they're mobilized, they're not just going to go into it and I guess I'll die now. And that's why, like, we respect the hell out of our students, because they put in the effort. But you can't go in yelling. You can't go in like I don't teach as much these days. I'm doing much more administration. But my instructors, we don't go in like Western drill instructors shouting at people. "Oh, sure, listen, private, go do this." Dudes will shake their heads and walk away from you because it's ridiculous. But you have to go in and explain the why behind everything that you're teaching. And we've seen, like I said, we've seen some real nightmares out here. We've seen Ukrainian instructors that, they were told, "Okay, go teach navigation." "All right, do we have any compasses?" "No." And okay, I guess I'll just go to hell. And the point being is that the reason that you get these people going AWOL is because they are basically insulted by the training, because it's not worth having. And that's not everywhere. For example, you go out into Kharkiv, the 151st Training Center, I believe it is. They're phenomenal. We spoke with their team a little bit, exploring collaboration with them. And like, you look online and the commander is showing in an OPSEC safe way, showing the improvements they've made to their training center. So they have entire classrooms. They have bunker networks of living areas connected to eating areas, connected to classrooms, because they're in the Kharkiv region, so that they can do all the training they need to and have the guy sleeping in a way that's nice and that's relatively safe. I mean, it's not going to, you drop a Tochka on top of them and it's going to have an impression, but a Shahed, they'll sleep straight through it. And that's a nice contrast compared to some of the camps we've slept in, which is, you've got a tent and like maybe some HESCO barriers, and the Shahed flies overhead and you're like, well, I'm glad they didn't pick here. But it's to just make a final cap off on my point, it's one of the things where we've got to get the knowledge out there in the Western supporters, in the wider, I guess, the wider international community, as well as into the Ukrainian community, is to know that, like, it is possible to train. It is possible to have your troops come home alive because they've been prepared properly. The Come Back Alive report that anyway, they've got such a great name because you say it so many times in the context. But anyway, the Come Back Alive report painted a really bleak picture, but they also made phenomenal recommendations. And it's part of like for us, it's great because I can use this as the value proposition when I go to Western governments and say, hey, wouldn't you like to spend $1 million and get like these results, 4,000 more troops trained, like junior leaders, people that can go on and train others, 60% reduction in casualties. We've seen the effect that our work can have if it's properly facilitated. And it's one of those things, we alluded to it earlier in this discussion, is that if we're gonna defeat Russia, it must be by fighting better. We're never this Soviet versus Soviet strategy is completely useless and doomed to fail, because a large Soviet army defeats a small Soviet army because it grinds the small one down more. So we need to bring in things, mission command, maneuver warfare. So a lot of my friends, a lot of whom are climbing into influential positions, which I'm very excited to see. But a lot of them, they fought as partisans in the defense of Kyiv right at the beginning of the invasion, and they were incredibly effective because they were able to move they were able to communicate, and they weren't trying to fight the Russians head on, as they would come and hit them here, and then they'd move and hit them here, and then move and come around, or they'd fix the Russians somewhere in that they'd stop their movement, then call their buddies up in the regular military in the artillery units and say, hey, this intersection, I just want you to wipe it out. And that's where, like, that was when the Ukrainian military was at its freest and moving and fighting in what I would say is a Ukrainian way, which is decentralized, mission command oriented, and using a maneuverist approach. That's where we really saw that, and it was tremendously effective. I'm doing my best not to swear here, by the way. I'm a retired sergeant, so it's like punctuation for me. So anyway, it was amazing. It was beautiful to watch, but unfortunately, we rolled back on that in large part, and you saw kind of a reassertion of these pot-bellied Soviet colonels that only know one book, the Zhukov hero recipe, which is just get millions of my own guys killed and then take, say I did a great job. Anyway, we can't fight like that, and we have to pile up as much pressure behind improving training and modernizing and Ukrainianizing Ukrainian forces as possible. I've been very blessed this year to have a lot of high-level meetings with Western government representatives, and that's the same song I sing everywhere I go. Is that we've got the recipe for Ukrainian victory, and it's the great part is it's incredibly cheap. Training inside of Ukraine is a fraction of the cost of training outside of Ukraine. So just to give you guys an example, to do a 2-month training course for us costs about at the level we're at now about $870 per student. Now, keeping in mind we're not having to feed and house the students, so we're not taking those costs on. However, it costs the Ukrainian government $4,800. Now, some of that that's counting the wages of the troops, that's counting the equipment provided to the troops, but these are things that we can do as well. Like, for example, NATO doesn't put a lot of money out here as the organization, but they do a lot of coordination between member states, and coordinating between member states or finding donors in the West and saying, hey, can you give us $200,000 to buy this amount of equipment, body armor, plate carriers, most of extra uniforms, most of this stuff is already made in Ukraine and can be sourced in a very cost-effective way. The point being is that I'm very the cost of training inside the country in the NATO format and providing everybody what they need is it's very small. It's something that governments can achieve, even if I know governments across the West are really cash-strapped now, but the point is that this is part of the recipe for Ukrainian victory, and it's just kind of convincing enough people in the West to actually support it, and it's getting there because I'll make this my final point. Speaking with the EU delegation a couple weeks back, the EU military assistance mission has been asked to move 50% of their training that's going on outside of the country into Ukraine. I doubt very much that a lot of member states have the political will to put uniformed service members into the country. The beauty is that they don't need to. I'm not a very special person. There are thousands of guys like me who are willing to come out here and do this work, and there's a lot of organizations that can provide the framework for that. We just need frankly, we just need the resources. That's kind of me. I have to shill for my work, but that's the point that I want to make, is that we've got all the pieces across this kind of ramshackle alliance. We just got to put them together, and yeah. Anyhow,
Jonathan, I've hopped back on. I swear to God, I've been listening as I've been packing to get ready for my early train tomorrow back to Kiev. And I just couldn't resist, so I had to hop back on, because you are all making so many interesting and important points that I had to hop on. But I'm not going to stay long. I'm just going to respond to a couple of things.
And then just the guys who are waiting in the room. I've got a limit of 10 people to add.
I promise I'll be quick. I promise I'll be quick.
I'm cutting over the top of everyone. We've got very special guests coming in, and they
Okay,
have
I'm
asked,
out in 2 minutes.
Let the man finish.
Firstly, Lena, you are absolutely right. Crimea, as a Turkic nation, and as part of what happened in the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire, it's very important to recognize that is still very much real, and that's very much why Moscow still wants to dominate Crimea. Ukraine recognizes and respects the Mejlis, the democratic body that is inside Crimea, and Moscow does not. So you are absolutely right there. Slavi, hello. The last
Johnny.
point that somebody was making quickly about like mobilization and the problem with like people leading the front lines. Ukrainians will fight this war if it is fought correctly, and they are leaving not because they don't have patriotism or support of their country. It is because there is an old Soviet officer class that is absolutely screwing the pooch. So I'm sorry to I know important people are coming. Had to hop back on. Had to say it. Jonathan, thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you so much.
So sorry. I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
So thank you, everybody. We've got a very special event about to start. This group of history academics and history buffs are going to rumble this show, but they've brought with them their avid fans, their donors, and we might get an extra truck if we clear the room and let them take over. Good luck, Jonathan. They're out of control.
It
So thanks
sounds
for
like it's going to be
everybody.
fairly crazy.
Sorry for
And,
pushing you out, but let's all go and enjoy the role.
And we'll
See ya.
catch up with everyone individually in separate streams and
Sure.
do proper interviews.
Good luck, Jonathan.
And I also believe in. Thank you, guys.
Lena,
And I
brilliant
wish
to
you-
see you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you a lot.
I'm going to be hopping off as well. Thank you so much for doing this, and I'll see you guys around. And Slava
It was a huge pleasure. Thank you so much. I think we've got everyone in the stage now. There we go. We got a few people jumped off. And guys, I think the chaos is beginning. Do you want to introduce yourselves and kick off what I know is going to be a chaotic hour and a half?
Can you hear us all right? Can you hear us all right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we good? Fantastic. Because
Let's test
we've had
microphones and go around the room.
we've had several hours of really intelligent expert analysis from all these wonderful people who really kind of know what they're doing and talking about the history and the kind of ground situation, the politics of Ukraine, and everything. Now it's time for the clowns. Hello, I'm Laserpick.
Oh, fucking glorious.
Hello, I am Falcon, and I am absolutely humbled to be called an academic by Claire here just a little bit ago.
You have a semi-serious, yeah. You can kind of do that, mate, but yeah.
She doesn't know us. She doesn't know who we are.
True.
She thinks we're intelligent. She doesn't know yet.
We've got my dear friend DW Phillips here as well. Yeah, I don't know what chaos you've entered here and what we're going to be, treated to, but I'd say let's sit back and enjoy.
I did say to you,
You're
if you want to
muted,
sneak
sorry.
off for a little coffee break, because you've been going for
You're
a while
muted,
now.
John.
I'm muted.
No, you're all right, Peg.
Oh, no, your friend's muted.
Oh, yeah, we still can't hear you.
Come on.
Technical.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's the gremlins.
There we go.
We'll wait.
Can you
Hang on.
hear me now at all?
We can hear
Yeah,
you.
there you go.
DW.
Great. I was saying that I'm so glad to be part of the chaos. I welcome it. Hooray. Glad to be here. D.W. Phillips, I'm a filmmaker. I'm a director of Ukraine Story and an executive producer for the film series Kyiv of Mine.
And Kyiv of Mine is, if you guys haven't seen this is a tremendous piece of work, a very different kind of slant, very positive view, I'd say, of Ukraine. Well, it's got light and dark, but it's not the usual, victim depressing stuff. It's incredibly uplifting piece. But I just want to do a little plug there because it's tremendous work, and there'll be a link to it in the thing. But let's
imagine 8 years ago if you happened to be an international visiting Ukraine and you went to Kyiv and you looked around and you said, wait a second, this doesn't look like Borat land like they told me in Hollywood. This looks like a vibrant, beautiful, powerful city of innovators and incredibly culturally diverse aesthetics and restaurateurs and tech nerds and all sorts of great things. Well, that actually happened. And this group of internationals came to Kyiv, fell in love, and said, we've got to set the record straight. So we started filming in 2018, telling the story of 12 different Kyivans, Ukrainians. And it was incredibly optimistic, positive, hopeful, interesting, funny. What we didn't know was that we would be walking with those dozen plus Ukrainians from 2018 to 2025, filming them every step of the journey through COVID and through the full-scale invasion. So as far as I know, we're the only film team that is captured in real time as it's happening. Restaurateurs opening up their restaurant, having them blown to bits by Russian shaheeds, reopening them again, and just telling the story on a very personal basis in a way which is funny, humorous, a lot of tender power throughout the course of the film. And we just released the series. It's going to be 6 episodes. The first 3 are finished. It's on YouTube. And the first 3 takes us from 2018 to 2015. And eventually we'll be filming after victory and then the rebuilding of Ukraine as well. In the stories of the actual people that we've been following for the entire process.
Before there was some mention of Crimea. Now I caught the tail end of it, but it was called Turkish explicitly. Hi, complete fucking dork here when it comes to Eastern European history. I did my degree in it. Crimea is not specifically Turkish. It has linguistic and cultural ties to Turkey, but it's actually born out from the Mongol Empire. It's a leftover khanate from the Mongols when the Golden Horde was forced to retreat and the Poles pushed forward. It sort of existed as a quasi-independent state before eventually succumbing to
history, everything.
I think we've lost him.
You blocked up there for a second.
For a while, it was the Ottoman Empire because there were some links culturally and also for the fact that ethnically a lot of the people came from originally migrated from Central Asia, particularly the Kazakh region and to the northeast of that and through Turkmenistan, the Turkic-speaking countries. But calling Crimea explicitly Turkish is kind of an insult, actually, because a lot of Ukrainian women, particularly Cossack women, were taken as sex slaves through raiding from the Ottoman Empire specifically, and that includes a lot of Tatar women as well from the Crimean Peninsula. So just putting that out there, just a little bit.
I think we've got somebody with an actual history degree in the room, which is a bit worrying.
We actually do.
I expected chaos. I expected clowns and chaos. What the hell's going on? This is not what I signed up to.
You need to understand, it was an absolute nightmare going around Ukraine with this guy because he knows a lot about Ukrainian history and everything, and he was just randomly telling it to all the people that we met and everything, like we people in bars, random people on the streets, taxi drivers, wherever we ended up, he would just start sprouting Ukrainian history, and they all loved him for it. Because they would all come up because they were like, this is a Western guy who knows our history and our country and our people and everything. They're coming, they're having a great time. And then there's me, the little goblin in the corner who barely knows anything, just like, I'm also here.
Sometimes you can just follow him around in his wake, right? It's all cool.
Basically, yeah. I mean, I know about tanks and stuff, and that's more fun to me. I'm sorry. I tried to do the human stuff. I try to do the human stories. My heart goes out to a user who made the film. Feel free to plug that in chat, by the way. If any of my subscribers are here, fucking watch it and subscribe to it. It's an absolutely beautiful piece, and this man deserves all the attention that he can get. My heart goes out to you for being able to do that, for being able to follow these people around for so long, because I don't think I could do that, if I'm completely honest with you. Oh, the screen's changed. Hello.
Oh my!
Let's give it up for history of everything then.
Our friend, the film director, is on mute again, I'm afraid.
This is Johnny Pierce is fiddling with the screen, I'm sure.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought I'd pop back in and show the audience where we're at.
You're an inveterate fiddler.
Yeah, but yes. Just showing everybody where we are with regard to fundraising, and
Your tabs are giving me anxiety.
Well, we're just about to hit 10K on the Silicon Curtain, so let's.
Somebody's got a lot of RAM in their computer, which is great.
You're worse than my wife, and that's saying
That is
something.
a lot of tabs there, my man.
That is nothing. You should see when I do my hits and losses video in the morning, or I have like four different tab groups, and sometimes, just obscene. I've got 3 other browsers open with videos worth of content to do, so I've probably got about 100 and something tabs open at the moment on different browsers. I've got 3 screens and more browsers you can poke a hairy stick at, but there you go.
All right, don't show off.
It would be
Jesus.
remiss of me to say that if you've got that many tabs open, could you just do us a favor and constantly stream our videos in the background on at least one of them? Would that be okay?
Do you know what? When I first started my channel, in fact, it was when I was atypical philosopher. I then split into, I do philosophy as well as like geopolitics. I split into ATP geopolitics. When I was doing philosophy, I did have, when I was working from home before I had to give up my job and whatnot, I did play on like multiple incognito tabs, like videos of my other channel, to get up to the amount of videos you need to watch within a year to be monetized or whatever. I was like,
God loves
this is
a try.
definitely working. Yeah.
No, I respect that entirely. It's a good strategy.
My solution to that was to turn around and call the Kursk a piece of shit. That worked.
That worked for you. Yeah.
So anyway, sorry. Hello, everybody. Goodness me, there's a lot of people here.
I know we haven't had proper introductions. Should we do introductions with the chaotic crew that have joined? We've had a nice introduction from DW and the film there, but you guys, for those who are in the audience who aren't sure what's happening, a quick introduction, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right,
Falcon.
who wants to go first?
Falcon.
Okay,
Go,
well,
Falcon.
I am Falcon's Fighter Tales. I mainly cover military aviation history. I like to think I know a lot about airplanes. A lot of the time I'm just blowing smoke, but every now and then I'm right. That's what I do. And Thrash, you're next.
Oh, yeah, you bastard. Hello, I'm Lord Hard Thrasher. I spend a lot of time talking about planes and aviation, but my real passion, if I'm honest, is talking about bits of World War II history that people don't really know a lot about. So I've just done a thing on the Burma campaign, for example. And currently I'm stuck into what I can only describe as my magnus opus, which seems to be an endless series of videos about the Bomber War, for which I can only apologize, but it seems to be doing okay, and occasionally talk about the bits of Nazi kit that were totally shit and failed. So that's me. Ho.
I do a lot about the Russian Navy, if people haven't noticed that.
Really?
Or their submarine fleet, surely. You got the Navy confused for.
I've mentioned it once or twice, like back and forward. It's not
Just
like
in
it's
passing.
a theme or anything, it's just in passing. I also talked about.
Well, we've lost him again.
Oh,
It's
no.
Australian internet, man.
The Australian internet got him.
Well, in case
You might
anyone
get back.
cares, I'm Jonathan Pierce, Jonathan MS Pierce. I do videos on the Ukraine war, that's pretty much that.
But
I'm
I'm also fucking. I did a degree, and my academic side is I did genocide studies with a focus on Eastern Europe, specifically Ukrainian and Slavic history. So I do a lot of work on that in real life, and in internet funland, I call the Russian Navy a piece of shit. It's good fun.
That's a lot of happy reading.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I love the
Pierce,
adventures
what are you
of the
drinking?
Russian Navy in World War One. There's some great tales of absolute, chaos and ineptitude, which are quite entertaining.
You should
Don't with him. Don't when it comes to like Russian stuff and the Navy. Don't with him because we'll be here all night.
Stand well
Must
back.
be laughing.
Oh, please enlighten us with some tales of the Russo-Japanese War, please.
Please.
Wasn't there this fleet that went around the world at some point? I can't quite remember the story. How?
Yes,
I'm just going to get a drink.
It didn't
That's
have
a
to get
beautiful
like coal poisoning and eaten by animals and stuff.
I actually made merchandise about that. It's called the Tsushima Cruise Lines. It's the Kamchatka on the bottom of the ocean, surrounded by binoculars, because the admiral kept throwing them at it.
That's beautiful.
That was a very successful shirt run.
Well, didn't they also fire on a bunch of British like fishing vessels? Is like crossed around. Oh my!
They thought they were
goodness.
Japanese.
Along with the Swedish merchantman, Russian merchantman, French merchantman, and also they cut the telegraph cable to Tangier in Morocco, and then they also shot at their own ship about 12 times.
Good work, guys.
And they blocked the Suez Canal briefly.
Otherwise, it was completely successful.
Top 10 successful Russian military operations.
It's all in how you define success. You just take a Soviet approach to it.
Well, the thing is,
The
thing is,
redefine the
it was
parameters.
successful because they got to where they were trying to go.
Yeah, they got the shit kicked out of them.
Actually, Pig, that was kind of the problem, because after the years-long cruise and all the disasters and everything else that had gone wrong, when they finally did actually get close to where they were going to, they signaled into the dark at a boat that they thought was another Russian boat. Watch out, we think there might be Japanese about, at which point it opened fire, because it was, in fact, Japanese.
I mean, they succeeded in one way. It's 100 years later, and we're still talking about them. So
That's true.
That's a form of success, right?
Yeah.
Infamy.
Actually curtails onto. I just have. Hello, I'm Laserpig, by the way. 4 years ago, I made a funny video on tanks, and it's all been downhill from there. It sort of curtails onto because I'm just gonna start throwing random topics at these guys and just see what happens. But we've had a couple of images come from the front lines, and one of them was quite interesting. I can't see if I can find it again for you. But it was of a Russian officer holding an MP40.
Is this the Nazi one?
Yes, the Nazi SMG from the Second World War. Really kind of interesting because unlike, I mean, when you're in that kind of area of the world, like you do tend to find stuff like this. You find caches that have never been discovered, that's been like buried in basements for like 60 odd years. You've got artillery shells will occasionally dig stuff up, and you do occasionally get people on the front line who will pick something up and they'll go, "Oh wow, that's cool, I'm keeping that." But this is pristine. It looks like it's new. It looks like it's just been made, and that's kind of it's a bit odd. It is a bit odd, and you look at it and go, "Well, why is that there? Why has he got that?" Now, we heard rumors way back when we were doing preparations for our live stream of Putin's disaster CGI parade. We'd heard rumors that Russia was running out of small arms. Now, I absolutely refuse to believe that's happening because Russia has stockpiles of small arms, like buried in ditches and mines. I mean, they've got AKs like, coming out of
the AK world, right?
Yeah,
They make the bloody things.
There's no way. Like they can fire out about 1,000 of those in 20 minutes. You know, there's no way they're running out of small arms. But here's the thing: there is a warehouse in the middle of Moscow. And it's one I've been trying to get into because I can't get into Russia right now for obvious reasons, but I want to go to this warehouse. And it is all the stuff, all the guns and stuff that the Soviets looted off the Nazis during the Second World War. Like, we're talking largely MG42s, but a lot of rifles, a lot of SMGs, all in pristine condition. Have all been sealed in boxes and left in this warehouse. And we always thought when they crack open that warehouse and start distributing those weapons, that's it, it's over for them. But we were thinking more the lines of like, okay, there's nothing left. They're invading Moscow. That's when they crack open the warehouse. Now we're seeing images of Russian soldiers with these weapons, with like MP40s that genuinely look pristine. We've seen a couple of MG42s. We don't really know where they've coming from. Is there a slight possibility, given Russia's logistic situation, given the problem that's having with all its warehouses and everything, have they cracked that warehouse open and are they distributing those weapons?
Maybe for reserves, I would say. It's not the worst idea for reserves. Like, just they couldn't get anything on hand, so they just give them to them straight away. And, you know, it's good enough, comrades. Send them off.
Well,
But I think
it's
the
also
problem is
very
that-
interesting because it raises the question of how are they maintaining those weapons they have now? Because it's not like they have, you know, AK armors out there who have an intense knowledge of maintaining MG42s and MP40s and all that. I have to wonder what they're going to do if they start running into malfunctions and whatnot. But
Yeah, no, exactly right. And where the hell do you get the ammo from? That basically, I think the reason that guy's got that gun, I suspect, is because he whipped it out of a museum somewhere and thinks he looks double hardcore because he looks like his dad, like a.
So what you're saying is, Crash, that he's got the right kind of idea for the family tradition.
For the family tradition, I think he's got exactly the right idea. Yeah. Because as we all know, the Nazis are on the wait. What? Anyway, yeah, I think the guy stole it from a museum. That's the most likely thing. But I mean, if they have started to run out of small arms, where the fuck are they going to get the ammo for those things? Because
I've got a question for you guys, because I did hear a kind of a suggestion, a hypothesis that actually, you know, with North Korea providing around sort of 40% of the artillery shells, supposedly, someone suggested that actually some of those are being laundered, as it were, like China's providing them and then kind of laundering them through North Korea. Is that plausible? And is that possible with small arms, or is it far more difficult to sort of launder certain classes of weapon and munition?
That doesn't seem unrealistic because a lot of those German weapons were given to like China, who would have supplied North Korea in the 50s. And now they're resupplying the Russians. I don't know. It is a hypothetical question at this point, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
It's like people that buy cases of wine and lay it down as an investment, but nobody could ever open it because if you try to drink it, you're going to die because it's vinegar, but it's worth thousands until you open the box. Genuinely, I think some of this ammo has been passed round and round and round and round and round and round and round, and you shouldn't be firing it. And if you've seen some of the pictures of some of these shells being opened up, particularly North Korean stuff, I mean, it's basically cockroaches and fucking sawdust, right? I mean, it's not, it's not proper stuff. And I think some of this is just a hit and hope. They're opening a box up and hope it fires. And they don't really, what's so terrifying, they don't really care if it doesn't work. The guy dies, never mind. It's just so callous.
There were even some videos of they're trying to use that North Korean ammo or older Soviet ammo, and it just explodes in the breach and just wipes out the gun crew.
But isn't there a shortage of gun barrels? Isn't that like ridiculously profligate with because they're surely difficult to tool a bunch of gun barrels out, right?
The gun barrels have been the biggest problem for Russian artillery for the longest of times. The point where they have basically been ripping the gun barrels off of like older artillery units that they've got locked away in storage, as well as reactivating T-55s and T-54s in storage to be used as mobile artillery pieces. We actually had news, I think it was last year, or maybe even early this year, where they were reactivating tanks from a very, very strange storage, dump. It was one that was used by a television studio. And these were old T-55s and T-54s and everything that had been dressed up to look like period tanks for use in war films. Specifically, period tanks from a certain period in Soviet history, from a certain faction, you know.
What's a certain faction? Sorry, I'm not following.
It was the Nazis. It was the Nazis.
Oh, right, sorry. It was the
These
Nazis.
were T-55s that were painted
I thought it
grey.
could be the
They
white
had Nazi
forces.
symbols
Of the
painted
white
all
forces.
over them. And now they're bringing them into factories and reactivating them to put them on the front lines in Ukraine.
The fact that
I thought it
T-55s
could
in
be the
general are
white, the
being
white
used is
forces in the
wild.
Civil War, potentially. That's the
Yeah,
other,
yeah,
the
yeah,
other
maybe,
faction
maybe.
that you dare not, mention.
Oh, of course. No, that's
We watched a good movie with a Nazi T-55 yesterday. That was good fun.
Yeah, that was great. CC's a great movie. You guys should all watch it.
I had a lovely experience that shared this one. This is I shouldn't really reminisce about my time in Russia because it's not really appropriate. But at one point there was a rather odd sort of lady who wanted to introduce me to her daughter. That happened quite a lot. So anyway, I go along and they invite me.
We've all been there.
We've all been there.
Anyway,
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
details.
We've literally all been there.
Yeah.
It's not going to get sorted. So she invites me up for tea to obviously, meet the family. And it turns out that the first person I meet is the uncle, and he's dressed in a full Tsarist officer's uniform, but rather a pantomime kind of opera kind of version and he's obviously mad as a box of frogs. Okay, this is interesting. Bear in mind, this is the 90s, so this is really rather odd to see someone actually walking around the streets of St. Petersburg, Nevsky, in this, you think he's
you were that old.
Well, you'd think he was. He wasn't in the Civil War himself. It was his grandfather who I think he was. But you think he's a tour guide in museum, but no, that was just how he went out. But they're a family of artists, so they had one of these extraordinary apartments that was built on 2 floors. So the big window with lots of glass, and there was an oil painting kind of partly covered up, but it literally was like 15 meters wide and about 5 meters high, because this was a huge kind of studio apartment, very privileged Soviet thing. They get the tea out, they get the cakes and the scones and the whatever, and put some music on, and then they pull the little curtains or whatever it was covering this painting up, and it turned out to be a huge battle scene of one of the few battles where the white forces trounced the red forces, and it was painted from a white Russian perspective. And you think, like, they were painting that through the Soviet period. Like, this is not modern. They were painting this in the 60s, and there it is, like white forces smooshing the reds, and it's like, okay.
Does that count as do they count as dissidents for that?
It'd be the Gulag, I'm sure, if that was discovered.
I don't think you're going to do well.
And so their plush little privileged apartment would not have, that would have been handed over to somebody a little more regime friendly.
But that's although there's a good point though. I mean, in the circulation of elites, there were definitely a lot of people that made it from elite imperial circles to elite Soviet circles without much transition. They just learned to sing a different tune.
It does vary. During the Stalinist period, bullet to the brain up to Siberia. During the Khrushchev period, you can kind of get away with it, provided you're not overtly anti-Soviet. You can do it from a perspective of, I'm just telling history. In the early Brezhnev period, you can do that as well. Late Brezhnev period, it's a bit more touch and go. As he gets older, he gets a bit more paranoid. Andropov and the other guy who died after 6 months and looked like he was a testicle. Not that long, you couldn't really get away with it. And Gorbachev, you could absolutely get away with it. The Soviet Union is not as despotically, fuck you, I'm going to shoot you because you thought wrong, as people think it was after Stalin. It does
after
thaw
53,
after 53, it does change a lot. There are still a lot of restrictions. It's like modern China in that sense. But, modern China 10 years ago before Xi.
Absolutely fucking...
Yeah. And if you're in the higher echelons of, say, the Art Academy, which has got a very classical, kind of snobby, kind of aristocratic sort of sensibility to it, I didn't see anything really creative come out of it. But
you're related to apparatchiks and party officials at that point, so you don't have a problem, get away with it. Like, the Soviet Union is repressive, but after 53, it goes from like stomping on your throat with a boot, goth bummy, to more of a smacking you in the back of the head, angry older grandmother kind of thing.
Which do you prefer?
It's not window or tea, is it? It's there's a far starker choice these days.
Modern Russia is so much more oppressive than the USSR. Modern Russia is
with certain exceptions, though. There was the here in Ukraine, there was the whole slaughtered or murdered Renaissance, and Vasil Stus died in a gulag in the 80s.
Oh yeah, Ukraine is always an exception.
That's Brezhnev. Remember, I said it gets worse under Brezhnev.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's like depended. A lot of it depended where you were. If you were part of one of the.
I mean, they're always more paranoid about Ukrainian culture, right? If you're trying to express Ukrainian identity, that is far worse than being part of the imperial core identity, as it were.
It was a very confused empire, right? Because it couldn't get its head straight around what was and what wasn't actually Soviet territory. So if you're in one of the states like Lithuania or Estonia or any of those, you got a different treatment if you're in Ukraine. If you were in Eastern Germany, because they were so keen to show the West what they would do, your living conditions were way better, and you earned about twice what you would in Moscow, which is insane. It was such a messed up way of running an economy. Anyway, that's
really comes down to the leader too. Like Khrushchev, to his credit, saw a lot of potential out of Ukraine because he'd spent a lot of time there, and he'd largely grown up there as the son of immigrant Russian parents during there was an industrial boom back in the late 1800s, late Empire, early Soviet Union, and basically everyone decided to move to Ukraine. He was a peasant because that's where the jobs were. Also, it kind of helped that the Russian government was like, "Hey, Russify this place. Make it not Ukraine. Make it different. I don't want that."
Stop with the thing.
Yes.
I didn't realise Kevin was here. Hi, Kevin. Kevin Lynch. Yeah, all right, mate. I've missed out on this conversation. I've just got back from the cinema, and I really don't have a clue what's going on. Massive apologies. And I gathered there were some. I don't know. Having missed out the last 4 hours, I've just been to see this film called.
I'm not going to give you a précis of the last 4 hours. I mean,
It was rather a lot.
Yeah, I just saw this film, I swear, about the famous John Davison with Tourette's and his life. It was an absolute magnificent film. So I just want to throw that out there. Anyone gets a chance to go and see it, go and see it. Have you guys talked about Putin commenting on Trump's non-winning of the Nobel Peace Prize?
It was mentioned, and
right, you have talked about it.
The sheer grotesqueness. But then I also pointed out one which
He's
I think
clever,
some of the people
Putin.
on
He
the,
is clever.
Well, there's another one which people on the panel might not have also seen happen, which I find even more grotesque because this is so blatant, right? But it's the Guterres, the Secretary General of NATO, appointing a Russian stooge as his head of civil rights. I mean, this. If you're going to troll at the ultimate level, that's kind of how you do it.
I saw they withdrew from the European Convention on Human Rights just the other day to say that they were going to stop torturing
days
people.
before their guy gets appointed to head the UN for
Sorry, they were
rights
following the Human Rights Charter.
Oh no, Laserpig, you misunderstand, my friend. They just officially said that they're going to torture people now. Before that, they just posted pictures of putting electrodes up people's winkies when they did terrorists in Moscow, and you're kind of like, yeah, smart one, lads.
Oh, yeah. So now they're being official about it. Okay.
Yeah, now they're being official about it. Yeah.
I understand. Okay, fair enough.
We're officially embracing torture.
That's a rule country. You know, if we're going to torture people, it's got to be legal.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Pete Hegseth just stood up in front of the entire American military command and said, international rules of war are politically correct nonsense, and we don't have to adhere to anymore. I mean, he's literally just issued the.
In a way, though,
crimes, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. What's up, fat lads? Yeah, we're going to do war crimes now. That's basically the summary of this speech.
I got the white paper that was sent around because I have a few friends in the U.S. Army still somehow, and I got the white paper that Hag's Breath basically sent around. It is utter crap. It's complete fucking nonsense. But in amongst it all, he's like, okay, so we're going to cut back on cybersecurity training, and we're going to cut back on sensitive document training, which is the worst things you could do. And then to top it off, we're going to go into the civil service, and we're going to grant monetary rewards for we're going to grant monetary rewards for doing a good job. We're going to make it easier to fire everyone, and we're also going to make promotions discreet. Now, you're all fairly intelligent people. Please tell me, what would happen in an environment like that?
Only good things.
Lists.
It's going to be a big boost to the War Thunder forums.
Oh, yes, it is. That was a good one. That was really good, actually.
Oh, God.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait till we live in a world where military technological advancements are just based on watching the War Thunder forms.
See, ladies and gentlemen,
they could just label
years...
it the McGregor process after their most successful general.
I've got a hand
and Kremlin mouthpiece.
I mean,
balls in. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, and you start adding these things together. So when Hegseth first took over, he got rid of the JAGs. So he got rid of the military lawyers, and everyone's like, why would you get rid of the military lawyers just walking into your job unless you want to be able to commit war crimes, do things without any accountability, and then lo and behold, they've blown up 4 Venezuelan boats with like civilians on. It's like, well, that breaks all international law. That breaks your own military rule book. Like, you're literally breaking everything here.
We have an attorney with us, Mr. Phillips. I mean, I'd love to hear what DW thinks of that from a legal point of view. Never mind the moral point of view.
Well, from a moral point of view, it's utterly horrendous. But from a legal point of view, America has been in a state of confusion over our War Powers Act and the constitutional authority of the president. So the bottom line is that the Constitution limits the president. He cannot commit acts of war without a declaration of war from Congress. And there have been a bunch of workarounds to try to give the president, since basically, 91, the ability to do more. But none of those apply to what's taking place in Venezuela. In every way you break down the actual law, Trump and Hegseth are breaking the law. They're breaking American law. They're breaking constitutional law. And it's the reason why you have guys like Rand Paul, who's a Republican, who's not with us on Ukraine, who's not with us on a lot of things, but he voted yesterday in the Senate correctly to try to put the brakes on what Trump was doing out there with Venezuela. The world should be completely furious over this. What's happening is basically America becoming like Russia. And it's paving the way for more authoritarianism, obviously. But you throw out the rules of war, you throw out international law, we're Russia. It's as simple as that. In fact, that's one of the big things we're fighting over, right? In Ukraine. Do we believe that we live in a world where there are principles that guide rules of war?
Well, hey, as an American, as long as the president can, totally just tweet people getting vaporized on his social media, that's what this all comes down to, really. I mean, that's, let's throw away all legalities and all proper methods of doing things. As long as he can just retweet it, that's what he wants.
I think we have to keep in mind that a lot of this is political distraction. So when things are going bad politically, let's blow up another Venezuelan gunboat.
Yeah, that'll keep them off the Epstein files for a bit.
It'll keep them off the Epstein files. It'll keep them off the internal conflicts in MAGA. I mean, just to give you one example, this week, Candace Owens, who is, partner to Tucker Carlson and the biggest disinformation mouthpiece in Russia and the United States of America, published a broadcast in which she laid out the case that the murder of Charlie Kirk was done by Ukraine. And she went point by point and explained how Ukraine was building terror cells by sending people down to Brazil to get false passports and then coming up and embedding in the United States. And she quoted the New York Times. The problem was the New York Times article is about Russia doing that, not Ukraine. It's literally what Russia is doing, not Ukraine.
Why are they sending them to Brazil? Just buy them in Los Angeles like everybody else.
But
There's also the woman that denies the moon landing.
Everything.
One of the things
she's batshit crazy, but the critical point is how it affects Trump. So right now you have a division within MAGA, which is growing, and it's growing over the Kirk assassination, the Epstein files. It's growing over Israel. It's growing over Iran. It's growing over what's taking place in Venezuela. And even a broken clock is right twice a day. So every once in a while, these lunatics who are pushing this basically Russian narrative, they may be accurate that America shouldn't be doing what we did in Iran. We shouldn't be doing what we're doing in Venezuela, but they're right for the wrong reasons when they happen to be right. And most of the time, they're Russian mouthpieces. So this division.
What you're doing what you're doing is actually describing an old 50s Soviet propaganda tactic. It's called whataboutism. It's a genuine Soviet propaganda tactic.
Right. Yeah.
And people just don't see it.
Exactly. But what is taking place under a Republican Trump administration? If this were done 10 years ago or 20 years ago under a Democratic administration, Republicans and conservatives would be screaming their heads off that it was such an incursion on the Constitution, on treaties, on everything else. But because Trump is doing it, he's paving the way. And of course, you're seeing it happening with the federal troops in Chicago and everywhere else. It's a form of authoritarianism and imperial power, as well as rule by executive order. There are more executive orders under the Trump administration.
It's not executive order. It's not executive
order. It's also
order.
not constitutionally permissible. That's also a problem.
I'll remind you to use the correct phrase. It's not executive order; it's royal decree.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a phenomenal
right,
point.
yeah.
I think we're to call back to something I said a couple hours ago now, but we have these, we'll say, high and low artificiality systems, and we're watching. They're not always bad. International law, humanitarian norms, those require a certain amount of artificiality because, politics is the art of what's possible, and we have, for a long time, many different nations have agreed certain things that are possible are not morally conscionable, and so we're not gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like we're also watching like the end of like the final proof that Fukuyama was wrong, that history is reasserting itself.
Yeah.
Everything's opening wide up again, and now we are seeing. I almost feel like we're seeing a regression to the norm. We are watching the presidency become the imperial presidency, become a king, and a king's decree where he's just said, "Oh, I'll make it legal," and who cares if it's legal? I am the will. It's almost like Napoleonism. I am the will of the people.
It's interesting you say regression to the norm, because actually, like, there is something to say about that. Like, democracy is really hard. Like, it takes extra efforts to get to democracy, right? That's a whole lot of effort over history, and then to maintain democracy takes a heck of a lot of effort. And actually, it's easier to just regress to kind of any form of authoritarianism. I just think it's much naturally easier for humanity.
Yeah, but the thing is, we've got a history in the West or particularly in the UK of, and therefore in the US from a point of view of heritage, of having control over a constitutional monarchy, which goes back quite a long way. I mean, obviously you've got Magna Carta, but that's sort of a bit silly. But a bit more recently, you've clearly got the controls under Charles II, and you had then the Glorious Revolutions and so on and so on and so on. We've got a long track record of controlling monarchs. The problem is most places don't. And if you look at France as an example, after they had the revolution, they had Napoleon, who basically set himself up as a little emperor with almost no controls over him because he just didn't have that cultural norm. And the thing is, with the US, you've got the Constitution in place, which does quite clearly define and control certain things, but it was written nearly 300 years ago now, and it doesn't actually allow for the way that states work in a modern world. Everyone else could, and that's a real problem when you get somebody like Trump who doesn't want to play the game and doesn't have any veneration for that document. All the controls that you think you've got in place, you don't actually have in place because they're so fucking vague.
I'd make the case that the Constitution does give us parameters, but the problem is the nature of the American system, where we have checks and balances, requires, for example, the legislative branch to hold the executive branch accountable. Our legislative branch has completely divested itself of responsibility. They have a duty to hold the president accountable. They have a duty not to simply rubber stamp the sort of things that the president is doing, and they refuse to do that. So the American system, it's not that our Constitution is problematic, I would argue. It's that the Constitution has always been understood as something that only works when we have a moral and ethical people that are willing to do their job, and presently we don't. One other thing is that we are having a panel discussion with a bunch of guys that care a lot about history. Right now, there is a war in America on history. History is being rewritten. History is hated. I was listening to a bunch of Republicans say that Trump could bomb Venezuelans on the basis of the Tripolitan War, Jefferson's Barbary Pirate War. Well, the Jefferson Barbary Pirate War is exactly the opposite of what took place here, because Jefferson worried very much about the War Powers Act. He went to Congress. Also, it was a declaration of war not just against pirates, but against the Pasha, who was the regional controller who had, in fact, empowered the Barbary pirates to do what they were. So it was a state action against another state. It wasn't this idea that we declare war on criminals. Like there's a federal declaration of war against ambiguous cartels who exist out there, but that are not state powers. So there's no legitimate analogy between the Tripolitan War and what's taking place now. But if you look at it just down the line, Americans right now are rewriting World War II history. They hate World War II history.
Okay. Just on that, Americans have been rewriting World War II history since 1944.
Oh yeah,
it's been an active thing.
We've all been doing it.
World War I as well. If you ask anyone in the world who won World War One, one of the first people they'll say is America. But in reality, this country of Australia, which was not even 14 years old at the start of the war, did more during the First World War than the United States. It just flat out did.
No argument.
The military
No
effort
argument.
and the military deployment was far, far more. The largest single army corps on the Western Front was an Australian Army Corps in World War One. It was 200,000 people.
You are talking to a
huge.
You're talking,
and
to
you had whole communities wiped out, didn't you? You had.
Sorry, Jonathan.
Out.
Point of order: 250,000 men from the island of Ireland fought against in the First World War.
Yeah. No,
hell yeah!
Single army corps, referring to a single army corps.
Yeah.
The largest single army corps was the Australian.
You are talking to a group, a cadre of people who have made it their career.
Slightly humorous in that interjection, by the way.
No, that was fine.
Yeah, that was great.
Ireland never gets any attention during its actions in the First and Second World War, even though they were there.
Yeah, I mean, the number of people who volunteered in the second is extraordinary, given that as a state they're under no obligation to do that. It's
let me give you.
Sorry about that.
I've been doing a bit of research. Let me give you all a figure that may well surprise you.
Go on.
Let me have a couple of guesses. How many Irishmen fought against Hitler in the Second World War?
All of them.
Remember, well,
single one.
Remember, tiny little country, population of about 4 million north and south at the time.
From memory, it was about 50,000 or so volunteered for the British military.
You slightly out.
About that. It's been a while since I've looked at it.
Yeah. Some estimates when you take in the diaspora, and the diaspora is mainly in the United Kingdom and America, but also in Australia and New Zealand, 300,000. Now, when you're talking about diaspora, it was over 100,000 from the island of Ireland, north and south alone. When you talk about diaspora, 3 of those were my granduncles, my nana's brothers, 3 men from one family who fought in Commandos, Royal Navy, and tanks in North Africa, all survived the war. They had all emigrated to Britain in the late 20s, early 30s. So they weren't counted in the 100,000 from the island of Ireland. You know, so when people talk about Ireland's disgraceful neutrality during the war and so forth, unfortunately,
doing disservice to the bravery.
Unfortunately, if we don't give enough money and guns today, and it is our daughters and sons tomorrow, I'm not sure how many present-day Irishmen will fight.
I think there's a lesson
let's not get into Irish neutrality. It's a great source of shame for me.
Well,
but
I think there's a lesson about we are not our governments, right? We can't be responsible for what our governments do. We can be responsible for what we do as individuals, and that is
Jonathan, can I introduce myself? Because I know very few of these.
Yes,
folks.
as well. I've got a point of order as well, because we've got Mr. Operator Starsky sitting in the waiting room.
Oh, great!
But I only have 10 slots on the screen, so
it's the perfect time for me to head to bed.
Is this your time? Is this if we had the privilege of your company? And
all right,
and I want to remind people of the donation link as well. So every 5 minutes we have to mention the donation link as we head towards the end. We want to smash the barrier there, Kevin.
I hope you're all donating.
All right. Good night, everybody. I'm gonna doorknob somebody who. One final thing. I'm gonna doorknob somebody that did the made the comment about Fukuyama, and I'm just gonna say that the argument's not over yet. And to borrow the financial term, monarchism, Caesarism, Napoleonism, it's a lot more lindy, just because it's been around longer than is democracy. So we can't take for granted. We can't just do the arc of history bend toward democracy. We have to fight for it.
Hell yeah.
100%.
Everyone have a good night, and thank you for having me on.
Kevin,
hey, keep it real, man.
Take care, Kevin. Can I also, while you bring on Operator...
Nope, and he's away.
No, Mr. Pierce, you can't.
I'm
sorry, Mr. Pierce. There, I removed you from.
Did you delete me? Did you cancel?
I did. I cancelled you. Yeah.
Cancel culture around it is terrible.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Willy nilly.
The woke mafia's at it again.
Benny Pie, who helps me out with like AI stuff and tech awesomeness, put this together today, and I then went away. He just spent loads of time putting this together, and then I sodded off and went to the cinema, and he was like, "Well, I've done this for you. Where have you gone?" type thing. This is brilliant. This like gives us a count of what's happened today. 380 total donations today, raising almost 9,000 euros today. In total, between our two channels, Jonathan, we have raised 29,500 euros, so almost 30,000 between us since we started here, and almost level pegging what we've done today, which is fantastic. And then there's this leaderboard here of all the latest ones, the most recent ones. He just put this together as a bit of like coding, and it's absolutely magnificent. So thank you, Benny Pie.
Benny's a genius.
Yeah,
Benny,
I'm so sorry. I was unable to show this until like half an hour before the end of the live stream. So I am such a loser.
Can I get a hell yeah in chat?
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's really cool. That's really cool.
I thought you were saying hell yeah to me being a loser. I was just
no.
We are.
I mean, like,
screw you guys.
You said it,
Screw you guys.
Jesus. And we're joined by the legendary Operator Starsky. OS. Andre, welcome.
Get out of here. I'm not a legend. Legends are those who are fighting right now, and I actually suck because I completely forgot about the stream. Like my days were completely messed up, and today was like a shit day, like like I used to call it, when you have zero time to even think about things and a lot of work. But I literally finished my stream and I was sitting. I'm literally eating sausage right now, and I noticed that you guys were there, and so this is how I got here. Very, very nice to see you guys. As always, a lot of friends there on the screen and in the chat, and it's my privilege and honor to be here with my sausage.
Well, we're privileged that you brought your sausage with you and you're here. I mean, it's tremendous.
What kind of sausage is it?
So this is Bavarian sausage. It's smoked and it's really, really good. Actually, I had like 7 kilograms of different pork directly from Bavaria that Angelika Bayer, legendary Angelika Bayer, brought me the other day, and actually I'm munching that for like a whole week.
I also invited Mr. Joseph Lindley on, but he misunderstood my message, or it was ambiguous. He thought I was inviting him to run a physical marathon, and he politely ignored me. I mean, for those like Jonathan Pierce who knows me, the idea of me running a physical marathon is fairly ludicrous. But I'm slightly touched that Joe would think that I was capable of such a thing.
You say that. You say that. We do live in a period of time. Is it strange that we all here are all thinner and more physically fit than the current batch of U.S. National Guard troops heading into Chicago?
That was the Texas National Guard, DW. You're going to account for these slightly porky Texans.
We're also probably a bit more fit than like 90% of ICE agents too, so that's a.
The ICE agents.
Can I kind of want to get
fucking low bar
from a fundraising point of view?
Funny ice hat.
From a fundraising point of view, Silicon Curtain's just overtaken me today, ATP Geopolitics, for today's fundraising. So quite frankly, screw you, Fink. So come on, guys, please. I might just go and make a donation. How much is the difference? There's no way that you can beat me today. It's just not happening. It's not happening. This may be all like lovey-dovey campaign fundraising for a great cause and everything, but this is a damn competition.
It's nasty. It's a damn competition. Yeah.
It's a fight.
Jonathan, can I do my Bob Geldof impression from 40 odd years ago at Live Aid?
Go for it. Yeah.
Just give us your fucking money.
Yes. I love it. Yeah.
See, I do, but I don't like doing an Irish accent when there's an Irish person in the room with me.
Well, it's all right. I come from South Dublin, where Bob Geldof comes from, and I can
just give us the every minute
give us your effing money. Seriously, quite seriously, folks, and apologies for anybody I might have offended with my coarse language. Jonathan Fink here has done an absolutely fabulous job pulling all these friends together for this 12-hour marathon. It's for a fantastic cause. It's to buy much needed equipment for, it's quite simply, the bravest men and women on the face of the earth at the moment. And please just hit that donate button and give us anything you can. Every penny will count.
If there were a
Frankly,
physical
I think
audience
if you
here,
did
we'd
it-
hear a round of
yeah.
applause for that one.
But I think if you did it as the late lamented Dr. Ian Paisley, I think it would scare a lot more people into giving money. I don't know if you-
Paisley.
Oh,
Just tell everyone they're going to hell if they don't do it. Just nothing like a bit of existential.
You will burn.
threatening.
You will burn in hell.
Yes, but
Mister,
so thank you very much to
you
everyone
say
who
no,
has.
but you will not say no to giving us your money.
That just reminds me of just like this Catholic priest that I knew that was just so Irish and so genuinely insane, and I loved every minute. It was like, don't look at the sky. God gave you eyes to read the Bible. That's all you do.
Well, you know, seeing as we're going slightly, I'll just go slightly. There was a true story. There was a little village in Ireland. It was a very diverse village. They'd had a Protestant community, a Jewish community, and the Catholic community. And in this village, there was a brothel, and across the road from the brothel, there was an old woman who was the village gossip, and she spent all her days twitching behind her curtains, watching who was going in and out of the brothel. And one day she saw the local rabbi going in, and she said, "Bloody Jews! I always knew they were no good. That I never trusted the Jews," she said. And the next day, the Church of Ireland minister went in, and she said, "Bloody Protestants." She said, "I never trusted the Protestants." And the next day, the parish priest went in. "Oh my God, Shishi, there must be a poor girl sick in there."
Yeah.
Classic.
The other day,
very briefly, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Cormac Smith. As a British diplomat, I served for 2 years embedded in Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the Special Communication Advisor to the then Foreign Minister Pavlo Klimkin. I now do what little I can in the broadcast space, TV, radio, podcasts with good people like Jonathan and so forth, to basically support my friends in Ukraine. It's a country I fell in love with, and it forwarded my education somewhat. Let's just say that. But just for those of you who don't know me, thank you.
Speaking of the priests, the other day I was making this news review on my channel, and like, of course, usually we speak about Ukraine, about everything that is related to Ukraine, happening around Ukraine, but there was this update coming from Peru, actually, which I couldn't miss. So there was a Catholic priest that resigned recently. I don't remember exactly the name of the city in Peru, but he resigned because actually there was like a whole investigation launched by the Vatican to investigate like his activities. And the reason for that was that he accidentally shared his private pictures with his maid, with the lady who does like all the cleaning and stuff, because those pictures were actually addressed to like a different lady. And the results of the investigation confirmed that he had 17 lovers, including a Catholic nun. And I'm just like, I'm reading that and I understand that actually I'm doing the wrong thing. I chose the wrong profession, you know, because people enjoy life. Yeah. So that was absolutely incredible.
How hung is he? How hung is he to get 17 lovers, including a nun? Is it like visible? Does he go around wearing like really tight jeans or something?
Oh, bro's packing a baseball bat.
Yeah, is it like he got a pineapple down his front pocket or
also,
something?
Jonathan, it looks like we lost Thrash and he's trying to get back in if you want to re-add him.
Oh, come on. Yeah, this is my stream, and Don't vote for the whiskered guy. Vote for the guy who's
Come on, I'm catching back
clean
up
shaven.
again. Come on, guys.
Let's get this total back up.
ATP geopolitics was so close.
can't.
If you can help,
Oh, boy.
help us beat Jonathan Fink. It's all I've ever wanted to do.
This
beat
is
Jonathan
like
Fink
a rerun of Blur
with
Oasis,
my
isn't
fists,
it? It's all
mainly
over
with my
again.
fists. Oh, someone's going to help you out. That's wrong. I mean, that's great. That's
there
brilliant. No, that's wonderful. That's all wonderful, and thank you.
Just to bring the tone back to the academic, there's also the if you read the book, the description of the Cathar heresy, Montaigne, there's a fantastic description there of the priest who seems to have sired half the children in this village, which is quite remarkable going.
But Jonathan, there are two names in Ireland which come to mind, and one is McAnaspey and one is McIntyre, which are very common Irish names. And of course, these are slight anglicizations of Mac, which means son of, and Sogert, which is the priest. So one is son of the priest, and the other is son of McAnaspey is son of the bishop. And those names have their origins back in antiquity. So that in itself will tell you something.
That's dark. That is properly dark.
Amazing. Am I allowed to go back to something we were talking about like 7 tangents ago?
No,
of course.
Sorry. So anyway,
I think you probably should before this gets too bloody silly.
Because we were talking about Trump, and I think yes,
my
speaking
favorite
of
topic.
silly, we were talking about Trump, and see, I have an ongoing theory. Because I believe that, like, if you look at the previous Trump administration, he was. Oh, by the way, we lost Hard Thrasher. He's trying to get back in.
Yeah, we lost Hard Thrasher and we lost history.
I don't know if you need to re-add him. But the previous Trump administration that came in. Hello, Mr. Thrasher. Welcome back.
Oh, sorry about that. I clicked the wrong bloody thing.
So under the previous Trump administration, Trump was surrounded by a whole cadre of people who were there just to make money. They were there to make money, get political connections, and push their careers forward. And that's what they did. And they were very good at it. And Trump gradually kicked them out and started to replace them with other people. This new group that's coming with Trump now, they're not the kind of people who realize that the culture war is a grift. They're not there to make money off of it. They are not there for the political connections. These are the people who grew up fighting the culture war and think it's real. These are the people who are ripping the drywall out of the White House, trying to find the liberal woke thought machine. I believe, and this is literally just throwing spaghetti at the wall. This is my sort of tinfoil hat theory. Trump has always been a CEO. He's always been surrounded by yes men who applaud everything that he says. He thinks he's brilliant. He thinks gold comes out of his farts. He is the CEO. He makes the big decisions. He makes the big decisions. He says, this is what needs to get done, and everybody else has to do it. And for however long he's been alive, everyone has done it because he's Trump. And when you work for Trump, you get money. You make a shitload of money. It's really good. It boosts your career and everything. But now he's surrounded by a cabal of people who are, to put it bluntly, absolutely mental and completely incapable of doing anything, like running a country. So Trump's there with his royal decrees saying, do the thing that needs to be done. And they're all going, I don't know how to do that. So I believe this is not dictatorship by trying to, via like Nazism or trying to create the American ethno state. I do believe there's certainly that going on. But I genuinely believe this is dictatorship through incompetence. Like the whole deploying the troops and everything. This is Trump going, get rid of the crime. Send in the military to destroy all crime. And they do it. And then the military stands around not doing anything.
Are you guys aware of what happened the other day with regard to Qatar and the signing of the Article 5 deal? Is everyone aware of this?
Oh,
so
no.
So if you aren't aware, apologies if you are, but just very quickly, under the radar, I think it might have been part of an executive order or something. There were some paragraphs that were found out to have been written that show that the US has signed an Article 5 security guarantee deal with Qatar, right? And it is literally, it is an Article 5 deal, right? Like if you read the paragraphs, it is we will provide, blah blah blah. If Qatar gets invaded, and everyone's like, why are you doing that? Okay, they're giving you a jet, but actually, it's Trump has committed to a $5 billion golf course hotel investment there, and so it's looking like it's connected to that, and maybe grifting deals through the Witkoff family and the Trump family, etc., etc. So this happened in the last week, and it was I did a video on it saying I think this is one of the most outrageous things that's happened in the last 7 months, and yet it seems to have got a free pass in the press. And I'll dig out the text for it in a second. But anyway, I'm just seeing at the moment that Pete Hegseth has just announced, I'm also proud that today we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emery Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. So
What
now
the hell?
they're literally
Yeah, it's the first
building
one.
like a Qatar like Air Force facility in the US, like, and that would sit alongside that Article 5 thing. It's just
To
absolutely
service what? What's the logic there? I don't get it.
What strategic benefit who is Qatar dealing with?
So if you haven't read, so I'll just very quickly, just for those who don't know, this is literally the text from this week. The United States shall regard any armed attack on the territory, sovereignty, or critical infrastructure of the state of Qatar as a threat to the peace and security of the United States. So this technically commits American sons and daughters to go and fight in Qatar if Qatar is ever invaded. In the event of such an attack, the United States shall take all lawful and appropriate measures, including diplomatic, economic, and if necessary, military, to defend the interests of the United States and the state of Qatar and to restore peace and stability. C, the Secretary of War, in coordination with the Secretary of State and Director of National Intelligence, shall maintain joint contingency planning with the state of Qatar to ensure a rapid and coordinated response to any foreign aggression against the state of Qatar. B, the Secretary of State shall reaffirm this assurance to the state of Qatar and coordinate with allies and partners to ensure complementary measures of support. And then you get Pete Hegseth saying this. I'm also proud that the Qatari Emery Air Force facility is being built in Idaho, and you just it's honestly just staggering. This blows my mind.
I'm sorry. I've just looked up the Qatarian Air Force. This is Wikipedia, so please take it with a pinch of salt. But this Air Force is fucking mental. We've got it's mixed up of F-15s, Super Mushaks, Pilates PC-21s, which are little prop planes, Eurofighter Typhoons, old Mirage 2005s, and Dassault Rafales.
Are they just going to the arms fairs?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Well, one of the questions
I pity their maintenance guys.
A question that hasn't been resolved yet is whether or not we're simply hosting them or they're actually building their military base. And if we build their military base, it would be unprecedented in American history. If we host them, as Jonathan knows, I'm sitting at a table here where 12 Ukrainian F-16 pilots basically lived with me, or night by night were here over the better course of a year while they were training at the local Lackland Air Force Base. In fact, they gave me this beautiful, wonderful
Oh, that's
thing.
awesome.
But we became good friends. 3 of the men who sat at the table with me here were then decorated heroes of Ukraine by Zelensky. 2 of them, my very good friends, were killed this year by Russians, and we're still grieving their deaths. You read about them in the papers, but they essentially lived in this house with me, meaning they were here night after night on a weekly basis for the better part of a year. And we talked about U.S. Bringing over foreign pilots, working with other nations, and when they would train here, they trained with people from all different nations, pilots from all different nations around the world that came to the United States to get special training. But the U.S. has never given a base to a foreign nation before. And it smells like we're moving into something a little bit like that. And people should be screaming their heads off. They should be screaming at the top of their lungs. It's not only unprecedented, it's grotesque.
Isn't it outrageous, DW, that like we've been screaming out for Ukraine to be given security guarantees, like any security, decent, half decent security guarantees. The cheapest and most effective way of the world helping Ukraine is to allow them to accede to NATO, right? It is like no one has to spend any money. Literally, it's almost abstract. You can join us. You can bring your expertise into NATO. NATO benefits from you, the most experienced army in Europe, being in NATO, and you don't get attacked by Russia. Like, and we're not spending any money, right? But instead, it's like, oh, should we put 10,000 troops in bilaterally in Ukraine? Should we do this? Should we do all of that? Costs billions and billions of dollars.
You're
and
completely right.
yet they go and give Qatar just like that, just because he's got a fucking golf club.
It's not just Qatar, though. Trump gave a speech at Saudi Arabia this year, in which he said, point blank, before an audience of 4,000 people in attendance, he said, we will destroy anyone that comes after you because you're our friends. And he basically made a verbal commitment to help Saudi Arabia, not only Qatar. I want to go back to what you were talking about, Trump's men.
Jesus Christ.
If you look at the people in the inner circle of Donald Trump, they are all marked by two things: sycophancy
Swastika.
and incompetency. Those two things, sycophancy and incompetency. It's the greatest collection of sycophants ever assembled in the White House.
Yeah.
And they are almost universally incompetent, with one very important exception. Marco Rubio is a very competent man who has sold his soul to the devil. And if there is ever a great disappointment in American politics of someone who could possibly have tempered things, it was Rubio. He's been so bad. It's just extraordinary how bad Rubio has been. But he actually knows what he's doing. Pete Hegseth doesn't know.
You can see it on his face, can't you? You can see that kind of tortured, oh my God, what have I done? Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard is a crazy woman. I don't know how to put
Well, how would you describe
She's a crazy woman?
How would you describe Stephen Miller? Because like he's crazy, insane, and dangerous, but I don't know if he's incompetent because he's
I don't know.
managing.
He's not incompetent, but he's not a. I'm speaking more of the cabinet secretaries than the people that are kind of.
But I almost think he's more important. So
no, I think you're right. You are right about that.
He's a grime of worm tongue to the King Theoden.
Well,
he's the one in the White House right now.
He's an implementer, but when you look at all the king's men, you look at the cabinet secretaries.
Yeah.
They're all people that, I mean, Kash Patel. What in the world is Kash Patel doing running the FBI? It's extraordinary. Pam Bondi.
I can tell you what he's doing.
The one thing about Pam Bondi is a woman who Trump likes, who is a sycophant. She's not a competent attorney. I mean, she was an attorney general of the state of Florida, but she's running the Department of Justice, and she's up to her neck in trouble. You just go point by point, person by person. But our DNI, Director of National Intelligence, is the closest thing to a Russian plant in the history of the United States of America. Yeah. No one ever in all of American history has been such a mimic of Russian talking points as Tulsi Gabbard. She is dangerous. The only thing you have going for her is that she's also incredibly incompetent, and she's driven by sycophancy. So the slightest error, she's going to back. And I think that's how Trump picks his people. He wants people who are controllable, who are sycophant. They don't need to be incompetent.
Where does Norma?
Authoritarian. That's a hallmark
It
of
is.
a dictator.
I was going to come back to that and that incompetence because you said like this is unique. I mean, except that if you look at the Soviet Union and even Nazi Germany, there are pockets of excellence, but generally they're characterized by extraordinary incompetence and sycophancy. And if there's any efficiency there, usually it's kind of inherited from the previous regime. It just hasn't quite died out yet. The other question for UW is, what's the role of Laura Loomer? Is she something like the Red Lady in Game of Thrones?
That's a great analogy.
Jonathan, you are going to be a great director and filmmaker. I can tell you that. You think artistically and aesthetically. Yes. She's the Red Lady, exactly. She's hated within the MAGA movement itself. She's very divisive, but she's the whisperer. She's the Trump whisperer. But she's all over the map. And right now, you need to understand that we actually have an opportunity. And we should be talking about this on our podcast. We have an opportunity because MAGA is being split right down the middle through their own hatred, divisions, and incoherence. They are really split. Laura Loomer is screaming at Tucker Carlson. Dinesh D'Souza is screaming at Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is screaming at them. Everybody hates each other right now, and that's good news.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene is being a rebel.
Yeah, it's good news because it means that a narrative, which has been a Russian narrative, hook, line, and sinker, beginning to end, is actually being undermined, and we have an opportunity to step in. And the strange, bizarre pivot that Trump took verbally, whether it's backed up by reality, whether he changes his mind tomorrow, the main point is he said things that are anathema to the entire MAGA podcast woke right leadership, and it has caused tidal waves and caused people to reconsider. And that means on our podcast and our shows, we need to be getting out there and making the point and reestablishing what the correct narrative is, especially for Americans. I think Americans actually are winnable. I think if you ask Americans, point blank questions, they oftentimes give you the right answer, but their minds have been curdled. They've been lobotomized over the course of the last 3 years through a constant barrage of falsehood. And that just needs to be taken on right now.
Here's a
It's
question for
lobotomy.
our history.
The American lobotomy. That should be my book, The American Lobotomy.
Could I interject very, very quickly? There was he's one of my favorite commentators, Timothy Snyder out of Yale. He did a very good podcast a few days ago on the similarities between Stephen Miller and Stalin.
Mm-hmm.
I've sent it, Jonathan. I've just emailed it to you. Maybe you could distribute it among friends.
I'd say Beria would be more of a fit there, but who knows?
Yeah,
that's a spicy comparison.
But it's thought provoking, nevertheless.
I can tell you. I was going to say, I can tell you all flat out that even if America does a 180 at this point and goes back to what it was 20 years ago, no one's going to give a shit. No one. That soft power is gone. It is gone. It's not coming back in this generation. Probably not even to the next generation. Australia in particular, we're at the point where you're seeing people choose to not buy brands that are manufactured in Australia because they are linked to American companies. It's happening so often. You go to the soft drink aisle, or soda for the Yanks out there, and you'll see the Australian-made and Australian-owned brands completely sold out, and you'll see rows and rows and rows of Coca-Cola. This, at least where I live in the capital region of Australia. This is not a small thing.
Oh no, they got him again.
Got him again. Internet strike out again.
Those gremlins.
Wi-Fi.
Well, all I gotta say is I don't blame them.
South Korea, we've turned to Japan and South Korea for military equipment, where we are turning away from the United States, and it's not coming back. Quite frankly, it's a breakup, and we're done with you. We're done with the country out there trying to destroy our public healthcare system because the big pharmacy companies demand it. We're not coming back into the fold.
But the problem is the bully is still really powerful.
Just quickly. There was also that in Afghanistan, we know now that U.S. military command was using our special forces as death squads so they could wipe their hands of it. And then they turned around and went to the media and said, "Oh, they're terrible. They're doing war crimes," while they were actively following the orders given by U.S. High Command. In fact, pressure from the U.S. led to a whistleblower who revealed all this being put into prison. So, that trust in the U.S., it's dead. I mean, look at our last election. We blew the U.S.-friendly candidate so far out of the water that the opposition can't act.
Give him a minute.
Yep.
Give him a minute.
Dropping in, dropping out.
Give him a minute.
Our opposition in this country is dead. We don't have an effective opposition because the opposition went pro-American and it got destroyed at the last election in the kind of voting system that, it's a supermajority in our house at the moment because, we rejected everything populist, everything Trump, everything American, and that trust is never coming back for a generation.
I think one of the most
you go, Jonathan, and then I'll get a little question in.
One of the most important things, actually, from the Australian point of view, is joining that up with social media regulation. I've been, my audience will know, I have been absolutely going mental about. I think there's a real threat to democracy due to techno-fascism in the guise of Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, all the tech bros, Curtis Yavin and Mark Andreessen, and then actually further into even Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos. And I think honestly, we are engaging in a very dangerous pastime of living exclusively online these days. And I've just been looking at the absolute vitriol concerning British politics on Twitter, for example, over the last week.
Oh yeah.
And I've never seen. I know some of it is bots and troll activity, but a lot of it are real people as well, and it's bubbling over into real life. So I've spoken to people who are regurgitating that stuff to me in person, and it's like, wow, where are you getting this stuff from? And I'm really, really worried about the state of political discourse and about the amount of disinformation, misinformation. So when Australia has success in terms of repudiating right-wing populism there, that I think that the really important part is they're also looking at some fairly aggressive social media regulation as well in terms of all sorts of things going on there. And I think you're starting to see that in Denmark and some places in Europe. But I think if Europe, Emmanuel Macron was absolutely right the other day. He did a big speech on social media and how that if we're not careful about American tech, then European democracy is on the line.
So on that, do you want to know honestly what the biggest political story in Australia was this week?
Go on.
No.
I'm curious.
He's cut out again, just as he's going to tell us.
Oh.
Parliament has introduced a law that will make it completely illegal for parents of babies who die in childbirth or are stillborn to not be paid paternity and maternity leave. That's our biggest political story.
As in speaking to this idea that you're talking about real kind of domestic political stuff rather than being embroiled in international shenanigans.
No, I mean the international noise is still there, but in terms of politics, it's not right-wing populism. It's not domestic shit here. The biggest story in the country this week has been the introduction of Priya's law. Like the outward noise is still there, but the biggest domestic story is that it's just policy.
Yeah, which is good and healthy and kind of what it should be.
Healthy, yeah. That's exactly what
And also the fact that the opposition is killing itself and probably about to knife another leader.
But then someone else pointed out that one of the biggest talking points amongst Democrats at the moment is Obamacare, when the Republic is having checks and balances eroded left, right, and center. Yeah. As important as healthcare is, that maybe isn't the biggest issue to kind of focus on. I know not all Democrats are obsessed with that, but it seems at some point policy's got to take a backseat and fundamentals and fighting for them need to come to the fore. I've got a little question here for the sort of the history buffs and for OS here, because I know propaganda is his thing. For those of us who follow, Russian active measures, psyops, reflexive control, all this kind of stuff, the name of Yuri Bezmenov looms very, very large. But is it actually simplistic to think that we've got a sort of Bezmenization, as it were, of the US system? We called it a lobotomy, as it were. But is it too simplistic to think that Russia's, coercively controlled and helped to accelerate or even bring about this decline? Or is it a multiplicity of different processes? And it's just quite convenient to, focus on someone who sort of articulated this process 20 years ago.
I think it is easy. I think it is easier to concentrate on one person and then blame Russia for the whole thing, because it's a much more, it's a simpler way of explaining what's actually going on, which is it's just a whole lot of different cultural things all colliding. I don't believe that Russia created the sort of culture war culture in the United States and then throughout the Western world. I think they took advantage of it, and the way they took advantage of it was very good. But the generation that's kind of grown up now, I'm not talking about the Generation Z, I'm talking about Generation Alpha, as they're growing up. I mean, I know there's this whole thing of us saying, "Oh, the next generation, they're in the dumps. They're not going to survive. I worry for the next generation." That's just, as we all get older, we all just start saying that automatically. I don't know when I started saying it. It just kind of happens when you hit the age of 30. You wake up, your back hurts, and then you go, the children are doomed. That's just what happens. But
I can give you stats why this is unfortunately maybe accurate, though. The average age of my audience is 65 plus, which means a good proportion of them are actually older than 65. These are people who brought up on newspapers, brought up on long-form analytical material, who can unplug perhaps. I know it's still online, but it's a form of immersion in content, analysis, and detail. Where are the 20-year-olds? Where are the 30-years? Where are the 40-year-olds?
I
That's the
completely
problem.
disagree with you on that. I completely disagree with you. I believe that 65-year-olds plus, and this comes from my study of propaganda, are more susceptible to propaganda than any other age group at this point. And take 20 minutes and scroll on Facebook, and you'll find out why. And it's